Chapter 2 The Misfit Omega Elsa's Point of View.
Ah, ah, I moaned, trying to keep it low as I pushed the vibrator inside my pussy. I was in a hurry and in need of an immediate release, so I increased the speed to get it done with. Also, I was careful not to insert it too much. I wanted to save my flower for the one special one, for my mate. I know it's foolish of me to even save for a mate with the way things are. Like those in rom-com werewolf novels, it's not so easy to find a true mate. He could be right there, standing next to you, and you would never know it. Obviously, there is this attraction, but it's not significant. I mean, you get those fluttery feelings and girl crush on any random hot-looking male. You can only know if they are your true mate after establishing physical contact. The more contact grows, the stronger it becomes. But it's also a whirlpool of sexual rendezvous. I've seen all the girls entering the path, trying to find their one true soulmate, and then getting lost somewhere. See, we are part wolves. Sex is an instinct like coffee is to humans. I know, weird comparison, but that's how it is. Once you taste it, you can't stop craving more. So here I am, trying to get a release at 5 o'clock in the morning, so that I don't go into heat and attract unmated or unmarked werewolves. The only fear I have is that I'll never find my true mate, and like almost everyone else, one day get down the same path and finally settle down with some guy by marking each other, be in the claiming or not. As I dared the tool a little more inside, I let out a low, loud moan. I tried to fantasize about the things I wanted my mate to do with me. Being a werewolf had its pros and cons. Pros like better vision, strength, hearing skills, agility, and mind link. And cons like a crazy appetite for sex and the ranking culture. I mean, I don't understand the ranking culture. Maybe because I'm the lowest omega in my pack. Even the other omegas do not think I deserve to be in their company. I never felt the need to bow down to anybody, nor do I understand the unfathomable allegiance they showed to the Alpha, even when he was clearly being an ass. But did I protest? No. I was afraid that I would be thrown out of the pack and be left alone. I'm scared to be a rogue. At least here I can be a wolf. As I increased the speed to the highest, I covered my mouth with my other hand. I could feel the muscles contracting and the funny feeling inside of me. And just like that, I had the same monotonous orgasm that I badly needed to control my heat. After I was done, I quickly got up and cleaned myself with a hot shower to calm my tensed muscles. I am one of those girls who always needs a hot shower. I was terribly late due to my morning exercise, and I was in a hurry to go to the kitchen. It was my duty to cook breakfast for the pack house before going to college, and that starts in another 2 hours. When I reached the kitchen, I was confused. I mean, I did clean it and wash all the dishes. Then how is it such a mess? I wondered how I was going to make it on time, but I had to if I wanted to survive one more day. It was a Monday, and everyone would be in a grumpy mood as they had to go to school or work or something after the weekend. And those who didn't work were grumpier that they had nothing to do when everyone else had something to do on a Monday. I tried to clean whatever was necessary for breakfast and put the rest of the utensils in the dishwasher. I quickly made some bacon and cheese sandwiches and boiled eggs. I also prepared some fresh fruit juice, and also lime juice for those that would be having a hangover from last night's party that I obviously was not invited to. I brewed some coffee, and by the time I was done with all of it, it was already 7. I grabbed a sandwich and packed my coffee to leave for college before anyone could actually make a statement on how I could have made it better or take out their anger on me for no particular reason. Also, Mostly I was scared to face Martha, the one who was in charge of prepping lunch. She would not like so many dishes to be washed. I was early getting to the college that the rest of our pack attended, so I went to the cafeteria to enjoy my packed food. A few others were already seated, and they were discussing something seriously. It was about the claiming. It's always about the claiming around this time of year. But, boom, that's when I eavesdrop on the bomb kind of news. We, the Red Moon Pack, were the official hosts this year? But why? Is it because they want to announce Riker as the new Alpha? My God, I hope not. He's hated me ever since I spilled my coffee on him in 7th grade. My life will be more hellish than it is right now. I lost my appetite. More work, more craziness. And this time I'm of age to participate in the claiming. No one expects me to, but should I? The other pack wolves might be interested in me, and I might just find my mate and go away to his pack. It was all too alluring, but a big risk was involved. Participating in the claiming means I have to participate in the chase, and I would lose my virginity to some random guy, and I don't want that. I'm just stubborn about finding true love. I felt so unloved all my life that I'm too attached to the idea of being with my fated one, the one who's made for me. I felt like a complete misfit, an Omega who had no loyalty or devotion for her Alpha. And to top that off, completely believed that her new Alpha was an ass. Someone who was a rebel, yet the most invisible person one could be. Maybe I was bipolar. I somehow dragged through the day, and when I couldn't take it anymore, I blew off a few classes to go for a run in the wild. No one had actually seen me shift. They never cared to find out. I was a late bloomer. By the time I was able to shift, I was already pushed down the rank, and I had no one to stand for me. I never felt the need to come out, as I never felt close to my pack. Also, I feared they would go crazy if they ever saw my wolf, Ayla. Ayla is my only friend. She's a rebel inside me, and I'm not the one holding her back with my myths and dilemmas. When Ayla is the one in control, everything else feels already so much better. I've yet to discover her survival skills, but I'm sure she would do just fine if we were ever expelled from the pack. I ran like crazy to the waterfall, my hideout. No one really comes there anymore after the last battle. So much blood was shed. But I was abandoned here amidst the battle cry. Romero was kind enough not to leave me as a rogue. Who knew? I could be the child of one of those rogues, or could be the child of one of the many packs whose parents died fighting for the Moonlit City. That was one of the reasons I was never accepted. I never belonged to this pack in the first place. An orphan with weird gold-tinted silver eyes, and hairs that were so long that you needed to keep chopping and dyeing them every week to fit in. They said I was an abomination. Some said I definitely belonged to the rogues who were experimenting too much. I had always been a misfit. While I was lost pondering over my past, I could feel a pair of eyes lurking on me. The kind of eyes that set me on fire. It was so unsettling that I changed back to my human self. I quickly put on my clothes from my backpack that Ayla was carrying for me. I had to do a detour to go to the other side of the waterfall due to the depth. And also I had hydrophobia. Yay, so much for my hiding place. I tried a lot to find out who it was, but I could not find anyone except a mild, strong essence that was left behind. Obviously, whoever was lurking near the borders of the Moonlit City was too powerful. I hope it's not another rogue. I changed back to my wolf quickly after packing my clothes back in my backpack. I ran like my life depended on it. I mean, it all could due to my exhaustion, the heat almost at bay, and my overthinking of my past. But it was very unsettling. When I reached the pack house, I saw the decorations had already begun. No one, not even a single soul, missed me. And I guess it still hurts, but it was good in some way. No one was going to shout at me, at least, with all the professional chefs and cooks. I guess my workload will decrease. But as soon as I was going to escape to my hole, Martha saw me. "Elsa, where do you think you're going? Who's going to do all the work? There's so much to be done, and we're only 2 weeks away." She groaned as if I was the only one who was responsible for some kind of delay or something. Just a quick shower?" I asked, raising my eyebrows. She looked as if I had asked for a kidney or something, but her silence was my cue to leave and return as soon as possible. I went to my room and looked for my vibrator. The heat was getting worse. Ever since I turned 21, it was maddening. It felt gross to finger myself. Hence, I relied on the tool. I had a quick release and was all set for work. There were really enough volunteers and professionals, but it's just that Riker wanted to show that his pack was responsible in doing most of the work, which means we Omegas had to do most of the work. That directly means I was going to be dead by the end of claiming. Only the Omegas who were participating in the claiming were allowed to take a break 2 days before the claiming. I wish I was taking part. I started with cleaning the backyard when I could feel the same strong presence I'd felt near the waterfall. I tried to look for it, but nothing. So I started working in the garden. Not long after that, Angela dumped a full bag of clothes in front of me. Angela was the angel of our pack. It was an open secret that Riker had his eyes set to claim Angela this claiming, but only the moon goddess knew what she wanted. I knew it was my cue to leave all this and do her laundry. I wasn't gone long when I bumped into someone sturdy. He was quick enough to catch me from falling, but not good enough to protect the clothes. If there was a single mark on the clothes that wouldn't go, I was screwed for life. He helped me pick up the clothes. He was handsome and strong, but there was something more about him that caught my attention. I could feel that essence on him. I wasn't sure if it was emitting from him or if it was his. I don't know why, but suddenly I had this idea that he might be my mate. I looked at him with puppy eyes, but he only gave back a kind and puzzled look. He helped me get to my feet and gather the clothes. I was so smitten by him by then that I could feel the heat rushing through my veins. I gulped my saliva and looked at his neck with lust completely taking over me. But as soon as my eyes fell on his marking spot, my dream and desire shattered. He was marked. Doesn't matter, mate or not. He was already taken.
"I'm happily married,"
he said, understanding my anticipation. I felt embarrassed. I mean, how could I be so vulnerable? This time I gulped down my saliva with fear and ran for the second time that day as my dear life depended on it. Tears were building up in my eyes, waiting to break down at any moment. But I wasn't gone long. Angela stopped me and gave me her evil look. She looked pissed. "What were you doing with Jander?" she asked. No, she was spitting venom. "Who?" I asked, confused. Obviously, I didn't know who Jander was. "Oh, now you're going to act like Goody Two-Shoes? Aren't you a clever bitch?" She was fuming, and I was confused. "I don't know what you're saying," I asked, still unclear. "That man you bumped over there, trying to flirt? I mean, you're not even willing to leave the married ones, slut?" She name-called me, and that left me wondering if she had gone mad. Wasn't being a slut what they all did here? "I wasn't flirting with him, and I don't know him," I said truthfully. "I mean, I technically never flirted with him. It's just that for some reason I think he might be my mate." But she did not need to know that. "Why are you lying? Who doesn't know Jander Black, the beta of Black Moon Pack?" She looked suspiciously. I mean, obviously anyone would. They were the most famous pack. Every girl's fantasy was to be mated or marked to some wolf from that pack. The perk was that their alpha, Raphael Black, was still single and young. "I didn't know it was him," I said slowly. She gave me a stern look, but I just left like nothing happened to earn some death glares that were burning holes in my back. As I ran to the laundry room, I kept wondering about the devilishly handsome Raphael for some reason. Gosh, I blushed to myself.
Chapter 3. The Spy Next Door. Elsa's point of view.
I had never seen the Red Moon territory this beautiful. It was like it was Christmas or New Year's Eve. The entire pack territory was decorated, even the remote places. The woods to the south of the pack, where the claiming would occur, was taken care of too. Small, cozy, temporary huts were created in random exotic locations. They were lighted with small, dim lights to give a romantic vibe. No two huts placed close together to give the couples full freedom to explore each other. It was weird how sex was celebrated here, but the romance was in the air, and so was my heat. I had to remind myself 100 times not to get swayed away and take part in the claiming. Also, I'm pretty sure no one would want me. I was the pack's weird girl. Everything about me was weird. My clothes, my shoes, and my makeup skills. And I had extremely pale skin and weirder eyes. I sometimes feel like I'm crazy, or I really was a product of some experiments done by rogues, as some people think. But now this was my life, and I wanted to make things right. There were 2 ways. 1, find a mate and get accepted in his pack. 2nd, study so hard I can officially leave the pack to live among humans in some distant city. I worked hard, really hard, for my second way out, but my heart yearns for my mate. There was only a few days left, and the Omegas, who were going to partake in the claiming, had stopped working, which is like almost everybody. The mated or marked werewolves generally stayed away from this, and I understand why. I too would not want my mate anywhere near this. The seniors too maintained their distance, except for the last day where the couples claim and mark each other. So this was going to put a lot of pressure on me.
Elsa!
Someone called me while I was folding napkins and daydreaming. I flinched as if I was caught doing something wrong, but then quickly regained my composure. It was Riker. I'm not sure why on earth he would want to talk to someone like me, but he was going to be the next alpha, and I have to act my loyalty. I bowed down, showing a fake courtesy, and inquired for his sudden, uninformed intrusion in the best possible manner.
Elsa, I'm disappointed you'll not be taking part in the claiming, even though you're of age. But that is going to make you officially the senior-most, in charge of events when we're going to participate in the claiming. Like every year, everyone else is 18 and above are taking part just to get the vibe out of it and help us in a smooth flow,
Riker said seriously. I'm sure there would be someone elder than me and single, like Martha. I'm barely 21. I tried to get away from the terrible responsibility. I didn't want to be anywhere near the claiming, especially when Raphael was going to be here. Due to some unbeknownst reason, ever since that night, I had a major crush on him. It's not like I hadn't known him before. He was a celebrity in our world. But like I said, due to some strange unknown reason, I was infatuated with the big bad wolf.
Well, Martha's too old and might not approve of most. Also, don't forget that we have the Red Moon Pack Day. Seniors from other packs are coming, and they would need attention and care too, so Martha's going to take care of that.
He tried to reason. For once at least he was talking to me as if I were a person and not a thing to be used. Are you sure there is no one else who can take this role? I'm only an Omega and Elsa. I'm sure the betas will not listen to me, even if they are younger than me. I reminded him about the facts of our pact. Wasn't he one of my first bullies?
I know. So I'm going to officially announce that tonight. No one's going to go against me. And no matter how filthy you are good at doing these chores and serving people. You can guide them to be just like you. Stay invisible and watch things from afar, or better not poke at all.
And there goes all his niceness. He thinks I'm an invisible team leader and can make others invisible. Was he mad? I know it's not advisable for people to pursue anyone younger than 21, and also I know no one follows it, which leads to a lot of ruckuses. A few years back, the last claiming day was officially canceled, so no one wants anything like that to happen again. But entrusting me with that was a big mistake. For God's sake, I'm a nobody, and no one was going to listen to me. But like the dumb person I am, I agreed to it anyway. I'm probably hardwired to never be able to say no, and then fail at things miserably. My life lessons needed a serious upgrade. And just like that, I was welcoming a lot of boos and thumbs down on the night before the Red Moon Pack Day when Riker announced the weirdest thing that anyone could imagine. The rules were clear. Follow me. By that, they meant be invisible like me, be at everyone else's service, never raise the voice, accept everything is your fault, and treat everyone with a giving and endless giving nature. And mostly to stay away from them physically. It was not an unknown fact that I was a virgin. I mean, who would like to have sex with me in the first place and invite all the drama that I carry? Being a virgin in a werewolf community was like being a whore in the human world, I believe. It was the nastiest thing someone can call you. It has the ability to make you want to rip yourself apart. It's so humiliating that it makes you believe that you're not needed or desired. And mostly, it was true in my case. And that is the reason why I was so obsessed with finding my mate. The next day, guests started arriving. Based on their ranks and titles, accommodation and hospitality were provided to them, but that was only restricted to the places they stay. They were all allowed to mingle near the gazebo. I was doing my own duty perfectly and failing as a team leader. No one really cared what I said, and Bianca was the unofficial leader. Honestly, I was relieved. I was never a team player. So much for being a wolf. But ever since the news of the Black Moon Pack's arrival reached my ears, Ayla was acting crazy. She was jumping to go and have a peek at Raphael. But I was not allowed there. Angela and the others were taking care of the arrangements for the most special guests, which meant we did everything in the back and they were just carrying it out to the main screen. And just like that, the day passed and the coronation of Riker was done. Everyone was celebrating and happy. I was the only one not finding any joy in any of that. I was hoping Raphael would at least be present at the coronation ceremony and I could get a glance at him, but he was nowhere to be seen. I was not able to understand my unreasonable desire, but I had this huge fangirl crush on him already that was getting too difficult to get rid of. I lost all my hope and prepared for the evening gala. We were strictly asked not to make ourselves too obvious at the party. Even if Raphael would appear, it was going to be impossible to steal glances at him where the crowd was free and unfocused on anything in particular, except maybe for Raphael. But what guarantee was there that he was going to be there in the first place? The evening started in full, and there was no sign of Raphael, even when I could see Jander and his wife. They were stuck to each other like glue. I started to believe that it was for my own good. I don't want a Raphael breaking my resolution. As I was trying to somewhat settle my erratic feelings, I went to the pack house for a breather. No one would miss me for an hour. The party would be going on the whole night, maybe, and I needed a small break, a shower, and a change of clothes. The pack house, for a change, seemed silent and quiet. It was the most beautiful place in the entire territory for once. I liked being alone, far from the crowd, and who knew who in the pack house would come to my rescue this time? I went near the staircase to go to my room on the first floor. It was small yet cozy. It was my heaven. But when I reached near the stairs, the pack house was not silent as I expected it to be initially. I could hear a faint moaning sound coming from upstairs. I wasn't sure who would be upstairs having sex while missing the party of the year, but it wasn't that surprising, considering we are wolves, or at least based on what I've seen my entire life. I just hoped it was not one of the younger ones, because otherwise I will be screwed big time. If Riker finds out, he won't tolerate it. I quickly rushed upstairs, following the moaning sounds. I finally spotted the room. It was the packed casual meeting and entertaining room for VIPs. Not everyone could enter inside it. Interestingly, I had access to most of the rooms, because otherwise who would clean the trash after all the fun? I was apprehensive to barge in and started fidgeting outside the door. The noise was loud and intense. It was like the girl inside was having the sex of her life. But as I listened carefully, the voices sounded strangely familiar. I couldn't point them out exactly, but I was getting nervous. What if it was one of the younger ones that I'd been seeing a lot of the past 2 weeks? But I needed to be sure. What if it was some high-ranking wolf? No matter what she was doing or what the rules were, I would be the one landing in trouble. With no other option left, I peeped through the keyhole, something I never thought I would be doing in my entire life. But life has always given me the opposite of what I expected. After letting out a long sigh, I bent down to see who was inside the room. I felt like those spies from the movies. Boom! Thunder fell on me. It was none other than Angela getting nasty with some male. The male wolf was bare-bodied and had muscles to die for. I could feel my mouth watering at the sight. I gulped down my saliva. It was like I was frozen in place. I couldn't help but watch more. Angela was completely naked, and her legs wide apart, sitting on top of the meeting table. The male wolf was standing in front of her and finger-fucking her roughly. She was moaning like crazy. And that's when I could not help but feel my arousal. Juices started flowing down, and I was getting carried away. But not long after, I could see the man stopping whatever he was doing, disappointing Angela. He turned back, and before I could see his face, I got up and started running from the place. I would be dead if they found me watching them. Also, Angela would not be throwing at any random guy, no matter how handsome they were. Obviously, it was going to be someone powerful and influential. She had already started her game, and I would be a fool to even have any kind of attraction towards her target. I ran without even stopping for air till I reached my room, my sanctuary. I took a deep breath and quickly got inside the shower. I needed to remove any trace of my arousal. I took a hot shower. I even used shampoo and body wash twice. Then I changed into a fresh pair of clothes that were prepared for us for the royal party. I did a bit of makeup, putting on lipstick and mascara and a few other things. Martha would have raised suspicion on why I was getting there so late, and I could lie and say that I was getting ready for the party. Oh boy. I finally went to the party wearing my high pumps to face my demons and to face what the future had in store for me.
Chapter 4. Facing the Demon. Elsa's point of view.
I don't know how you're going to handle the claiming all by yourself. You have no sense of time nor any responsibility. You're so slack. No sense of gratification either. Martha kept on going when I showed up late, but I put on a deaf ear and did what I do best. Look down at my shoes. At least today they were heels, not a pair of old sneakers. After a long speech, I could finally let go and stop staring at my shoes. I let out a long sigh and wore the mask designed for the people who were going to arrive. It was kind of a relief for a change. No one could recognize me, and hence they were nice to me. Some even thanked me for a change. I guess I should wear a mask every day. The place was so full of life and hustle and bustle. But suddenly, everything came to a standstill. Everyone was murmuring, and most of the crowd looked towards the entrance. I mean, they were not even half this interested when Riker entered. But did I care? No. I was somehow over waiting for Raphael, and so there was nothing that was going to excite me anymore. As I tried to push through the crowd to refill my jar, I saw girls swarming over a tall figure. He was a head taller than most of the girls, so despite the crowd I could clearly see his face. It was Raphael. Raphael Black, the alpha of Black Moon Pack. It froze me to the place I was standing. Raphael looked marvelous, better than the magazines and photos flooding on the internet. He was bewitching. He had beautiful, black, dark, deep eyes, and I wanted to drown in them. His ruffled, raven-black hair suited his slightly tanned skin. His black shirt fitted like a neck's skin to him, roughly showing his chiseled torso and spectacular build. He was extraordinary, ravishing. I couldn't help but wonder how it would feel when his long fingers touched my bare skin. I was scanning him shamelessly and swallowed a large amount of saliva. I could feel 1,000 things in my heart, and my hormones were acting crazy. If not in his eyes, I was certainly going to die in the pool of my erratic hormones. I couldn't help but feel a twitch between my legs that went up to my stomach and unsettled my heart. Just to stand still, I clenched the hem of my skirt and kept looking at the most extravagant sight in front of me. I wasn't alone. Raphael's gorgeous persona charmed everyone, praying and needing him. But for the first time, I had those urges for someone, and I knew I could never have him. That was the closest I could ever get to him. So I just let the world die and admired the demigod while basking in his charm. I felt aroused. I felt tingly, and I felt the heat coming back. Not long after that, I could feel the juices between my thighs. But my underwear wasn't even damp before I could feel the entire crowd looking at me as if I was something impossible. And among them, I could see Raphael's eyes fixated on me. Third-person point of view. It filled the entire room with the most exquisite scent, a virgin's arousal. How was this even possible? The male wolves were eager to know who it was. Everyone wanted to be the one to claim the virgin. Raphael's eyes darkened with lust. This claiming he needed to claim the virgin. It had been quite a long time since he'd been someone's first, but this was not the first time he'd been around an aroused virgin. So why was he feeling so impatient and attracted to her? The pull was so strong that he could hardly breathe without touching her. He needed this woman. He would start a war if he needed to, but she was going to be only his. Elsa cursed herself. How could she get wet in a room full of unmated, hungry wolves? This time she might not escape her fate. It looked like it was sealed. One of them was going to claim her, right there and then, if she didn't make a quick escape. She broke her eye contact with Raphael and made for the door. So many of them wanted to pursue her, but not one had the guts when they saw Raphael making a run behind the mysterious woman behind the mask. But she was fast, extremely fast. Raphael wondered if she was a good fighter. Good for him. He will have fun later. He had a thing for strong women who could stand up for themselves. He absolutely hated damsels in distress. The way she was making this run, and had protected herself all these years, was enough to make him want her more and more. But like magic, she disappeared into the thick woods. Her clothes and accessories were scattered everywhere. They were oozing with her heavenly scent. It tempted Raphael to stop and treasure them, but he was certainly running behind. He quickly shifted into his humongous wolf Jera and started following the scent. As soon as he shifted, Jera could smell the essence from before.
It was faint, but it was the most refreshing one he'd ever smelled. He let out a groan. Jera was sure it was the same wolf whose scent he had picked up that day. He was euphoric. He let out another growl in ecstasy while following the faint smell that he could not quite recognize. On the other side, Ayla was running as fast as she could, with no care for the branches and twitches she was breaking. She had not gone long inside the wood when she picked up the powerful essence from weeks before. She was even more alert. What if it was a rogue? What if it was one wolf from the party who wants to claim her? She wasn't sure if she was ready for a fight, but she was definitely going to put one up if that was what it came to. Crack! A bullet passed by Ayla. It terrified Elsa. They were already deep inside the wolves, and a powerful wolf was behind her. For all she knew, there could be more, and she was getting certain that they were under attack from the rogues. She wanted to run back to the pack and inform them about it, but she was too far, and they were probably already inside. Ayla tried to use the mind link, but she didn't know how to do that. The pack members never really used that with Elsa, and this far out she had no one to link to either. Crack! Another bullet came from the front. They were certainly getting closer to her. She had no other option but to fight. Ayla let out a loud growl while Elsa cried for help. A strong brown wolf jumped on Ayla, but she was good. She didn't waste a second and made a jump higher than the wolf had, biting the brown wolf's neck. And just like that, it was dead. 3 more wolves surrounded her from 3 sides. They were rogues. One of them made a move on Ayla, but she hissed at it ferociously, showing off her bloodied teeth. Her silver eyes were shining brightly under the moonlight like the moon goddess herself. Her white fur was bloodied near the mouth. But other than that, she looked like a diva, strong and powerful. The other wolf winced a bit seeing the incredible beast in front of him, and took a step back. The other 2 wolves seemed irritated by that and attacked together. Ayla was fast enough to dodge them, but that's when another sound of a gunshot followed. This time the bullet hit Ayla, and she groaned in pain. The bullet was made of silver and covered with wolfsbane. As the silver started mixing with her blood, Ayla twitched in pain. The other 2 wolves grinned. The third, now recovered, too joined them. Ayla wanted to fight, but she was too weak. She never thought she would die like that, a virgin and unwanted. Elsa's entire miserable life flashed before her, and she cried in pain, but no one was near her to hear them. She shifted back to her human self when she could not take the pain anymore. Her human body would have a better ability to deal with the coated silver bullet than her wolf. She lay there, naked, submitting to fate. Either she was going to die, or she was going to get kidnapped by these wolves. Either way, it was the end of her dreams. Tears escaped her eyes as she laid there and writhed in pain. The 3 wolves and a man, probably in his human form from firing all this time, moved towards her. She could barely hear the man asking the wolves to carry her outside the borders and to make sure she wasn't dead. It relieved her that at least she wouldn't die. But she didn't want to be a rogue either. Everything started getting dizzy. She faintly pleaded with them to leave her alone, but the man chuckled as if it was all a joke. The wolves looked at her as if she was food. Just before passing, she saw another humongous midnight black wolf jumping at the 3 wolves and crushing the neck of one of them while ripping out the heart of another with his claws. The 3rd wolf seemed to be hurt somehow. The man raised his gun. Jera, the black wolf, was fast enough to rip it out of his hand, but before he could kill him, Elsa made a faint murmur pleading to save her life. That was enough to distract Jera and give an opening to the 3rd wolf and the man. The man jumped on the wolf, and they made a run to escape out of the territory. Jera didn't want to pursue the rogues. All he wanted was to protect the timid, unconscious girl in front of him. Raphael, on the other side, was forcing his way out. He too wanted to make sure the petite figure was safe. Jera happily gave Raphael back control, who picked up the wounded Elsa and tried to carry her, making sure he or nothing else touched the wound and made it worse. Not long after, other wolves found them. Among them were Riker and Jander. They immediately arranged for Elsa to get admitted to the pack hospital. The apprehension and dejection on their faces of the Red Moon members when they found out that the hurt girl was Elsa did not go unnoticed by Raphael. He decided to find out more about it when it was time. Fighters secured the border. No matter what, the claiming was too important for them to cancel. No one wanted to wait for another year. Liriana stepped up to stay with Elsa in the hospital when she saw that no one from the Red Moon Pack was interested in being with Elsa. Even the doctor wasn't too keen on helping her out. He heeded Elsa's wounds out of respect towards Riker and Raphael. Neither Raphael nor the Beta could understand the ill treatment towards Elsa, but Raphael felt the need to find out more. The doctor informed her that luckily the bullet had just grazed the skin and did not do any actual damage to her. He also added that just because it was the first time she was getting in contact with Silver and Wolfsbane, her wolf and body had to put up a lot of strength to fight it back. One thing even he couldn't explain was the speed at which Elsa was recovering after the scraps of Silver and Wolfsbane were cleaned up from her wound. It seemed like she would stand on her own 2 feet the next day, with hardly any scar by the next day. Raphael, Jander, and Liriana found it extremely weird and decided to find out the truth behind this mystery girl, whose name they had discovered to be Elsa Silver. The next morning, Elsa was already awake and walking, surprising everyone who was not of the Red Moon Pack. The Red Moon Pack members were more hostile, and the hatred in their eyes was evident. However, no one said anything. For all they knew, Elsa could be crazy or a criminal in her pack, which is why members seemed to hate her and not care about her at all. But this wasn't enough for Raphael, who was by now smitten by the girl and the mystery surrounding her. He also couldn't deny the fact that the wolf with the exotic scent and the virgin were not different, but Elsa herself. He wanted to claim her, find out about her, but they were leagues apart, and to his disappointment, she was up and well but not taking part in the claiming. He had 1 day before the claiming to change things. He let out his devilish smirk. Something terrible was cooking in his mind, and without care for the world, he set out to achieve his goals. Elsa. Elsa Silver, here I come to claim you, Raphael thought to himself. He grinned, letting out a charming smile that made all the women already swooning over him drop to their knees. Chapter 5. Undeniable Attraction. Elsa's point of view. Elsa, you have to take part in the claiming, and that's final, Romero said in a very stern voice. Riker stood behind him in support. My head was spinning. Wasn't it clear from the beginning that I don't want to take part in it? Why force me suddenly at the last moment? But I don't want to, I said for the 100th time. I was starting to lose my temper. We aren't asking you to, Riker said this time. I looked at him with unbelieving eyes. And why is that? I raised my voice a bit and looked him in the eyes. He flinched at that. How dare you speak to your alpha like that? Are you going to stay unmarked, unclaimed, and unmated all your life? Romero banged on the tabletop. He was clearly furious. I was taken aback at that. I did fear him. After all, he is the alpha who sheltered me and also made my life hell. It's my choice if I want to mate or not, I tried to reason. And also is it your choice if you get publicly aroused and let everyone know about your virgin pussy? Riker fumed. Romero gave him a stern look for the language he used, but he did nothing apart from that. I felt wronged, humiliated, but I was helpless. It's not my fault, and it's not like anyone would be interested in me if my mask was off, even if I am a virgin. I tried to play the victim card. It's not just about the Red Moons. The other pack member wolves are also here. They have raised concerns. Some even think you might be their mate. They're worried they'll never know if you don't participate in the claiming. Romero tried to reason with me this time.
And what guarantee do I have I will be claimed by my mate? I questioned back.
Look, you can always walk out if you're not interested once a male wolf approaches you. No one can force you, so just don't create a fuss and take part.
Riker was completely irritated by now. But I wanted to keep arguing.
No ifs, ands, or buts anymore. No more discussion. You're taking part. How would it look to the others when the Red Moon members don't take part in an event organized by us? It's settled,
Romero said with such finality that I had no way of replying to it. I lowered my head and left, cursing my terrible fate. I never wanted to be in such a situation. I wanted to save myself. I was going to make sure I was walking out of it as soon as a male approached me, no matter if it was the most desirable and most amazing and most handsome Raphael himself.
Raphael's point of view. I could feel her apprehension every time Romero or Riker asked her to take part in the claiming. The girl was impossible. I mean, being a werewolf, she was pure and 21 plus. She was beautiful. A great jawline, height, milky skin, glowing face, and those luscious lips. Ugh, I was getting a hard-on just thinking about her. I couldn't understand how her pack members could resist such beauty. I wanted to know what she had done to get such cold treatment. Obviously, it couldn't be that bad, otherwise she would have been banished already. I was afraid she was bullied. If that's so, I'll make sure this beauty is moved to my pack. But obviously, first I have to claim her. I've never felt such a pull for anyone, except maybe Davinia. But she's not my mate. What we share is stronger, I guess. We're physically and emotionally so compatible. Plus, she doesn't bind me to her. I cannot, and most importantly, I don't want to tie down myself to anyone. I just hope this new girl could be someone like Davinia for me. Of course, no one can replace what I share with her. Davinia is Luna material, and this girl is merely an Omega. I mean, I'm surprised she stood her ground for so long.
It's not my fault, and it's not like anyone would be interested in me when my mask is off, whether I'm a virgin or not.
She sounded miserable. I mean, was she so undesired? Then why do I feel her so attractive, and this pull is making me and my wolf crazy? I'm sure it's her virgin smell, but still, it's so refreshing. I was getting anxious now. She was hell-bent on not participating in the claiming, and I cannot let that happen. I needed her. So badly. It took me so many useless deals to get Romero and Riker to make her participate in this. Deals I wouldn't have agreed to otherwise. They're not even half our level to get a deal with our pack. No ifs, ands, or buts anymore. No more discussion. You are taking part. How would it look to the others when the Red Moon members won't participate in the event that we organized? It's settled, Romero said with such finality that even I was feeling his alpha aura. I was sure she could feel it too, and she had to submit now. And when I didn't hear any more arguments, I let out a heavy sigh. After she left the room, Riker opened the secret door for me. I couldn't hide my satisfaction, but they didn't look too happy, which made me curious. Your faces don't look like you sealed a deal with the strongest pack, I groaned in annoyance. Because we're afraid that you're not going to like the end of your bargain for long, Riker raised his voice. I gave him a stern look. Romero was wise enough to control his son. Nobody messes with Raphael Black. Alpha Raphael. Riker spoke in your interest only. Forgive his tone, Romero reasoned for his son's lunatic behavior. What interest? I queried. That girl, Elsa, Romero seemed to be at a loss for words when Riker picked up to say the rest. Elsa is worse than a rogue. She's an abomination, Riker said with such finality that it baffled me. I wanted to know more. And why would you say so? She looks perfect to me, I said to know more things about her. The mystery was beginning to kill me. She was not from our pack from the start. It was the last war that Moonlit City fought, and there she was abandoned near the waterfall. She was accepted by Romero. He had to, as she was in our territory, and it would have made us look bad. But as days passed, everyone started to notice weird things developing. First, her eyes. They changed to silver with golden tints. So unnatural. Name a wolf with such eyes. And then her hair. It too changed color to silver. She dyes it, but we know it. Riker paused, looking at Romero. When Romero nodded his head, Riker continued with the rest. We believe she is a product of the experiments done by the rogues. We can't banish her, for God knows what she's capable of. We haven't seen any power or potential, but for all we know, she could be a ticking time bomb waiting to blow at any moment, Riker said. Why do you think so? What has she done? Just the appearance? This is ridiculous. Her wolf is beautiful. I felt their allegations of rubbish and superstition, but Riker began to laugh and Romero looked surprised. I gave them an angry look. That's when Riker composed himself and spoke again. She has not shifted yet. That wolf you think was hers definitely belonged to someone else. I don't know why you have that confusion. What Riker said was like a bomb. I was startled. Then whose wolf was I following? It led me to Elsa. And also I heard a loud cry for help. Was it mere coincidence that Elsa was lying there wounded, as I presumed the wolf to be hers? It could be the case, but still, I needed to talk to Elsa to be sure. My trance was broken when Riker started speaking again, revealing things about Elsa. What kind of werewolf doesn't shift till 21? No one. Every wolf that we know shifts by 18. It's impossible to shift after that. And her eyes, hair, and unnaturally pale skin, they all can't be coincidence. Riker tried to make me understand, and I was beginning to understand the reason why no one liked her. Maybe no one in my pack would be willing to accept her. Then why do you have her in your pack? I asked the final question that was bothering me. Well, there is no strong reason why we should banish her. She has perfectly carried out all of her duties and never went against our pack laws. The Wolf Council will not agree to it, and we are not a strong pack. Also, I think it's better to keep something you don't understand closer to you. This time Romero answered. I can understand his dilemma. I nodded my head and left the room without speaking anything more. I wanted to be alone to reevaluate the situation. I wanted to be sure if I still wanted her. Maybe it was the pull of the silver wolf and I mistook it for her. Or maybe it was because she was a virgin. I mean, a very beautiful virgin. I certainly did not want to do anything wrong because I was physically attracted to her. While I was walking out of the pack house, lost in my own thoughts, my eyes caught a glimpse of her working on the lawn outside. She was decorating something and was totally immersed in it. Her amber hair, which I now know is not natural, was tied in a loose high bun, but some of her locks were flowing freely. Her skin radiated under the sun. Her long, slender legs were a major turn-on. I couldn't help but think about how it would feel when her long fingers were wrapped around my cock. Her face was glowing. She looked like a goddess, an angel. Her luscious, plump pink lips were tempting. I wanted to taste them. They were so inviting that I was finding it difficult to resist. She had thick eyebrows, the kind that never required any shaping. Her large, strange silver eyes magically suited her pale skin. I mean, it looked unnatural, but yet perfect. She did not look skinny, but attractive and curvier in the right places. She was wearing a loose tank top and shorts. When she was bending to pick things to decorate her section, it gave a clear view of her cleavage. It It was so inviting that only I knew how I was controlling myself. I wasn't sure if she knew that she was seducing me, but if she was doing it purposefully, it was definitely working. I tried to control my urges and gulp down my saliva. I didn't want to look at her any longer, otherwise I was going to do something reckless, and it might not be good for my pack. If she was a misfit, like Riker said, then I needed to find out more about her and her abilities and not toy around with her. I might be a fuckboy, but my pack means more to me than that. I let out a loud sigh and brushed my eyes. I let out a groan. I turned my back and started walking towards the staircase so that I could avoid seeing her. The corridor was like a big balcony, giving a full view of the lawn. I would have admired the architecture, if not for the beauty down below that was haunting me. I had hardly taken a few steps when I saw Angela approaching me. I let out a curse and tried to look elsewhere to avoid her. She was my first pick when I came here, but now things had changed. I find her appalling. This claiming was starting to feel suffocating. The one I want was a misfit, and all who want me were irritating. I was beginning to miss Davinia. I turned back to avoid Angela. I even left Davinia a voice message that I was missing her, and she must come to me. It was a win-win. Only Davinia can come and help me forget this seductress, and Angela would back off hearing me talk to her like that. But this girl was deaf. She still kept walking towards me. I paced up, and soon I was again standing in the same place where I could see Elsa clearly. My heart skipped a beat. She was mesmerizing, and I wanted to ravish her. There was no turning back. I wanted her. I was sure about it. Suddenly the world became hazy, and my focus was only on her. I jumped. It was only one story, but I guess I wouldn't have minded jumping from a higher position. I could feel all the eyes on me, but I didn't give a damn. She was immersed in her work and didn't even sense me until I was too close. She gave a shocking look and stood there as if she saw a vampire. Her eyes were bigger, her lips were parted a little. She had some paints all over her body, making her look more tempting. The attraction was undeniable. I would lie to myself if I said I didn't want her. Maybe I would have walked out if I had not seen her for a second time, but now there was no going back. I needed her like I needed oxygen. One thing I was certain of, no matter what she was, tonight I was going to claim her. Chapter 6. The Claiming, Part 1. Third-person point of view. Raphael's eyes were glued to Elsa. She was standing still, her heart racing inside her chest as she saw the imposing silhouette approaching. She wondered what caused her to become weak in the knees. She despised the playboys, and now she fantasized about him? There's so much attraction. And how can she forget his midnight black wolf? It was really beautiful. The scent was so intoxicating. Ayla was also smitten by Raphael and his wolf. She and Ayla were not that different after all. They are the same parts of her soul. At the same time, Raphael was not able to shake the undeniable attraction. Every cell of his body desired Elsa. His whole mind was enthralled with thoughts about her and the captivating smell. He could not get past the smell of her excitement. That was enough to give him an orgasm. He wondered what it would be like while he was inside of her. There was a shudder along his spine at the thought of seeing her naked, while he was buried deep inside her. He had found a new resolve, firm and solid. It didn't matter who she was or what defined her. Raphael was going to claim her the first night. He was certain that once he claimed her virginity, he would not feel the same need, and this senseless need of her would eventually be extinguished. Sometimes it was better to confront one's demons than flee from them. Elsa's amber hair fell on her face with the wind. Raphael wondered what her silver hair would look like.
Amber was a real fit for her heart-shaped face. He couldn't help but raise his hand and tuck in some strands of her hair that fell on her face behind her ear once he was closer, which earned him some gasping from all who were watching them, including the likes of Riker, Angela, and Romero. Every time their skin touched, he could feel sparks. As small as they were, there was no denying it, but both of them shrugged it off. Of course it was because of the attraction. The chemistry was pretty evident. Elsa was the first to pull herself together. She took a few steps back and stared severely. Chaste women are often proud and forward, as a presumption of merit for their chastity. She wasn't different at all. She couldn't allow this demigod to shatter her will. She wasn't going to let anyone take her purity just for any pleasure. She'll give it to whoever loves her for the rest of her life, mate or no. Though she hoped it was her mate. The physical attraction didn't mean anything to her without an emotional connection. On the other hand, Raphael stirred up a furious roar. No one had ever rejected him in the past, not once. And this simple Omega girl was rejected by everyone, had the nerve to deny his contact? He shook his head and looked away. How did that get there? His reputation up for grabs? He had a bunch of people watching him, and he'd allowed himself to be vulnerable in front of them, running after a woman, if you can call her that no one wanted. But now, she was dismissing his advances. He could not allow this to happen. He needed to reclaim it. This claiming, he was going to claim her every single night to show her that he was not someone to be messed with. She let out an angry whimper. He stared deeply into Elsa's cold and angry eyes. Something about her being angry made her sexier, more attractive. But he couldn't allow it to affect him like that. He was already on the losing end and was in dire need to turn the tables fast. He swallowed a large piece of saliva that had formed again when he looked at Elsa for the second time. He narrowed the gap between them and pulled her towards him. The sparks were all over the place. Elsa's stomach was teeming with various emotions, and Raphael was drowning in an insane pool of hormones, but neither showed their weakness outside. She was tall compared to most of the she-wolves, but Raphael was taller, perfect for him. He leaned slightly downward to reach the crook of her neck. He nuzzled her ears seductively while sending a shiver down her spine. She let out a small moan and closed her eyes. No matter how strong her resolution was, this was too much. How could she not feel the chemistry, the electricity of their contact? Raphael smiled with satisfaction at this small victory. He stopped doing the shameful thing in front of the mob that was watching them. "Tonight," he said in a low and seductive tone, before leaving her yearning for more. But when the distance increased, Elsa cursed herself for having cracked so easily. She was petrified. How was she supposed to deny his advances? He was a sex god, and she was already enamored with his charms. She trampled her foot and left the place to hide in her room before anyone told her to do anything else. It was finally nighttime, the first night of the claiming. Now that Elsa was part of the claim, another wolf was handling the duty of hospitality. Elsa wore a simple dress, not that she had a lot of options to choose from, but even so she looked extraordinary. The male wolves from the other packs were tempted to have her, but the words had flown and everyone kept their distance from her. Raphael was surrounded by a mad number of girls, but he never let his eyes off Elsa. She felt like she had already been stripped and shagged before the claim had even begun. She was beginning to feel warm and horny, but she was drinking like crazy to control her hormones. She can't allow another scene to take place. At least she was happy that no one was swarming around her, and she's dealing with one wolf tonight. Finally, at midnight, the horn was sounded. All female wolves were standing at the edge of the forest waiting for the following signal.
Male wolves gathered in a different area where they couldn't see the female wolves. The organizers blow the next horn as a signal for the females to run inside the woods once everything was set. Few women shifted to their wolves, and most of them preferred to walk, not to ruin their makeup. Elsa could not shift in front of everyone, so she ran like crazy. At the end of 15 minutes, another horn sounded, signaling the male wolves to take their position on the tree line. After a few more minutes, they could hear the last whistle of the night. All the male wolves started racing through the forest. Some of them had already set a meeting point with their women counterparts. Hence, it did not take a long time for them to get started with the claiming process, and the rest made a run for it. Raphael, on the contrary, began looking for Elsa. That girl was so hard to come by. She had to be a runner. But it had been nearly an hour and still no record of Elsa. He began to become impatient, and his wolf threw a crisis at him. They were getting crazy about Elsa, but she was nowhere. Elsa was a fast runner, even faster than Riker, and likely everyone knew. She rapidly moved towards the waterfall. Nobody would go that far in search of her. Honestly, no one could even imagine that she would reach the waterfall. She sat under a tree watching the beautiful night sky, waiting for that crazy night to come to an end. It was over 2 hours, and Elsa had a mixed sentiment. She was disappointed and yet pleased. Elsa cursed herself for wanting that son of a bitch, but she could not understand the tantrums Ayla was starting to throw at her. Elsewhere in the forest, Raphael was getting mad. He felt impotent and frustrated. Raphael had already searched all the cabin posts, but she was nowhere. He was about ready to give up hope, wondering if another wolf had found her before him. But he had already checked every cabin to be sure she wasn't there. She must have left that arena. At least that way, Elsa was still his to be claimed. But he couldn't rely on hope and expectations. Elsa was more important to him than air. He was running out of his mind. As he was on the point of losing all hope and leaving the woods, he could hear a low sound of the nearby waterfall. His eyes sparkled in hope. How could he not consider it before? Didn't he first see her at the waterfall when he was following that intoxicating odor? He ran to the waterfall without losing 1 second. Elsa had to be there. Otherwise, he had no idea what he was going to do. Raphael wondered how anyone could have such a far-reaching effect on him, and he smiled. This feeling was new and self-fulfilling. Once he got to the waterfall, he looked everywhere for her. At last, he found her sleeping under a tree in peace. Her clothes were intact. She had not shifted. The words Riker had said, that she'd never shifted, made sense, but he didn't care. Wolf or no wolf, she looked beautiful. He chuckled amusingly. That girl felt so different. He had never seen anyone like her before. He wondered how other wolves did not get attracted to her. It was their loss and his gain. She looked like the moon goddess, so pure and serene. The moonlight fell upon Elsa's perfect face, and her pale skin glistened. She looked like some kind of fairy. He had a smile on his face. Was he in luck? He didn't know why he felt so different and special, but Raphael was glad he'd finally felt something different. He slowly walked up to her. He wanted to claim her, but his ruthless heart could not bear the pain of awakening her from sleep. She resembled a sleeping beauty. The story of the prince and the sleeping beauty flashed through his mind. He let out a smirk and stared at her plump and luscious lips. They looked like 2 rose petals begging to be kissed by him. He could not refrain from leaning towards her. The thought that he was about to steal a kiss from her was enticing. As he approached, he closed his eyes. He had never closed his eyes while kissing someone, but it felt like the right thing to do then. Elsa's warm breath on his skin was intoxicating. Elsa could feel a flush of heat on her skin. She was taken aback and opened her eyes to defend herself. She wanted to push the intruder, but
It was as if her body had acknowledged that it was Raphael and submitted immediately. She looked at him with her big, emotionally charged eyes. Her mind wanted to push him away, but her heart was crying for his lips. His eyes were closed. He seemed like he was the perfect Prince Charming. By the time Elsa could react or make a decision, Raphael's lips were already on hers. Sparks burst again between them, and Elsa could no longer compete against the attraction. Besides, this was her first kiss. It was just the right first kiss. She closed her eyes and parted her lips, giving entrance to Raphael. Raphael's heart skipped a beat when Elsa allowed him entrance without any resistance. He never felt more full and happy than he did at the time. It was an unusual feeling, so contemptuous. He swirled his tongue inside her mouth while trying to taste every bit, but he was not able to get enough. He moved his tongue around in circles to claim her mouth and mark it as his. He had already deduced that Elsa was an inexperienced kisser, and the thought of teaching her movements and the ways of doing things made him lofty. He had this feeling like he would never get tired of it. Elsa was getting kissed for the first time, and she had no idea how to respond. She wanted to kiss him back and explore her wild side, but she wasn't able to. She was scared of doing something wrong, something terrible that would end it all. The kiss was exhilarating. Elsa was new to kissing. She was soon at the end of her breath, and they parted, panting for air. The need always existed. Raphael quickly claimed her lips again, and this time it was more audacious. He had one hand wrapped around her waist. In response to his touch, Elsa arched. He smiled a little when her body reacted this way to his contact. Her reactions were not as fake as they were with other girls. Not even Davinia responded this way. In fact, even his body had never responded to anyone in such a sensual way. He was ecstatic. Once Raphael was done ravishing her mouth and biting her lips, which was probably going to swell the next morning, he realized that he needed to encourage her to make a gesture as well. He could feel her desire. The passion was too great for denying it. He slowed his pace and held her face with his other hand as they leveled their eyes. He lured her to him and encouraged her to take control. Raphael's action had set Elsa's body ablaze. The moment Raphael drew her toward him, a spark burst inside of her. She was hungry for him and could sense a new desire to kiss him back. The slack kiss was no longer enough, as it created a great deal of emptiness. She wanted it to be passionate again. Her tongue was missing his. She didn't even realize when Raphael stopped pulling her to him, and when she started moving towards him of her own will. It was as if every barrier had disappeared. There was neither disgrace nor guilt, but only a tremendous desire for him. There was an urge that grew every second. Shortly after that, it was an intense battle of tongues to win for domination. Raphael became increasingly daring, and his hand was now exploring her back above the thin cloth. Somewhere in the flood of passionate kisses and hugs, Elsa's wild side got the upper hand, and she did not hesitate to explore his bare torso. She ripped all his shirt buttons in the process, and the two were glad that she did. They had not even finished kissing each other when they heard the signal, indicating that there were only a few hours left before dawn and the end of the first night of the claiming. Raphael severed the kiss and cursed under his breath. He gazed upon Elsa in need. Elsa's eyes were full of too many feelings for him while he was overwhelmed. He picked up Elsa and proceeded to the nearest empty shack to claim what belonged to him. Chapter 9. The Oblivion. As life slipped away from Elsa's body, she could feel oblivion around her. All the bones in her body were broken, and she began to feel numb. A white light covered her eyes before it began to weigh heavily. She smiled for the last time before she accepted death. The last thing she touched felt like a pair of hands. Elsa had lost her way into oblivion. It didn't matter where she went, it was more white space, endless white space. There was nothing but light, and Elsa was getting tired of wandering around and struggling to find something. She wanted to rest and fall asleep. But each time she closed her eyes, she dreamed of yet another white void. There was no end to the circle. There were times when she could hear sounds or sense some movements, but she could neither see nor hear anything in her new white world. Even Ayla seemed to be lost. Ayla wouldn't respond to her, and she was no longer able to shift. Elsa went to great lengths to remind herself why she was there and where she wanted to go. But she couldn't connect with anything or remember anything. There was an emptiness that gnawed at her without killing her. She was feeling exhausted and wanted to lie down. She wanted some sleep. But then she heard noises. She felt like someone was holding her hand and verifying her pulse. There was no one there, though. She yelled and cried, but nothing. Nobody answered her screams. Soon she could feel nothing and again left entirely alone. This time she was more broken than ever. There was nothing to hope for. She sought to see as much as possible. There was nothing at all. Just a giant white vacuum trap. "Help!" exclaimed Elsa as she broke down in tears for the umpteenth time. "She moved her fingers!" screamed Kira. The doctor and a couple of others rushed to see if it was true. They'd been carrying her dead weight for so long now, but she had showed almost no signs of life except for breathing. Noah rescued her when she was on the verge of completely drowning and losing her life in the sea. Every bone in her body was broken when he brought her in. Nobody thought she could survive. But she was still alive, fighting her way to get back to the living. The doctor said that she would never make a full recovery, but most of the wounds had healed already. Turned out it was way too early to heal, even for a werewolf. There are some broken bones that even a werewolf couldn't recover from, but that girl was recovering all too well. She must have been somebody special, and Noah in particular was determined to save her at any cost. "Her vitals have improved. Notify the Alpha," announced the doctor. A wave of happiness swept through the little temporary hut. These were the Opals, a rebel nomadic werewolf pack led by Noah. They had not been recognized by the Werewolves' Council, but many small packs recognized them and accepted their existence for their heroic deeds. They fought against evil and have helped more packs than they can count, but a lot of other packs don't believe in their ways and call them rogues. They were a group of werewolves who were shunned by other packs for the wrong reasons. Noah was not an ordinary leader. He was the alpha of the pack, but he never demanded unnecessary respect. Noah treated everyone as equals. He was fair and balanced. Everyone loved him and looked up to him, but he was a man of few words and many hidden injuries. Not often, but sometimes, it was only Kira with whom he shared his sentiments. "Noah will be happy. Can you tell me when she's going to wake up?" exclaimed Kira. "I'm not sure. She's responding in a very strange way. Her body seems to have recovered enough for her to regain consciousness already. I think there's some kind of mental block. She's preventing herself from waking up due to some trauma," said the doctor. "It could be. Noah said he found her by the cliffside. Do you think she jumped from there?" Kira wondered. "I guess she did. And what pushed her to jump prevents her from waking up as well. Moreover, I feel we need to stay a bit longer in a single place, so that we're not always on the move and she gets the rest she needs. That may be one of the reasons she's not waking up. Her fragile body could be getting exhausted and must be draining her life force," the doctor suggested. She was in her mid-40s with a maternal affection for the pack. Everyone respected and listened to her, for most of them were nearly 20 years younger. "I will talk to Noah, but as you know, we can't stay here forever," Kira agreed. She was the only one who could get Noah to settle down in one place for a while. Kira immediately mind-linked Noah, and he was on his way. Noah had an interest in finding out more about her. Something about the odd girl fascinated him more than he wanted to accept. Not because she was extremely beautiful, with silver hair and light skin that made her look like the moon goddess herself, but because Noah wanted to know why she was so different. She was a werewolf, which was all he knew, but she was nothing like the others. Noah rushed over to Elsa's side. She seemed far too beautiful to lie down like a corpse. There was not even a single scratch on her perfect skin that could say that she'd had all those injuries some months back. Noah wondered for a second how somebody could recover from all those injuries so quickly. Her wolf had to be very strong to be able to do that. But why hadn't she woken up yet? "She looks the same," Noah said with a broken voice. He was getting a little impatient. "I know, but she moved her fingers. The doctor said she should stay a bit longer at a place where she could heal. Plus, she may have a mental blockage, and maybe that's why she's not waking up." Kira told him all about it. Noah didn't say a thing. He felt agitated. Noah grabbed Elsa's hand and slid his other hand through her hair. All he whispered was, "Wake up." He'd lost hope and was on the point of getting up when Elsa made a second move that same day. "She moved her fingers again," Noah said in an ecstatic voice. That made it real. She was beginning to display signs. Kira also saw it and hugged a currently happy Noah. Her heart filled with joy when she saw that he was happy. Elsa felt several movements again, but this time she wanted to know more about it. She could actually feel like she was touching someone, and not just the feeling of being touched. For some strange reason, for the first time, a memory flashed in her mind. She could remember a feeling of drowning in the endless water when she was pulled by a pair of hands. She wanted to extend her hand to feel something different from the infinite emptiness, but it was over way too quickly, before she heard a faint, "Wake up." She tried to reach the hand, to reach the voice, but there was nothing for her newfound memory to hang on to. She thought about who wanted her to wake up. Was she asleep? Is this all an endless dream? But the vacuum seemed too real, and it was eating away at her. She did everything she could to awaken, but nothing. She was devastated again and fell to her knees, crying. At this point she could experience more gestures, more voices, but she had no way of communicating with any of them. She couldn't reach out to them. That only voice she could connect with was gone. She went around trying to get a hold of something, but nothing. She was about to lose hope again when she could see two big silvery eyes looking at her from afar. It had to be Ayla. Her white fur shone brightly as her body corresponded with the white ground. It was only because of her eyes and nose that Elsa was able to recognize Ayla. Otherwise, she emerged from the background. A pure joy rushed over Elsa as she ran towards Ayla as if her life depended on it. For the first time in such a long time, there were tears of joy. But regardless of how hard she ran, Ayla looked too far. Even though she was getting out of breath, she was determined to join Ayla. She was not going to miss this opportunity. She kept running. It took her forever to reach Ayla. She could see that Ayla was shackled, but she seemed calm. "Why are you chained?" She rushed to Ayla and tried to free her from her chains, but they had no locks. She didn't reply to anything. Was she not talking to me? Why? "Ayla, please talk to me. Why are you like this? Why did you leave me?" Elsa wept with anger and anticipation. How are you, Elsa? Elsa finally heard Ayla's voice in her head. A wave of joy rushed through her as she closed the distance between them and hugged her in a close embrace. I feel better now, but I'm tired, Ayla. I want to come out, Elsa complained. The chains, Ayla answered. Elsa looked at her with bewilderment, for she was not able to understand what Ayla was pointing at. I'm not able to take them out. You are stronger. Pull them, Ayla. Let's run away from this emptiness, Elsa suggested. They are the chains you have created, Elsa. You wanted to push away everything. You'd given up hope, and you created this world. You're trapped in your own mind. The chains are your fear. You need to overcome your fears and apprehensions so that we can finally go back, Ayla explained to Elsa. Elsa looked puzzled. What fears? What apprehensions? She was so desperate to get out of that place. How could she be the creator of something so lonely? I don't get it, Elsa stared anxiously. Break down your mental boundaries. You created this wall around you. We need to face the world again, the two of us. This time it will not be easy. We will be the fearless badasses that we're meant to be, Ayla suggested, but Elsa was not able to figure this one out. She didn't remember anything. Why would she create such strong walls? That's when a realization dawned upon Ayla. She has no memory of anything other than Ayla. She has distanced herself from every memory. Perhaps they were too painful and harsh. Maybe Ayla had a point. She built that wall to keep her safe from the outside. Maybe this void is a reminder of her empty life. How do I do that, Ayla? I'm tired of this. I can't imagine anything in the world would be more brutal than this. Elsa tried to look brave. It could be worse, but it's okay. We both will face it together. Push harder and try to break the shackles. Break your mental blocks. Trust in us. Trust in yourself. You are the child of the moon goddess, dear. She would not create someone weak and give her me as a wolf. We have to get out of this. Start focusing on the memory that made you see me after all this time. From there, go back. Ayla gave a plan while encouraging her. Okay. Elsa focused on the moment she felt a pair of hands on her, and she already felt a bit better. As she tried to concentrate more, she could feel the drowning experience. Elsa wanted to put an end to it, but Ayla encouraged her to go ahead. The pain in her body only increased because she was able to feel her bones break again. But the grief that followed it was the worst. The pain of heartbreak, and she was finally able to remember Raphael's beautiful face. Bang! She fell to her knees as all the bitter memories hit her like a freight train. She didn't recall any happy memories. For all she cared, Raphael was there with a girl, probably Davinia. Yes, she saw a naked girl oozing with the scent of Raphael after she slept with him. Elsa saw her standing beside Raphael before she fell. Did she want to go back to a world that only brought her suffering? Chapter 10. Beatrice. Elsa looked at Ayla. She was equally broken. She no longer seemed confident, but Elsa wiped her tears. She'd already tried to kill herself and trapped herself in this never-ending void. She ran out of luck in both cases. Those options were already exhausted. The only other option that was left was to fight back, and she would. For her, for Ayla. Hell yes. This time she would not let anyone trample over her feelings. She would rise like a phoenix from the ashes. Now that she and Ayla were all set and clear, the chains that were binding Ayla shattered along with her wall. At last she could feel Ayla in her, and her heart swelled. She was able to hear all the noises and feel the activities around her, but still she had not managed to get her hands on anything or wake up. She tried to break her dream sequence, but her body felt too depleted. I have a feeling that the people who saved us are werewolves, but they move around a lot. That may be the reason why your body is exhausted. Let's wait, Aya reasoned. Elsa didn't want to spend another minute in that oblivion, but she was so exhausted. Days passed by, and Elsa was feeling more distressed. Despite all her efforts, she couldn't get out of the coma. They were constantly moving her, ever since Elsa was more aware of her situation. She was becoming more and more aware of her surroundings, but she didn't feel the presence of that person who was the real reason she got out of her trance. They move like that for a couple days until they suddenly settle for a couple of months. Let's wait for them to settle down, and then we can recuperate and establish a connection with your physical body. Ayla tried to persuade a distressed Elsa to come back to her senses. Finally, the day came when they stopped traveling. She could feel it. After a few days, she could feel her strength. This time, she was determined to get out of her coma. She wanted to see the world again. Are you ready? Ayla questioned, and Elsa agreed readily. They were desperate to wake up. She could sense a strong presence in the room, but it didn't disturb her. She never felt surpassed by any type of aura or authority. She heard voices hollering that her fingers and hands were moving, so Elsa knew she was doing just fine. She tried to push harder. She finally seemed to get the hang of it and opened her eyes. It was all too bright, somehow brighter than the white world. She closed her eyes to adjust the light. She could hear a woman asking her to attempt to open her eyes slowly. She followed her instructions, and it worked. After a while, she could see. She could see several strange faces. They watched her with a smile on their faces. She wasn't sure why, but it felt good to see that these people were happy that she'd recovered from the coma. But was she capable of trusting them? That may be a different story. Who are you? Asked the lady in her mid-40s. I... Elsa was wondering whether she should tell them who she was. She wasn't sure. Besides, she no longer wanted to be her former self. Her old life was a cursed one. She wanted a new beginning, and to do so, it had to start from scratch. Can you remember who you are? Asked the lady. She must have been the doctor. I am Beatrice. Where am I? I can see that you are werewolves. Elsa used the first name that came to her mind. It was the name of one of the well-known models of Moonlit City. You were rescued by Noah and brought to the Opals, she answered. Opals? Elsa raised her eyebrow. We are a rebel pack. We stand up against evil, but this has nothing to do with us. We need to know about you so we can make arrangements for you to return to your pack. You've been in a coma for the better part of a year. They probably believe you're dead, Kira said. Elsa thought she was a very pretty blonde girl who seemed to be able to pick up 10 wolves together. I... Elsa stammered while trying to come up with a lie. Are you capable of remembering anything? The lady doctor asked. Elsa came up with a thought. She made a paler, distressed face and sobbed a bit. I have no memory of anything other than jumping off a cliff. Maybe bits and pieces, but nothing in particular. Why do I have no memory of anything? She cried out. Elsa desperately wanted to be taken in by the new pack. It could be her opportunity for a new life. It was clear that they didn't treat her as an abomination, and that they took care of her for almost a year. She wanted to stick around. Moon Goddess, and we thought she was making too much of a recovery. She lost her memory, exclaimed the lady doctor. Well, how do you know you're Beatrice? This time it was a male werewolf. Elsa could figure out he was an alpha. He had a strong personality and an impending power. Elsa flinched at that. She was not getting any break from the constant questioning to think about her lies. The whole thing was unplanned, and that sudden question caught her off guard. I just know, okay? I can't remember a thing other than jumping off the cliff. Why doesn't anyone believe me? She cried in an attempt to make her memory loss situation look real. Noah, this is not something unusual. Perhaps she just manages to remember her final memories before she hit her head on the rock. Let's give her a little time and see how she does. She needs to rest now. We know she tried to take her own life, and it may be better if she doesn't know why. I think we can make room for her in our pack, only if she wants to, asked the lady doctor. She was a kind and considerate woman. Elsa felt a little sorry about lying to her, but she needed to put her past behind her, and the only way to do that is if no one knew about it. Fine, Agatha, treat her well, said Noah. He stared deep into Elsa like he wanted to scan her mind. He had an attractive pair of emerald eyes that looked great with his dark brown hair, but something about him unsettled Elsa. She had to play it safe with him. Noah walked away from the room without saying much. Everyone except Kira and Agatha followed suit. Agatha instructed Kira about some of the medications, and she too took to leave. Elsa was beginning to feel exhausted again, and her eyelids were getting heavy. Elsa was afraid that she would go back to the empty void if she closed her eyes, but she wasn't able to battle against sleep for very long and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Finally, she could sleep peacefully. The following day, Elsa was already able to walk with no support. Everyone was surprised by her quick recovery, and some were starting to think she was a supergirl. With her silver hair and eyes and slender figure, she resembled the goddess of the moon herself. Most members of the pack started a conversation with her and attempted to make friends with her. Kira was very kind to her, and she even allowed Elsa to share her room and her clothes. Elsa was beginning to feel at home. For the first time, people didn't doubt her appearance and were making an effort for her. No one had ever done anything for her, and as they laughed and shared their secrets, she started to get overwhelmed. The whole day passed and the night came, but Elsa hadn't seen Noah. She looked forward to meeting him again. It was nothing romantic like she shared with Raphael. She just wanted to keep her enemy close. Kira, why are we staying in this big house on the periphery of the pack border? Are we going to fight them? Elsa asked the question she wanted to ask all day. The house smelled of other pack wolves. Also, she could read in some of the conversations that they were in a no-man's land outside the border of the small pack called the Pearl Moon. Girl, you are super fast. It was only yesterday that you were lying in bed. Kira laughed as she took her bedclothes out of the closet. Elsa did not ponder further. She could not, and she should not, interfere with the pack business on the first day. Elsa knew better. She quickly changed into her nightclothes as she was now alone in the room. Elsa was lying in bed, nearly drifting off, when Kira, who was still wearing her old clothes, ran out of the washroom. She was in some kind of rush. What happened? Asked Elsa. Patrice, rogues have attacked the Pearl Moon pack, and they're not just any random rogues. They're quicker and more intelligent. They have too much discipline, more like pack members with a strong alpha in charge. So just close the door and lock yourself away. You can't leave this room no matter what. We must help the Pearl Moon pack, Kira informed Elsa as much as she could before locking her up inside the room and closing the door from the outside. Elsa wanted to help. She wanted to make sure the few kids they had were safe. She also wanted to make sure that the wolves who were too weak to put up any fight, whom she'd met earlier that day, were put to safety. But Kira was too fast. Kira didn't allow Elsa to talk and locked her up from the outside. It was a pretty big house. As far as she knew, these people could be all over the place. She was sure that Noah would have taken care of them, but she couldn't put herself together with the thought, What if someone was not safe, lurking over her mind? Had it been her old life or old pack, she wouldn't have bothered. But Beatrice was different. She wanted to fight back for all those people who showed her love. The hours passed, but nobody returned. Elsa tried to contact Kira and Agatha's phone, but none of them picked up. They were probably too busy. She was starting to get anxious and wanted to break free, but she didn't want to do anything reckless. She was sure the house was secure because she couldn't hear any noises from the outside. But as if that thought had jinxed her, Elsa heard a loud thud. The front door must have been broken. They had an intrusion, which means they were no longer safe inside the house. Elsa started to get worried. Ayla wanted to break loose. Elsa wasn't a trained fighter, but she wasn't weak. Ayla was never properly trained, but she was strong enough to stand up to some petty wolves. At the bottom of her heart, she knew that she had to do something to save the weaker ones. Elsa was circling the room when she overheard another loud noise. Some scream followed it. Probably they'd got some female werewolf who was defenseless. She tried to break the door, but it was too strong. Just after that, she received a message from Kira. "Stay safe. They've infiltrated Pearl Moon and are in large numbers. Many of us are injured. They're on their way to the house. We're staying outside the pack borders. Noah is on his way." If only she knew that they were already here. Elsa could hear screams coming from the whole house. She wanted to get out of that fucking room. As if her prayers were answered, Elsa heard footsteps approaching her room. She let out a vicious smile. She channeled every emotion. Her mind flooded with memories of years and years of torture and neglect. Her heart broke again when she remembered Raphael's rejection and deception. The only folk that treated her right were the Opals, and she would die happy to keep them safe. Oh boy, she was ready. Chapter 11. The Fight. Thud! The door broke. But what the man saw in front of him was marvelous. In front of him stood a huge white wolf in all her glory. She was so white that it looked as if she was the moon goddess herself. He gasped. He wasn't sure how to react, and Ayla wasn't going to give him another chance. She plunged forward at him, ripping his throat out the next second. Blood was dripping from her mouth and stained her white fur. But did she care? No. She was in killer mode. Everyone that crossed her path met the same fate. Her speed was uncanny, and so was her agility. Trained rogues failed against her power and determination. She was determined to reach the place from where all the wailing sound was coming, and the path was not smooth. It was filled with dingy rogues. Not every move she made was a success, but it was due to lack of training and calculations. By the time she reached her destination, she had several wounds, nothing she couldn't heal later, but her body was covered with blood. Some was hers, and some was other wolves she'd killed or wounded on her path. There were still several of them in tow. Finally, she reached the room where the rogues were keeping everyone hostage. She could smell more rogues. She was beginning to feel tired. She'd never fought so much, but there was no time to rest or to back down yet. She jumped towards the door to break it open. After applying force a few more times, the door finally creaked open. She was beginning to feel exhausted. What she was doing was not a single wolf job, yet she managed somehow. But she was not so sure she could hang on much longer. Hungry wolves were surrounding her from the back as well as new ones from inside the room. The room was full of children and weak, defenseless wolves who couldn't put up a fight against them. She could see they were mortally wounded, and 2 of them were already dead. Her blood boiled. She could feel the anger resurfacing, but her body was starting to give up. She counted on Noah's arrival. He should be here any minute. All that she had to do was hold out for a few more minutes against a few more rogues. She summoned all of her remaining energy, courage, and anger, and dove towards the nearest wolf. She could feel it stab into her shoulders, but she managed to bite him on the neck.
She groaned in pain, but managed to hold on to the neck until it was truly dead. That drained a lot out of her. That was when another wolf fired a bullet that missed her. There was something familiar about that she couldn't quite place. She now not only had to dodge the bullets, but also fight the wolves, some in wolf form and others in human form. When her eyes landed upon the man who was firing at her, she was startled. It was the same man who had attacked her in the Red Moon territory while she was trying to avoid Raphael. That's when he fired another bullet, but this time it was aimed at an innocent opal who was now bleeding profusely. He was crying in pain as the silver mixed with his blood. Ayla was determined to kill him. She moved towards him, but 3 wolves jumped on her and locked her up. She struggled to free herself, but the weakness was kicking in. She managed to hurt one of them, but they were able to break one of her legs. She cried in pain. Elsa wanted to shift back, but it was risky. She also didn't want them to see her human self, so she just kept hoping Noah would show up at any second. As if her prayers were answered, Noah and a few others barged in. Some of them were already in wolf shape. She couldn't recognize everyone, but the presence of Noah filled her with a little courage that she used to free herself from their hold. Noah's sudden entrance had also surprised the wolves, and they were paying less attention to Elsa. The fight was now one-sided. The one who was firing his bullets was almost over, and most of the rogues were tired and panting. A lot of them were heavily wounded, despite their faster healing ability than a common wolf. But before Noah and the others would have attacked them, every wolf surrounded the man who was firing the bullets. It was as if every one of them was willing to protect the man at the cost of their lives. Noah and the opals put up a vigorous fight, but that rogue managed to escape. Ayla had a broken leg and was too weak to follow him. Something strange happened as soon as he managed to escape the house with the opals following him. They lost track of him. Every wolf who was held captive or was still fighting but would no way win swallowed a pill. The next moment, a white substance came out of their mouths and they dropped dead. Elsa immediately shifted to her human form and laid at her previous place. She was barely able to move. She'd only been up and around a couple days now, and again she was badly injured. Noah asked the healthy wolves to help the hurt ones, and he personally carried a wounded Elsa, or rather Beatrice, as he thought, to one of the rooms where she could be treated. Elsa had several queries in her mind. She wanted to ask about how Kira and the Pearl Moon Pack were, but she was beginning to feel very weak. She was afraid to go back into oblivion, but her body was not supporting her. In the arms of Noah, she lost consciousness. This time, Elsa did not take long before waking up. She was glad that she was back in the world of the living. She was badly hurt and still had some wears and tears, although most of her injuries were already healed. Even she was beginning to wonder why she was recovering at such an abnormal rate. It was like those of the rogues. She was faster than them, but they too had an abnormal healing rate. Was she a product of some experiments like everyone claimed? Was she one of those rogues? Were these the rogues who attacked the moonlit city all those years ago? Her mind was flooded with several questions, but she was unsure whom she could ask and how to find out the truth. She cannot possibly go and tell her old life and still be accepted after telling that lie. Moreover, she was happy being Beatrice. While she was engulfed in her thoughts in a hospital room that she had no memory of coming to, Noah entered with a single yellow rose. He gave it to her and sat on the bedside chair. A heavy silence filled the room as both of them were not able to find any words to start the conversation. "How are you?" Kira barged in with a big smile, but she stopped smiling as soon as she saw Noah and the flower. Elsa could see she was taken aback by that. It was evident that she was not expecting something like this. "You're here?" Kira said to Noah in a surprised tone. "Yes, and I was leaving. I just came to thank her for standing up for the opals when no one was around." Noah briefed his purpose for the visit. He immediately turned toward Elsa/Beatrice and spoke. I would be happy if you would accept this flower as a token of friendship. You are most welcome to join the Opals." He didn't wait for Elsa to reply and left the room in a hurry. It was really awkward for all of them, but Kira was the first to recover. Now that it was only the two of them, she was again smiling brightly. She rushed to her new friend Beatrice's bedside and gave her a distant hug. This put a smile on Elsa's face. "How are you feeling, Beatrice?" Kira asked.
"I'm good. Are you all right?" Elsa queried. "Yes, silly. It seems you're prone to hospital beds."
Kira giggled.
"Yes, it seems so," Elsa joined her. "Where are we, and how is everyone? Did the Pearl Moon Pack win?"
Elsa had too many questions.
"We're in the Pack Hospital of Pearl Moon, so yeah, they won. But a lot of the Opals and their pack members are wounded. Many lost their lives, too. And dear Beatrice, a lot of others would have lost their lives if not for you being the valiant one. Girl, you single-handedly fought those rogues. You are something," Kira praised her. "No, I did not do that well, or else I wouldn't be here," Elsa giggled. "Are you going to accept Noah's proposal?" Kira asked in a serious tone. "I think so. I have nowhere else to go."
She didn't give it a second thought before answering her. Well, this is what she wanted all along, a place where she was accepted. And Opals felt like home. Who knew she could find a home among travelers? Kira was super excited at that. She clapped her hands and hugged her. It hurt a bit as Elsa's broken hand was still healing, but she was happier than Kira. No one had ever shown her that kind of affection or happiness to be around. She just couldn't understand how her weird appearance meant nothing to these people, while others always thought she was some kind of abomination.
"Can I ask you something?" Elsa asked Kira. There was something she dreaded to know.
"Shoot." She sat in one of the bedside chairs as she picked up an apple and ate it.
"Are you and Noah together? I mean, I have no right to intrude, but you two seem to be pretty close."
Elsa did not wish to sound too interfering, but she was curious.
"Why would you think that?" Kira scoffed. "We are close since forever. We were practically raised together, and when Noah walked out of his previous life, I followed him. We're best friends. So yeah, we are closer than you think,"
Kira said with a certainty in her voice that didn't quite reach her eyes. But Elsa was not very good at reading between lines or understanding unsaid emotions. She never had a friend to experience all of that with, so she believed her. Honestly, Kira had been in love with Noah ever since she knew what that feeling was. But Noah treated her like his best friend. He never thought of her romantically, and Kira was too afraid to change anything between them. She was okay continuing to be his friend, rather than profess her love for him and having him reject her. And if he can't know yet, then no one needed to find out.
"That explains it. So, did you convince Noah to accept me into the pack? He was apprehensive earlier," asked Elsa.
She was enjoying the little bird talk.
"You have ears everywhere. Well, this one is purely his decision. We didn't get any time to speak after yesterday night's incidents. We're all still healing up. The Pearl Moon Pack has been kind enough to help our injured ones, despite them having more casualties. They're really a small pack with little resources."
Kira filled her in with all the details. Not for once she felt like she was a new member. She already felt like she was a part of the Opals, and she was loving this.
"If you don't want to answer, you can let me know, but how do you manage the cost of your travel and other things? You're not staying in one place to do something stable."
Elsa had already seen the way people dressed and lived. They were not living a lavish life, but they had money. She was not sure where they got that.
"Good question. Some are given by the packs we help. Also, some of us have our own businesses and establishments that don't require a lot of presence. And the weak ones, we find them packs where they can stay and build their forever packs. The Pearl Moon Pack has been kind to accept 20 of them, but mostly it was Noah who manages the funds. He's filthy rich, babe. Why don't you befriend him and ask him to tell you his story? Kira informed her about some of the background details. The opals were strange, and so was Noah. That is when Elsa saw that Kira was probably mind-linking to someone, possibly Noah. Patrice, Noah requested your presence somewhere. The wolf that ran away last night from the house was finally caught. He's being held hostage at the Pearl Moon dungeons, and he's hell-bent on speaking to you, Kira said. What? Elsa's fear began to materialize. What if her truth was exposed? And why her?
Chapter 12. The Creature. You! The rogue showed his dirty and horrible teeth the minute Elsa entered the room. It was as if he was waiting for her, like he was waiting for her to be in his presence. Do you know her? Asked Noah on behalf of Elsa, who shuddered when she saw the rogue. He was the same man pulling the trigger that night. The rogue remembered her. She feared it might talk about the encounter at the Red Moon territory. There was good chance the opals would leave her there or try to trace her past. She couldn't let that happen. A man can have doubts. He flashed his stinking, gruesome yellow teeth to Noah and Elsa. Do you know her or not? This time Noah used his alpha voice to command an answer. Everyone bowed their head in submission, apart from the rogue and Elsa. But it didn't take long for Elsa to catch up. She immediately inclined her head, knowing how these things work. She couldn't take any liberties and risk anyone thinking she was weird. She was no alpha blood. She was just a weird wolf. This rogue had the nerve to laugh at him, seeing that Noah was trying so hard. You're an alpha? Noah questioned, unsure of why his voice didn't affect him. But his appearance was so bad that he was unable to accept it. I shall speak to her alone, he said as he gave a horrendous look at Elsa. You asked to speak in her presence. I allowed it. But I will not allow that, Noah disagreed. The man neither complained nor countered. He just ceased to speak, and looked at everyone with mocking eyes. Hours went by, but he chose to be silent despite the torture he was being subjected to. It was like that man was made of iron willpower. I suppose I should speak to him alone. We need information, Elsa tried to reason with Noah one night. At first she wanted to talk with him alone because of her insecurities, but now she was curious to find out more. By then Noah was getting impatient as well. He was helpless and had to put up with it. Once Elsa and the awful man were alone, he couldn't help but look at her as if she were some sort of miracle. That was a little disturbing to her. She felt herself being objectified and uncomfortable. But she had to deal with the devil, and there was no other alternative. Who are you? Demanded Elsa. It doesn't matter, he said. But who are you? He questioned back. I don't have any memories from my past, Elsa lied. The man laughed at her in her face. He thought it was so funny that he could not control his laugh, no matter how hard he tried. You're out of your mind, Elsa despised him. And you're a liar, he ridiculed her. What? Why would you say that? She looked elsewhere to avoid seeing him directly. I know that look. You know who I am. He was not in the mood to play any games. I do not recognize you, Elsa again tried to lie. Fine. Let's agree to that. He mocked her again. Last night, you were more savage. Whatever you were holding back, I guess you got past it. He laughed at her again. Elsa looked at him with disbelieving eyes. Who are you? I don't think you're an alpha, Elsa asked this time. She was determined to find out more about the rogue. Alpha? I am a sire. He flashed his teeth bluntly. Sire? Elsa sounded confused. It is time He needs to talk to you. I have to let him in." He prepped Elsa as he broke some pill that he was hiding in his mouth and swallowed it.
Who? Who are you talking about? What did you just take? Elsa asked in fear. Elsa was confused, but the rogue went completely silent after that. His face turned paler. He looked at her like he could see through her, or as if she was not there at all. His gaze was so intense and exasperating that it shook Elsa's core. Suddenly his wrists twisted and she could hear bone-cracking sounds, probably coming from his back, and his eyes became blank as though he were blind. It was completely white. He started shaking badly. It was like he was completely gone, and this creature had taken full control over his body. He looked like a man possessed by some sort of ghost. His veins widened as they popped out and were visible now. Some of his canines even elongated like the wolves'. He was shifting, but not like those of wolves. The change was much more brutal than what a wolf had to endure in his first transformation. Elsa couldn't handle the way he went through the whole thing, and most importantly, she couldn't understand why anyone would do that willfully. The man was groaning in pain. He was profusing badly. Drops of sweat were pouring from his body, and so was Elsa's. He grumbled with pain as his hands turned into something that was in between the hands of a man and a werewolf paw. He had elongated fingers and big nails. He was getting more hairy and voluminous. Soon his feet extended and became something in between that of a man and a wolf. He never turned into a full wolf. Parts and pieces. He was like some kind of weird hybrid, and whatever pill he'd swallowed had set off the transformation. One thing was certain, he was not a human anymore. Finally, when the transformation was over, a weird creature had surfaced. It had no eyes. It had a very weird nose with extended pointy ears. He had hands of humans, but his nails were that of werewolves, long and pointy. A loud growl escaped from his mouth as Elsa stepped back in fear. "Help! Help!" Elsa screamed as she made to run.
"Be rest assured they cannot hear you." He let out a malicious grin. He was the most sinister and hideous creature she had ever seen in her life.
What are you?" Elsa stuttered as this horrible creature resurfaced across her. It was brutal. It was like nothing she'd ever seen or heard of before. She started to walk back. The creature growled as it broke its chains. He was stronger than she originally thought, and clearly the silver didn't affect him. He was taller and broader. As he stood in all his ferociousness, he sniffed Elsa.
"I can smell you. Exquisite.
He slowly moved toward Elsa as she stepped back in fear.
I thought he was lying. Men are always lying, wanting things they cannot have. But he was right. A foolish one, but not a liar. I thought I lost you. He was a coward to have left you there. But here you are. You smell perfect."
He sniffed again as he got close to her. Elsa was struck with fear. She was trembling and unable to utter any words. What are you?" Elsa stuttered more than she could speak.
"Something like you,"
he answered as if he knew everything about Elsa, and that's what made her more scared. "I'm nothing like you," Elsa answered back with conviction. She was never going to be something so horrendous and terrible.
"Your delusions will not change who you are. Come to me. We can rule together. You're too powerful for these stupid wolves," he offered.
"You're the one delusional. I will never go with you," Elsa yelled back.
"I am going to rule the world, and you, my dear, are going to help me achieve that," he groaned in satisfaction.
"I will never help you." Elsa stood her ground despite her fear.
It's not a choice that you can make," he said as he made a small cut over his shoulders and blood started oozing out of it. Elsa was in pain, but it was nothing she couldn't tolerate. She was not going to let this creature enjoy more than he was currently. She was afraid, but she was not a coward. The creature licked her wound and tasted her blood. He again sniffed her from proximity and growled. He was overjoyed, as if it was what he was looking for all this while. I was right. It is you. Where are you?" the creature asked.
"You will never find me, and I will never be your tool," she snapped back.
"I will find you no matter where you hide. This man is weaker than I thought. I have to leave, my dear, but I am coming for you," the creature stated as he started fading. It was as if the man's body was no longer able to hold this strong creature anymore, and he started shaking more vigorously. Blood began to ooze out of his eyes, nose, and ears as he was pleading something between his gasps. For a brief moment, the creature again caught hold of the man. "Today you are in luck. This body is betraying me, but I promise you we will meet again soon." The creature suddenly disappeared as the man dropped down. Elsa screamed at the top of her voice for help as the man writhed down and whimpered in pain. More blood oozed out of him. He was gasping for air, and the pain he was going through was evident. Noah, Kira, and a few other opals rushed in as the man was fighting his last battle for his life. Not long after that, he dropped dead.
"What happened, Beatrice?" Kira called out loudly. "I don't know. I don't know," Elsa cried. She was shivering in fear. "Why didn't you all come before?" she complained as tears escaped her eyes. She was really frightened. Her whole life was more complicated at that very moment. She wasn't sure where she could go and whom to trust. If that creature was after her, she was never safe anywhere. She couldn't believe her truth was darker than she ever thought. The creature said she was like him. Was she like that? Was she really what the Red Moon Pack thought of her?
"We didn't hear you earlier." Noah helped her stand as he comforted her.
Right, the creature had warned her. Was he that powerful? How was she going to fight someone like that?
"Clear the body and take her to rest," Noah ordered.
"No, he swallowed something. We need to do an autopsy or something," Elsa protested.
"What do you mean?" Kira gave her a strange look.
He said he was a sire. He swallowed something and then he was not there. He turned into some kind of beast. I don't think he was a wolf at all. We need to find out more about him."
Elsa tried to inform them as much as she could in her fragile state of mind. "Fine. Secure the body. Beatrice, you need to rest. We'll discuss this in detail at a later time when you feel better. You're safe here. No need to be scared. We will protect you with our lives," Noah pacified her. He asked someone to take Beatrice to rest and the other opals to take the body to the pack doctor. He looked around the room, and the broken chair and chains were silent evidence suggesting whatever Beatrice had said might possibly be true, no matter how awkward it sounded.
"Sire."
Kira knowingly looked at Noah. She was not surprised like Elsa was when she heard that for the first time. It was as if she knew about them. "Then it's one more reason we need her," Noah replied.
"Why do you think they reached out to her?" Kira wondered.
"We need to find out, and soon." Noah replied in such calmness that it would appear like he was not affected, such as any other alpha wouldn't be. But in truth, the war was already resurfaced inside of him. It was about time he took his revenge. Kira nodded her head as she walked out, leaving Noah alone to burn in his turmoils and fight his inner demons. Chapter 13. The Bond. Elsa was scared.
She couldn't sleep properly. She kept tossing and turning for the entire night. Every time she fell asleep, she would have a dream. It wasn't oblivion anymore. It was replaced by a beast. The beast looked far scarier and dangerous. The dream was never the same. Sometimes it would appear right in front of her and scare the wits out of her, and other times it would haunt her in a scary forest. But every time it managed to get a hold of her. It wanted to reach out to her, invade her mind, and maybe her soul too. She could feel him corrupting her. But it just wasn't strong enough to do anything significant, yet. She knew whatever possessed the man was coming for her. It had tasted her blood, and that had created a bond somehow. She was unable to block the beast from invading her mind. She was terrified. She felt as if her privacy was breached, and if she was standing there naked. She begged Ayla to help her, but Ayla was too confused and overwhelmed. Ayla was tired of all the fights. She was too tired and too exhausted to help Elsa. What bothered Elsa most was that Ayla and she were no different at the end. If she was unable to block him from invading, she wondered if Ayla would be powerful enough. As the night progressed, she became more and more restless. Kira too had disappeared and never followed her back to the room. The emptiness of the room was beginning to squeeze the air inside of her. She needed to get out, but she was too afraid to lurk outside. She didn't need the beast haunting her for real this time. So she just kept pacing around the room and looking out the window, waiting for dawn. It was almost dawn, and she was eagerly waiting for the first light when she could see a big gray wolf returning from a run. She knew it had to be Noah. It was beautiful. It had gray grizzly fur and a not-so-perfect moon-shaped black spot in the middle of its forehead, as if it was blessed by the moon goddess herself. Noah's wolf somehow reminded her of the midnight black wolf of Raphael. She couldn't help but wonder what Raphael was up to. He would be thinking that she was dead like the others. She knew Raphael had betrayed her. The other girl, probably Davinia, was the one he was in love with. She was merely the other woman, brutally fated by the moon goddess and dumped on him. She was not going to be the reason for his conflict. But she couldn't bear to see Raphael with another lady. It was good that they separated like that. Here in the Opals she had a future, and also now she had a chance to discover who she really was. The beast had claimed she was like him, and despite her hopes that she was nothing like him, she wanted to find out more. As Noah's wolf came out of the tree line, it growled loudly. The growl was like a cry, as if to release pent-up frustration and helplessness. It was strong enough to break Elsa out of her trance. She again looked at the wolf. It was magnificent. She wondered why such a large wolf was living a life like this, like nomads. He was surely strong. He could have a permanent base and also do whatever it was he was doing with the opals. She couldn't help but be curious. The mysteries around Noah were too tempting. She wanted to find out more about him. She felt like going down and joining him. Maybe ask him to go along with her for another run. She was in desperate need of some fresh air. But before she could act on her impulse, she saw Kira approaching Noah with some clothes. She wondered if Nora tore his clothes off and rushed for a run. The wolf took the clothes and went behind the tree line. After a short while, Noah emerged from the tree line looking like the perfect, handsome man that he was. Elsa blushed at the thought that she found Noah handsome, but it was a truth that nobody could deny. Her heart still belonged to Raphael for reasons she couldn't understand. But had there never been Raphael, she would have definitely hoped Noah to be her mate. Noah was a perfect gentleman who shared many of her ideologies. He was smart and noble, but she knew better. There was no way she could deny what she was still feeling for Raphael, and that he was what was causing her immense pain. But she had sworn that she would fight that and overcome it. A new life awaited her. She was not going to overlook it for someone who overlooked her. Noah and Kira sat and talked for a long time. Elsa was curious to find out more, but they were very far away, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't hear it. Being a werewolf heightens the senses, but her senses were far better than most of the alphas. Hell, she found herself superior to everyone she'd met until now. But still, she was unable to figure out anything they were discussing. They were too far away, and the wind coming from the forest was just making it harder. Elsa stomped her foot in frustration as she went to take a bath. Probably some hot water was going to relax her and help her get some sleep, but she wasn't certain about it. Elsa took her sweet time to bathe as the hot water started working miracles on her toned, slender body. Her muscles were sore, and the water was working as the perfect medicine until she could sense a presence inside the room. It was definitely not Kira. It was strong. She was scared for a second, wondering if the beast had found her. She screamed inside. "I'm sorry. I should never have come in like that. It won't happen again." She heard a voice apologizing to her from outside. Wait, is it Noah? Elsa knew that voice all too well. "Yes, and I'm leaving," Noah apologized again. He wasn't sure why he'd decided to walk in like that. The moment his wolf came out from the run, he could see Elsa looking at them. Under the moonlight, Beatrice/Elsa was looking rather breathtaking to him. He couldn't help but admire her. It was so rare for him. In fact, it had never happened to him before. So he needed to see her and brush it off. But now he realized it was a bad idea after all. He should have controlled his urges and not invaded her privacy like that. Being alpha does not give him that kind of excuse. No, wait. I'm almost done. Don't leave. Elsa was curious to talk to him. Maybe plead with him for that run, too. And she couldn't fathom the reason why Noah would enter her room like that. She needed to know. This man was far more complex than she had imagined. Okay, Noah said, feeling restless and cursing himself for acting so irrationally. But in that brief moment, he felt something so strong that he didn't believe he was capable to feel anything else. Noah waited patiently, and yet he wished that she would never come outside of that washroom. But not long after, she was standing there. Noah hadn't noticed previously, but this woman standing in front of him was way too beautiful to be real. She was unique with her flawless pale skin and freely flowing silver locks that reached her waistline. It kind of suited her complexion and those strange eyes she had, so silvery, like the moon itself. She could easily pass as the moon goddess herself. She was fearless and courageous on top of that. Elsa coughed a little bit to get his attention. She kind of blushed seeing Noah as looking at her as if she was some miracle. She had never been admired for the way she looked. Everyone just looked at her like she was a freak. She was bullied to such an extent that she had to cut her hair almost every day and color it black. Raphael had no idea how she really looked. Noah was mesmerized by the way she really was. But then who knew, he might be seeing her like that just because she was a weird-looking creature. He could be wondering if she was a freak. "I'm sorry again. I shouldn't have barged in like that," Noah apologized again. "It's okay, but next time I would use the door if I were you," Elsa smiled. "Noted," Noah said, relaxed to see her relaxing and not creating a fuss over it. "Can I ask why you're here?" Elsa was dying to know, and she could no longer hold her curiosity. "I saw you seeing me. I mean, us," Noah lied through his teeth. Honestly, a lot of other people saw them too. He was loud when he growled. He just happened to see her, and he wanted to meet her. He just wasn't sure exactly why. "Oh," Elsa blushed. She had been caught red-handed. She wanted to die in a glass of water if that was possible. But she couldn't let that get the best of her. She couldn't let this man have false hopes. You were loud." Elsa too lied through her teeth. Honestly, she'd seen him way before that, thanks to her powerful vision. I guess I have to apologize for that too. But why were you not asleep? You should be sleeping. You're not fully well, and that thing that happened earlier should not have happened. Noah sounded concerned. He knew it was not the right time to talk about them, and yet he had to ask. If she wasn't asleep, then probably she was bothered. A good alpha should take care of his subjects. I'm just a little bothered. I've never seen anything like that, honestly. I know it was a wolf, yet it was nothing like a wolf. He was like some cursed wolf or something. He looked more like a beast, a monster. I wonder how powerful he had to be to possess some other wolf's body. Elsa wondered if she should say anything about the blood part and her dreams, but she chose not to talk about it yet. She didn't want others to link her with that creature. That was a man, Noah corrected Elsa. I wonder why he wanted to speak with you. Did he say anything at all? Noah again found himself questioning it. He was there, and then the man got too weak to hold him. He said he was looking for me, though. And if he was only a man, are you telling me that thing can possess a man and transform his body? I wonder what kind of monster could do that. Elsa knew she was in more trouble than she had assumed. This creature was far too powerful. A human body shouldn't be able to shift, and yet whatever thing he'd swallowed allowed him to make the transformation. He was sired by dark elemental magic. Thanks to you, we now know how. Whatever that was that he swallowed helped him in that process and the subsequent transformation. All we could find out was that he had traces of wolf's blood and silver. Noah informed her of everything that they'd found during the autopsy. The pack doctor couldn't help with anything more, but it was more than they'd known in the first place. You seem to know a lot about these creatures. Are you telling me witches are involved too? Elsa wanted to know more. She couldn't hide her curiosity. My pack, they were destroyed by these creatures. They were looking for someone, but I don't know why they assumed they were hiding in our pack. They were terribly wrong, and it took away my parents' lives. I was too small to do anything about it. My mother died protecting me from one of those creatures, and I pledged that day to spend my life finishing them all off. They're pure evil, and yet, till today, I could never find one. I'm just curious what they wanted with you. They might be mistaken again, like when they'd killed off an entire clan. But this time, I will not let that happen, Beatrice. I will protect you, and in doing so, I will avenge my parents' death. Noah opened up to Elsa. It was only Kira who knew his truth. She was there that day. He had never thought he would be sharing it with another person, let alone someone he'd just met a few days ago properly. But by expressing himself to her, he found solace that he'd been looking for a long time. It was comforting in more ways than he wanted to accept. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. Elsa was truly sorry. Noah had been so kind to her, had a tragic past, and that had impacted his life decisions and how he was. She silently pledged to be a warrior for his cause. I think you should get some rest. Tomorrow we'll induct you into the pack. Noah stood as he walked towards the window. No matter how comforting the feeling was with Elsa, he couldn't bear it. It was overwhelming. Thank you. Elsa thanked him for the innumerable things that Noah and the Opals had done for her. She felt as if she was betraying their trust. Now she had to decide if she was going to get inducted into their pack with a lie or with a truth. Noah simply nodded his head before leaping out the window, leaving a confused Elsa pondering over if she should open up and confess about her true identity. Chapter 14. Elsewhere in the Black Moon Pack. Elsewhere in the territory of the Black Moon Pack, Raphael suffered. Every night he tossed and turned as memories of Elsa falling over the edge of that cliff haunted him. Raphael could never forget her or the heart-wrenching pain he felt at watching her fall and knowing he couldn't help. He had become a living zombie. Long gone was the playboy who would screw every walking female. He was living a life of celibacy, lamenting for what he had done. If he could, he would go back and change everything about that night. He would be the one loving her to the fullest and accepting her as she was. He would be her knight in shining armor. But his life had other plans for him, and he lost everything in a fraction of a second because of his misjudgment. He found solace in Davinia and confided in her, but that was only limited to friendship. He was no more able to see her as a woman like he used to. The past year had strained their relationship and reduced them to just mere friends, and she wanted more of him every passing second. He was still the most ruthless and feared alpha, but he was dying inside in misery and pain. He'd become an unforgiving man of few words. All he wanted was to go back and get Elsa. His heart yearned for her, and his body ached for her touch. The pang of pain that he felt in his heart when the bond was fading, as Elsa was drowning, had managed to leave a permanent mark on him. He still suffers through that every night. He had suffered countless sleepless nights, only managing to fall asleep after his body was so tired he couldn't take it any longer. He had spent more time near the cliff pondering if he too should jump and end the misery that he was in. But he was an alpha with a commitment to his pack. He couldn't simply die and get his life over with. He believed he would serve an eternity of pain for betraying her. In one swift move he'd managed to not only reject her but break her trust that night, and for that he deserved to live in a life of living hell. But there was a narrow ray of hope. It was insignificant and possible, but he couldn't let go of it. Jera was stubborn that Elsa was alive. He would suggest that he could still feel her sometimes, no matter how little it was, and Raphael chose to trust it. It was comforting to believe that. No wolf would ever be able to survive that fall, but his heart hoped for it. The thing is that they hadn't marked each other, so they hadn't established that deep bond that mates share to sense each other and talk. They had only merely mated, and that created a strong bond, but not strong enough. With distance and time, it too started fading. The connection was weak. It should be impossible for any wolf to feel a connection given the time and distance Elsa had been separated from him, even if she was alive. But here they were, feeling her sometimes. It was all blank and void for a long time, and then suddenly, one day, they could feel as if she was there, like she was well and breathing. And then again it all went blank before they could feel sudden despair and agony. Jera was determined to believe that it wasn't what they were feeling, but what Elsa was. He believed that whenever Elsa felt anything too deeply, somehow they could feel it in their link. And then, one evening, he could feel fear and helplessness. Raphael had to believe Jera. There was no other suitable explanations for what he was feeling. He couldn't speak to anyone of this. Nobody would believe it. The mate bond itself is too rare to find. But deep in his heart, he knew that it was very different than what he had experienced with Elsa. The pull had been strong even when they had merely met each other. He was certain that there was more to Elsa than met the eye. She was certainly different. How he wished he could see her true form and embrace her. How he could comfort her, and that he would never leave her side and always fight for her. It didn't matter who she was. The only thing he cared for was that she was his mate, and he loved her beyond and more. While Raphael was deeply engrossed in his thoughts, as he felt anxious the whole night, someone knocked on his door. He couldn't fathom the reason why anyone would try to breach his sleep at such odd hours. No one was aware of how he was spending his night in this closed compartment he called a room. It wasn't yet dawn. But he was an alpha, and he had to respond. Raphael quickly opened the door to see Jander standing there.
I hope this is something serious for you to wake me like that.
Raphael spoke to Jander, who rolled his eyes. Jander knew how Raphael was living. He knew his friend was struggling with sleepless nights, and his eyes were wide awake to suggest anything other than that. But he didn't speak about it. He had tried so many times, but Raphael never opened up. So he let him be while trying to make his life a little easier as an alpha. He was a loyal beta. As they went into his office, he could see another wolf, who was not from his pack, waiting for them patiently. Davinia was standing right next to him, aiding his wounds and arranging for a meal. She was carrying an Luna material. Raphael had decided several months before that he was not going to look for another girl. Elsa was irreplaceable, and hence the Luna position could never belong to someone he marries. So he simply made Davinia the official Luna. It was the first in history where Luna was not the Alpha's marked or fated mate, but someone who had his choice and fulfilled all the requirements. Despite Davinia's potential, many members had raised their concerns initially, and several other packs were unwilling to accept her credibility. But they didn't have the courage or the means to go against Raphael. Hence, they ultimately had to accept his decision. Raphael never regretted his decision, not even once. Davinia never failed to impress him or make him proud, just like now.
What is it?
Raphael asked him.
Who are you?
Alpha Raphael. My name is Gary. I come from a small pack called the Rose Moon over the Eastern Territory across the river. We've been attacked by horrible creatures and rogue wolves. Our pack is destroyed. Only a few of us survived and ran for our lives. There are not enough boats and ferries, so we gave it to the little ones, and the adults had to swim. Not everyone was able to swim across, and a lot of us died by drowning. We are a handful of survivors and running for our lives. Our Alpha and Beta are dead. We've lost our family and loved ones. We have nowhere to go. We didn't intend to invade your territory, but we had no idea we were trespassing. Please, give us a place to live. Accept us. We have small kids and wounded wolves. The wolf broke down into tears as he went down on his knees. He looked pathetic. His clothes were tattered, and he had several wounds. Raphael wondered, if the wolf who was in the best possible condition was in this state, then what was the condition of the others? Whoever did this to them were demons and nothing less. It was not the first attack they'd heard of happening in the Eastern Territory beyond the river over the past year. Many small packs of the Eastern Territory had been overthrown overnight, and few of the refugees had made their way to the Moonlit City. The Black Moon Pack itself had received 3 such cases and accepted the remaining wolves into their pack. If they accepted the Rose Moon survivors, it would be their 4th one. Whatever was attacking the Eastern Territories was ruthless. The rogues had one agenda, to overthrow the packs. One thing they knew was that these rogue wolves were looking for someone, in particular for some female wolf, and they were going to any extent to get her. Raphael wondered how long the Moonlit City was safe. Once they were done with the Eastern Territory, they would be advancing towards the Moonlit City and its packs. The Moonlit City had its advantages and disadvantages. It was surrounded by a roaring gigantic sea on the southern side, and the Silveria River on the east side, which was making its way to the sea. The western side had a dense forest and rough terrain. It wasn't easy for invaders to surpass that easily. But the northern front was weak. It was not well defended, and there were no strong packs on the northern borders, past the last battle all those years ago. Raphael knew he had to talk to the other alphas of the Moonlit City packs. It was time for them to unite, or else they would all fall like last time. He would have to go beyond his ego and initiate the conversation. Otherwise, his beloved Moonlit City and several of its packs would face the same fate as that of the Eastern Territory packs. Raphael instructed Jander to give the best possible treatment to the survivors and induct the members according to their ability and assign their rank.
Once all the matters were settled and taken care of, Raphael quickly called for a meeting with the Gamma and Jander's wife, Liriana, along with Davinia and Jander. He announced his decision that every wolf, irrespective of their gender or their rank, had to train in self-defense. He was very particular that even the children should not be spared and taught as per their stamina and caliber. He was going to make sure that no Black Moon wolf would remain defenseless if ever an attack happened. Everyone, including the young and the old, should not be defenseless in case a war happens. His decisions were quickly accepted, and the Beta couple and Davinia quickly divided their tasks and the plan. Several worthy warriors were recognized and quickly summoned, and no sooner every member of the Black Moon Pack was put into some group, and their training was arranged. Black Moon Pack had one of the largest territories in the Moonlit City, and this gave them ample space to create big and equipped training grounds. Now they were going to be put to their best use. Once everyone was settled and called for, it was already morning. Raphael was tired, and he knew his body needed sleep, but he could feel an anxiety that he knew didn't belong to him, despite the situation at the Black Moon Pack. He wasn't sure anymore if he was imagining those things or if they were real, but he somehow had settled for the idea that Elsa was alive and well somewhere, and all these weird, erratic feelings belonged to her. Through these strong and random emotions, he felt connected to her. He knew she was restless and indecisive at the moment. It was something he was going through too. As he took his shower and lay down on his bed, he wondered what Elsa was going through to feel so restless. He contemplated if he could do some magic and go near her. He wished to give her all the happiness and take away her misery and problems, but only if he could. He had a chance, and he hadn't lost it in a snap. He tossed and turned several times before he finally fell into a deep slumber, and, like all other times that he was sleeping, he dreamt of a parallel universe where Elsa was with him and his Luna beside him. This Elsa was not with amber hair, but free-flowing silver locks that went below her waistline. It perfectly suited her deep silver glowing eyes. His body relaxed and his heart warmed up as he saw her smiling in the dream. Chapter 15. Fated Mate. The time was approaching for Elsa to get inducted into the Opals. She had never felt what it was like being home before meeting the Opals, and therefore she was still struggling with the biggest dilemma of her life. She wasn't sure if she should jeopardize her future by speaking the truth, or simply forget about her past and live in the present. She didn't look as happy as she should be, and that bothered Noah, too. His eyes could not escape her restlessness. On the other hand, no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to ward off the memories of Raphael. Time and time again, she was feeling a pull towards him, as if he was calling for her. She knew it was impossible. The mate bond was only strong if two wolves mated and marked each other, and they hadn't completed the process. Also, she knew that it was not as strong as others described it to be. A person's choice had the highest power, and Elsa was not willing to go back to Raphael. It was not because she didn't feel the attraction anymore. Now and then she would yearn for Raphael, but as the days increased, her need for him decreased. She was beginning to feel belonged, and that made her feel complete and confident. Also, she believed that Raphael had made his choice with Davinia, and she was the other woman. She would never agree with being the other woman. Elsa loved Beatrice. Beatrice was everything she wanted to be. Beatrice was fearless and ferocious. She was confident and a warrior, not someone who was only a survivor. Beatrice was a free soul who dared to face any situation. Being Beatrice made her feel more like herself than she had ever felt in these 22 years of her life. She was not ready to give that up. She was not sure if it was selfish or selfless to not reach out to Raphael, but she wanted in her heart to be an opal.
But the biggest question was if Beatrice would be a deceiver. Elsa was not a liar. There was still some time left for this induction, so she decided to go for a run and loosen up. Her head was hurting with all the negative feelings, and she'd been meaning to set Ayla free after last night, but was too afraid to do so. So without giving another thought, Elsa ran to the tree line and undressed. She hid her clothes in a nearby box and shifted into her glorious white wolf. As soon as she shifted to her wolf form, she felt free. She felt more connected to Mother Earth and her elements in her wolf form. She could feel the vibrations, and that kind of empowered her. She breathed the fresh air and felt rejuvenated. She growled as she made for the run. She could feel a water body nearby and made a run for it. It reminded her of the waterfall in the Red Moon pack. Without blinking an eye, she ran towards it as fast as she could. It was a small body of water, like a large pond in the middle of the woods. There were different kinds of water flowers at one corner, and a few other colorful flowers surrounding the body of water. The atmosphere there smelled pleasant, and the scenery was serene. She had a soft spot for water bodies, and her happiness knew no bound to have found one. No wonder there were multiple times that she couldn't help but feel like she somehow didn't die that day because the water was protecting her. Any other wolf would have been dead the moment they hit the rock, and yet she had struggled till she felt Noah's hand saving her. She shifted back to her human form and jumped inside the pond. The moment the water touched her body, she could feel every cell in her body relaxing. She had no idea she was that tired and sore. She let the water work its magic on her while she simply floated around. But her alone time was short-lived. She could smell another wolf approaching towards her. By now she was very familiar with its smell. It was Noah. She knew it was not a coincidence anymore. He had followed her here. But she didn't want him to see her in this state. It's not that wolves are shy creatures. They have to shift a lot, and also they are hornier than humans. They have a higher sex need, and no one could go without sex for a long time. The only way they don't go and start fucking around everyone is when they get mated with another wolf. But for unknown reasons, Elsa felt shy and uncomfortable. She didn't wish that any other wolf would see her in that state. She suddenly felt as if she was deceiving Raphael, and that made her angry yet helpless. On the other hand, Noah's wolf emerged from behind the trees. His jet-black eyes looked for Elsa and settled on her beautiful glowing face. Elsa's discomfort heightened as their eyes met, and she quickly turned to the other side. Noah was not a rapist, nor was he a wolf of loose morals. Yes, wolves were hornier, and he did feel attraction towards her, but he knew better. He turned into his human self and plucked a few wildflowers. He swiftly moved inside the water. Elsa's heart jumped as Noah neared her, but contradictory to what she had anticipated, Noah spread the wildflowers across the water body so that she could feel more comfortable. The smell of the wildflowers gave her comfort. She quickly grabbed those and put them around her. When she felt more secure, she nodded her head, indicating Noah could come in front of her. Without making a sound, he moved to face her. His heart was beating erratically. For some reason, her presence had that effect on him all of a sudden. Yesterday, she was just a wolf traveling with his pack, and today, she was silently and stealthily making her way to him. Elsa was still looking down when Noah came face to face with her. "Should I leave?" Noah questioned, seeing her discomfort. "It's okay. Thanks for the flowers. You're not like others." Elsa looked into his eyes. As their eyes met each other, Noah could feel a jump in his heart. He had no idea how he was even feeling any of it. Was it natural? It couldn't be. He cannot feel that way about anyone unless this was simply a man approaching a woman and not the wolves inside them. Elsa's eyes fell on the mark on Noah's upper torso, just below the shoulder line that had almost faded by now. It was not an uncommon mark. It was the mark of the mate bond. So was Noah already mated? Was that the reason Kira was not interested in him? She felt Kira had a thing for Noah at first, but she brushed it off. So this was the real reason? As Elsa glared at it, Noah felt a little discomfort. He was not sure why he was feeling like that. The mark had almost faded, and even he couldn't feel it anymore. There was no bump when he touched it there anymore. "You were marked?" Elsa questioned out of the blue, making Noah startle. "I was," he said, not going to deny the truth. "Chosen or fated mate? Where is she? How come I've never met her? And why is the mark fading? Is she—" That is when it dawned upon Elsa that probably his mate was dead by now. The mark fades as the days pass after a mate dies, giving the person freedom from its pull and the strength to go and choose another mate. Their moon goddess was not so ruthless as to deny someone a choice. Faded. She died long back. Almost 5 years have passed. Noah answered without flinching this time. She was his true mate. He was not going to shy away from saying her identity. Had she been alive, he would have been the happiest man alive. Her death was the reason he created the opals in the first place. "You miss her," Elsa comforted. "Every day. I had only just found Fiona when I lost her." Noah's voice broke as he remembered his troubled past. He didn't like talking about her, but he wouldn't hesitate a question about her. "She had a beautiful name. I'm sure she would be equally beautiful." Elsa tried to pacify him. She could understand the pain of losing a rare fated mate. "She was like the fresh air in the morning. She was very alive and talkative, unlike me. She was just an Omega by rank, but a Luna in her character. She was fearless and had strength in her character, and she died saving her pack from a rogue attack, the same day we marked each other. She was the one that inspired me to create the opals." Noah had so much pain and pride while describing Fiona that Elsa felt sorry for his loss. She felt helpless. Noah had suffered as much as she had, or maybe even more. Yet he turned out to be a true alpha, driven by cause. Her respect for him only increased. She knew at that moment what was the right thing for her to do. She will never deceive a man of his honor. No matter how much Beatrice was appealing, she was Elsa, and she had the strength to shape her future, be whoever she wants to be, just like Noah. She would still only find happiness in accepting the past, not denying it. "I have a confession to make." Elsa looked everywhere but at him. She knew this could be the end of her time with the opals, and she was not prepared for it, but she was doing the right thing. "I know something's been bothering you. I had to follow. You can trust me with your secrets." Noah encouraged her to speak her heart out. "It is rather a confession, like I said. I've lied about something, and I can't be an opal with that lie. You have all given me a home I never had, and I can't betray it for my selfish reasons. Only if you believe in intentions and understand my reasons, then you should accept me as an opal." She looked into his eyes as she pleaded forgiveness silently through her eyes. Noah was not expecting anything like this. "If you come clean now, as an alpha and a friend, if I feel right, I will support you." Noah had saved so many opals by now that he knew everyone had their own story, and not everyone had the heart to accept them and talk about it with just anyone like that. He was a reserved man who had many secrets buried in his heart. "I'm not Beatrice. I'm Elsa Silver, an Omega from the Red Moon Pack. I'm an orphan. I was accepted by the Red Moon Pack out of pity after the Great War of the Moonlit City. No one ever loved me or befriended me because of the way I look, different from other wolves. That day I slipped from the edge of the cliff, I was rejected and betrayed by my fated mate right after we mated in the claiming. After a long life of loneliness, I just couldn't handle it and thought of ending my life. But I slipped before I could choose otherwise. Elsa briefed her life story in one go. As she remembered her time with the Red Moon Pack, her eyes watered. Before she could realize it, she was crying. Her heart ached, and she was again feeling the nerve-wracking pain that she had felt when Raphael had rejected her. Fumbling and stuttering, she elaborated on the story and her life with the Red Moon Pack, and why she had chosen to lie instead of accepting her true identity. Noah couldn't believe that such a strong wolf had been abused to such an extent that she couldn't even accept being a part of her wolf pack. He could only imagine what she had gone through. Elsa never gave away Raphael's identity, and Noah never felt the necessity to know any more about it. I understand. You're Beatrice from today, and I would be proud and happy to accept you in my pack. I'm glad that today you fought your demons and defeated them. I would love to have you as an opal. You have no obligation to tell your truth to anyone else if you don't wish. It's a secret I'll carry with me to my grave if you wish, Noah promised her. Elsa's eyes beamed with happiness, and tears of joy escaped her eyes. She was so excited and overwhelmed that she forgot their situation. All of a sudden she hugged Noah. That only made the air heavy and awkward as their skins touched each other. She broke the hug at a similar speed. She shifted inside the water, and she made a run back to the pack house of Pearl Moon, where she was staying for the time being. Noah looked at her retreating, beautiful, and magnificent white wolf, feeling things that he shouldn't. He knew at that very moment, Elsa or Beatrice, she was also his redemption. Chapter 16. Induction. Elsa was more than confident and feeling herself after coming clean to Noah. She never dreamed of a day like this, when someone would truly accept her for who she was. She decided to share her true identity with everyone right after the induction ceremony. The moment had finally come when she would dedicate herself to the opals through the bond and the mark. She wore a white dress that almost matched the fur of Ayla. The dress had small stonework at the top, but it only expanded and covered most of the down areas, making it heavy, and the dress looked piously. The small white stones glistened under the blazing sun. There were a few murmurs that she resembled the goddess of the moon herself because of her pale skin and long strands of silver that went well with her glittering white gown. She looked beautiful, confident, and ready. It was in the midst of a large open space where probably all the official meetings of the Pearl Moon Pack took place. She stood at the center of the area, besides 4 other she-wolves. Many other wolves from the other packs surrounded them to see the ceremony. These girls wore dresses of various colors: gray, reddish-brown, gray-black, and brown, probably the color that best suited their fur. It made her feel belonged, the way everyone was free to accept themselves. She was thankful to Kira, who succeeded in getting this beautiful dress so quickly. The girl was something else. When this was over, she was going to reach out for friendship with Kira. Noah, Kira, who was the beta of the pack, Connor, the Pearl Moon Pack alpha, and their Luna, Teresa, and a few others stood on a small stage a few feet away. They were waiting for the sun to go overhead to start the ritual. Contrary to popular belief, the induction to a new pack usually takes place in the daytime rather than at night. That's because everyone is a part of the sun at the end. At night, the new member celebrated by going for a run and establishing the pack link with the other members of the pack, under the moon and guidance of the Alpha. Noah, who awaited the start of the ceremony on the podium, couldn't turn his gaze away from Elsa. He felt drawn towards her without his will. The pull he had felt for Fiona was so long ago that it seemed to have faded in front of Elsa. She was a breath of fresh air for him, but he needed to know something before he could make a decision. He was not a random wolf to follow his heart, but a rebel alpha. His position was far more intriguing. Shortly after, the doctor of the Opals came running towards Noah. She requested a moment of privacy with the alpha. It stirred a lot of confusion, followed by a lot of murmurs. Elsa's heart started beating frantically. She couldn't understand what they were talking about despite her powers. They were extremely slow, far, and it was growing noisy out there. When Noah was back, he looked the same. There was no emotion, however, to detect anything. Elsa's heart calmed down upon realizing that whatever the doctor felt necessary to spill at a time such as this didn't necessarily tie to her. But there was something about the way she was looking at her now. It was as if she saw something impossible. It was unsettling, but she didn't want to bring any further attention on herself by having improper emotion. As the sun went overhead, a bell rang out loud enough to interrupt everything. Everyone's attention was now on Elsa, who looked splendid despite the restlessness underneath. One of the girls, wearing a brown dress, pushed her arm to indicate that she now had to walk toward the small stage for the ceremony. As Elsa walked towards the stage, everyone, including Kira, made space for her as they moved back. It was now only Noah waiting for her. There were all three elements placed that would help in the bonding process. As Elsa reached the podium, one of the girls got up and took the sand from the bowl and put it down in two circular formats for Elsa and Nora to stand on top of. That would connect Elsa and Noah to Earth while the ceremony progressed. She left the stage after she gave a nod to show her acceptance for Elsa in the pack. The second girl, who was the most friendly among them, Renee, took the stage and handed Elsa a fire torch. She nodded to Elsa to walk over to the stage. Elsa took the torch and looked at Noah. Noah gave her a soothing smile as he reached out his hand for her to walk over to the circle. That earned a loud cheer from everyone present there, except Kira, who was baffled. It was odd for Noah to show any emotion, and here he was uplifting someone's morale by giving a gesture? Too much and too new. The other girl left, showing her acceptance to Elsa. Then the third girl came, and she asked for Elsa's hand. It was the most difficult part. She looked towards Noah, hinting that it was time. Noah took Elsa's hand and swiftly shifted his hands to claws. Once his nails were long enough, he put a deep cut on Elsa's hand as blood started dripping rapidly. Now it was Elsa's turn to do the same to Noah. He showed his other hand as Elsa, whose hands had already turned to claws, put a deep wound on Noah's hand to make her mark. There were many marks on the hand of Noah, each signifying a communication line. Elsa was feeling proud to be among them. Now that the bond got linked through blood, the third girl poured some water to seal it off as Noah chanted something in an ancient language. Suscipe ex vinculum. Suscipe ex vinculum. And soon everyone from the Opals was chanting the same. Elsa joined them. Once the wound healed and the mark left in Noah's hand, the girl again washed their hands with water and nodded her head to show her acceptance for Elsa. The fourth and final girl, who represented the element air, got up on the stage. She blew a loud horn, loud enough for everyone to roar in joy as a new member got added to their pack, and she too nodded her head and left the stage, making Elsa officially a pack member of the Opals. Elsa was smiling brightly. Despite all the odds and her anxiety, she was finally an Opal. Noah looked happy, but there was still some hesitation that did not escape her eyes. Kira was now standing at the center of the arena. She was making some announcements about the celebration that was going to happen that night. There were a lot of cheers and hooting, but Elsa gave a questioning look to Noah. "If you were planning to reveal your identity to the pack, then don't," Noah whispered to Elsa. He was so quiet that it would have been missed even by a werewolf's hearing if it wasn't for her superior powers. Elsa couldn't fathom any reason why Noah would ask her not to reveal her true identity. Earlier that day he was fine and said that she could decide for herself. It must be related to whatever the pack doctor revealed to Noah. Elsa's heart was racing. She needed to get some air and to get some answers. But that's when Kira announced her name and asked her to speak to her new pack members. Elsa went blank for a moment. All the while she'd been preparing her acceptance speech, but now she had nothing to say. She looked at Noah, confused. Noah, who was still holding Elsa's hand and had forgotten to leave it post the ceremony, squeezed her palm a bit to lift her spirits. He gave her an assuring nod to motivate her a little. Elsa gave him a brief nod, and she looked at the crowd. "Hi. I would be lying if I said I'm not nervous. I mean, who wouldn't be who's still on their path for rediscovery, or, to be frank, self-discovery? But here, in Opals, I can see a forever home. I can see growing and being myself. The Opals are probably the only pack where everyone is equal. Here, though I am new, I'm beginning to make friends that I'm sure I will treasure my whole life. I'm happy that you accept me, with no questions asked, and for that, I'm going to be forever in your debt. Today, I pledge my life to the Opals." Elsa ended her speech with more confidence than she had at the beginning. The crowd burst into claps and roars. They were growling and hooting to show their support, and it was one of the rare happy times for Elsa. She looked at Kira, who was still standing at the center. She gave her a brief, assuring smile that boosted her confidence even more. And with that, the ceremony ended for the day. Elsa could hear a lot of voices in her head she was not supposed to hear. It wasn't clear, but they shouldn't be there in the first place. Don't wolves start communicating post the run? She was so different than the others. Anyone would think her to be of alpha blood. And she never knew her parents, so she could be one. She never felt any obligation to any alpha, be it Riker, Connor, Noah, or Raphael. But it didn't matter, as there was no way to ever find out. Elsewhere in the moonlit city, Raphael had called for a core meeting. The moonlit city had an internal power struggle. Even though the Black Moon was the strongest, they were not sufficient to run the economy of the vast, ever-growing city, which was overly populated with big and small packs thriving and battling an invisible Cold War. The second largest pack, the Silverlit, was a stubborn pack whose current alpha, Lucian, was strong and had resources due to their advantageous location. They maintained their distance from other packs and led a more secluded life, but they were always around when the matter was about the economy. They had several banks and real estate holdings all over the moonlit city, making them equally important. The room was weighed down with a heavy silence. It was difficult for the alphas of every pack to be sitting in the same room. Some of them were even sworn enemies, and others were friends. At the two opposite ends of the table sat Raphael and Lucian, never really reaching each other's eye, and yet trying to show off their power through other means.
Alpha Raphael, are we here just to stare daggers at each other? If that was the case, I guess we would all die in a while,
Lucian gave in a grave tone. Many others laughed at his stupid joke, but Raphael scoffed. Had it not been a meeting that really mattered to him and held importance for the moonlit city entirely, he would already be dealing with his stubborn ass. He was the host, and everyone was in his territory, so he needed to behave.
If I had intentions of killing, you would be dead long back,
Raphael smirked. He knew he should not have said that, but he needed to show that he was still the most powerful. When they both were princes and not crowned, they had entered into some heated arguments. Raphael emerged as the victor, and that was the sole reason today Black Moon Pack was the strongest pack. Lucian could not take the insult well. He banged the table and he got up to leave the meeting. Raphael knew he needed to stop Lucian, as they would feed his help. He had the most of the area from the woodside, making it the safest region in the entire city. So if they had to create a stronghold somewhere to save their people, if a war erupted, they would need Silverlit.
Wait, Alpha Lucian. We have more pressing matters than our egos.
Raphael spoke as humbly as he could. It was probably the humblest thing he'd ever spoken to anyone. Lucian, despite their differences, knew him well. The matter had to be serious for the big bad Alpha to talk about compromise. He was curious and sat in his place, giving his head a nod.
What is it, Raphael? It better be as serious as you make it seem.
Lucian was serious.
It is. A war is coming. Soon,
Raphael said in a matter-of-fact tone. The entire room burst into whispers and grumbles, while a few reminisced about the last war and others exchanged their fears. After all, the Black Moons were not the only ones receiving survivors across the borders. Chapter 17. The Leader of Moonlit.
A lot of us have already sensed this in one way or another, and no matter if we are turning a blind eye or not, the war is coming towards us,
Raphael said, with a much more serious tone this time. He wanted others to realize the importance and how it was weighing over the moonlit city.
Ha! Impossible! After the last war, our alphas have given a good message to others,
an arrogant leader from a comparatively larger pack mocked.
A lot died, too, because of their ignorance,
another alpha, Seth, from a smaller pack voiced out.
You fool! You're just a new alpha who couldn't even stay loyal to your real alpha, and you want to teach me? You shouldn't even be here.
The arrogant alpha banged his table with a look of fury. Seth's brother, on the other hand, was looking at him with mockery.
Everybody cool down. We all know Seth was unconventionally talented and strong. He and his brother shared different visions about how the pack should be. Seth is someone with a great mind and will. He can resist his elder brother's command and has gained his popularity in the territory. So he has every right to be here.
Raphael stood behind Seth. Seth looked with pride. It was Raphael who was supported by Seth in his small rebellion. His brother and Seth had different ideologies. Seth was more open and accepting, who believed in equality, while his brother was a conventional alpha. Raphael gave a small piece of land that he had gained from a rival to Seth to set up the Crystal Moon Pack. A lot of his previous pack members and estranged wolves followed him. He'd been a kind and just leader, even if his strength was not even 100 wolves.
Seth, I wonder how long you're going to last as the Shadow Black Moon, his brother groaned.
But one eye from Lucian and he knew his place. He was not strong enough to challenge Raphael.
We are not here to fight amongst ourselves. We have bigger prevailing issues.
Raphael released a prominent amount of power to keep everyone shut. He was tired of the persuasion method. Raphael was a big, dangerous wolf, and he would show that if required to discipline the paltry, stubborn ones. Lucian kept on watching the show without speaking a word. The Silverlit was a standoffish pack that only dealt with others for economic reasons and mating. They never accepted refugees, estranged wolves, or abandoned ones, no matter what. The only way they welcomed another was if a pack member chose or find someone as their mate from a different pack. They had their own pretty sturdy rules, and with the blink of an eye didn't mind exiling one of their own. But they were brawny warriors. In all honesty, they were a new pack established a few hundred years ago, but had grown strategically over time because of their abilities.
Raphael, on what basis are you saying we are going to be attacked?
Lucian finally broke his silence as he was growing tired of the constant bickering.
Last year we received over 50 refugees from the Western Territory who have crossed the river overnight from a battle. Some are still recovering from their injuries that they got months back, so whatever is hurting them is a demon. These people call it the creature, and of course there are rogue wolves with them.
Raphael shared every piece of information he had on the attacks.
Alpha Raphael is right. We too have received a refugee pack from the eastern borders.
Another small pack Alpha, Manga, who was along the eastern side, agreed. A few other packs, including Seth's Crystal Moon pack and Riker from the Red Moon pack, agreed that they had received several refugees over the last year.
But isn't the war beyond the river? I mean, anyone sharing the eastern border or closer to that of the northern side is impacted. It looks more like a refugee situation than a war to me, in all honesty.
The Alpha of the third largest pack, Blood Moon, Travis, finally spoke for the first time that day. Blood Moon pack was centrally located in the city, and that gave him the advantage to flourish and prosper.
Travis, I think you should be most concerned. Last time a war happened, your pack was most affected, and your pack was ruined to be third largest pack,
Lucian mocked. Raphael was not expecting to receive any support from Lucian, but it surprised him to see Lucian standing like that for him.
How dare you talk to me like that, Lucian?
Travis's eyes changed their color as he couldn't take the humiliation.
That is another reason. You're too impulsive,
Lucian scoffed as he lit his cigar.
That's enough. Travis, you know Lucian is right, and here there are 20 other alphas and serving betas waiting outside, so do not commit the mistake of shifting and creating a brawl. And Lucian, though I appreciate your efforts, we are not here to fight each other, but the enemy out there.
Raphael had to use his alpha tone to control the situation. The meeting was turning out to be more troublesome than he had initially intended.
I would say, what if Travis has a point, and it's not what you think?
Lucian chuckled. He was playing around.
Everyone here knows your pack's location is the safest place in the entire city. No one could get past all the packs and cross that wood to get inside your borders. But then we are talking about a refugee here. But what if the creature and the rogues, who are probably looking for some female, or God knows why, start raging a war across the moonlit city? Your turn to fight will be sooner than you anticipate. We will all fall like the Eastern Territory if we do not put up a united front.
Raphael gave a long alpha speech that made sense to most of the other alphas. He was turning out to be a leader born to rule all. The only thing he missed was his real Luna, Elsa.
Who are they looking for?
Seth questioned.
I don't know yet,
Raphael answered with honesty. But the smaller pack leader, Manga, had an answer to this.
I think I know a little. They're looking for someone who was a pureblood. I don't think that's possible. They're simply going to wipe out everyone looking for someone who is not even there. The Truebloods died out a long time ago.
Hearing Manga's word, Lucian's body stiffened. It was impossible. His great-great-great ancestor who founded the Silverlit Pack was believed to have fallen in love with a she-wolf. She claimed to be from the pureblood line, but she died in childbirth and her baby was stillborn. It was next to impossible that another pureblood managed to survive all these years in the shadow. But if it were true, he needed to find her and save her in honor of his ancestors.
Did they say anything more about her?
Lucian stood from his place and walked towards Manga. His eyes were glowing with a golden shade.
No, this is all, Alpha Lucian,
Manga said in fear. Lucian was too powerful for him. He looked at Raphael to pitch in and help him.
Lucian, control yourself,
Raphael growled. It interrupted his actions, and he quickly realized that his wolf had taken over him. He should not have let his emotions get the best of him.
I am sorry, Alpha Manga, but this girl seems to be closer to our line. Our great ancestors was someone who married a wolf who claimed to have belonged to the purebloods. They together founded our pack, but she died in childbirth. Her child was stillborn. So I wonder who this person could be.
Lucian shared a few details about his lineage. No one knew this from before, and it came as a shock to everyone.
So, Lucian, are you telling me that your lineage traces back to the pureblood?
Raphael looked with disbelieving eyes. I am not sure, and I don't find us any more special than you know about us. It's a story passed down in our family. That's all I know, and could be wrong as well. But if what manga says is to be believed, then there is a possibility she exists. Lucian spoke his mind. Then we are certain she is not here in Moonlit, and more the reason we should not let it fall into the hands of the rogues looking for someone who does not belong in our city. If she is all that, I'm sure she will be able to handle herself. Travis voiced his opinion. Most of the wolves agreed with him, despite Lucian and Raphael's interest to find out more about her. That was going to be their search. So in the end, an official committee was formed. Raphael headed the committee, and Lucian was second in line. All packs agreed to share any information they received about the war in the Eastern Territory with the committee. Though not all alphas agreed to train their female wolves, most of them seconded the idea. Lucian acknowledged creating a safe house for the weaker wolves in his territory to protect them. The moonlit city, under the leadership of Raphael, agreed to put up a united front against the common enemy, but who knew how long they would be able to stand together without falling apart. Elsewhere, in the Pearl Moon territory, Elsa was prepping for her first run along with other wolves. The first run will be with the Alpha and Luna, and then the entire pack headed by the Beta. But since Noah didn't have a mate, it would be only her and Noah. She'd been looking forward to getting any opportunity to be able to discuss with Noah, but he disappeared right after the ceremony, so the run would be the perfect opportunity to find out more. You look good, Beatrice, Kira said as she entered the room. She rarely visited her room, so Elsa was confused to see her so abruptly. Understanding her confusion, Kira explained her purpose. Elsa, I'm here to explain to you how to block the link and control the chain and where it flows. You would not like others to eavesdrop on you. Noah wanted me to explain this to you on his behalf, as he won't see you until you meet up at the tree line later. You're so good. Can we be friends? Elsa reached out to Kira, who readily took her hand and gave her an affectionate hug. She liked Beatrice, except for the interest that Noah was showing towards her. I'm so glad we are friends. There's no one better who can explain to me how this works, Elsa said, smiling as they sat on the couch in their room. Kira explained to Elsa how she needed to focus and channel her emotion and concentrate towards the particular individual she wanted to link. She also explained that even though it was easy to connect to the wrong people, it was never safe to use MindLink with more than 2 persons if no Alpha or Luna was involved. Some betas could ensure for an additional person, but not beyond. No ordinary wolf could handle over 5 connections at a time. So even if there was an Alpha or Luna, it was unwise to go beyond 5. On the other end, Alpha, Luna, or Beta could interact with as many pack members as needed, provided other people were interacting with them and not each other. Kira also made her aware that she could end up dead by trying to establish a link with more than 5 wolves, even with a powerful werewolf present. It could be because of the excess drainage of strength. It sounded very complicated and detailed, but it was a piece of essential information that nobody seemed fit to tell her in her previous pack. She was glad Kira taught her well. She would keep that in mind throughout the night. However, Elsa could not help but wonder if that night the rogues in the Red Moon territory attacked her. Was it her who reached out to the entire Red Moon pack for help, or was it Raphael? The more she thought, the more she got confused. As the time neared, her dilemma increased. Who was she? Was she like the beast? Should she say something about it to Noah?
Chapter 18. Revelations. It was a beautiful night. The wolves danced and feasted. Many wolves were already in the middle of sex, scattered almost everywhere. It was nothing that Elsa hadn't seen before. It was common to her kind. They had an excessive libido. Kira was shamelessly having sex with the Pearl Moon Pack's beta behind one of the trees. The Pearl Moon's beta had been pursuing her ever since the attack ended. He was smitten by her boldness and ferocity. But Kira had only one heart, and she had already given it to Noah many years ago. But she knew that she was not his mate. His mate had passed away a long time ago, and she had not yet met her mate. She secretly hoped that someday Noah would understand her feelings and reciprocate them. She even followed him blindly for years, but the recent developments between Noah and Beatrice disturbed her. Also, she was under heat. It's not that Kira was not sleeping with another guy and that she was a virgin. She had her first intercourse in the backseat of a car with her first boyfriend. It was just that Kira had a big crush on Noah, and it never got past that. Besides, she was a wolf. She couldn't deny the sexual impulses. The heat was unbearable, and it would force someone to do things they couldn't imagine. The Pearl Moon Beta was handsome and everything she needed at the moment. Her legs were throbbing for a release, and every time he pushed the length through her core, she groaned in pleasure. How much she wanted it to be Noah, but she was going to settle for this nice beta for the moment. As she moaned and groaned in pleasure, she saw Noah marching toward Elsa. She could feel the rage in her as her craving grew. Kira pushed the beta to the ground and towered over his sturdy, muscled body. She kissed his lips as she rode him crazily as if her life depended on it. Elsa sat by the bonfire by herself while everyone else enjoyed themselves. Some were high by now, while the majority were making out. She had hoped that Kira would be available, but she was busy with the beta of the Pearl Moon Pack. She had doubts about Kira and Nora, but lately she was getting to know the other side of him. And Kira was another person, so probably whatever she felt wasn't real. Elsa finally saw Noah approaching her. If it had been her older pack, Riker would have been stoned and would have screwed several chicks by now. But Noah seemed poised and in control. She wondered if he was like her. Was he able to resist the sex urges? "You look like you've seen a ghost," spoke Noah as he sat beside her.
No, nothing like that. I was just curious why you're not enjoying the party.
She spoke her mind freely. Recently she'd developed a connection with Noah and was able to talk more freely than she had ever spoken to anyone. Perhaps she was beginning to trust him. "You mean not getting laid and getting wasted?" Noah chuckled. It was the first time she saw him laughing. He looked more handsome when he was smiling. Noah had splendid features. He had dirty blonde hair. He stylized it backward while a few strands fell on his face, which suited his square face. Noah had a pointed nose and bright brown eyes. He could make a Hollywood hero run for his money with his look. Suddenly Raphael flashed in her mind. She couldn't refrain from experiencing the sudden pain in her heart. No matter how wonderful Noah was, she could still sense this strong pull toward Raphael. No one was as handsome as him in her eyes. Raphael's black hair resembled his midnight black wolf. He had deep, piercing, raven eyes that could strip her soul naked. He had a taller, angular, square chin and large, wide jaw. No wonder every girl found herself admiring that demigod. It's not that Noah wasn't good-looking. That was only a perception that varied from one person to another. Elsa's heart still ached for Raphael. Consequently, she couldn't feel anything for anyone except him. She cursed herself for feeling like that. She wanted to appreciate the magnificent wolf seated beside her, embrace his beauty, and move on with her life. But she found herself tormented by memories of Raphael, who cheated on her in every possible manner. "You're lost, and you didn't answer me." Noah interrupted her chain of thoughts. She was grateful he did that.
No, I mean, yes. I wonder why you don't enjoy the party.
Elsa pulled a smile. "Well, I'm not the one with that kind of urge anymore. I had a mate once, Noah said in a matter-of-fact tone. Elsa could understand that. She didn't feel any pull or heat after mating with Raphael. She only had sex with him once, but Noah had marked Fiona.
I'm sorry, I should have known, Elsa apologized.
It's okay. Do you have a mate? You too are sitting here alone. Many hungry wolves have other thoughts, but you seem uninterested, Noah asked. He knew he should have waited, but he was inquisitive. He needed to know. Elsa had no sexual frenzy like most of the ones here. Elsa kept quiet for a while. Her eyes glistened as she wondered what she should answer to that question. It was not like something she wanted to discuss. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. Whatever you feel like sharing, you know you can, Noah consoled her. He cursed himself for making her feel that way. Whatever had happened between her and her mate was not good. If she wasn't ready to trust him and share, he would wait. Now that you're not enjoying how any other wolf is enjoying this party, do you want to go for a run early? Noah suggested. He too wanted to escape the indiscreet gaze of other wolves, especially those of the Pearl Moon pack. They had no clue about him, so they hit on him all the time. He was tired and irritated of rejecting their advances, but for the most part, he wanted more time alone with Elsa.
I suppose we could.
Elsa accepted it as they started walking toward the tree line. Elsa got behind a tree and undressed before turning into her gorgeous wolf. Not far behind, Noah shifted into his humongous gray wolf. Soon they ran deep into the woods. Elsa's wolf was fast, and Noah's wolf was having trouble matching her speed. She was a runner. He couldn't help but wonder if the pack doctor was correct. Once Noah felt that they were away from the other wolves, but not too deep inside the wood, he tried to talk with Elsa with the pack link. Elsa, can you hear me? He asked a few times before Elsa answered. Stop, Noah asked.
No, let's go to the water body. I'm going to get comfortable overnight getting naked in front of you,
Elsa bickered. Noah growled at that, but followed her to the water body. Elsa had already managed to reach there and was waiting for him with a pair of boxers. She was wearing a small nightgown that hardly covered her beautiful figure, but as she said, she was not naked. Noah's wolf grabbed the pair of boxers in his mouth and went behind a tree. Not long after, he emerged in his human form. Elsa gulped a chunk of saliva seeing his bare torso. She made a terrible mistake by forgetting his shirt. You prepared quite well, Noah chuckled as he walked towards Elsa. He was trying to keep his eyes off of Elsa, as he knew she would give him a hard time in that dress. He was barely able to handle himself around her.
Yeah,
Elsa smiled nervously.
Can I ask you something?
She looked at him with expectant eyes. His stomach flip-flopped because of their proximity and condition as he sat beside her. Noah nodded his head as he sat near Elsa. He knew this was coming. He'd had several questions for her.
Why did you ask me not to disclose my real identity at the ceremony earlier?
Elsa asked. Noah took a deep breath before sighing. He was sure about nothing. What the doctor said was too confusing. When you were injured after the attack, the doctor took blood samples from you and a few tests, and then she was running some tests on the man's blood after you. You asked for this. The doctor found similarities between the two specimens, but the trace of the foreign body was too insignificant in the man's blood to find anything certain. She said she found very little trace of your blood. She can't say how much and what, but she is certain your blood and what the man swallowed have some similarities, Noah explained to Elsa. Noah was unsure if it was the right move, but there was no reason to withhold it from Elsa. But the thing that bothered him the most was whether the two were alike. If so, will he still regard Elsa as an opal? Can he?
The sires destroyed his pack and killed his mother. He swore an oath to destroy them all. But is he capable of hurting Elsa? He hoped that the doctor was wrong. I have been hiding something from you, Elsa confessed. She knew she had to tell Noah about what the beast had said about her. They had already found out so much on their own. Her lie would only make things more complicated. What? Noah asked, pissed. He was not sure what he was upset about more. There was so much Elsa was hiding. Although he can understand this part, he didn't always find it easy. Also, his fear was all over the place. After a long time, he felt attracted to someone, and she was a lot more complicated than anyone. He feared his heart would end up crushed a lot harder this time. Would he be able to bear another heartbreak? The beast. He said that we were similar. He even drank from me to confirm that. Elsa looked down as she spoke about it. She could feel goosebumps all over her body. Last night was terrible, and Elsa didn't sleep well at all. Every time she tried to sleep, she would dream of the beast. Why did you hide that from us? Noah groaned. It was an important piece of information that she was withholding from him. He felt betrayed and annoyed. He wanted to scold her, but when he looked at her, his heart melted. Elsa was weeping quietly. She looked shattered and lonely. He could tell she was far more scared than she was showing. He immediately felt sorry as he pulled her into a hug. The moment Elsa hit his firm torso, all her self-control broke. There were too many emotions troubling her. She cried her heart out. She cuddled next to him, trying to find some comfort and solace. She was tired of everything. All her life she had been rejected and was lonely, and it felt good and scary to find someone next to her when she needed it. Noah deepened the embrace and moved his hands about her back to comfort her. He was shocked to discover that side of him. Noah was the emotionless alpha, and yet was melting for this girl. She could be everything he hated, but still he felt drawn to her like no other. He and his wolf had a strong urge to protect her and fight for her. He couldn't ignore that. She was growing on him. Help me, she finally spoke in between sobs. I will. I promise, Noah promised her. He knew he would, even if that promise was not made out loud. He haunts me. The beast haunts me. He's managed to forge a bond with me, and now he wants me. I'm scared. I can't be like him. I can't be the abomination like everyone believed me to be. She burst into another round of tears. She kept hitting his toned chest again and again to prove a point that was not even there. Noah let her hit him as much as she wanted till she calmed down and rested her head on his chest. He pulled her towards him to ease her. At least now he knows why she was scared. Whatever that thing was after Elsa, and he needed to protect her. If this is a war about Elsa, he will die happy while fighting for her. But the only thing he wanted more was that he wanted to live with Elsa. Chapter 19. Man of Her Dreams. I think we ought to leave. Noah pulled Elsa out of the hug when the bell rang for the second time. They could not have anybody else questioning anything. The pack might not be ready to accept anything as of now. They had to go back for Elsa to finish her run with the rest of the pack. At that moment, Elsa realized she had been holding on to Noah the whole time. How desperate was she? She should have greater emotional control. She tried to calm herself by placing herself at a distance between them. Noah felt great pain as she walked away from him. He wanted to hold her a little longer, lie down next to her and cuddle, but he knew better. He said nothing and turned into his wolf, followed by Elsa. One last thing. Are you hiding anything else from me?
Noah's wolf asked Elsa through the pack link. Elsa seemed perplexed for a moment before realizing that she had not yet informed Noah of her doubts about the pack link. Well, she wasn't sure if she could reach anybody like an alpha or if it was a one-time thing. That could have been Raphael as well.
I don't know if it matters or if it's accurate or not. I could hear a lot of wolves at random as soon as the ceremony was over earlier today,
Elsa responded. Noah snarled at that. We shall discuss this later. Don't try to make more connections than 5 tonight. He used his alpha voice to command her, unaware that it had no effect on her. Her safety was Noah's top priority, attraction or not. She was an opal now. They both ran towards the tree line where several wolves impatiently awaited them with Kira in the front. They all howled and whimpered like they were squabbling over something, but one growl from Noah and they all stayed silent. The remaining wolves, such as Kira, who had not yet shifted, quickly shifted to their wolves. As soon as Elsa came on board, they all ran together deep into the wood. It wasn't as long as it was with Noah. Well, she and Noah barely ran, but the run was very effective under Kira's direction. Elsa was a quick learner. In no time, she could make the connection and also block it if necessary. Later that night, Kira stayed out again. Likely she was out with the beta continuing her rendezvous. Elsa wondered if they could hit it off, but she also understood it could be the alcohol or the heat. Elsa went into her room, cleaned herself up, and she was tired and fell asleep in the blink of an eye. She was asleep in peace when she heard noises coming from around her. She woke up immediately to realize that she was not in the pack house anymore. She was in the woods, and it was foggy. She could barely see a thing through the thick fog. She panicked. She wanted to stand up and escape, but it was like she was glued to that spot. No matter how much she tried, she could not budge. She tried to scream for help, but it was as if the air was drawn from her lungs with force whenever she tried to make a sound. Fear invaded her mind as she tried to flee. She was panting and sweating. She was on the brink of a nervous breakdown when she realized it was probably a dream. She struggled to wake up, but all her efforts were fruitless. The more she tried, the more she was running out of air. It was at this point that she heard a rustling noise coming from her left side. Panic set in as she curled into a ball of fear. She heard the sound of the figure approaching, stepping over twigs and dried leaves. It was increasing as it got close to her. She slammed her eyes closed in fear. She knew it was the beast. This time he had better control over her. Would he possess her too? Or worse, find her? She could sense an imposing figure descending to her level. Her heart raced while she felt 2 deep, penetrating eyes burning holes through her. She didn't look up because of the fear, while terror slipped into her body. The figure stretched out his hand to Elsa. As he touched her, she screamed her lungs out as she tried to push him away. She wanted to wake up, but she wasn't able to. The figure sitting next to her was no beast. It was a man, a very handsome man in his middle ages. He had silver hair like her, but had yellow eyes instead of her shimmering silver eyes. Elsa trembled with fear as the man attempted to touch her again. This time he pushed back a few strands of Elsa's hair and tucked them back behind her ears to get a better look at her frightened face. Elsa was gasping for breath while trying to free herself. The man chuckled maliciously. "You are beautiful, but not what I thought of. Who are you?" He left a sinister smile on his face. Elsa didn't say anything. Her heart was pounding wildly as she struggled for control. She tried to overcome her fear and break the invisible shackles that held her back. She could feel the power surge through her momentarily before fear crept in again as he pulled out an ugly scowl. But soon the air around her calmed down and she was able to move somewhat freely. She knew it was her cue to run. She didn't blink until she rose and ran for her life, but soon the ground became blurred as she took hold of reality. She could feel people shaking her, and soon she could hear Kira and Noah. They tried to reach out to her. Putting all of her might, she managed to wake up.
She was breathing heavily, exactly like her dream. She was sweating and gasping. Kira quickly brought her some water, and she gulped it down in one go, needing more. "Your eyes," Kira said. "What about my eyes?" Elsa looked at Kira and then for some mirror when she remained silent. Everyone else was silent. It was an eerie moment. Elsa jumped out of her bed and rushed towards the bathroom, looking for a mirror. She could not believe anything she saw. It was not hers. What was she? Her eyes were gold with no trace of silver, just like the man of her dreams. How was that possible? Did he infect her in some way? Was she one of them now? The beast? She would rather be dead. She would never hurt someone. She burst into tears. Why was any of this happening to her? She finally found a pack where she could live a normal life like any other wolf, but fate had returned to playing with her. What did she do to deserve such a life? Why can't she have love and comfort? Noah struggled within himself. He couldn't act as he felt. He wanted to get close to Elsa and cheer her up, but there were things here that were too troubling and mysterious. What was she? What if he was letting a monster inside the pack? He was going insane. His heart would never agree that Elsa could bring any harm, but he was an alpha. He could not get rid of his instincts or his questions. He had a duty towards his pack. Moreover, they were not in their territory. They were in Pearl Moon Pack's borders. What if they find out about her true nature? Before the matter could get out of hand, Noah asked Kira and the pack doctor to leave the room. He promised them that he would attempt to learn more. He also asked them to keep it quiet for a while he tried to figure it out. Kira looked down upon Noah with horror but couldn't suppress his alpha tone. She had to be obedient to him beyond her instincts. As soon as the two departed, Noah shut the door and rushed to Elsa. She was torn apart and crying, sitting with her head in her lap in the washroom. It was the second time that night that he'd seen her in such a vulnerable position. His heart ached for her. He wondered if the beast did something to her in the dream. She told him earlier that the beast tormented her and had succeeded in establishing a link with her. "Elsa, I'm right here." Noah approached her patiently. He sat next to her while she wept. He knew she needed time, and he would be right by her side when she was ready to speak. Elsa looked up to see Noah's familiar face. For a second she wished it was Raphael. He should be here with her. But it was Noah who was there instead, comforting her. Elsa whimpered at her fate. "I should go," she said with a broken voice, confounding Noah. "Why? I promised you I will protect you," Noah pleaded. His heart was torn at the thought of getting away from Elsa. "I am bad. I'm an abomination. I'm not even sure what I am. I don't want to hurt anybody," Elsa wailed. "You are nothing of the sort. It's the beast. We will figure it all out. Trust me," Noah consoled her. Elsa didn't reply and stared at him blankly. She felt vulnerable and needed some support. How did she get so lucky as to find him? Will he fight for her? The next moment she hugged Noah, who enveloped her in his strong arms. It was as if two lovers received a little warmth in a tight embrace. She looked at him with consternation and expectation. Noah wiped her tears and picked her up in a bridal style. Elsa did not protest. She felt rather good about it, as it gave her some peace of mind. She didn't wish to be alone ever again. She placed her head on his firm chest and clenched her grip around Noah's neck. Noah's heart skipped a beat at that. He put her on the bed and sat next to her. There were no words uttered, yet too much warmth was exchanged between them. When Noah got up to leave, Elsa stopped him. She held out his hands and pulled him a little to insinuate that she did not wish to be left alone. She was looking at him with her big, beautiful eyes. Noah was slightly happy at that. She was starting to trust him even though she wasn't feeling the same for him. He slipped into the comforter while she made room for him. "Your eyes. They're back to normal now," Noah informed her. He knew she would feel better about it. "Thank you." There were too many things about which Elsa was grateful, but most of all because he chose to be here in her life voluntarily. Nothing meant more to her than the acceptance he manifested towards her. She cuddled a little more, making Noah uncomfortable in the wrong places and still satisfied. He traced his long fingers over her beautiful silver traces. He could feel her breath getting even with each passing second. "I'm here with you now. Do you want to sleep or talk?" Noah asked. He was aware of her fear, but he knew she needed some rest. When she did not reply, he checked on her. She was sleeping peacefully without any trace of fear or worry. She looked calm and serene. Noah's eyes went to her plump, luscious lips. His heart raced a little as naughty thoughts crossed his mind. He wanted to taste them. Hell, he was a grown man. He had a basket full of needs, but he would happily settle for that kiss now. Unknowingly or knowingly, Noah moved towards her perturbed, inviting lips. Their lips were inches apart when he got bolder and rubbed her chin with his thumb. "Raphael," Elsa mumbled. He was about to steal the kiss from Elsa when he heard her murmur someone else's name. His heart broke into 1,000 pieces as he pulled apart and walked away. Chapter 20. Davinia. Jera got restless all night, to the point where Raphael had to go for a midnight run. He couldn't comprehend the abrupt things he was experiencing lately. At odd times, Raphael felt strange, intense emotions. Sometimes he felt like Elsa was reaching out to him, and others like it was a distress call. He was beginning to feel insane. Raphael was thankful to Jander and Davinia for helping him carry out his duties as the Pack Alpha. Since he named Davinia the Luna, there was so much weight that she had taken away from him. He couldn't be grateful enough. Davinia was ideal Luna material. He wondered what he would do when she met her mate. A chosen mate was out of the question. He knew she loved him, something he could never return now. He knew what it meant to lose the mate, and he did not want that for anyone. Jera could sniff the presence of another wolf right around the corner. It was Davinia again. He felt helpless. No matter how hard he tried to explain it, Davinia still had hope for them. She never said a word or intruded on his business, but in secrecy, she loved him. "I can smell you, Davinia." Raphael used the mind link. Davinia emerged from behind a tree as she posed next to Raphael's wolf next to the riverbed. Her wolf was a magnificent white and gray wolf. The breeze was soothing, but both Raphael and Davinia knew there was a storm racing through Raphael's heart. Raphael shifted into his human form, followed by Davinia. He looked over at her delicate yet beautiful body. There was a time when Raphael got mad over it, but now he felt next to nothing. Davinia avoided Raphael's gaze. She couldn't stand his empty eyes. There was so much emotion for her once, and now there's nothing. She wondered, who was that girl? What if she had lived that day? Raphael would have gotten the entire world for her. He was going crazy. They say that the connections become blurred over time, but Raphael didn't even mark Elsa. Yet he mourned for her every day. How long does she have to wait before Raphael can get past Elsa? "How long are you going to wait for her? We both saw her fall. No one could survive that, Raphael." Davinia spoke as she sat on the ground. The cool breeze on her naked body felt good. She hoped that Raphael would kiss her and make love to her like old times. Instead, Raphael wasn't even looking at her.
What if you find your mate someday, Davinia? Raphael questioned her.
Well, it's good that we get one less thing to worry about, she laughed.
No, I would never deprive you of that, Davinia. You deserve genuine love. Raphael looked at her with too much pain in his eyes. He was feeling sorry for her.
No, it's not you. My mate is dead. A long time ago.
Davinia opened up about her dark past, shocking Raphael. How could he have missed this? Davinia was not born in Black Moon's pack. Her father accepted her as a member of the Black Moon pack. She proved herself worthy with her skills and dedication, and she's been here for Raphael since the two met. How lost was he in this world to even care about her past? Was he interested in finding out? Not once he tried. It was always about the crazy sex or his whims and wishes. What about her? Even now he made her a Luna because of his selfish reasons. He didn't feel the need to ask whether she wanted to be a part of it all. How hard was he on her? He looked at her with delinquent eyes as guilt ran past his body. Not only Elsa, but he was hurting Davinia too. He looked at her blue eyes. It was such a rare eye color, but it suited her well and made her look rare and exquisite. She could have any wolf or human she wanted, but she dedicated her life to him. How did he die? Raphael asked. He wanted to find out something about her.
Are we talking about this now?
Davinia laughed as she looked at him with suspicious eyes. Only if you want to share. I'm sorry. I should have probably asked you this a long time back. I was a real asshole. Raphael had no intention to hurt her anymore. He would be there for her from now on.
People are assholes, Raphael. You ought to find the good ones. You are one of the better ones underneath all that big bad wolf image,
Davinia retorted. Thank you for being there always, Raphael said from his heart, and he meant it.
A wolf killed him. I'm not entirely sure if it was a wolf. We met and we felt the attraction. Nothing happened between us, so it's okay. I never had to go through the pain that you're going through. I guess I'm one of the lucky ones.
Davinia opened up about the death of her mate. Is that why you left your old pack? Raphael realized that he didn't even know the real reason why Davinia had left her previous pack. She was a strong wolf. They would never banish her. Or did they? If yes, why?
Yes, they thought it was my fault. I was there with my mate the day the rogues killed him. We just wanted to see if we were mates, and we had strolled a bit too far in the woods. I felt broken, and I didn't feel the need to explain to them. I discovered he was my mate just before he got killed, right in front of my eyes. I was without family, so I didn't see the need to fight back and stay with a pack who thought so low of me.
Davinia explained the situation under which she had to leave her earlier pack. Raphael couldn't help but feel sorry for her. She'd suffered a lot, but he was grateful that his father saw her for who she was and could be. Their loss was Black Moon's gain.
You don't have to worry about the Luna thing. If I ever found someone to marry, I will happily step down. Until then, I will carry it out for her. I don't think I'm going anywhere anytime soon.
Davinia smirked at her fate. She thought once that she and Raphael had a shot. The two of them had something so close to love. You're the best, Davinia. I wish I could give you what you want, but it looks like my heart left with Elsa that day. I don't feel anything other than void that yearns for Elsa and her love. Raphael needed to say that to her. He cannot give her false hopes. He'd already brought a lot of damage to Davinia.
Are you feeling well now?
Davinia questioned, ignoring his words. Raphael nodded his head in response. He needed that talk.
Then I suppose you should rest a bit. Tomorrow's a big day. We have to induct all those wolves. I will go back in a while, It's nice out here, Davinia advised him. Raphael got up, shifted into his wolf. He knew Davinia was right. He needed sleep. He couldn't go on like that anymore. Once Davinia was confident she was alone, she stood up and walked towards the water. Her eyes were twinkling as it became a paler version of her original blue. It could be because of the effect. She leapt into the river and began swimming, but soon it was as if the river had a mind of its own, and it began to push Davinia towards the opposite side of the Eastern Territory. As she emerged from the river, the water droplets clung to her body like her neck's skin, covering her private parts. She looked like the water goddess. "It's not wise for you to come so close to the land," Davinia called to someone.
Are you sad I interrupted your rendezvous with that alpha of yours? A man stepped out from behind the tree line. He had a sinister scowl on his face. He appeared spooky in the ominous silence that followed his entrance.
"We're not that close yet. I'm doing my best," Davinia said in a vanquished but angry tone. How dare he mock her for her failures like that? It's not like he'd succeeded in anything.
We were wrong. Maybe it is a good thing that the toy boy of yours is, after all, not the mate of the girl we've been looking for all these years. I had a vision of her. She is nothing like we expected. She's still weak and oblivious to her real potential, but I could feel the scent of a powerful alpha on her.
The man gave her the latest news. "Are you suggesting there is another alpha stronger than Raphael? How could it be? He's got the midnight black wolf. So don't you think the white wolf would be his mate? Are you so sure?" Davinia looked puzzled. How could she get it wrong? There was no way that there could be another complete black wolf.
She may not be so strong as Raphael, or he might be. But he is powerful enough to leave his aura on her and follow her even in her dreams. It is so uncommon." The man groaned.
Davinia was perplexed. So she was wasting all her time all these years? "Then I have no business here. We must find the girl and her mate. Are they in the Eastern Territory, Father?" Davinia felt like a complete loser. She'd spent so much of her time and energy on Raphael that never really worked on him as well. He was still lamenting over Elsa.
What is done, but you cannot join me. I don't know how, but Raphael will play a key part in all of this. We might have got it all wrong. Probably the Midnight Wolf is her royal guard or something, and not her mate the entire time. You need to be here in the Black Moon Pack as an insider till we attack the Moonlit City."
The man went through the plan. Davinia shook her head as the man vanished into the air. She marched towards the river to return to the territory of the Black Moon. As she walked, a twisted grin settled on her face. Years ago, when she was living in a pack with her father looking for the Midnight Wolf, she met a lowly Omega Wolf. In the first instant she knew he was her mate. Regular wolves can only feel a small amount of attraction towards their mate that they might even push away until there's some real physical connection. But she descended from the pure blood line. For her, the pull was stronger and more clear. She knew if she ever mated to that wolf, she would have to settle down with him. It would be really difficult to break that bond. So she lured him to the borders of the pack and killed him in cold blood. Someone from the pack saw it and informed the others before she finished him. They banished her and her father, but later that night they killed the entire pack. How could she forget that Luna of their pack, who cried out for mercy to save the life of her beloved son? She died protecting him. The Luna could have taken the deal and become part of their mission. She was probably stronger than the Alpha that died in the first strike. She could have lived, but no. She had to die. She wondered whether the boy lived that day. There were very few survivors. He would have turned into a man as handsome as his father. She flashed a vile smirk that was creepy in every sense. Chapter 21. An Urgent Visit. Get up, you lazy ass, and pack. Kira groaned as she barged inside the room, half dressed. Was she fucking the beta boy the whole night, or what? She has some stamina for that petite body. Elsa slowly opened her eyes, blinking several times while adjusting to the bright sunlight. Why does she have to wake up? She was hardly sleeping the past few days, and now that she finally managed to get some sound sleep, Kira wanted her up? For a brief second, she wondered if she did the right thing by joining the Opals. There's no time for you to adjust, Princess. You need to hurry, Kira yelled as she was rushing through the room to grab her things and pack. Wait, they had to leave already? But they just got here. How much do they travel? And where? Noah or no one mentioned a journey this quick. Did she miss it somehow? Why are we traveling in such a hurry? Elsa asked as she got up from the soft mattress. She missed it as soon as she separated from it. She briefly glanced at it with longing and pity. You heard Noah through the pack link, right? He didn't inform the why part, but he was pretty serious. He's blocking everyone, including me. So just hurry and get ready. He'll tell us later at the assembly point, Kira said as she was wearing some decent clothes finally. That girl was already ready, and Elsa had barely managed to reach the washroom. Where was the Elsa from the Red Moon pack? She would be up and getting ready in a flash, and this Elsa? Oops. Beatrice was a lazy ass. She chuckled a bit. Things changed so fast, and Elsa wasn't upset about this last part, at least. Now she was not a maid of the entire pack. Miss Dreamy, you are probably going to make us and everyone else late. Now I gotta go. I have work to do. You better not be late, Kira grumbled as she left the room, slamming the door closed with a thud. Elsa couldn't help but yawn. She was tired. Dark circles were visible under her eyes, despite the little sleep Elsa had. But she needed to thank Noah later for comforting her last night. That is, if you could call it still night. When did he leave? And what happened in such a short time for them to make a move like that? She wondered if Noah was okay. Elsa? She heard a voice in her mind and flinched. Involuntarily, her hand was at her chest and she was breathing a bit loudly. No one in her previous pack deemed it necessary to mind-link her, so this was all a bit new for her. Are you there, Elsa? She heard the voice again. It was Noah. Why was he reaching out to her and not Kira? Yes. I wasn't expecting you to mind-link me. Are you all right? Elsa asked. I am, thanks. But it's you who connected with me, not the other way around, Noah clarified. She face-palmed herself. How dumb could she get? She should learn better control and not just create a link with any random person she was thinking of, no matter why. Now, what was she going to tell Noah? I was thinking about last night, and then why you wanted to leave so suddenly. I wasn't aware that I was reaching out to you. Elsa decided to speak the truth. She never felt the need to hide things from Noah anymore. You were thinking about me? Noah had to pick that part out and ask. Elsa blushed. Didn't he hear the rest where she admitted to messing up? Yes, thanks. Because of you, I got some sleep last night, and I was worried about what happened, why we have to leave in such a hurry, Elsa said with a shaky voice in her mind. She could feel him chuckle at that. She couldn't understand what was so amusing at this, but, well, he was laughing. You are something, Elsa. But we need to talk about this later. I have work to do now. Noah tried to end it, though his heart was against it. Talk more? I'm new to all this. Accidents happen. Elsa frowned. Was he going to punish her for such trivial things now? No, not this. I'm curious how you reached out to me in the first place. I'm the Alpha here. You're not my Luna. So there's no way I understand how you get past my mental block and spoke to me in the first place, Noah explained briefly. He was running out of time, so no matter how much he would prefer to continue the conversation, he had to end it. This time he exhaled a deep breath and let out a long sigh before establishing the wall to avoid distraction. "What are you saying? It could be a mistake? You might have let down the wall unknowingly," Elsa said in a panicked voice. She sounded confused and her voice came out trembling. But it baffled Noah. Despite his best efforts, he was still able to hear Elsa. How was she doing it? That's when he thought of something weird. Too weird. Impossible. He couldn't help but wonder if she was his second chance mate. But that was too good to be true. Moon Goddess never gave second mates. She gave werewolves the liberty to choose chosen mates, unlike the popular belief. That bond is as strong as that to a fated one. It severs the fated bond. So what was happening? Can she be his second chance mate? His heart started pounding. The thought was too enticing. He regretted that he left without kissing Elsa last night. He would have an answer at least. Why did he have to leave her just because she was dreaming of somebody? It could be anyone. Her previous pack leader, and she might be having a nightmare. Worse, it could have been the beast. "You're not replying to me, Alpha?" He heard Elsa talk to him again. "Look, Elsa, I don't know how you're doing this, but it's something we need to figure out. I'll explain everything, but later. I have to hurry. I'll meet you at the assembly point." Noah had to ask Elsa to stop talking to him. His wall was not working against her. "Fine," she replied, understanding the gravity of the situation. She wasn't a kid who couldn't wait for a while. Plus, she still had some packing to do. It wasn't much. She barely had anything that belonged to her. Her most prized possession was the dress Kira got her for the ceremony. The day progressed, and all the opals gathered at the same place where the induction ceremony had happened last night. A lot of them looked tired. Of course, they weren't expecting that they would have to leave in such a frenzy. Elsa could bet a few of them rushed from the middle of sex. She could smell it on almost everyone. The place was stinking with that musky odor. "Beatrice." She heard someone calling her name. She took an entire minute before responding to that. She was still adjusting to it. "You are the doctor?" She looked at her with a confused look. Why would she look for her? There were so many people, but she didn't want to look too harsh. She was thinking that the doctor had probably contributed the most in saving her life. She should be thankful to her. "Indeed I am," she said as fine lines appeared near her eyes. Her age was starting to catch up. All the work and travel were probably the reason for the wrinkles and the dark circles. She needed rest. Don't they have another doctor? For a pack that travels so much, they needed a backup. "I must thank you for saving my life," Elsa thanked her. She didn't know what she should talk about with her other than that. "It's my duty, child. Is something bothering you? You haven't looked too well the past few days." She came straight to the point. So she was trying to figure out more about her findings. That means Noah didn't say anything to her, including the blood part. She took a mental note to thank him later. "No, it's just that I'm not able to sleep a lot the past few days. It could be with this induction and attack. Everything's happening so fast." Elsa didn't lie, but she didn't speak the entire truth. "Indeed, it is all too fast." She weirdly smiled at her. It was not reaching her eyes. Elsa could tell it was a fake smile, and was the doctor trying to inform her that she should not have gotten inducted as an opal? Did she manage to create an enemy already? How did she get here so quickly? Elsa just stared at her with a blank expression. Should she defend herself or portray herself as if she was oblivious to everything? Looking like a fool has always worked out for her in her previous pact. She was still deciding when everyone seemed to be at alert. She could feel it like a knock on her head.
When she focused more on that, she could hear Noah speaking to everyone through the pack link that he would be there anytime soon. What the hell just happened? Her face turned a shade paler. Everyone would have noticed that change if her skin was not that faded in the first place. But thanks to the sudden rush between the people, she found a perfect opportunity to escape from there. Anyway, Noah had already informed her that they would figure it out. She didn't wish to pull more people, or at least not those who did not trust her. She could feel the doctor's glare. It was kind of intense. She looked back to check her theory, and she frowned to see the doctor looking at her but shifting her eyes immediately to avoid getting caught. She could feel her feet getting cold at that. It was disturbing. What had she done to deserve her hatred? Dear Opals, you are the best pack an Alpha could ask for in his lifetime. But just to confirm, are you with me? Noah roared from the small stage that was still in the opening space. Everyone gathered near it, unlike the ceremony. They all were howling and growling to show their support. Well, Noah was great. Every werewolf was following him without a doubt. Then, when I say we have to go back to Cynthia, will you come with me? Noah asked again with hesitation. One could tell from the way that he spoke that he was not fond of this Cynthia place. So why is it so urgent we go back there? It was Kira who spoke first. I will, wherever my Alpha goes. But, with your permission, can I ask why? A brief silence descended on the area, weighing down the already heavy air. The silence was so eerie that it almost reminded Elsa of the oblivion. It was scary and lonely. History is getting repeated, my friends. The whole of Cynthia is about to get attacked. Again. And probably worse this time. And this time it's not random packs near the borders of the city. It seems the creatures and the rogues plan to overtake it fully. We must strike back, or else we lose the only place most of us can call home. Noah revealed the purpose. So this was it? Noah's parents' pack was from Cynthia? Maybe Fiona's too. He said he created Opals after Fiona's death, so most of them would be from Cynthia. She waited for others to answer. No matter what, she was going to follow Noah. I will, Elsa confirmed second. Noah nodded his head as Elsa did the same. It was weird, but she didn't know what to do next. Then a few more wolves followed her, and soon the entire pack was again howling and grunting to save their home. A wide smile spread on Noah's handsome face. Tomorrow could be a defeat, but today was a win. He had the support of his pack at any given condition. What else does an Alpha need? As this question crossed his mind, he couldn't help but look at Elsa. Certainly a Luna. Chapter 22. Is she my mate? We're here, Noah said to everyone using the pack link. It's not like they were traveling by foot or running like wolves. They had their cars, but most of them preferred bikes. Kira had her bike, and it was super cool to sit behind it. She was not a rash driver, but she was one of the fastest. Elsa, Kira, Noah, and a few others parked their bikes in front of a large farm. There was a big house, one could call it a mansion. It was beautiful, covered by trees around it and flower creepers running throughout the walls. There were a lot of birds chirping in the neighborhood. One could smell the fresh breeze of the seasonal flowers blooming across the farm and feel like it was heaven. Elsa's keen sense of smell also told her there were more than one kind of farm animal. But it was a lonely house with nothing nearby. It was a big farmhouse. Elsa couldn't smell a trace of any other wolf other than Opal's, so probably it belonged to humans. She wondered if they would be spending the night here. Opals were not a huge pack, despite that they had enough members. She was wondering who would host that many wolves, or if they knew their real identity. A couple emerged from the main door of the house. Elsa gasped, seeing the owners.
They were young, contrary to what she had imagined initially. The girl was a blonde. Her face had striking similarities to that of Noah. Elsa couldn't help but wonder if they were siblings. "Hi there, my favorite brother," said the girl. Her smile reached her ears. Noah walked towards them with an equally big smile. He semi-hugged the man who had walked a little ahead of the girl before giving a proper, warm embrace to the blonde girl. They started making small talk. "I am not dead yet," Kira groaned at the siblings. "Oh, how could I forget you, beauty? Let's catch up, you and me." The man gave a flirtatious smile towards Kira. Kira rolled her eyes, but went with him somewhere hand in hand. So obviously, whoever they were close with Kira too. It was reasonable, as that girl was Noah's sister. And Kira was practically there with Noah all her life. Elsa suddenly realized that she was the awkward one. Everyone else had already left on their own, and a few were even drinking something. "Who is this newbie? She's so pretty and different. In a good way, of course," the girl asked Noah while shifting her eyes between Elsa and Noah the whole time. She was curious, and it wasn't her fault. Elsa was not a regular wolf. She was much paler, with long silver hair and eyes. Except for the little gold tints, her eyes would practically mix with the cornea from some angles. But still she managed to look so beautiful, like a rare diamond. "Where are my manners? This is Beatrice, a new member of the Opals. She is the girl I was talking about. You know, the cliff, coma and all. But the good news is she's fine and accepted to be an Opal," Noah briefed her. Elsa couldn't help but wonder what else he had told her sister about her. She was again beaming with joy, like she was when she saw her brother for the first time. "Oh, Beatrice, the feisty one. I should have known better. He said that the girl had a charismatic appearance. You are so beautiful." The girl walked towards Elsa with the biggest possible grin. She was one of the girls who loved to laugh. "Thank you. Sorry, I don't know your name." Elsa scratched the back of her neck. It was all so different for her. No one ever cared to introduce themselves to her in such a warm manner. She wasn't sure how to respond to that. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Naomi, Noah's cousin." The girl introduced herself, but Elsa was staring back and forth at the siblings. Cousin? They practically look like twins, except for that hair. "I know we resemble that much. We're almost the same age, and our fathers were twins. They married two sisters. So, yeah, the resemblance is there," Naomi explained it, seeing her confusion. Obviously, it wasn't the first time that their similarities had confused someone. Elsa nodded her head in understanding. It was the first time she was getting to know more about Noah and his family. Elsa knew the little details about the attacks and Fiona, but that's it. Suddenly she felt as if Noah was a total stranger, and she had poured out all of her secrets to him. It was a bit unsettling, but all her worry vanished as soon as her eyes met with the gentle eyes of Noah. They were tired, but it had a weird calmness in them. "Let's get you something to eat. It's almost dusk. You must be hungry." Naomi sort of dragged Elsa towards the kitchen. By this time, the whole pack was already there. The hungry and tired wolves were already resting or eating. A few even started drinking. The house was huge. She wondered why Naomi was not reeking of wolf smell. The man who appeared with her was human, but she was not sure if she should ask that question when they'd only just met a couple hours ago. The food was extravagant, and so were the other arrangements. One could tell the Opals frequented this place. One part of the house was a grand mansion with extra-large bedrooms and balconies, so splendid that you would like to stay there forever. Naomi and her husband Julius had the most beautiful and large room to themselves. Noah, too, had a very spacious room. Kira was not going to stay with me, as she was staying in the guest room. Other pack members like me were staying in the back parts of the large house. It was like any pack house, but with soaring modern amenities. I wondered how rich they were. The farm did look good. Toward the southern side of it, they even had a vineyard. They were creating wine, and it tasted better than anything Elsa had ever tasted before. Not that she had tasted a lot of them. Back at the Red Moon Pack, she wasn't allowed to taste them. She had to survive on leftovers. Elsa could see that, unlike most days when wolves resorted to their sexual instincts, tonight most of them were already asleep. It could be due to the long journey or excessive alcohol, but Elsa was finding it difficult to sleep like most of the nights these days. It scared her that the man would be back in her dreams. It felt so real. Also, she was staying alone. Not that she got to see Kira much, but at least there was some confidence in seeing her belongings. That was a big room, the biggest by far with the softest mattress, but she was not able to enjoy it. The void spaces were creeping her out. After twisting and turning for almost an hour, she got up to the small balcony. It wasn't grand, but was still enough. The moon shone upon her as if blessing her. She smiled at that, forgetting all her worries for a small second. She heard some rustling sounds and looked down. It could be one of the few wolves still outside enjoying the bliss of high sexual capacity. She was curious to know who it was, but then her eyes met with a pair of jet-black eyes shining under the moonlight. It reminded her of Raphael. She couldn't help but always go back to the time that they got to spend together. She didn't want to admit it, but she missed him. The gray, grisly fur with hints of black in them almost made it look like a black wolf, but Elsa had seen this wolf before. The moon shape on his forehead was unique as his wolf. It was Noah, staring at her intensely. His eyes never left hers. She could feel a sudden jolt in her heart. Elsa blanched at that. She tried to avoid the gaze, but soon she found herself looking for the wolf who was gone by now. Her stomach churned at that. She was again feeling lonely. But the next second she could feel a pair of hands tucking a strand of hair behind her ears. She knew who it was. She didn't have to look to be sure. She closed her eyes and sighed. Elsa had no idea from where she got the courage, but she covered the distance in between them as she rested her head on his firm, sturdy chest. She wasn't expecting it, but 2 pairs of strong arms engulfed her in a tight embrace. She sighed for a second time, but this came out more relaxed. She was a tall girl, but somehow being close to him made her feel petite. Noah was a strong man with muscles at all the right places. She clenched his shirt to draw him closer to her as she tried to memorize his smell. It was mild, maybe of oak? Elsa didn't feel Noah's scent as intoxicating like that of Raphael's citrus and musk smell. She was not feeling bewitched by his towering image or persona. She didn't find herself wetting her underwear for Noah. Hell, she wasn't scared to lose him or talk to him. With Noah, she felt comfortable. She felt like she was an equal. She was happy without emotions clouding her judgment. It was organic, no bond pull, no deceptions, and no rejections. "We need to get inside," Noah asked her as he stroked her long locks. Elsa nodded her head in agreement. She got out of his arms, feeling a little disconcerted by her earlier actions. She shouldn't feel embarrassed since he responded by holding her back, and they were both adults and single, but she couldn't help but feel timid. Nevertheless, she led the way to the room as she closed the door. "You look cute." Noah stared at her. Elsa flinched at that, and she was staring into his light brown eyes. Noah was smiling at her. That flustered her. What was happening to her? Noah could see her cheeks redden as she flushed. She was like a tomato. Didn't she know she was cute? No one ever said that to her? Hell, she was not just cute, but devilishly beautiful. She should know that. If required, Noah didn't mind spending an eternity to make her realize how unique and mesmerizing she was. "You're awake," Elsa whispered. She was so low that human ears would have missed it, but thank God Noah had wolf hearing. "You are too," Noah answered, closing their distance. She took 2 steps back, confusing Noah. Wasn't she just hugging him a few seconds ago? What changed? Thank God they were in closed doors. What was she even thinking when she hugged him like that? What if someone saw them? They would get the wrong idea that Elsa was already working her way to the Alpha and doing all this to be a Luna. God knows she was only trying to figure out one day at a time. Elsa looked up at him to meet 2 hurt eyes. She had no right to hurt the man who was doing everything he could for her. I don't want to lead you on or anything. I'm a mess. I don't know what I do at times. I'm scared. The man would haunt me if I sleep. Elsa spoke of her fears. She didn't want to hurt Noah, but what she said was the truth. She was not sure what she was. She was not going to pull Noah and the Opals too much into her mud. She was grateful for whatever they were doing. Elsa, you're not leading me anywhere that I don't already want to go myself, Noah said with a pain in his voice. And here he thought she was his redemption, his second chance at love. He didn't want to tell her about the feelings growing inside of himself. That might scare her. He knew how hard life was on her. He had a hard life too. But he was never alone. It was scary to be at her place and not behave erratically. I'm not sure. With me, everything is complicated, she said, looking up to Noah, who was now standing in front of her, wiping a few traitorous tears that had managed to escape her eyes. We'll figure it all out, I promise. He cupped her cheeks as he said this. Elsa again found herself wrapped around his arms. This time she didn't flinch or try to get out of it. It was soothing and felt safe, and she was not going out of it any time soon. Noah could feel his heart pounding with Elsa so near to him. He wanted her to be this close to him all the time, but as they stood like that for a while, their breathing evened. There was a peaceful calmness that he never thought his heart would feel again. That's when his wolf, Adolf, spoke to him. Is she our second chance? Are we that lucky? No wonder I carry that moon shape on my forehead. There's no way someone could have such a strong emotional effect if not for a mate. Adolf was jumping to conclusions, but Noah had to push him back. This was not the time, but he couldn't help but wonder if Adolf was correct. What if she was his mate? Or was he falling for her as humans do? Was that even possible for a wolf? No. He needs to figure that out, and quick. As Elsa got out of his hold, making him feel empty, he looked at her with longing eyes, wondering, is she my mate? Chapter 23. I heard a rumor. Raphael buried himself in a pile of paper. So much information was coming from everywhere that it was hard to tell what was true and what was false. That was hard to believe. In these thriving times for humans, it was hard to go berserk and drink direct human blood. Also, the vampires could not produce with anyone other than their mates. That made it tough to increase their population. Converting to a vampire was tricky, and only a few were able to do it right. There were too many conditions required for it as well. If not followed, both the newbie and the creator could end up dead. That was another reason their population has decreased. So they couldn't have such heavy numbers on their side. Plus, a werewolf's bite was fatal to them. There were hardly any casualties from the other side. One thing was for sure, they almost wiped out packs. Whatever this thing was, certainly was more powerful than them. It could be that the royals of vampires were involved, but Raphael had spoken to them. It was a dead end. Only a few of them were left, and they were still in search of the powerful queen, so they wouldn't jeopardize anything to ruin their plans of survival and return to their earlier glory. The only promising opportunity was the rumor about the Pearl Moon's pack victory. He wanted to visit them personally and check if the facts were correct, but he was just not able to leave the moonlit city unprotected. More and more refugees had started showing up, but their plans to fortify their city were slow. The wolves had a problem. There were too many clashes and ego issues.
That was the only reason we were not ruling over anything but our small packs. We're happy with a larger border, that's it. He always believed there were too many alphas for any good. Vampires are more organized, with the royal family ruling over everyone. Raphael wondered if the story of purebloods was true. Had it been, they wouldn't all be fighting with each other instead of protecting the city. The alphas were too egotistical for anyone's good. Raphael himself couldn't control his anger if someone tried to demean him. He had a strong wolf, brawnier than anyone knew. So Jera and Raphael had a lot of pride. When he had his demons to contend with, he found it difficult to speak to other alphas and forget their petty rivalries and put up a united front. At least he was glad they were still trying to hold it together. He got up from his seat and let out a long, defeated sigh. Jander, who saw his alpha's uneasiness ever since his mate jumped off a cliff, felt pity for him. He wished he was there that day to help him. He would have never let that happen. Now, there was no way they could say anything to the pack about their alpha mate's death. No one would like that. It was demoralizing. So it was a slow poison that Raphael had to swallow every day, and it was corrupting his happiness, little by little, with every passing moment. "Is there anything troubling you too much?" Jander used his friend's voice rather than the beta. He knew Raphael needed his friend more than betas these days. "Everything, honestly." Raphael gave an agonizing yet honest smile. "Do you want to take the day off and take out Davinia, maybe?" Jander asked hopefully. He knew Raphael had a soft spot for Davinia, at least he did once. Perhaps he could explore that again and see where it goes. "Not again. Davinia is practically no different from you, Jander." Raphael let out a groan, but he could feel the cocky eyes of Jander throwing daggers at him. "Okay, fine. Davinia means less than you. We are brothers, my friend." Raphael grinned. "That's much better. Then what do you want? Go to that cliff, possibly?" Jander knew Raphael visited there often. Raphael didn't have to say it to him. He was the beta and his best friend. "I think it will help calm me a bit. Thanks for understanding, but I will go there after dinner," Raphael rasped. "Then what do you want to do now?" Jander probed. "I will go and meet Lucian, sort out a few things. We need someone as powerful as him watching over our city when I'm out. I can't trust anyone else," Raphael speculated. He was unsure if the Moonlit City had any chances if they fought between themselves. The only one that they would probably listen to in his absence was Lucian. "I bet you must include that Travis guy. I mean, he still has a stronghold over the city," Jander suggested. Raphael smiled at that. He probably had the best beta. He was sure of only one thing. The Black Moon was safe under Davinia's and Jander's watchful eyes. "When do you plan to leave?" Jander queried. He had to prepare a few things. "Tomorrow, first thing," Raphael confirmed. "May I ask where?" Jander was curious. "I have a feeling I have to do it alone, Jander. But I will trust you in case something happens. But keep it to yourself. Can you promise me that?" Raphael requested. It was not like him to plead for anything, so Jander was tenser. "Of course. You are my alpha. But are you sure you don't want Davinia for this?" He cocked his eyebrows. "No. Not even Liriana. They would be worrying too much otherwise, and they have too much on their plates already," Raphael explained. Jander nodded his head in agreement. "I heard a rumor about Pearl Moon Pack. I am going to visit them," Raphael said. "You know that could be a purely baseless rumor, right?" Jander wheeled. "I know. But that was the best lead we've got so far," Raphael sighed. But I doubt it is. I mean, we see these creatures are attacking the Eastern Territory. Pearl Moon Pack is a days and a half ride from there. Do you think they have the strength to attack at multiple places? I don't want to believe that. It's scary," Jander retorted. I know. But what if those rumors are true? That means we are undermining their strength. And think, if such a small pack could defeat them, then we certainly can. We need to gather as much information as possible.
Jander knew his alpha inside and out. Raphael was a hard-headed man. Once he wanted to find something out, he would reach the bottom of it. Raphael showing interest in those creatures was already a sign that their bad times are at bay. He felt proud of his alpha as his chest widened with pride. Just then they heard a knock outside the door. It was Davinia. They quickly changed the topic and started discussing trivial matters. Davinia could sense something was off, but she pondered a little. She had her ways of finding things out. She made it look like she was the person least interested in Raphael's personal life, when she was in fact the one most tethered to it. Like when she had had Angela keeping tabs on Raphael and informing her about him and that mate of his. That morning before Raphael had asked her to come to Red Moon Pack, Davinia was already headed off towards it. Angela had already informed her that there was something going on between those two. She was curious. She wanted to meet the girl who had the potential to make Raphael force her to take part in the claiming event. Also, damn, she had the nerves to reject his advances. There was no one, absolutely no one, who would not fall for his charms. He was a demigod. There is no way she would have known he was her mate before they mated. And how could she forget that impetuous little crystal? She'd made Raphael late for her birthday. Davinia banished her in such a manner that it looked like Crystal's fault, and Raphael ended up in her arms, feeling guilty that he'd had sex with a traitor. His pain was always her gain until that Elsa witch. She was not even a wolf Davinia was worried about. It was a good thing she died that day, else she would have had to kill her in cold blood.
"What are you thinking so deeply, Davinia?" Raphael called to her, breaking her train of evil thoughts.
"I'm here to inform you of something. Last night, after you left me near the riverbed, I saw a girl and a man talking across the river. Nothing was clear, but I wonder who would meet like that in secret at such an odd place," Davinia said with a grave voice.
"Why didn't you tell me before?"
Raphael snapped. Her irresponsibility agitated him. He rushed towards her in a delirium. It could be their chance at some information. "You were so exhausted. When I came back, you were already sleeping. You sleep so rarely these days that I didn't have the heart to wake you up. Plus, it could have been the refugees that we've been receiving for months now. I have already set a team to look to see if any refugees came by there last night." Davinia quickly filled him in. She knew Raphael would be angry at her at first, but she would get away with it. There were patrols everywhere these days, so there was a high risk someone could have seen her talking with her father. So before anyone else gave Raphael any information, she must test it to her advantage.
"Still, you should have woken me up," Raphael hollered.
"I will keep that in mind next time. I am sorry I was wrong," Davinia said in a sorry tone. She knew when to pull what tricks.
"I am sorry. I should not have shouted at you like that. You were only thinking about me, but you are a Luna now, and we are in great danger. You have to be more careful," Raphael nagged.
Davinia did not object or complain. She only nodded her head in acceptance. Then she started discussing other pack affairs before leaving the two alone. "Dude, what should I tell them when you're gone tomorrow?" Jander asked as soon as Davinia left. It was bothering him for a while now. Raphael was in a dilemma for a bit, then said,
"Just tell them I'm off to meet the vampires or something."
Jander chuckled at that. So it seemed like a perfect excuse for everyone. "Father, Raphael is going out of the city. I don't know where, but when I was outside of his office after informing him about our meeting as we'd planned, I heard Jander and Raphael discussing something about him leaving the city. He's after you." Davinia called her father to inform him about the additional information she'd learned.
"Then it is time we attack your city," The voice grinned over the phone.
No, it will only make me look weak. Plus, we still don't have the strength to take the whole moonlit city in such a rush. You're close to finding that girl. Stay focused. I will let you know when it's time. These alphas are so petty that they will kill themselves. We won't have to do much, so wait for my signal,
Davinia bellowed. Are you so fond of that alpha toy now, and that pathetic city of yours, now that you are a Luna? The man grumbled.
No, we must find out where Raphael is going, and you should do that for me. And here I am going to weaken this fort for you. We have to be patient. Don't forget that we need the wolf just like the girl. Without the girl, it will be difficult to hold off Raphael,
Davinia snapped back. The man growled, but he knew she was right. After all, he had raised her. It was odd how he was losing his sight. At least they were there for each other. Fine, the man groaned one last time before cutting the line. Little wolf, you are only roaming like that because I haven't found her yet, the man hissed to himself. Chapter 24. My Second Chance.
Why are you here, Noah?
Elsa shrugged. She had a weird feeling about it. Do you want to know? Noah answered with a question of his own. He looked deeply into her eyes that had so many stories hidden in them. It pained Noah. He wondered if she would ever feel comfortable enough to share all that with him. Elsa looked outside through the small window. She didn't know if she wanted to know that. Noah was going beyond his alpha duties when it concerned her. She knew that, and she couldn't decide if she didn't like it. It felt good to be at the receiving end for once. She was not ready to play games of the heart yet. The more she wanted to get rid of Raphael, the more she was feeling connected to him. Some days she could bet things she was feeling were not entirely hers. It was as if Raphael, or his wolf, were reaching out to her. But it could have also been her imagination. Raphael rejected her, and right after, had sex with Davinia to prove his point.
Yes,
Elsa confirmed. She was still not prepared for the answer, but she didn't wish to be in the dark. Earlier today, when I was blocking out everyone, you still managed to connect with me. At first I thought it was my mistake. Somehow I let you have it, as I was a bit worried about you after that night. But the second time, I'm sure I blocked you. But you could still reach out to me with no hassle. I didn't even feel that you'd broken the barrier. Noah looked at her with dreamy yet puzzled eyes. Elsa wasn't sure why he said that. Where was this leading? But she had already figured out that there was something weird about how the pack link works with her.
What do you mean?
Elsa wanted to know what Noah thought before letting him know about the oddities. No one could do that with an alpha, except... Noah hesitated to speak the last word. Elsa's eyes widened at that. She was not ready for that word, but she could be wrong. It happened back in the Red Moon pack, and no way Riker was her mate. Except for my Luna, Noah finished, despite seeing the apprehension in her eyes. It was his chance. He had to let her know what he was thinking. If she was their Luna, then he or his pack couldn't afford to lose her, even if it means he has to fight her demons.
I can't be your Luna,
Elsa blurted out immediately. She sounded so sure and stubborn that it hurt Noah. Noah wasn't expecting such an abrupt response. He knew Elsa might not agree with it or even disbelieve its probability, but that sudden rejection was too painful. It was as if sharp thorns had pricked his delicate heart 1,000 times and were still not done. Elsa immediately regretted her words. Noah's eyes were too hurt, even as he was not saying anything. It wasn't that Elsa had not figured it out, that Noah harbored certain feelings towards her.
but she wasn't aware that he was getting so serious. She was barely finding her place. Even so, it didn't feel good to hurt Noah that way. "Sorry," she mumbled. "It's okay. It's just a thought, not necessarily correct." Noah tried to comfort himself more than he was doing for her. "Yes, you're right, Noah. There is something that I must tell you now. My previous mate never said those words. He never rejected me properly. We mated, we found out, and then he was not ready for it. I was heartbroken and I jumped from the cliff." Elsa filled in the necessary part of her short story with Raphael. It would not be a lie that Elsa felt like dying again. It wouldn't be a lie to say that Elsa felt like dying all over again as she repeated those memories. Her heart pained as if it was getting torn with wolf claws, yet she was putting up a smiling face to encourage Noah. "Elsa, you are as broken as I am. You're not marked, so you could be—" Noah was hopeful about seeing her encouragement, but it vanished as fast as it had started. Elsa was frowning now. She was not ready for it, and probably Noah was pushing too far. "Noah, mates are so rare, and you believe in second chances? How can someone be so lucky?" Elsa hissed. It was too presumptuous of him. It was not going to end well for anybody. "I know, but how do we ignore what happened this morning?" Noah probed. "I don't know. When I was back with my previous pack, there was an attack, and I had to somehow manage to call my entire pack for help. But it could have been my mate, too. So I'm not sure. I might be of alpha blood as well. I am an orphan rescued from the war. I'll never know." Elsa was trying to pull forward all possible reasons. Elsa didn't want to be his mate, or anybody's, except for Raphael. She wasn't sure why. Noah seemed great. Accepting him would reduce her pain, and she could have a chance at a better life. But cutting off Raphael on a whim was too much for her. She couldn't bear the thought, let alone go and do it for real. Her heart yearned for him, and her body was feeling a heat that hadn't diminished over the past year. She needed Raphael. Was he an alpha? Noah whispered. He was getting irritated. Why was he so stubborn? Was she still in love with that cheater? How could she be? It infuriated him. He must be the man she was moaning about the other night in her sleep. He could feel rage, but he was still holding it together somehow. "Yes," Elsa agreed. She was unsure where this was going. "Then maybe you can do it when your alpha mate is around you. Lunas can do that," Noah reasoned. It sounded like the best explanation for everything happening. She wasn't sure how to reject that. There was no reason why she could. Elsa sighed. She might be facing her second chance right now and rejecting it. Elsa might be making Noah go through the same thing Raphael did to her. She was not that bad. How would she ever forget it if she did that to someone like Noah? She was there from the beginning. Had it not been for him, she would already be dead. Noah carried her dead weight for over a year, and now was standing for her. He'd only ever helped her and given her affection. Why was she so stubborn as to not realize this pure thing? It wasn't toxic like she'd had with Raphael. No chemical reactions, no hormone pools. A bond forged organically with mutual trust and respect. Why was she hell-bent to let this one go for Raphael? It could be her second chance, too. Why had she been such a fool not to see it? "Noah?" Elsa squealed. Noah knew she was reanalyzing her situation, and he was glad. He immediately reached for her as he engulfed her in a tight embrace. Elsa's heart calmed a little at that, but it was still beating at a crazy speed. Nothing seemed correct. She was not sure anymore what to do. She was hopeful Noah would figure it out for the both of them. "Do you want to find out?" Noah proposed. Elsa merely nodded her head. "You know we need to at least—" Noah's heart was jumping at the thought of kissing Elsa. Elsa swallowed a glob of saliva as he looked into her eyes that had an ocean of emotion. For once she wanted to drown in them and enjoy something freely. Elsa wasn't worried about the mate thing anymore. She wanted to taste his lips and see how they felt. Noah's heart skipped a beat when Elsa's lips parted a bit. His Adam's apple moved greedily. He looked at her luscious and perky pink lips hungrily. He wanted to feel them, cherish them. The need to close the distance was eerie. Noah bent his head towards Elsa, and she didn't run away. Elsa closed her eyes when only a few inches remained. At that point, no one knew. Fated or not, Elsa was the one he needed. He would make her see that he was the one for her. His heart had already chosen her as an equal. He felt relief wash all over him at that, and he felt calm before the need rising again. There was no more tension holding him back. It was only a few inches separating his and Elsa's protruding rosy lips. He smirked as he claimed her inviting, palatable lips, ravishing her taste. Raphael left to go to the Pearl Moon Pack before sunrise. He didn't want prying eyes and didn't want to answer any questions. Jander and Lucian were the only two people who knew his actual intention. He couldn't bring himself to trust Travis yet. Raphael was glad about his newfound trust and friendship with Lucian. He was happy that at least now he had an ally and friend for life. But as soon as Raphael left the moonlit city borders, his wolf could sense someone following him. He tried to figure out what or who it was, but there was no one. There was not even a trace of smell or any vehicle or paw prints. But his wolf knew there was something odd happening around him. It was as if the surrounding air had conspired against him and whispered about him. After some time it went silent, and Raphael shrugged off the eerie feeling and went ahead towards his destination that was quite far from where he started. As he passed by the ocean, all he could think about was how it took Elsa from him. He used to love the ocean, but now it reminded him too much of Elsa, and the fact that he could never have her. He didn't realize a lonely, rebellious tear escaped from the corner of his eye. All he wanted was a second chance. He knew he would do it right this time. Even though Raphael's body was tired, he drove through the night without resting so that he would reach the Pearl Moon Pack by dawn. It might surprise Alpha Connor to receive him that early, but he would make the necessary amendments. He quickly called Jander to let him know that he needed to update the Pearl Moon Pack on his new arrival time. The more Raphael went near the Pearl Moon Pack, the more the creepy behaviors were starting. After a point, he was not able to ignore them. Raphael knew something was going on. He had to trust his instincts. There was only one way he could evade it, and that was by shifting and letting his wolf take over. Once he was near the border of the Pearl Moon Pack, he looked for a place to park his vehicle, when he found a large abandoned house, probably ruined by the recent war. He parked near it. It smelled eccentric for a broken mansion. He quickly shifted into his wolf and growled. Jera was always happy to take the lead. He liked to be out and in control. But he had a strong human. But he can't complain about that. The wolf was as strong as humans were. Jera could pick up the faint lavender traces, and he groaned. It reminded him of Elsa's delightful smell. But he shook his head and made a run for Pearl Moon territory. The further he went inside, the surrounding creepiness subdued, and the fresh smell of lavenders and roses replaced it. He was so enamored by it that he couldn't ignore it anymore. Jera followed the scent. Soon he was standing in front of a small pack house. His heart was beating erratically. Was Elsa inside there? Was he finally going to reunite with her? Has Moon Goddess finally showed her kindness to give him a second chance?
My second chance, Raphael whispered as a smile spread across his handsome face as he shifted to his human form. Chapter 25. The Pain. Raphael walked straight towards the pack house. A few early wakers coming out of the pack house stopped him. At first they thought Raphael might be a rogue wolf, but his aura was too strong for that, and he beamed of power and confidence. The Pearl Moon wolves took a fighting stride, but were calculating their odds when they heard a loud growl of their alpha. Alpha Raphael, you're early and at the wrong place, Connor spoke as he walked towards him. The other wolves surrounding Raphael left them after nodding to Connor. I am where I should be. Raphael let out an angry growl himself. Calm down. I just got out of war and we're still healing. I'm not here to pick a fight with you. Connor raised his hand of friendship. Raphael was not sure if it had been too soon. He weighed something on his mind before doing the same. Why are you here? And you did not call. My beta saw you coming towards here. Connor gloated. I'm here because I picked up an exotic, delightful scent. I must find the owner. Raphael's eyes beamed with joy, confusion, and agony. But Connor didn't think it was wise to press the matter more. If he was here for his Luna, then no one could stop him. It was a great thing that such a powerful alpha is fated to someone from the Pearl Moon pack, but how was he able to pick up the odor even before seeing her? It doesn't happen anymore. How could you pick up the odor? It's not supposed to happen this way until... Connor didn't want to believe that someone from his pack was dumb enough to take part in the claiming and come back without completing the marking process with the almighty alpha. Who would be that dumb? And why? If you can smell her, then she can too, but she isn't coming out. Why? Connor quirked his eyebrows. If his pack member was determined to reject this almighty wolf, then he had to choose his own. Connor was the alpha, and his duty was towards his pack. That was a situation he didn't want to be in at all. Raphael and his wolf were getting impatient to barge in and find Elsa. But he was in another wolf's territory, and he had hurt Elsa way too much. If he could smell Elsa, then it would be the same for her as well. So if she wasn't coming out, it meant she was hurt and wanted to ignore him. He couldn't blame Elsa for that. He was finding it hard to find the right words to say when he met Elsa. He groaned impatiently. He had to reach her now. Let our Luna reach. We'll be getting inside the pack house, Connor spoke, seeing his impatience. As soon as Luna Teresa arrived, Raphael immediately asked to go inside and search for the owner. The Alpha and Luna knew better than to prevent a wolf in such situations. They quickly agreed, but followed him inside. Raphael went further into the pack house and finally to the uppermost floor. He was standing in front of a room where the smell was most definitely coming from. It was faint for a person to be in there, but it was enough to know that the person had spent most of their time in there. This. Raphael looked at the Alpha and Luna, requesting them to unlock the door and call for the person staying here. But they were only looking at each other in dismay and confusion, irritating Raphael to the bone. Seeing their hesitation, Raphael barged inside the room forcefully, breaking the door into pieces. It was empty. No one was there. But everything in that room was basked in Elsa's essence. It was soothing and yet terrifying. He picked up the bedsheet and sniffed it, drowning in her remaining sweet lavender and rose fragrance. Where is she? Raphael whisper yelled. Beatrice! The Luna spoke for the first time. She was confused. She had assumed her to be close with Noah, but the Opals had been selective about their pack affairs. Who? Raphael snapped. The scent was supposed to be Elsa's. She's already left, Teresa spoke in a trembling voice. Raphael's rage was letting out some of his alpha voice. It was weird it had such an effect on other alphas. How powerful was he? Where? Who is she? Raphael asked in an unusually calm voice. We have no idea. Beatrice wasn't from Pearlmoon. Her pack left last morning. They headed south, but they could have done that to fool us. We didn't ask and they didn't tell. Connor came forward to his Luna's rescue. Her pack? Why were they here? Raphael bellowed. He was surprisingly calm while his eyes were glowing with a golden ring. Probably his wolf was fighting to take control. The Opals. Their leader Noah had come here to support us in our fight against the creatures. It was because of them that we were able to defeat them. They left yesterday, maybe to help out some other pack. Connor briefed him. Was she hurt? Raphael's voice came out shaky as a teardrop fell from his eyes. It could be from hurt or anger, but whoever she was meant a lot to him.
At first, yes, but she recovered too fast. They even inducted her into the Opals the day before.
Teresa, surprisingly recovered from her fears, approached Raphael despite Connor's small protest.
It was as if she could understand his broken heart.
You mean Elsa was hurt? They didn't force her, right? Raphael looked at Teresa with tear-filled eyes. He quivered with pain and felt distressed. He couldn't help but feel her loss. He failed her as a mate. He was again not there to protect her. But happiness washed over him knowing that she was alive and well.
She is fine, I promise. But she was called Beatrice, not Elsa. She was more than happy to be an opal. We wish we could tell you more, but that's all we know. If you leave early, then maybe you could catch them. You can smell her, right? Teresa cooed.
Cold fear washed over him. All the memories of Elsa jumping off the cliff came back. What if it was someone else and not Elsa? He could feel that dreadful, lonely, deep and sharp pain rippling through his body. He wasn't sure how he was alive all these days feeling that way, but he deserved that. And he needed to live for his pack. He kneeled as he let out a loud growl, filled with sorrow and pain. Raphael nodded. He was not sure why they called her Beatrice, or if she was someone else, but he needed to find her. He had so many questions for this girl. He thanked the Alpha and the Luna and picked up his bedsheet basked with her essence. He quickly shifted to his wolf as he ran towards his vehicle. Whoever was the owner of that smell was his next destination. Noah invaded Elsa's mouth as his world narrowed down to that kiss. His stomach churned and his heart raced. He felt alive. He didn't even know that he was dead inside all these years until these feral emotions invaded his mind. He could feel a throbbing between his pants, but all his focus was on ravishing Elsa's mouth. He didn't want to break apart. It was as if his body had a mind of its own. He was pulling Elsa more to him, trying to explore every inch possible. Elsa was a great kisser. She'd kissed only one man, one night, so this felt great. For once, her mind was free from Raphael and other tensions. She was so immersed in that moment, as desire and passion rushed through her veins. Noah bit her lips with some urgency, and a soft moan escaped Elsa's lips, making him more hungry and needy for her, if that was possible. Noah pressed her ass cheeks as he picked her up and placed her on the table. He was squeezing her inner thighs and grunting from time to time, showing his pining want for her. The need Noah was showing for her was making her whimper and shiver. She was pulling his head towards her as her hands wildly ruffled his hair. They finally broke their kiss, gasping for air. Elsa was panting and sweating. The air had certainly become hotter than what it had been before that kiss. She blushed. Noah let out a loud growl, seeing her reaction. He was not sure at first, but seeing her react like that to his touch made him feel victorious. When Noah touched his lips to Elsa's for the first time and tasted her, he knew right away that Elsa was not his mate. It broke his heart, but it was soon filled with the warmth when Elsa didn't push him away. She must have realized it too, but was equally passionate about that kiss. He ended up feeling better than he would have if those mate sparks and her fragrance would have captivated him that moment. He knew he was not going to get rejected right away. He still had a chance. They can be chosen mates, after all. Noah was already missing her sweet lips. They were a bit red from all the kissing and nibbling. But he still had so much to do with her. He had not finished. Not even close. He pushed her hair back as he guzzled in her fragrance of roses and something else that he wasn't sure of. He would find out once he marked her. He was determined to do that someday. He nuzzled the crook of her neck, earning him another soft moan. "Are you sure?" Noah muttered. He was unsure why he was even asking that. What if she breaks apart? He wanted her, and yet he was giving her another chance to walk away from him. But also, he wasn't able to take advantage of the situation. Of her. He had to know if she wanted it, and knew they were not mates.
"I am, for now. I don't know what the new day will bring, but right now, I need you, Noah,"
Elsa whispered. Noah could feel goosebumps when he heard his name roll out of her mouth. Noah wasn't sure he would ever be able to control himself if he kissed her again, but he didn't have the strength to reject her or force her to make a decision right then. He had to be patient, and right now, all he needed to do was pleasure her so much that she couldn't walk away from him even if she wanted. With a new determination, Noah looked into her eyes. He stared at her like that for a brief moment before Elsa lost the battle and closed her eyes as Noah squeezed her inner thighs. Noah growled, seeing her react like that to his touch. It was too satisfying. Before he knew what he was doing, he was kissing her back. This time it was wilder and demanding. But this time Elsa was kissing him back with more aggression, need, and passion, making him twitch inside his trousers. It only made him more daring. Noah was now freely touching Elsa and exploring her feminine, delicate curves as Elsa pushed him towards her. She was going to be his death. How could someone feel so much for just one person and yet not feel enough? She was an enchantress, wrapping him around her little fingers, and he would do anything to keep it like that. Noah picked her up from the table and walked towards the bed. He was not going to stop at anything unless Elsa stopped him. He was a wolf, an alpha at that. How could he control his sexual need when he was so emotionally inclined to this woman? He couldn't. Everything was hazy other than that. Elsa and their heated passion. But suddenly Elsa broke apart. She rushed to the other corner of the room without even sparing an eye to him. It pained him as if thousands of needles were pricking his delicate heart at the same time. He wasn't expecting her to separate like that, but when he saw her wrapped up into a ball in one corner, he rushed to her. He couldn't fathom why she was behaving so erratically all of a sudden. One moment before they were fine, completely enamored with each other. They might have ended up having sex, but now she was sitting in one corner, with her head over her knees and her hands wrapped up. What happened? Noah rushed to her side and he slowly patted her hair. He didn't say anything, unaware of what was happening or what he should say. He wondered if she realized he had made a mistake and she would walk away from him now. His heart ached with that thought. He brushed off his unwary feeling and asked, "What happened?" Elsa lifted her head, her eyes puffy and red from crying. Her face had turned paler, as if her face had been deprived of the blood. Her body was cold and she was shivering. Noah pulled her into his warm embrace and tried to soothe her, but it only broke down the last little bit of control Elsa had. She cried her heart out as pain coursed through her body. It was so deep, lonely, and terrifying that she wasn't sure how someone could live feeling that way. "What is it?" Noah asked again.
"I don't know. It's so cold. I feel a horrifying and nerve-chilling sorrow and sharp pain. Help me, Noah. I can't bear it." Elsa fumbled as she lost consciousness.
Chapter 26. The Beast.
"Where did Raphael go?" Davinia snapped. How could the minion be so careless? Ever since the Opals helped the Pearl Moon Pack, something weird had been happening there. They were no longer able to intrude without invading her dreams. Some form of energy was stopping them from trespassing in those lands. "We will figure it out. Raphael has not yet set foot out of the territory. Otherwise, we would have caught his scent." The voice on the other side of the phone spoke. It was not that he was calm. It had already been several hours since Raphael had gone inside, and no news of him had yet reached him. The informer also had not seen Raphael. "How do you know? He's an alpha. He knows how to cover his tracks," Davinia rebuked. Her father could be too arrogant at some times to see the truth. "The air never lies," he insinuated. He had many things on his plate, and here he was wasting his precious time over her boy drama. Also, the Alpha had vanished. "How do you know? I thought the same about the waters, and yet it cannot say if Alpha is dead really or not. We must be cautious. Larger forces are out there at play. It's not like the last time. I can feel it," Davinia insisted. She had always been one who was more careful among the two. Her father was the strongest person she knew, but he was blinded by ego and ambition. Davinia, on the other hand, was more poised and calm. She could wait for the right time to strike and was not impulsive. Probably this was something that she got from her mother. "You foolish child. You compare your powers with me? Don't forget I have lived longer and seen these forces play out their part more times than you know. I have waited for this for so long, I will not let it go." The father fumed before disconnecting the call, leaving Davinia wondering. As more time passed and she didn't get any more information, her impatience increased. Raphael was not picking up her call. He had blocked all links. There was only one person who probably knew where Raphael was. She had to convince Jander to let her know about his whereabouts. She stormed towards his chamber, unsure how to convince him. If required, she would use some of her alpha voice to make him speak. It was not a wise thing to do. It would unravel some of her secrets, while she needed to pass as a strong wolf. The truth about her will sabotage their mission, but she was not left with many choices. As soon as she barged inside the chamber, she was astonished. An unexpected guest was seated, and there was no one else. "Why are you here, Lucian?" Davinia groaned. What was cooking between these men? And why were they keeping her out of the loop? Had Raphael started doubting her already? She had to know. "I came here to know about your Alpha's absence. These are trying times. I am here to extract some information from the Beta. But I guess you will do just fine. After all, you are his Luna." Lucian smirked. He particularly said the last part trying to mock her, and her expression showed that he was successful. For some unknown reason, he'd never felt comfortable around Davinia. He found her way too pretentious and too good to be true. He wanted to see through her, but every time he tried to pull some dirt on her, she came out more clean. It was unsettling. But he was glad Raphael had agreed to keep Davinia out of their ordeals. "He's out to seek the vampire prince for some answers. After all, these are trying times." Davinia spit at him. She didn't need to be kind and sweet towards Lucian. She could kill him right there and no one would ever find out. For all she knew, she could choke him with the wine he was drinking. A twisted smile appeared on her face as she thought of the ways she could kill Lucian, unsettling Lucian to his bones. Lucian stared deep inside her, trying to find some answers. Her face was too familiar, yet he could never remember where he had seen it. Maybe around Raphael when he beat the pulp out of him in that duel. but his gut feeling said something different. They all had grown stronger, more muscular, yet Davinia looked the exact same, except for her hair, of course. The more he looked at her, the more mysterious she appeared.
I know that you are not from Black Moon originally. How did you manage to climb the ladders so fast?
Lucian chuckled. He didn't want to show his apprehensions. His doubts were his own until he had anything concrete to speak out loud. Till then, his mind games would be enough.
Hard work and practice. If you'd done that, you might have ended up being the true alpha of Midnight City,
Davinia sneered at him. She knew where to prick at him so it would hurt the most. It was the most embarrassing moment of Lucian's life. Not once before him a Silverlit had lost a duel. And he was the crowned prince, yet he lost so badly to Raphael. It was one of the reasons he admired Raphael, but it didn't decrease his bitterness.
And yet, I managed to forge a relationship with the Black Moons, unlike my ancestors. Over several centuries, a midnight wolf is born, Davinia. I was not aware of that before, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Lucian reckoned. He was unsure if he was still letting out some information that he shouldn't, but he had to bet on something. He was playing his tricks, unsure if Davinia truly knew it or not. When Davinia didn't seem fazed by it, he knew his doubts were correct. It was a secret his father told him after the duel was over, and he knew it because somehow they were descendants of the purebloods, even if they didn't carry their powers. Davinia stared into his eyes, trying to see if Lucian knew her secrets. Never before had she thought him a potential threat, and yet here they both were, standing, glaring daggers at each other. When she couldn't see anything except a smirk on his face, she knew it was her cue to play in the dark.
What are you saying? Black wolves aren't rare.
She tried to play it cool, but that time had passed.
I know. Just playing with our little Luna here,
Lucian chuckled. He was sure that she was hiding things. It could be for or from her pack, only time would tell.
I shall call Jander,
Davinia said as she started linking Jander.
No. Now that I know about Raphael's whereabouts, I shall leave.
Lucian sneered as he walked past Davinia. He was determined to get more facts from her. It was high time he stopped ignoring his wolf instincts. Not long after, Jander came into the room, only to find an angry Davinia. She was still their Luna, and he had to make sure Davinia was doing okay in their alpha's absence. "You don't seem well," Jander asked.
Where is Raphael? I know he didn't go to the Vampire Prince. I called him.
Davinia looked straight into his eyes. She didn't want to give Jander any time to think. She used a small amount of alpha tone that would not get noticed, probably. "I don't know. I'm glad you found out. Raphael is not where he said he would be to me. I'm worried. He blocked me and commanded me to only connect if there was an absolute emergency," Jander retorted. He wasn't lying. Raphael had left the Pearl Moon Pack rather too quickly and did not say why. After that, Raphael was blocking him as well. The only thing he had insisted on is that no one should know his whereabouts, no matter what. Raphael had commanded Jander to connect with him only when there was a dire need that they couldn't handle. Davinia knew it was useless to use her powers on him. He was a beta. Jander would resist them, and if it became too overbearing, Jander would end his life, but not go against his alpha. Jander was the beta of the Midnight Wolf, which meant he was more powerful than some alphas. She sighed. Probably she was right all along. Raphael was no longer in the Pearl Moon territory. There was only one way to find out, and it was not going to end well for anybody. But no one was giving her any choice. She returned to her chambers and waited for the sunset. Then she disguised herself and left for the nearby human settlement. She walked past cold lanes into the darker, narrow ones. She was disgusted to do so, but it was her only way. Then she finally stopped before a small wooden door,
An extremely pungent smell was coming from inside. The man was probably sick or too wasted. Either way, her work would be more comfortable. She knocked on the door several times and waited, but when it didn't open, she burst through it.
"Who dares to get inside?"
A drunk voice came from inside. The place smelled horrible, and it was no less than a stinking hole in the wall. She didn't feel the necessity to remove the small piece of clothing protecting her nose from the foul smell and replied to the wastrel. She clicked her heels on the wooden floor as she approached the sound coming from inside. It wasn't big, so it only took her a few seconds to find them.
"Who are you? Looking for some great dick?"
The man flashed his dirty teeth. The man smelled like rotten eggs. Davinia felt an urge to vomit, but tried to ignore it. These were the men who don't reason. All they want was a little money, alcohol, and some sense of power.
Here, take it.
She handed him a small box, but it changed the demeanor of the man. He knew it was finally his turn to change his rat life. He had waited for generations for this. People thought he was mad, obsessed, but at last he was going to be sired. He grabbed the box and opened it with lightning speed, smiling the whole time with greed. It had a few small pills filled with warm blood. He was about to intake them when Davinia stopped him.
"Not here,"
she commanded. He didn't fuss. He followed her around like a dog to her car. Davinia made a mental note to wash it several times after this was over, but it was a sacrifice she was willing to make. Once they were close to the borders of the Midnight City, she dropped him. She asked him to enter the city and wait for the streets to calm down before swallowing the pill. She ensured that he would reach the small pack of Seth. It was under Raphael's protection, and they were too small to put up a big fight. It was perfect. No one would ever doubt her. Then she slipped inside her chambers as she waited for her works to unfold. If her father can't do it for her, she would find Raphael. He must know she was the only one who could save his pack, and the only one he could trust. The man was restless. He was too drunk and greedy to wait for nightfall. It was still several hours from that time when he decided to have just one pill. The excuse was to figure out how it worked. He knew he should do it one by one, but the kick it provided was too much. Every time the blood mixed with his, he could feel the power surge through him. Not long after, he could feel some of his bones breaking as the transformation into one of the wolves started. But it didn't hurt him. He could only feel becoming strong and powerful. All he wanted at that moment was to become invincible. Shortly after, he took the remaining pills and swallowed them together. A large amount of power burst through him, blocking his thoughts. He was no longer himself. His sire's greed and desire replaced his own. He could feel the rage and obsession, and an unending need for power and victory as the blood of his sire coursed through his veins. His eyes turned red as his hands, legs, and face shifted into a monster. He was neither a wolf nor a man. He was a beast. A loud growl echoed through the entire eastern side of the city, followed by a loud thud that woke up the Crystal Moon members. It was early, but the entrance had been better than Davinia had expected. A malicious grin covered her face as the door burst open behind her. "The beast!" Jander babbled in fear. Chapter 27. The Hero. "The Crystal Moons are under attack. Seth sent out a distress signal. We have to help them." Jander burst in to find Davinia staring at the horizon from her window.
"I know. Get our warriors ready and separate them into 2 groups. We have to be very careful not to become the next target, as well as protect the others. We also need to protect our own."
Davinia turned around with a fury on her face. There were visible signs of strain, but she had a calm demeanor, surprising Jander as a genuine leader should be in such disastrous situations. She was about to make a great Luna, thought Jander. As you say, Luna. Anything else? Inclined Jander. In Raphael's absence, he must heed his Luna. Davinia was taking appropriate measures. She was anything but weak. She was the best fighter they'd ever had. Her ability had made her a Luna.
Yes, you will remain here with the group. I will take the fight to the beast, while you secure our borders with Liriana. No one should dare attack a fellow pack of the Black Moons.
Davinia had a firm resolve in her voice. Jander wanted to fight the beast, but there was nothing to protest about. He knew Davinia was capable and that he shouldn't doubt her capabilities. It was only fitting that the Beta and Luna divide in such a situation, taking ownership of their responsibilities in the absence of their alpha. I will secure our borders, and I will reach out to Raphael, Jander accorded.
That's right. Let me know as soon as Raphael gets back. We do not know how many of these invaded our land.
Davinia nodded. She was secretly pleased to see her plan unfold in a better way. There was no way now Raphael could hide and abandon his pack. He had to return. And once he did, if she had to, she could put a tracker on him. They walked to their battle hall, where Liriana was already waiting for them with the warriors. Liriana was going to make sure the weakest and the kids were safe, while Jander patrolled the borders with runners. Davinia and several combatants set out for the Crystal Moon. By the time they got there, a lot of destruction had already happened. Many wolf corpses lay on the sides of the street. No human or wolf could do such a thing to anyone. For a few, the beast had brutally ripped out the whole intestine. For some others, it had destroyed their faces completely. It had so many cuts and bruises that it was difficult to recognize them. A few who survived the fight had picked up a strange infection, and it was spreading too badly. They wouldn't last the night. One fighter approached an infected wolf who turned out to be Seth. He had no signs of injury, yet his veins had darkened and his skin had become bluish-black, while at a few places it was rotting. His eyes were red and he was bleeding from his ears.
Nobody touches anything, including Seth, Davinia ordained.
But he needs our help. He's their alpha,
the fighter rebuked. He couldn't run afoul of his Luna, but it made no sense to let him die.
Seth has caught that infection, and we don't know why. It might be transmissible, Davinia cracked.
Every Luna is right. Everybody stay back and be cautious.
Another wolf went along with her. Davinia cussed under her breath. That sucker must have taken all the pills together. He would be extremely powerful now, but he wouldn't make it through the night. Evidently, his body couldn't bear that power, and it had led to this infection. And now he was decimating it. Anyone who came in contact with infected wolves or dead bodies would eventually become infected too. The issue was that other wolves would die while she survived. That might put her in question. She had to kill the sire before it got to be too late. She wanted to wait till Raphael came back. Until then, she would have to let the beast wreak havoc, but now she had to move fast and kill it. She couldn't let it roam freely, spreading the infection. The only way to end it was to kill him.
Each one of you has to ensure that you do not touch any of the corpses or infected people. We have to spread out and hunt for the beast, she ordered.
Davinia knew where it was. She could sense it from the connection. She turned everyone in the wrong direction and went after him herself. The sire was heading toward the hideout of their pack. Their hideout was not as strong in comparison as the other pack's safe houses, as they were in a new one. When she was by herself, she approached the hideout. By the time Davinia arrived there, the beast had already tried to destroy the main gate. She could possess him and kill him in seconds. It was a straightforward job. No one was there to see that it wasn't an actual fight. She put a mean smile on her face. She was on the verge of taking control when Lucian approached her.
It's so courageous of you to come and fight alone,
Lucian startled. He felt amused to find her alone.
Aren't you alone as well? Davinia snapped.
Davinia was a little angry. She could no longer take control over the sire and kill him with ease. Now she had to put up a fight. It's not that it was difficult for her with her abilities, it's just that she couldn't use them in front of Lucian.
What can I say? Outstanding leaders think alike, Lucian sneered.
He whistled at the sire, gaining his attention successfully. Without thinking twice, Lucian charged in its direction. He wasn't carrying a gun, nor was he shifting. At first, Davinia believed he was being reckless and frivolous. She looked forward to his death. With him dead, there might be one less problem to worry about. But she was speechless when she saw Lucian wielding a simple silver dagger. She couldn't stop from wondering what he was and how he could do that. Only purebloods could do that, and she was certain he was not among them. He had to live. However, she would wait and watch the fight to learn more about the dagger. The fight soon became one-sided, the beast clearly having the upper hand. Lucian suffered several bruises and cuts, but the beast didn't inflict them directly. He flew in all directions as the beast punched and kicked him with all of its might, but every time he fell he returned with more determination. The beast was growing restless. He made a roar as Lucian charged forward for the umpteenth time, but this time he got lucky. Before he could reach him to tear him apart, Lucian pierced his chest successfully. The sire began bleeding profusely, and strangely it didn't heal. It confused Davinia. The silver couldn't affect it. The beast had her blood. But whatever weapon Lucian struck him with was the reason behind this. The beast groaned in pain, its eyes turned redder as it marched towards Lucian, destroying everything in its path. He was thirsty for his blood. Davinia knew he could not let it kill Lucian now. A lot of mysteries revolved around him. No wonder they stayed to the sidelines. She charged in the beast's direction and shifted in midair, catching it by surprise. The beast was so focused on Lucian it didn't see her coming until she was close enough to rip its heart out. And just like that, his lifeless body fell. It transformed into its human form, a frail man. The sudden turn of events also surprised Lucian. He had imagined that the beast would die the minute the silver pierced him, but it triggered the rage of the beast even more. Lucian was certain that he was going to die in the hands of the beast when it inhumanly advanced towards him, but out of nowhere Davinia jumped and plucked its heart out. She proved to be a hero, his savior, and he doubted her all along. Maybe Raphael did the right thing when he made such a powerful warrior his Luna. "Thanks," Lucian whispered while covering Davinia with his shirt. Davinia snickered. That fool was about to wrap himself around her fingers. After all, she was his savior.
"You had him diverted enough. He didn't see that coming. I would say teamwork."
Davinia extended a hand of friendship. She must gain his confidence. Lucian had no hesitation this time. He was eternally in her debt. He nodded his head in agreement. But Davinia's attention was divided the moment she saw her empty wrist. She was looking for something. "What are you looking for?" Lucian asked.
"My bracelet. I think I dropped it when I shifted, but that has never happened before. I'll ask the Black Moon to look for it. It's a gift from Raphael."
She smiled. Lucian helped people inside that safe house. Davinia linked her pack members to ensure that everyone was safe. The infected wolves were still alive, including Seth, miraculously healed as soon as the beast had been killed. Nothing from that night made any sense. Every wolf had different questions, but the wolves of Crystal Moon, the warriors of Black Moon, and the Silverlit joined forces to clean the corpses and ensure that the wounded got treated appropriately. It was still a long night, and a lot of work was still to be done, but it was at this moment that Raphael reached out. He seemed tired and exhausted. But he wanted to make sure everyone was safe, even if he knew he was too late. He was only proud and respectful of his Luna. Davinia ran to his side and clasped Raphael in her arms. She was afraid he wouldn't come, as they'd now resolved the beast problem, but here he was, and that's all she wanted right now.
"Where were you? Look what happened."
Davinia had tears in her eyes that she didn't understand. When she saw Raphael, it was like she was at peace. Why did she feel such relief? Did she ever have any actual feelings about him?
Or is it just because she considered herself important to him while he was holding her back? Regardless of the reason, she couldn't help but feel drawn to him. She tightened the hug with Raphael without waiting for his response, which was surprising. He obliged, embracing her back.
I'm sorry. I should have been here. You were brave,
he whispered in her ear, giving her a friendly kiss on the forehead to calm her down. There was nothing romantic about it, at least to Raphael. Davinia closed her eyes, surmounted by her sudden and bizarre feelings. He could feel her eccentric heartbeats. Raphael knew he shouldn't have kissed Davinia because of their history. He shouldn't be leading her on in any way, now that there was a possibility Elsa was alive. But he owed it to her. She saved their city while he was away. It was his turn to appease her. Lucian sneered as he looked at them from afar. He knew he had to wait before having his turn to meet Raphael. Lucian made his way to the beast's body, then covered in his blood. He looked over the fragile body. There was no way for this body to handle all of this power and strength. He just sat there trying to figure out something about the whole thing. The beast was a shifter like them. He groaned as he leaned in to inspect. He was seeking clues. Lucian searched his body, looking for any visible signs, and there were none. Then he checked the bone behind his ears. He could tell that he was not a regular shifter. He didn't want to check the pockets of his trousers. Most of his clothes had been torn out anyway, and it was the last thing to check. As he searched inside them, he found a bracelet. It was a little dangling blue delicate butterfly bracelet with a little charm in the shape of a D. Chapter 28. Jealousy Tangles. When will Beatrice wake up? It's been a day now. Noah paced, asking the pack doctor Maya.
She should have woken by now, but then Beatrice is not a regular wolf,
Maya exclaimed. Maya despised Beatrice. It was clear from her tone. You don't like her? Noah queried.
I have reasons you are well aware of, Alpha. I care for this pack. I care for you,
Maya said without looking at him. She was checking her pulse and heart rate. Despite her hostility toward Beatrice, she was loyal to her Alpha. If her Alpha deemed Beatrice as an opal, Maya would help Beatrice. I can assure you she is not a threat. She entrusted me with her worries and has opened up to me with her secrets, Noah insisted. Noah wasn't at liberty to spill Elsa's secrets yet, but Maya was like a motherly figure to them. And it was she who'd found out that Elsa's blood had certain similarities to that of the creature. So he couldn't blame Maya for having her doubts. But Noah knew Elsa. But he could only assure Maya that his Alpha sense was true.
If my Alpha is keen to protect her and trust her, then I shall commit to the cause. But as an individual, I can't help but wonder what she is and what things she can do. We all know how her wolf single-handedly fought those wild rogues.
Maya got up from the bedside chair, looking straight into Noah's eyes. Noah sighed. He had nothing to say to wear off her suspicions. Even he didn't know of Elsa's potential or origin. It was all dark. Hell, Elsa as well was in search of those answers. All they could do was handle one problem at a time. And right now, his entire focus was on Cynthia's safety. He couldn't let those other things rampage in his city. He had already lost too many loved ones, and couldn't bear to suffer more.
Her vitals are normal. When you want, you can talk to me, Noah,
Maya affirmed in an affectionate voice. She walked out of the room, leaving him alone. Noah was her Alpha now. But Noah was just a child when Maya first came to this pack. He was really a sick kid, and her parents were far too worried about his health. But with proper care and treatment, he'd recovered well. Maya was proud of what Noah had become today. He was wise, well-mannered, and strong. Who knew such a feeble child could make such a strong Alpha one day? It was all Noah's determination and hard work. Of course, His wolf helped a lot, too. Noah hissed as he sat beside Elsa. There was no sign of fatigue or pain. She looked peaceful in her slumber. How he wanted her to wake up and say she was all right. He puffed in frustration.
You should leave. I can stay. The pack needs its alpha. We leave tomorrow for Cynthia. You need to speak to them.
Kira spoke. It startled Noah to hear her voice at first. He was so engrossed in his thoughts for Elsa that he didn't even notice that Kira had come in. Thank you, Noah said politely, walking out of the room. He didn't want to make it more conspicuous than it was. He knew Kira had several questions for him he was not ready to answer yet. Noah was showing too much affection and care. He was always the aloof one before Elsa. Kira locked the door and sighed. She walked towards Beatrice and scowled at her. Who knew this girl could trap such an indifferent alpha? Kira had harbored feelings for Noah ever since she understood such things. She'd always believed that she was Noah's mate, until Fiona appeared. She knew how painful that night was for her. It was as if her entire world shattered in a split second. Kira had cried to sleep for several nights until it had eased. She found her motive in serving him as her alpha. It didn't matter if Noah was not her mate. She was still going to be with him as his beta. But in just the rampart way Fiona had appeared in Noah's life, she left too in a similar fashion. Too quick, too impactful. That time again, Kira had given her unconditional support to Noah. She stood by him and supported his cause. But Noah didn't think of her as anything more than a friend. And here, Beatrice hardly wakes up like a damsel in distress and sweeps him off like it was nothing? How? Did she hate Beatrice? Maybe, maybe not. But Kira was sure she was envious of Beatrice. She'd been a fool to not realize that they were going so far until she saw Noah on Beatrice's balcony. They had to be close for Beatrice to embrace him like that, and Noah didn't even flinch. It was as if he was to later have her clinging to his chest. Kira felt a pang of pain as that memory flashed through her mind. She couldn't understand what to do with that knowledge. Kira could never lose Noah again to somebody else. She would prefer death over it. Elsa coughed without being able to complete the word. She came out of her concussion, but her eyes had a weird blue lining to them for a brief second before it went back to normal. It lasted for such a quick moment that Kira wondered if it was her imagination or some reflection. Kira got Elsa some water and she gulped it down in one go.
Are you fine, Beatrice?
Kira asked, concern in her voice. She didn't hate Beatrice, but Kira didn't like her either.
I'm fine. Just a mild headache. Nothing that I can't handle. How long have I been out?
Elsa babbled.
Almost 24 hours. We had intention to leave today, but you had other plans, Sleeping Beauty, Kira chided. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I was fine one moment, and next, I felt this excruciating pain that I couldn't handle. It was so void that it sucked all my energy.
Elsa's eyes watered, remembering that loneliness. It reminded her of the oblivion. It was scary. Without her knowledge, a single tear trailed down her cheeks, but she quickly wiped it away.
It's all right. I will inform Noah that you're awake. We can start the day after if you want to get some rest, but if you can manage, we must leave. Cynthia needs its real alpha,
Kira suggested.
No, I'm better. We can leave. I am a little hungry, but is it crazy that I say I feel tired?
Elsa smiled.
No, concussion does that to one. I'll send some food and you can rest,
Kira replied with a smile of her own. Kira patted her shoulder and left. Kira asked someone to get her some food through the pack link. She informed Maya that Elsa was out of her coma. Kira was feeling overwhelmed, unsure of how to deal with anything. She'd given her entire life to this man, and he didn't even spare her a glance. How was she going to survive that? She needed a run, a desperate run, and later to lose some heat. Kira was near the tree line when she saw a shadow approaching her. She knew to whom that belonged. She sighed and walked towards it.
"You look reckless,"
the approaching figure said.
"Naomi, I need that run,"
Kira rebuked.
"What you need is someone to talk to, Kira,"
Naomi stated. She had her arms open and was looking lovingly at Kira.
"You and your melodramas,"
Naomi chuckled, feeling light. Old friends who knew each other inside and out can have that effect.
"Why don't you tell him you love him?"
Naomi's voice had a hint of concern.
"I can't. Noah thinks that we're friends. All these years, he still believes that. I'm afraid I'll lose him,"
Kira huffed. She had this uncomfortable smile on her face as her eyes swelled with traitorous tears.
I can understand. But how long are you going to waste your life for him? You need to go out and look for a mate, a chosen one at least."
Naomi sat on the grass and padded beside her for Kira to sit. She puffed, but sat anyway.
"I don't know. I can't leave Noah in the middle of all this chaos."
Kira looked beyond the horizon. She was uncertain what she meant from chaos exactly, whether it was the current developments in their lives or her heart.
"Noah likes Beatrice. I can tell you know that already."
Naomi tried to console her.
"I know, but I'm not sure what I can do about it, except for the run."
Kira giggled. She tried to make it look funny when it wasn't.
"Kira, you need to decide. You can put your heart on the line too long. You know what it can do to you. I'm living example, honey."
Naomi had tears in her eyes as memories flashed through her mind. Naomi had seen the man she loved get killed before her that tragic night when she lost her parents. Naomi was so guilt-ridden that it tipped her over the edge. She froze as that devil massacred everyone she loved. And that day, Naomi lost her wolf, too. It had not spoken or surfaced ever since. Obviously, she had a better sense of everything, but she was more human than Werewolf. Naomi was among the few lucky ones to find a chance at love again. Even though Julius was human, he accepted her and her kind for who they were. She was in a blissful state in her life, but not everyone is lucky like her, and Naomi could not bear to see Kira suffer so much. Kira was a sister to her.
"I promise I'll do whatever it takes to ensure my happiness. I won't let my heart get trampled once again."
Kira had a smile on her face. It was unsettling. Naomi was unsure what she meant, but she hoped Kira merely meant that she would take better care of her heart than she did when Fiona came into Noah's life. She'd not seen Fiona, but she knew how much Fiona's death had affected her brother. Noah was recovering from the darkness within him. Naomi was happy to see Noah smile and be more lively this time. Naomi felt grateful towards Beatrice, but her heart mourned for Kira too. But this is when Kira could hear Noah reaching out to her. There was a sense of urgency.
"What is it, Noah?"
she linked back. "We have to leave, now. Cynthia is under attack. They know we're on our way. Someone tip them off, Kira." Noah's voice was impatient. She knew he was furious. Kira looked at Naomi and she nodded her head. Without wasting a single second, she rushed to the side of her alpha. Her love. It unsettled her to see Beatrice already sitting behind Noah on his bike, but now was not the time for jealousy fits. All she could see was blood, and it was wartime. She pressed the self-start button on her bike as the engine roared to life before she drove with her pack like the savage queen she was, to Cynthia. Chapter 29.
Cynthia. When the Opals reached Cynthia's boundaries, it was already the middle of the battle. They could tell that the city was crawling with the sires, and dead bodies dropped off everywhere. Hundreds of rogues were fighting with Cynthia's fighters, but they obviously had the advantage.
I've never seen so many rogues all together. They could pass as some kind of pack. A terrible, terrible pack,
Elsa yelped in shock. I know that feeling. I can't say I haven't thought that. Their numbers have grown over the years, Noah exclaimed.
What do we do?
Kira linked. We split. I will fight and you shall protect the weak, like always, Noah riposted.
What do I do?
Elsa queried. What? It confused Noah. There was no way Elsa would have been able to hear the conversation.
You and Elsa are splitting. Who must I join?
Queried Elsa again. You could hear that? How? When this is all over, Elsa, we are going to find out who you are. You stick with Maya in the camp. I sense they're after you. Noah meditated. He didn't have time to speculate about it, regardless of how surprised he was. They were at war. Kira and several fighters headed for the hideouts as stealthily as possible. They were not interested in getting caught. They must be quiet and discreet, and fight only when necessary. Noah and his frontline fighters entered the war fully armed. Few of them shifted too. Maya and a few others, including Elsa, remained outside the borders. They set up a small camp to help the injured. When they first saw the city, it startled them to witness such destruction. They were late. But it wasn't all doom and gloom. Noah and the others fought to get in, ripping, killing everything that went through them. But the battle was very unilateral with their numbers teeming. The wolves of the small packs lacked the skills to fight these creatures. They had crossed the frontiers, and a few packs had already lost their alpha, making them even weaker. The only wolves that stood against them were the Nightwalkers and the Opals. Noah was trying to find his brother. He could tell that Neil was alive, based on how the Nightwalkers fought valiantly. They would have felt the loss of their alpha if he was dead. But they were still in for a tough fight. His concern for protecting his last surviving family prevented him from moving forward. He had to check on Neil and make sure he was safe. Where are you, Kira? Did you see Neil? Noah tried to establish a connection with her. After some time, Kira answered. She was breathless and scared. What she was about to say was bad news.
Noah, it's Neil. He got hurt trying to protect the hideout. The rascals gained entry while the weak wolves were still inside. The beta died, and the Luna is inside. She was about to have a baby, but we don't know what happened. Hurry here. The Opals who went inside haven't returned, Kira shrieked.
Noah could sense fear and anger and anguish in her voice. Hold it for me, Kira. I'm coming, Noah roared, his anger directed at the beasts and rogues. He would not lose anybody today. Noah just saw red. He shifted midair and ran towards the pack house where the hideout was located, tearing and killing everything that tried to stop him. The wolves felt tired from the combat. They wouldn't last long. The Opals were not sufficient to win the battle over Cynthia. The only thing he could do today was to keep the rest of the wolves alive to fight another day. But once he got to the front of the pack house, he grunted. Neil was whimpering in pain, and Kira had passed out. Many Nightwalkers and Opals had died, and the others inside had a bleak chance of survival. It was crazy to walk inside the house. That was no longer the hideout, but a red zone. But Leah and the baby were likely still alive inside. Perhaps the members of his pack and the Nightwalkers are still alive. It was not in Noah to relinquish all those lives. There was no way he could live with that guilt. Noah turned to his human form, hurtling to the side of his bleeding brother. Neil, I defy you should not die. I command you as an alpha, if not as your brother, Noah muttered. Tears filled his eyes while he grappled, trying to prevent them from falling. He embraced his brother in a big hug as he shook Neil a bit, hoping it would deem him healthy. You are not my alpha, Neil chuckled in pain.
Neil, stay with me. We will survive this. Noah cupped his younger brother's cheek and looked at him with conviction. He wanted Neil to believe that. Only a miracle can do such a thing, my brother. There are so many of them. They're monsters, brother. But I do sense Leah and the baby are alive. Please save them. Promise me. Neil struggled to speak. He was too weak and his body was not recovering as quickly as it should. Noah was on the verge of promising when he heard a rumble behind him. It was a sire that resembled what Elsa had described. If Elsa and Maya were right, they consumed some pills or blood to turn into those creatures. Noah left his brother, headed his way to the fight. He couldn't have this thing anywhere near Kira or Neil. He shifted into his wolf Adolf in a fraction of a second and pounded towards it, but it was faster and stronger. One thrash from it and Adolf fell just inches away. He groaned in pain, but he didn't have the luxury of being hurt. Adolf stood, ignoring the wound. Adolf growled and ran towards the creature. This time he got sharper. Adolf gave the impression that he was going to jump to the right side when he hopped to the left side of the sire. The sire didn't expect the effect of surprise. It was not expecting that movement and couldn't evade the attack. Adolf bit his left neck and ripped him apart in a split second, killing the sire. But there was no end. Several rogue wolves and 2 other sires appeared. It was like they were waiting for the previous one to die so they could launch this attack on him. Adolf was unsure how he would respond, but his human, Noah, had a rock-hard determination. He let out a loud growl. This time he held it together, waiting for the attackers to take the first step. But when they all charged towards him at the same time, he regretted that decision. But before he could make a move, the bodies of 2 wolves flew right in front of him. It stunned everyone, including Noah. A pure white wolf in all its glory was standing before them. Ayla was quiet, surprisingly calm. The remaining wolves and the sires were no longer interested in Noah, as their focus was now on this marvelous creature. It drew them. Elsa! Noah looked at her amazed. He had seen her wolf before, but seeing her now was not the same. Elsa's wolf, Ayla, looked like the moon goddess herself. She was calm, and yet her aura was overpowering. A rogue wolf charged her, but he had scarcely reached her when Ayla threw herself upon him, tearing out his heart. The other rogues simply fled, but the beasts grumbled in anger. They were too self-assured to think anything could defeat them. After all, they were simple men with a single-minded desire. Ayla didn't have any trouble fighting the sire who attacked first. The sire was only muscles and not brains. All she had to do was wait. When he punched her, she swiftly ducked and jumped on top, snapping his head. Now only one sire remained. But it didn't attack her. It quietly stood there in awe. Noah, who was already back in his human form, could hardly digest any of these things. At some point, Kira had come to her senses, and that disconcerted her. Neil looked admirably at the white wolf. It was the miracle he was hoping for all this while. He felt confident that they should survive. Elsa shifted to her human form. Oddly enough, she felt neither shy nor the need to hide. Elsa looked confident and felt the thrust of power through her veins. She had an instinct that this sire would no longer put up a fight.
"You are stronger than last time, kitten," the sire mocked.
One could tell something possessed the sire.
"I am learning,"
Elsa retorted.
Come to me. I can teach you. You are far more precious than you believe," it sneered.
"That I'm beginning to understand. Who are you? Why are you doing this to these packs when what you want is me?"
Elsa questioned.
"Suffices to say that they are necessary, mere casualties. Some sacrifices for a greater good," he grinned.
"You're vile," Elsa hissed. "How can so many lives be mere? Who gets to decide that?"
"But I am your destiny. You cannot run from me, kitten. Your place is beside me, not against me."
It had a malicious smirk while saying this. It was as if he really thought he was saying things that made sense when all he was really saying was gibberish. It disgusted her.
"Who the fuck are you?" Elsa groaned.
"I have no obligation to tell you that, kitten. But I waited so long for you, I don't want to hide any more. I am Anthony, and you, my kitten, are the Luna for me."
The sire had a dirty, sinful, criminal smile that made Elsa shudder. However, Noah was the first to respond. No one, absolutely no one, should be able to threaten his loved one. But the being was too powerful. His eyes suddenly glowed with a blue fire ring. All he had to do was look and smother the air out of Noah. Noah couldn't breathe. As he struggled for air, his body paled, and it almost sucked the life out of his body. Noah didn't know how the sire did that, but it was too powerful for Noah to retaliate. Elsa fumed. She ran up to Noah to help him, but the air around Noah held her back. She fought and sought to reach him, but nothing worked. Kira and Neil were too weak to do anything. All they did was shout and grunt. But as each minute went by, they could see Noah's life slipping out of his body. Noah fell as he gasped for air. He attempted to release himself from the invisible restraints around his neck. It was clamping his throat and squeezing his lungs of the last bits of remaining air. His entire life flashed before his eyes. All he could see at the time was Elsa, who was crying and fighting to reach him. He knew it was time. He smiled to say goodbye. But what happened next confused everyone. Elsa's eyes glistened, and a burning blue ring appeared just like that of the sire. She was glowing as power rushed through her body. One second she was crying and struggling. The next, she was floating in the air as sparks flew around her. She was no longer an ordinary wolf, but a powerful being who controlled the surrounding air. In the blink of an eye, the sire's body fell lifeless, as the air inside it tightened and his veins exploded. The invisible chains that strangled Noah withdrew, leaving a mark around his neck. He was panting and gasping, but that was no longer his main concern. Before them, there was an omnipotent being who did not know how to control her rage. It didn't stop with that sire. The hues and the cries of the other rogues and sires were clearly discernible. The hooting and howls of the wolves of Cynthia were clearly audible. They thought they would win at the spur of the moment when their assailant suddenly fell dead. Noah felt terrified as he rushed to Elsa. He pleaded with her and tried to get her to calm down, but she was too powerful and too angry to let anyone near him. Noah was unsure how he was going to stop her. It was okay when she was killing sires and rogues, but the question remained, was she going to stop with them? Chapter 30. Wrath Elsa. Noah's horror came true. Elsa couldn't control the powers surging through her. No one had seen anything like this to give her any advice. The beasts and rogues' bodies fell like rats. Some died of suffocation as the air got squeezed out of their lungs, and others simply burnt. For some, their veins burst, leading them to die in a pool of their own blood. The opals and the wolves of Cynthia shivered in fear when their short-lived happiness was over. They were the later targets. Noah pleaded with Elsa to stop, but it was as if the power had consumed her, and she was not there anymore. Kira and Neil only looked at each other in disbelief as more and more wolves gathered near them. No one dared to go near the floating figure except Noah, but her power was too much for Noah to do anything. They'd all about lost hope when Elsa's eyes suddenly started going back to normal.
"Raphael?"
was all she spoke before the blue-red sparks coming out of her decreased. Her body dropped with a thud, and one could assume she broke all of her bones. But she only fell on the grass with her eyes turning completely white, again out of the blue.
No one knew what was happening to Elsa. Noah summoned Maya and all the doctors who were present and Cynthia. It was nothing they had ever seen or heard of before. Whoever Elsa was, she was too powerful, and if she didn't learn how to control herself, she could destroy everything in seconds. Noah tried to pick up Elsa, but he felt a jolt of current. Even though she was not destroying everything around her, she was still in some sort of trance. The energy within her solely focused on something else, and Noah didn't want to admit it, but he knew it had something to do with her previous mate, Raphael. It hurt Noah that Elsa was reaching out to Raphael instead of him, but if that was going to ensure everyone's safety, including Elsa's, he'll survive that. They surrounded her in astonishment, waiting for her to wake up. Only time would tell if their survivor would turn into their slayer. Raphael was feeling restless. He was definite that it had something to do with Elsa, or whoever Beatrice was. His heart had decided that it was their Elsa, but he needed to meet this girl to confirm. He took out the bedsheet that still smelled of lavenders and roses and sniffed it. It calmed his nerves a bit. Raphael's wolf Jera could sense some rogues near the vehicle, so they ditched it and ran in the direction the Pearl Moon's Luna had said. He had to rent another car for the journey from the next town, but after only a few miles, Elsa's scent faded. They must have used vehicles to travel, but at least he was confident that he was on the right path. He had reached a small human town that smelled of some wolves' presence. He wanted to find out more, and his heart said that Elsa could be near. But that's when he heard a distress call from Jander. He knew it had to be something important for Jander to reach out like that. It was almost nightfall. He felt scared for the safety of the Black Moon Pack and the Moonlit City. His fear only became more real when Jander told him about the first attack from a single beast. Till now, they'd gotten reports of single hunts, but it could be an exception, or they might have the wrong information. Whatever it was in his city, the pack needed him, and he was miles apart. He knew it would take forever to reach his pack by car, so he had to run through the forest to get there faster. But he was still too late. The things he was feeling while leaving the city may have something to do with it. Otherwise, why did the attack take place in his absence? Had it not been for Davinia, who knows what would have happened? Seth's pack had very few members left alive. Seth planned to surrender to his brother and join their pack, but Raphael had talked some sense into him. He needed to make sure that the Crystal Moon wolves were flourishing again. Perhaps he will shift the recent refugees to the Crystal Moon Pack. All said, the uneasiness was back again, but this time the sweet smell from the bedsheet only incited it. Raphael paced through his room when he could feel the discomfort changing into a gruesome pain, and before he knew it, he fell to his knees as an intense despondency surged through his body, and he couldn't hear or see anything. Everything became too bright and too loud. Raphael could hear cries and howls that belonged to other wolves. Raphael knew the sounds were not coming from his surrounding. He could feel the power surge and the hatred flow through her body. Yes, these were not his feelings. He felt what she was feeling. He tried to see her to ensure that it was his Elsa, but everything was too bright to understand anything. The rage, hatred, and anger Elsa felt was so overwhelming that they drained her life force. She felt destructive and on the verge of collapse. Whoever she was the most powerful thing he had ever experienced. He had to summon some of his strength. He could feel her so intensely that there was no way she could not reach his emotions. Raphael tried to focus on the sweet and sour memories he'd shared with Elsa. It was grim, but he tried to pull all his energy into remembering how he had felt when he saw her for the first time. It was the smell of her arousal for him that attracted him to Elsa. Even before they knew, they had always felt the pull. It was not something that happened anymore. The mate bond was not that much stronger as wolves became more envious and jealous and tried to put their ambition above everything else. But Elsa had to be unique for that pull to be happening. She must have kept her mind and heart preserved for him, because he certainly hadn't done that for her. He had been whoring around with anything that had a hole between its legs and looked pretty. How naive he was not to realize that Elsa was the one. Riker had said to him that Elsa was different. Her eyes were so unique. It was like the moon itself. His heart filled with sorrow and happiness when he reminisced about the moment their lips had met for the first time near the waterfall. It was the best thing he'd ever felt. That was the point he should have realized how essential Elsa was, but he got too involved and lost at that moment. But what hurt Raphael the most was the memory of how he refused to accept her as a mate. He belittled her by offering her to change packs and hide. When the moon goddess herself fated Elsa to be with him, to rule beside him, Raphael had the audacity to look down upon her. He deserved all the pain he was feeling over the past year. Raphael couldn't help but curse himself, as the memory of him having sex with Davinia right after he deflowered Elsa flooded his mind. It broke him apart to remember how he had the impudence to fuck Davinia in the same place where he had made love to Elsa a little while ago. He deserved all that suffering. And if Elsa was avoiding him, she had every right to do so. But the final straw was when he remembered how Elsa had fallen from the cliff. Her pleading, hopeful, and crying eyes would haunt him forever. There was no reprimand to that. It was enough for Raphael to feel things deeply and loosen out. He hoped Elsa would feel his pain and sorrow and understand his longing for her. He was denied to see her face for one last time, even if it meant it was only some kind of weird illusion connecting them. Elsa! He broke down into tears as his heart exploded with grief and guilt. Raphael didn't expect an answer. It could be an illusion projected by his fragile mind. But Raphael could feel the anguish and rage succumb in Elsa. He could feel confusion and sorrow emerging from her side too. The brightness became reasonable, and he could see Elsa's beautiful face. She looked different, but he knew it was her. Elsa had long silver locks that fell below her waistline. They matched well with her shimmering silvery eyes. She was wearing a white dress, but that could be his imagination. Everything here seemed white. But no matter what, she looked like the moon goddess.
Raphael,
She spoke as the surrounding near them became more colorful. Raphael smiled. Probably she was trying to reach out to him.
You don't know how relieved I am to see you alive. I hated myself. I'm sorry, Elsa.
Raphael needed to apologize. It was something he had imagined doing several times, but this time it felt substantial and more satisfying.
are you here for real? You don't look well.
Elsa was unusually calm and peaceful. Her eyes held too many emotions, but he knew that she had not forgotten him. There was still a chance for them.
I'm not sure what's happening, or if this is one of those many dreams I had of you, but it feels the most real. You look beautiful. Better than...
Raphael stuttered towards the end. He didn't want to bring up terrible memories into the conversation. This was his chance at redemption, or so he believed.
Thank you. But aren't you with Davinia?
Elsa looked hurt when she thought about Davinia. He couldn't help but remember how she was standing naked beside Raphael, coated in his semen.
I'm sorry. I betrayed your trust. But can you give me a chance to correct it? Please don't hate me.
Raphael's eyes filled with tears and remorse for his past mistakes.
I don't hate you, Raphael, but I can't go somewhere that I'm not needed.
Elsa's voice came out broken. She was struggling to resist her urge to melt into his arms and bask in that citrus and musk smell. It was so soothing.
I need you.
Raphael's voice was hoarse. He could fall before her feet if that's what she needed to return.
It is...
Elsa could feel a power surge through her. She could hear other voices around her, especially that of Noah. He was groaning in pain and shouting at others not to touch her body. Noah was fretting to Maya that her body was giving electric shocks if he approached her.
Raphael, I need to go. My people need me,
Elsa shrieked. It dawned on Elsa that they were in the middle of a war. The beast got possessed and ridiculed her. After that, everything went black and white until she heard Raphael's voice. But now she felt better. There was a lot she wanted to talk to him about, understand him. But now she had to return to the opals.
Please stay. At least tell me where you are,
Raphael begged. He couldn't tolerate getting separated from Elsa again. Only he knew how relieved he was to find out that she survived that fall. Somehow they had a connection, and that only meant they belonged to each other.
Opals,
was the last thing Elsa said before the illusion ended. Raphael sank onto his carpet as reality struck him. He was crying out of happiness and sorrow. But at least it relieved him that Elsa was alive and well. He knew he needed to go see her. He'd heard the battle sounds, so probably she was in the middle of some war. He had to be there with her, protecting her.
Elsa, I'm coming, my love.
Raphael had a tenacious determination in his eyes. Chapter 31. Ida. Raphael was awake the whole night. He tried to build the contact again, but no matter how hard he tried, there was nothing. Somehow they could only connect when they felt intense emotions. Something must have happened with Elsa that had kicked both of them into some alternate reality, because no matter what he tried, he couldn't establish that link. With the first hint of light, Raphael called a meeting with Jander, Liriana, and Davinia. Lucian was present there as well. Somehow he had developed a trust with this man.
I have to leave. It's something important to me, otherwise I would not leave in such a situation.
Raphael tried to convince Lucian one more time. Raphael was the leader of the Black Moon Pack. All that he had to do was command them, but Lucian was a powerful alpha. He needed some convincing after Raphael had worked so hard to unite all the packs behind the Black Moon Pack. The last time he left the city, they had to face a beast, so Lucian had a hard time understanding why Raphael was so determined to disappear again so quickly. Also, there was this thing with Davinia that was quite unsettling. He was in a great dilemma. Davinia had done a great service to the Moonlit City by killing off the beast, but that bracelet made no sense. It could have belonged to anyone, but something in his head said it belonged to Davinia. There were too many coincidences to ignore that fact. Right now, Davinia was the star. Hell, if she pleased, she could start a pack of her own and wolves would follow. She'd become that powerful after that night, so he really couldn't accuse her of anything just because he felt something was off. He tried talking to Raphael, but the man was hard to get a hold of to discuss things privately. Also, the trust he had in his Luna seemed like a fortress. Lucian sighed. Raphael had no intention of letting any of them know where he wanted to go, but Lucian couldn't let him go with so many things out of place.
Why do you want to go? At least tell us that. I think Lucian's worry is not baseless,
Davinia questioned, surprising Lucian. This girl was either too cunning or too good.
I can't tell you this now. Trust me when I say I have an excellent reason.
Raphael looked at her with pleading eyes. It kind of startled Davinia when her heart fluttered again, seeing Raphael's begging eyes. Since when could she understand these things? Ever since Raphael was back, she'd been feeling these strange things. It could be her possessiveness or ego, but she wanted him for her. When she would rule, she needed a powerful wolf beside her.
This is so vague, Raphael. You are simply abandoning your cause and want others to take care of your dirty laundry,
Lucian bellowed. Lucian would not waste any more time on this useless discussion that was going nowhere. Above all, this was a matter of the Black Moon Pack. It was none of his business if their alpha abandoned them or not. They seemed like they were under the able hands of Davinia in his absence. He scoffed, demonstrating his irritation, and walked out of the office, without bothering to reply to their petty excuses. Lucian had only reached the small garden just outside the pack house when Raphael jumped right in front of him. Lucian rolled his eyes. This man had the nerve to not answer him, yet now he was showing off jumping floors? Ugh.
I can pull that too, Lucian thought, huffing. These tricks won't work on me, even though that height was pretty impressive.
Lucian scoffed in the air as he tried to walk past Raphael.
Lucian, trust me, Raphael pressed.
Why would I do that? Nothing is the way it looks in your pack, Raphael, I warn you. Now don't leave.
Lucian forewarned him indirectly.
All right. I cannot tell you here. Can we go somewhere else?
Raphael sighed. Lucian was an alpha, and it was challenging to elude him. There was no way Raphael could leave the city to pursue the opals if the matter of the moonlit city's safety constantly bothered him. Raphael could not be selfish to put everything on Davinia and leave. Also, he was feeling remorseful. Davinia had been an excellent Luna, but Elsa was the rightful Luna, and he would go to any extent to make her agree. He didn't know how to break that news to Davinia. Raphael knew it would get complicated. He felt flustered as the guilt of using Davinia for his own needs and abandoning her like trash when he didn't need her anymore flooded his head.
You want to check on the progress of the safe house?
Lucian furrowed his brows.
You sure? I mean, no other wolf has set foot in your land,
Raphael asked, perplexed.
We are creating a safe house in our borders, aren't we?
Lucian scoffed. Lucian did that a lot lately. Something was bothering him. Raphael smirked. Lucian was better than his ancestors. He was an outstanding leader with an excellent vision of the future. Raphael was certain there was no leader better than Lucian for the Silverlets. Lucian extended his hand as a gesture for Raphael to walk towards the waiting car. He turned for a brief second to look at Davinia's scouring eyes. Lucian could feel the coldness in them, but there was nothing he could find for certain. He smiled at her to show a friendly gesture and walked towards the car. Davinia, who was staring at Raphael and Lucian all this while, felt restless when they drove off together. She didn't like that bonding. Raphael was too powerful alone, but having a Silverlit beside him would make him invincible. Lucian was dangerous news, and she wanted to get rid of him, but that dagger had changed the dynamics. If it could hurt the sires, probably it could hurt her too, so she would have to know more about the Silverlets and Lucian.
You have a powerful Luna. Why don't you take her as a chosen mate?
Lucian queried. He'd been dying to ask that for a while. Raphael smiled.
A year before, if you would have asked me, it would not have amused me. I mean, the only girl I ever took seriously was Davinia. But that didn't stop me from being a fuckboy. The truth is, I always cared for her. But
you don't love her.
Raphael was struggling to find the right word when Lucian filled him in.
Maybe in the past.
I had doubted that I had certain feelings. I depended on Davinia a lot. I still do. But no, I don't love her, I am certain. That girl is amazing, and she deserves genuine love, but I can't give her that now. Raphael's heart weighed down with guilt.
You seem to care for her.
Lucian smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Raphael could not notice the petty act.
Yes, I do,
Raphael smiled back.
Here, take it. I guess it belongs to Davinia. I was so angry at the news of yours that I forgot to give this back to her.
Lucian took out a small, dangling bracelet with a D charm.
Ah, she will be so happy to have found it. Thank you. She was freaking out the whole time. It means a lot to her. Thank you, my friend."
Raphael took it and kept it in his pocket. Lucian had a tiny bit of doubt that it could have belonged to anyone, but that too got cleared up. Now he was wondering if he should say where he found it, but before he could decide, Raphael asked him.
"Where did you find this? She said she lost it while fighting the beast, but we couldn't find it. According to Davinia, she even put a linking spell on it from some witch, but that silly girl still doesn't want to believe that someone could deceive her, and she fell for a trick," Raphael joked.
"Yeah, girls get too attached to materials and it's easy to deceive them. I found it on the ground, but you two were too engrossed sharing the details and discussing the welfare. And later it skipped my mind."
Lucian fake apologized. Lucian couldn't help but wonder if Davinia had actually put a linking spell on it. The dagger he wielded was a special one. It could get past any magic and unravel it. So if there was any spell, it probably didn't work in its presence. When he took that dagger that night, he didn't believe in its powers. It had been in his family for generations, and only the true Alpha could pick up the dagger without it inflicting any harm because of the silver. That was how Alphas got chosen in Silverlit, but that was a piece of information Lucian did not feel like sharing with Raphael. Lucian had never believed in the other claims that the dagger could kill the purebloods, or like it could unravel any magic, but now everything made him wonder about those scrolls he chose not to read. It was time he took his history seriously and uncovered more.
"We're here,"
Lucian smiled at Raphael. When Raphael got out of the black-tinted car, it baffled him. He had heard about their riches, but they seriously were far more wealthy than anyone could have imagined. No wonder they were behind the finances of the city. The place reminded him of Elsa. It was too bright and silvery. There were several grand Gorgonian statues, all white, but what was the most extraordinary one was the statue of a pure white wolf placed in the middle of a large fountain. The wolf symbolized power, glory, and strength. The day Raphael had defeated Lucian was a vivid memory. No one before him could defeat a Silverlit in a duel. The place was greener and calmer with very few wolves. When Raphael entered the main door, a large hall welcomed him. They filled the room with modern amenities, but it had a very royal look. A grand imperial staircase first flight rose to a half landing. It had a big chandelier above it to make it look more majestic. From here, the flights divided into two symmetrical flights, both rising from an equal number of steps and turning to the next floor. The hall had massive arched windows from above the door, along with skylights in the hall to flood the place with light. Large chandeliers, candelabras, and paintings enhanced its beauty. They carpeted the floor in light pastel colors that enhanced its grandiosity. All in all, it spoke of the wealth of their pack, despite being settled here only a few hundred years ago. But as Raphael kept walking, he could see a large portrait of an exquisite woman dressed in white. She had an extremely pale complexion and silver eyes like those of Elsa's. She reminded him of Elsa from the previous night. Even though Lucian did not have silver eyes, he still resembled her other features like their sharp nose, broad forehead, and height.
"They do not call us Silverlit just for fun. She is a pureblood that my great-great-grandfather fell in love with and married, Ida. Ida had indeed given birth to twins, and not just one. The girl who resembles her was stillborn, and the boy was a simple wolf who resembled my great-great-grandfather. Ida died in childbirth. According to him, his son showed no characteristics that Ida had, except that his son could now pick up the silver dagger that Ida treasured with her life. We are descendants of this son."
Lucian confided some of his pack secrets with Raphael as he took out a small dagger from his coat pocket. Raphael gawked as he realized that Lucian had been carrying it this whole time.
"Why are you telling me this?"
Raphael was unsure why Lucian suddenly was telling him about his family secrets.
Take it.
Lucian encouraged Raphael to take the dagger. He was dying to find out if only a silverlit alpha could hold it, or any other powerful alpha could have it too. Raphael had defeated him in the duel. But as soon as Raphael touched the dagger, his hand hurt.
How?
He cringed in pain, dropping the dagger to the floor.
I am not even sure. I didn't believe in the story until now.
Lucian pondered as he picked up the dagger gently.
Why are you telling this all to me, Lucian?
Raphael groused.
So that you can trust me and tell me the real reason you are leaving the city. I'm willing to trust you, Raphael, but are you?
Lucian decided against telling the other secrets of the dagger.
She is my mate. She is alive, and...
Raphael contemplated if he should say that he found some striking resemblance between the photo and Elsa.
And?
Lucian squeaked. He was growing impatient.
Elsa resembles Ida a lot, Raphael exclaimed.
Chapter 32. Who am I? Elsa groaned, trying to wake up. Her body felt heavy and ached everywhere. When she opened her eyes, she could see nothing as the surroundings were too bright. She closed her eyes and this time tried opening them slowly. It was Maya who was sleeping beside her in a grand room. She could tell it was already daytime from all the hustle and bustle sounds that came from outside.
Maya?
Elsa stuttered, trying to get up. Her body was sore as though a boulder or something had hit her. But that's when the memory of last night flashed through Elsa's eyes. The beast was interacting with her when she suddenly lost control. She could remember nothing after that, except for the weird dream where she met Raphael. Elsa's heart fluttered and flustered as the memory of Raphael flooded her mind. She could tell how heartsick he looked. But that didn't mean she would run to him. He had inflicted a lot of pain on her, and he refused to answer clearly when she asked about Davinia.
You're awake. Here, take some water.
Maya handed her a glass of water. Elsa gulped down the entire glass, needing more. Maya gave her another glass of water, but this time she took it slow.
What happened?
She whispered.
You tell me, girl.
You scared the hell out of everyone, Kira groaned, walking inside the room. She was carrying a plate full of food. Elsa's stomach made a funny sound, earning a much-needed laugh from everyone. Elsa took her sweet time finishing that meal, and until she was done, no one uttered a single word. Noah and Neil had also come by. They were curious to find out more.
What happened? Why are you all looking at me like that? I can see that we won the war, but how?
Elsa screeched. She had a feeling she wouldn't like the answer. You remember nothing? Noah raised his brows in worry.
No. And why are you behaving like this?
Elsa sat up, even though every muscle in her body ached. Can we talk alone? Noah looked at Maya and Kira's judging eyes.
You're all scaring me,
Elsa exclaimed as soon as it was only them. You transformed. Noah looked elsewhere to avoid her questioning gaze.
What do you mean by transform? I would remember if I shifted.
Elsa yelped, perplexed. Noah breathed in deeply. He didn't know how to break the news to Elsa. There was nothing he could compare and tell her. Only those that saw her in that state knew what happened. But luckily someone had captured a video in all the chaos, and it was doing the rounds. He wasn't sure if he wanted to show it to her, but she needed to know the truth. And there was a bleak chance she could give them more information. Elsa, you suddenly became something else. You were floating with red, blue, fiery sparks coming out of you. And then some kind of energy erupted out of you and killed all the rogues and beasts. We were worried that you would kill us, too. But then you were in some kind of trance or coma till you woke up. God, it took hours for you to cool down and for us to be able to touch you and pick you up and bring you here.
You scared the shit out of me, Elsa. I thought I would lose you or something, Noah tried to explain. It was so theatrical that it sounded impossible. How could someone become this thing Noah was talking about? And, whoa, Noah told her she killed all the rogues and beasts? How was that even possible? What was he thinking of her? The moon goddess? Elsa scoffed, trying to avoid Noah's gaze. He was looking at her like she was some kind of miracle. All her life, Elsa believed deep down in her heart that she was an abomination, and it was coming out to be true. That look that Noah's eyes had for her was not soft and affectionate. It was full of sadness and questions.
I am an abomination, aren't I? The beast had said to me that we're the same, so what was I expecting?
Elsa burst into tears. Elsa, you're not an abomination. What we saw last night was a pure force. You're so powerful and graceful. No one could create that except for the moon goddess herself. Noah held her hand between his, trying to console her.
Why don't I remember anything?
Elsa sobbed. I don't know. Maybe you weren't prepared for it, or it was triggered out of the blue. Elsa, I promise we'll find out more, Noah appeased her.
You're right. We have to find Anthony. He's after us. We cannot let him destroy more packs because of me.
Elsa shrugged. We will when you heal. Can you feel anything odd, like unnatural? Noah urged.
No. Ayla is worn out, but that's all.
Elsa snubbed. Do you want to see it? Someone recorded it, Noah adjured.
Yes.
Elsa bit her lip in anticipation. Elsa was nervous. All this was too much information for her to process. But a part of her still believed all this was untrue or some dream. Noah took out his phone and played the video. It was her, but it was also not her. Elsa had these sparkling eyes and a ring around her pupils that changed colors from blue to red too many times. The sparks were flying everywhere, and it made her look like some kind of phoenix or fairy or witch minus the wings. But she was none of them. Her hair was blowing away, making her look like some omnipotent being. Who was she even?
Who am I?
Elsa wailed as a teardrop escaped her eyes.
Your mate looks like Ida?
Lucian asked for the umpteenth time.
I have told you, Lucian, I'm not sure. When I had seen her in the Red Moon Pack, she had this amber hair like Ida. But last night, when we met in this alternate world, or that dream sequence, she had these silver hairs and eyes. She was wearing a white dress like Ida in the portrait. Elsa's eyes and sharp facial features are too much of a resemblance, but I can't tell you anything for certain, Raphael howled. Raphael was also having a hard time believing any of it, but the picture was right in front of him. It was hard to ignore.
I can't help but wonder if we are somehow related to your mate. We're descendants of purebloods if history and our archives are indeed correct. And you say she looks like Ida? How exactly? And how did she end up in Red Moon Pack?
Lucian had several questions, but that was all he could ask.
She has a pale complexion and silver eyes, but her hair is also silver, unlike Ida's amber hairs. When Elsa had colored her hair, the resemblance was uncanny. I don't know how she ended up in Red Moon territory. Did your pack lose some of its members in the last war? Do you have any records? Raphael asked vehemently, sitting on the sofa finally. Who was Elsa? How could he let her go like that? If she was a pureblood, then probably these rogues and beasts were looking for her. And God only knew why. Also, the last time he connected to Elsa, she was definitely in the middle of some battle. Was she safe? She had something weird going on around her. The more he thought, the more he wanted to rush to her aid.
My father was the Alpha then, but I know we lost very few pack members. The war never reached our lands, so there were very few casualties. Some of our patrollers went too far to monitor the intruders, but I can assure you all our children were safe.
Lucian shunned the possibility of losing one of their own that resembled Ida. Are you sure? Raphael felt the need to ask again.
Do you doubt our ability to protect our own? We would never abandon one of us,
Lucian rebuffed. You would exile them for the smallest error, Raphael scoffed.
Every pack has its rules, Raphael, so let's not go there,
Lucian warned. Raphael just scorned and ignored it. I can tell you my mate does not belong to any other pack of Moonlit City. Silverlets were the only aloof ones, so no one could guess that she resembled one of you. So if you are so certain that your pack didn't abandon my mate in that bloody war, then I cannot fathom a reason why she would be in the middle of it. Raphael mumbled. This time he was speaking to himself more than Lucian.
Raphael, I promise I will try to find out more, but you must hurry and find your mate. You have a lot of repentance to do, and I am not indeed sure she would want to take you back. But you have to protect her. The moon goddess paired you with her for some reason.
Lucian cringed. I know, and thank you. If Elsa is what we think she is, then it shouldn't go out of this room, Raphael requested.
It won't. But will you tell Jander and Davinia?
Lucian queried. He was skeptical about Davinia, but now was not the time for him to say that aloud. No, not until I know more. Jander and Davinia already have so much on their plates that they need to take care of in my absence. I don't want to put on any more pressure. I'm worried that the rogues and beasts are after Elsa. If they even get a hint of this, the entire pack will panic in my absence, Raphael conceded. It felt nice to have someone with whom he could share what he felt. If Elsa had any reflection with the Silverlets, by any means, it would only make the bond between these two packs stronger. Lucian, please take care of the city in my absence, Raphael asked, his voice cracking in between his plea. He wasn't sure how long he had to go, but he could look for Elsa more freely if he knew the city was in safe hands of someone capable like Lucian.
I promise. Go get your Luna,
Lucian promised. Raphael had to link Jander to get his things and meet him near the city border. He didn't want to keep secrets from his best friend, but it was the best thing to do. Once he was all set, he left for the Opals. But he'd only crossed the border and gone a few miles when he could feel those crappy feelings that he had sensed last time. He knew right away that something was off and he needed to go back to warn his people. But suddenly the air became thick and the surrounding was foggy. It was eerie and Raphael knew he must return quickly. He was about to take a U-turn when a figure appeared in front of his car. Raphael could swear no one was there a second before, but he could have missed him. But it was already too late when he realized the person's presence. He hit the figure too hard with his car, and the man tumbled over it. There was a low chance of the person's survival, but when he looked in the mirror, he could see the man whimpering in pain. There was no way he could leave the man, despite Jera's apprehensions. Raphael got out of the car to help the injured man. He hoped it was some wolf so that his chances of survival would be better. The man was writhing in pain, crying for help. Raphael fell to his knees to help the man. He was covered in blood and was having a hard time breathing. He hissed and tried to pick up the man, but the man cried in pain. Sir, it's going to hurt a lot, but we have to get you into the car so that I can get you to the hospital, Raphael gulped. He didn't want to be a murderer of an innocent person. It was a pang of guilt he could not shoulder. The man groaned but agreed. Raphael tried to be as gentle as possible, but the man kept whimpering in pain. He put the wounded man in the back seat of his car and moved to the driver's seat. He had to hurry, otherwise this man would die. Raphael had only started the engine when he felt a burn on his neck. It was from silver coated with wolfsbane. The wounded man was sitting with a malicious grin on his face. His blood still covered his body, but there was no sign of pain or hurt. It didn't take Raphael long to realize that the man had staged the accident. Raphael sighed in desperation. He drove his car and changed the direction, following the man's finger. The man had just kidnapped Raphael. Chapter 33. The Kidnapper. "How long do I have to drive for my kidnapping?" Raphael snapped. The kidnapper had a mystical sense attached to his persona. He had sharp facial features with a pointed nose and square jaw. There was a little gray here and there, but it only made him look more experienced and fearless. He had the same rare blue eyes as Davinia. It could be a mere coincidence, but it didn't sit well with Raphael. The kidnapper looked no older than his early 40s, but he looked rougher and bolder than his age. The man had cleaned himself. He had an uncanny recovery rate, even for a wolf. He was wearing one of Raphael's shirts now. He'd shifted to the passenger seat some time ago. Raphael was sure that the kidnapper was a wolf, but somehow he could also control the air. Maybe a hybrid?
"Little Alpha, stop thinking and drive faster. We have to go as fast as we can," the kidnapper mocked.
Raphael hissed something under his breath without answering him back, but the surrounding air got tighter with that.
"What the hell?"
Raphael gasped, putting the car to a sudden halt. He was panting for air. What was wrong with this man? He was the one that had called Raphael a little alpha? The kidnapper was so moody that it was irking to Raphael.
"It's just a tiny reminder of what I can do to you if you don't listen to me, pretty boy. I don't even need this dagger. I will choke the life out of you before you can blink."
He flashed his perfectly white teeth while playing with the dagger. It was mysterious how the silver didn't affect the kidnapper. First Lucian and now him. A lot of wolves seemed to be unaffected by silver suddenly.
"What do you want from me?"
Raphael grunted.
"Let's reach our destination. Now is not the time for whining. You'll find out when we get there. Now drive," the man rebuked.
He put the dagger around his skin and smiled. Raphael hissed as his skin burnt a little. The man was sick. He enjoyed inflicting pain on others. What a psychopath. Raphael wondered if the kidnapper was a lunatic. He was too compelling, more potent than anyone Raphael had ever seen. But what puzzled him the most was the ability that he and Lucian shared. They both could hold silver without it hurting them. So was this man somehow related to Lucian? Either Lucian was a traitor, or he was oblivious to this kidnapper's existence. Raphael felt at a loss. He was no longer sure what to think. His stubborn heart simply wouldn't agree that Lucian could be a traitor. Lucian was far too egotistical for that. But his mind wondered if Lucian was taking revenge for the humiliation he'd undergone after getting defeated in the duel. Raphael exhaled a deep breath and hoped that Lucian was what his heart believed, and not some renegade. Raphael drove until he could no longer do it. His eyes started weighing down. He had tried connecting with Jander or Davinia a few times, but whoever this wolf was, he had the ability to block it. Honestly, Raphael felt fear from the first time, but he was too stubborn to show it. He quietly waited for the first chance to appear when he could escape. The kidnapper at last felt pity for Raphael and allowed him to rest for the rest of the journey. But later he knocked Raphael out for security reasons. He thought it was better if Raphael didn't know the path entirely. He would have passed Raphael out after a little longer anyway. It seemed the midnight wolf was not as strong as everyone imagined it to be. Raphael was still a little boy who had a broken heart over his mate's death. It'd be easy now to mold him. Raphael would make the best sire, the kidnapper smirked. It was nearly dawn when they reached their destination. The kidnapper dumped the car. He picked up Raphael and started walking in the forest. When they were deep enough, the kidnapper placed Raphael on the ground and made him smell some herb. Raphael groaned and sniffed for more. His head felt heavy and his body ached. The surrounding air held him like invisible shackles. He struggled to open his eyes, but when reality dawned on him, he sat with a thump. It bewildered Raphael to see his surroundings. There was nothing except for wild, gigantic trees and creepers. The kidnapper scowled at him, seeing his reaction. Raphael closed his mouth, as he didn't feel like giving this kidnapper any satisfaction.
Anthony, you're finally here.
A lady appeared. She had a big, broad smile, but as soon as her eyes were on Raphael, she quirked and squealed. She rushed towards Raphael and had a closer look.
Is this the pretty boy?
The lady looked at the man, Anthony, Raphael's kidnapper. She was so excited.
It's him. Take him in and get ready. It's almost time.
Anthony didn't share the same excitement, but Raphael could say whoever this lady was a little too important to this man. His kidnapper trolled off somewhere else, leaving him in the lady's company. He wondered about her identity.
Come, we can have a walk over here.
The lady signaled her hands toward an enormous tree. Raphael didn't complain this time and followed. There was nothing much he could do anyway. It was better if Raphael waited. He could find out more about his kidnappers meanwhile, and when the time would present itself to run, he would use it wisely. When they reached near the trunk of the enormous tree, the lady put her hand on the tree and spoke something in Latin 3 times.
Apurire ostium occultatum. Apurire ostium occultatum. Apurire ostitum occultatum.
An invisible door appeared out of nowhere on the trunk of the tree. The lady opened the door for them and smiled at Raphael. Raphael had this spooky feeling. Why was she being so friendly? He was here against his will. That crazy man had kidnapped him to this godforsaken place. "Who are you?" Raphael asked as he entered the door. He wasn't expecting an answer, but another riddle.
I am Mantis, a witch, but I can't make you a frog, nor can I do what Anthony could do with the air. I can only make potions out of anything.
Mantis giggled. What kind of potions? Raphael probed.
You are a curious one, aren't you? Well, that one that bonds a sire to its host, and the one that makes wolves stronger.
Mantis turned and said with big proud eyes. She was beaming with pride as if it were some kind of miracle. You mean the beasts and the strong rogues? Raphael implored. So he was right. This man was behind all this destruction.
You are a smart one, but let's hurry.
Mantis started walking fast. Raphael wanted to ask more questions to find out the motive and how she was creating them, or why he was here, but it was as if Mantis was done answering. She didn't even wince and walked fast in the tunnel, following the small torches placed evenly down the path. When they came out of the tunnel, another large door welcomed them, but this time the door opened with a knob rather than some magical words. What greeted them behind the door was magnificent. It was a large hall, equipped with enough light, and it branched into several rooms. In front of him stood an enormous staircase that went up and down from the current level. How big was this underworld place? Hundreds of wolves crawled inside, but what surprised Raphael was that there were as many humans among them. Why was Anthony creating an army of humans? He swallowed hard and kept following Mantis. What amazed Raphael more than anything else was that there was an elevator in this underground place. How did they even build it? It looked ancient, and yet it accommodated all modern needs. Raphael followed Mantis inside it. She pressed 3 and the lift started going up. When the elevator door opened, it again startled Raphael. Sunlight that passed through the glass roofs lit the place, unlike artificial lights and torches.
It was more white, and large paintings hung on the walls. Raphael could tell it was portraits of almost a bunch of people repeated over and over, but they all seemed to have enough resemblance for Raphael to know they were part of the same family. Not everyone had silvery traits, but their features gave away their similarities. The first portrait that welcomed him was Anthony's. He wore medieval clothes and had long hair. The next one was of some lady who looked like Anthony but had silver hair. As he walked past them, he could see another one belonging to Anthony. He looked much like he did in the present. But the next one astonished him. It resembled Ida's portrait that he had seen at Lucian's. Raphael looked for a painting of Lucian, or maybe Elsa, but he couldn't find one. He walked further into the corridor when another portrait took him by surprise. It was an uncanny resemblance to Elsa from the night they had met in that alternate illusion. She had long silver hair and silver eyes that had a soft blue ring around them. Just like Elsa, the woman had a broad forehead and fuller lips. But her face was more rounded, and she was curvier. Elsa had a heart-shaped face, and she was taller and slender. Raphael could tell this woman was more feminine and Elsa was tougher. Probably this woman had not dealt with as many obstacles in her life, while Elsa's life had been only pain and misery. His heart ached for Elsa, but now he knew Elsa was one of them, so he needed to stay and find out about Anthony.
"Why did you not put a blindfold on his eyes?" a voice groaned from the other corner of the corridor. Mantis cowered in panic.
"I'm sorry, Anthony." Mantis apologized and quickly tore a piece of cloth from her long robe and put it over Raphael's eyes. She cursed under her breath. How could she have overlooked that? Thankfully, Anthony found them before it was too late. He could never see that portrait, otherwise Anthony would have her head. Mantis guided Raphael the remaining distance. Mantis looked at the enormous portrait of Davinia, where she was smiling brightly. There was no way Raphael could see that picture and not know Davinia's secret. She uttered something gibberish and walked past it. When Mantis reached the door on the other side of the corridor, she apologized to Anthony again, but Anthony shrugged her.
"I will take it from here, Mantis."
Anthony didn't even wait for her to answer. He pulled Raphael inside and closed the door.
"Can I take it off now?" Raphael asked.
"Yes," Anthony replied calmly. When Raphael took off the blindfold, he could see that the man was cleaning up and wore decent clothes. He was sitting before Raphael on this big chair. It was a big office room with a roof made of concrete. Anthony had decorated it beautifully. It was obviously above the ground as it had glass windows. It was a breathtaking sight from here.
"It's up,"
Raphael mocked. He couldn't understand why an underground base had an exception like this.
"Yes, I wanted some light. My recent changes," Anthony laughed.
"Why am I here?" Raphael asked in a grave voice.
"You're too nosy. You're here slightly earlier than I would have loved, so why don't you enjoy the place?"
Anthony smirked.
"Why do you think I won't run away?"
Raphael raised his eyebrows. Why was this man so confident?
"No one can escape this place, pretty boy. It is a fortress, and the very air you inhale is my slave."
Anthony smirked. Raphael jeered but didn't reply. Of course this whole place was a prison.
"You are an impatient one. If it satisfies your nerve a little, I am looking for someone, and I believe I have found her. It would take me a while before I could have her. I need that city of yours, so I will take it first. But then I can have her like my queen, and you as my loyal dog. You, my dog, will help me to get her as my sire."
Anthony revealed his evil plan that sounded like it was set in stone, just waiting to happen.
but only if he knew Raphael was born to rule. Raphael did not feel the need to break his brief illusion. He would find a way and break out of this place. But that's when Anthony projected an image on the wall. It was that of Elsa. It took every muscle in his body to control his fury. This man might not know his relation to Elsa, and he would prefer it that way. Jero was having a hard time not resurfacing to fight back for his love, but Raphael knew he should not fight this man alone. He was too powerful and would choke the air out of him in a snap. He needed to be alive to save Elsa.
Do you know her?
Anthony could see that there were some hesitations and changes in his body language.
No, but I guess it's her you want me to help you find,
Raphael scoffed.
You are smart, maybe, but for that we can make you ready.
Anthony grinned. He looked every bit of the devil he was.
What makes you think I would agree?
Raphael scorned.
Because you don't have a choice.
Anthony burst out into a peal of sinister laughter that sent a chill down Raphael's nerves. Raphael kept looking, unsure of how to break free. Elsa needed him, and this time he would be there. Who was Anthony? What is this place? How is Elsa connected to all of them and Lucian? Did Elsa have powers like him? Was that how they linked? And why did this man want to make Elsa his queen? Elsa was his, and no, not a toy. How does he fit into all of this? The kidnapper had already found out where Elsa was. Anthony even wanted the moonlit city. How was Raphael going to protect them from here, from captivity? He needed to break out, and soon. Thousands of other questions flew through his mind as he fell on his knees and gawked. Chapter 34. I Care for You. It's only been a couple of weeks, and things are falling into place here. I am glad how Cynthia fought back under your able leadership. Noah appreciated his brother Neil. Stay here, and take your rightful place, brother. I can see Aluna and Beatrice. Neil cried for his brother to reconsider his decision. Neil, we both know I can't stay here long. We'll be here till Beatrice recovers and understands her powers. Ever since that night, she's just not herself. She won't laugh or talk. She just sits in that corner of her room and cries. So I might have to stay here a little longer and help her accept herself. I can't do that when I'm traveling. The only person she's speaking to are Kira, me, and Maya. I'm glad Maya came along, but Beatrice needs our support, and I hope the Nightwalkers would help her too, Noah said in a hoarse voice. He was pleading with his brother to understand why Neil had already accepted Beatrice. Brother, Beatrice saved us all. I, for one, never doubted or hated her. She's just as scared right now, and maybe she does need you, Neil assured him. Thank you, Noah said humbly. Despite being the older brother, he knew he was in Neil's territory. The day he walked out of Nightwalker's pack, that day he had lost all his rights over it. The pack had flourished and grown under the watchful eyes of Neil and Leah, and he would not take that away from them. Noah headed towards Elsa's room. It was again gloomy and dark, despite being daytime. Maya had said that Beatrice felt restless and couldn't stay put in the camp on the night of the battle. She could hear all the cries and despair. Maya tried to explain and calm her nerves, but Beatrice ran towards the war, shifting into her amazing wolf. When Noah entered the solemn room, his heart sank. Elsa had drowned in a sea of melancholy. He'd never seen her as dreary as she was now. It was as if she'd lost all hope. She wanted to shut herself in this room for an eternity so that she could avoid reality. She'd barely spoken to anyone and was eating only to survive. Thank God she didn't think of harming her physical body.
Why are you punishing yourself, Elsa? No one is blaming you for anything. Noah broke the silence. He waited for her to get over her dismal state and reach out to him, but the more he gave her space, the deeper Elsa buried herself in a world of gloom.
Noah, not now. I'm tired. I need sleep.
Elsa jerked from her place. She sat in that chair and looked outside the window for hours, searching for God knew what. Tired of what, Elsa? Staring at those meadows or the woods beyond them? Noah scoffed. Elsa was getting clumsier and tougher. She'd created this invisible wall around her. It was getting impossible day by day to penetrate it. She ignored Noah crawling inside her thick blankets, and she pretended to be sleeping. Enough. If you don't speak to me now, Elsa, I swear I'll do something reckless, Noah yelled. But Elsa didn't flinch. 2 teardrops rolled down her cheeks, but she made no noise. The deafening silence was weighing down on Noah. All of this was exhausting. How could he help someone who didn't want to get helped? Elsa, please. I beg you. Please talk to me, Noah whispered. Noah walked to the edge of Elsa's bed and sat resting on the footboard. He sighed. Noah couldn't understand if there was any way to convince her. He leaned on the bed and sighed. He looked at the ceiling top with despair. Noah tapped his hand on his forehead repeatedly, laughing at his failure. It was a laugh full of agony and anguish. It was a failure's cry. They stayed like that for hours with no words exchanged between them. But this time Noah was determined. He would not leave this room till Elsa broke her stubbornness. It was enough already.
Noah, I think I should leave.
Finally, Elsa mumbled under her covers. Leave? Where? To Raphael? Noah chuckled. Something was better than nothing.
No, I won't put anyone in danger. I don't know where I'll go,
Elsa whispered. Why do you think you're putting everyone in danger? At least let me know why you've decided to abandon us. I deserve that as your alpha, even if I've realized my command doesn't extend to you, Noah recounted. Noah was feeling powerless. He felt helpless, as there was nothing he could do for Elsa. Every day he saw her grief increasing as she doomed herself to an endless sea of remorse. She was vulnerable, but Noah could do nothing to assure her of better days. Elsa gasped and climbed down. She sat beside Noah, resting her head on his shoulder. He'd been her only support for months now. Without him, probably, she would have died in that deplorable day. He'd pulled her out of misery once. Maybe he can help her once again. She let out a deep breath.
I'm afraid I won't be able to control it next time, Noah,
Elsa whispered. What? Noah wondered if her memories were back.
You know what? I remember everything about that night for a while now. It torments me. I'm scared that I'll kill people, even the ones I care about, with that power. No one should be that powerful, Noah. I'm cursed.
Elsa burst out in tears. But you controlled it at the end, and that's all that matters. Noah tried to reassure her, but she was only sobbing again.
You don't understand, Noah. I'm exhausted. It terrifies me to think what I would have done to all of you if Raphael hadn't helped.
Elsa stuttered between her sobs. That confused Noah. What was she talking about? Was Raphael there that day? He didn't seem to remember an unfamiliar person, but it was chaotic. But if he was going there that night, why didn't he come forward? Was he hiding from everyone? What was going on beyond Noah's understanding? But he had to be patient with Elsa. Was he, Raphael, there that night? Noah asked as softly as he could. He did not want to seem like it bothered him, at least. Elsa shook her head in sorrow. It was difficult to understand anything between those sobs. Noah wiped her tears. He gave her some water to drink and tried to calm her down and relax. He asked Elsa again about Raphael when she regained some composure.
No, Raphael was not there. I'm not sure how it happened, but when I was feeling overwhelmed by all those powers, I somehow connected with Raphael. He was full of grief and remorse. His life was so void of happiness that I think he sucked some of my rage and anger. Had it not been for him, I'm not sure if my energy would have gotten diverted and finally cooled. What if next time it doesn't happen? What if next time Raphael is busy and there's something more important to him? I'll destroy everything.
Elsa stammered. She had no faith in herself. It baffled Noah. He took a long minute to process all of this. Noah was sure that Raphael had not completed the marking process with Elsa, and even if Raphael had marked her, there was no bond strong enough to forge such links. As time passed, finding a fated mate has become so rare it's almost non-existent. Moon Goddess had been kind enough to let the werewolves build a connection with a chosen mate at similar levels after the marking process. And the elders came up with the solution of claiming. So what Elsa was telling him made no sense to Noah. He couldn't understand how they could be connected. If Elsa could feel his despair over some illusion, what would happen when they met? Noah had never thought that it would come to this, even if, deep down, he knew Elsa still longed for Raphael. Are you sure it was Raphael and not a dream? Maybe you miss him more than you admit. It pierced Noah's heart to speak that aloud, but he needed to understand this more.
I am sure it was Raphael. I don't know how, but it was him, Noah. Believe me. I tried to connect with him so many times after that, but it's like he's sleeping or elusive now,
Elsa affirmed. Her eyes had a different sparkle when she spoke about Raphael, making Noah's heart ache. But he buried those feelings. Now was not the time to get envious. Do you want to go to him? I will take you. Noah placed 1,000 stones on his heart to offer that. The pain he was feeling now was far heavier than anything he'd felt in a while.
No, I will endanger even Raphael if I do so. Plus, I have left that life pack long back.
Elsa sighed, rekindling some hopes for Noah. He knew he was desperate, but there was nothing he could do about it. His heart had already chosen her. Then fight with us. Use your power to end the evil. Moon Goddess has bestowed you with this power to end this terror. Noah tried to give her a new purpose. It seemed to work when she looked at him, bewildered.
Noah, but what if I can't control these powers? She trusted the wrong girl. It should be you, or even Kira, not me. It's better buried inside me than destroying everything in the process. I said there's no way I can control it without Raphael.
Elsa denied its possibility after a long second. Elsa, the power is yours to carry. Only you can control it. Maybe it was given to you because you channel the powers to forge that link and decrease its effect. Give yourself some credit. Noah tried to put some sense into her desperately. Elsa had not thought about it. It could have been her doing all along. Wasn't it she who broke the link to help her people, even though she woke up only several hours later? What if what Noah said was right? What if the Moon Goddess gave her those powers to fight that evil Anthony? Elsa would neglect her kind because she was too weak to handle her emotions? How cowardly could she be? All this while, Elsa was thinking like that timid, vulnerable Elsa from Red Moon Pack. Why did she forget she was Beatrice, too? Beatrice could not think twice before trying to use her full potential to protect the one she cared for and loved. Moreover, she made a promise to stand by the opals. Elsa, you know I'm right. Come out of this gloomy room. Let's train and find out more. We'll start with the basics. I'm no great teacher, but how hard can this be? We'll figure out something together. Noah encouraged her to reconsider when he saw her engrossed in her thoughts. Obviously, she was debating something. He needed to supplement his ideas.
What if something else happens when we practice? We can't endanger the lives of the wolves of Cynthia,
Elsa probed after a long time. But Noah was glad she was considering this. Don't worry about that. Cynthia has a vast wood and then the ocean for its borders in the south. We can get deep inside the woods and practice. We'll set up a cabin while Kira can handle the pack. Neil is also there. And the Opals wouldn't mind staying for a while here in Cynthia, Noah affirmed. It was as if he had it all figured out. Elsa smiled. She wasn't sure about this, but it sounded like a good plan. But there was still one thing that troubled her.
What if I do something to you? I can never live with that guilt,
Elsa sighed. Noah kept quiet for a long second. He had no answers. Even though he wasn't worried about his life, Elsa would not agree to put him in danger. But Elsa needed to understand her real potential. The powers must have always been a part of her, and they were only coming out now. So it could be unpredictable and erratic, but he had to take his chance. Elsa, will you tell me something honestly? Noah cupped her cheeks and looked deep into her eyes. Elsa wasn't expecting something like this to happen. She swallowed hard. Was Noah going to kiss her after all of this? It was a bad idea. She had so many unsettled emotions.
What?
Elsa wanted to ask with confidence, but the voice came out hoarse. Do I mean anything to you? I might not be having the powerful connection that you and Raphael share, but do I have a place in your heart and mind? Please think about it and tell me, Noah asked. This question held a lot of significance for Noah.
Yeah,
Elsa blurted, but Noah shook his head and asked her to sit and think about it. Elsa closed her eyes and thought about all the moments that they'd shared. If she yearned for Raphael, she also cared for Noah. Elsa wasn't certain if it was more than care or friendship at that point, with Raphael still in the picture, but there was no other person Elsa would want to be with at that moment in her life. Noah was the only one who accepted her for who she was. Noah never ridiculed her, even when she exploded into a ball of fire and nearly destroyed everything. He was like a stone Elsa could trust with no hesitation. Her heart flooded with a wave of happiness when she thought about Noah, and her mind was at peace. Elsa opened her eyes and smiled to see Noah looking at her patiently. Maybe she wanted to kiss him at that point, but she controlled it. Everything was far too complicated at that moment.
Yes, I care for you. And I am certain, power or no power, I would never harm you,
Elsa smiled. Noah smiled back. He had an irresistible urge to kiss her. He leaned, closing the distance between them. Chapter 35. Training.
Davinia, I have called to inform you we are launching a war on the moonlit city by tomorrow at nightfall. Anyone who does not accept my leadership should not be able to see the next sunrise, Anthony said over the phone.
How can you do this? We did not agree to any of it. I was the one who was supposed to sire Raphael. You promised me I would rule the moonlit city, Davinia grunted.
And you will when the war is over,
Anthony retorted. Sometimes it was hard to control her.
But,
Davinia groaned. Davinia had not informed her father about what she had found out about Lucian. Now that the fight of several decades was finally towards its end, new things were resurfacing. She was no longer sure if she could stand beside her father as his beta. Also, the secrets of Silverlit were too tempting. If Lucian could possess a dagger that could hurt sires, then there could be more. Also, her resolved feelings for Raphael kept creating hindrance. Davinia knew if Raphael ended as a sire to her father, he would be no better than a pet dog to her father's ambitions. But with her, Raphael could help her win fights. Raphael would be her perfect match in every aspect. Davinia had no wish to rule the entire world like her father, but her father should leave Moonlit City to her and Raphael.
Are you in love with that pretty boy? I know you are weak. You wanted to settle with that Omega mate of yours. Had I not put some sense into you, you would be living the life of a widow. Davinia, never forget that we are not regular wolves. We should not fall in love. We are born to rule. And we can do that only when we have a midnight wolf as a warrior and a pure-blood descendant by our side. Moon Goddess gifted us with elemental powers. It not only makes us bend them to our wishes, but also slow down our aging. Do you know how long I have waited for my chance? Do you know how many children I fathered before finally having a child with promising potential? I endured so much. And you want me to leave them for your infatuation? Wait for your time. I waited for mine. That silver girl is my Luna, and Raphael is my warrior. Don't make it hard for me. You know being my beta is the greatest honor, Anthony chastised.
You make it look like it was all my fault,
Davinia complained.
No, it was Ida. What she could not give, her lineage will give.
Anthony broke into a burst of sinister laughter.
Don't forget Ida deceived you. What makes you think this girl will be any different?
Davinia chided.
I did not have a daughter like you then, nor did I have my sires. Also, the Midnight Wolf is here. Soon he will be in my control. It is the best chance this life could spare me. Davinia, do not forget our goal. Stay focused. Prepare for the war. It is time to reveal to the Moonlit City your true identity,
Anthony explained. Davinia didn't complain any further. She knew the war was inevitable. She had lived decades seeing Anthony's hunger and search for this day. Raphael was under his grasp, and he knew the location of the Silver Girl. Anthony wouldn't wait to strike. Once everything was over, she could ask her father to release Raphael. But before this fight, she had one more night to spare. She would use it wisely. Tonight, she would confront Lucian. Later that night, Davinia left the borders of the Silverlit City. Its perimeters were more protected than she had imagined. Also, there were no water sources that Davinia could have used to her advantage. She couldn't find any loophole to sneak inside. Davinia sighed, defeated. She had only one night left, and she needed answers. So she called up Lucian instead. It was Lucian who was waiting for Davinia's call. He picked up immediately. He agreed to meet her, but not inside the borders of Silverlit City. Davinia and Lucian returned to the Black Moon pack borders. She took him to one of the cabins in the woods where they could talk more privately.
What is it you want to talk about inside closed doors?
Lucian chuckled. Davinia felt the urge to roll her eyes, but controlled. Lucian was handsome, undoubtedly, but she was not interested in him. Hell, Davinia was unaware of her interest in anyone until lately. ever since Raphael began ignoring her for this dead girl. She started having this eerie desire to have him beside her.
Lucian, I'm worried about Raphael. It's been over 2 weeks. Raphael's still not back. Please tell me where he is. I promise I won't tell his whereabouts to anyone.
Davinia made puppy dog eyes. Those innocent eyes of hers had always worked on men, and Davinia knew her strengths. She was beautiful, with a slender toned body and rare blue eyes with silver pigments in them. Years of living had taught her moves that can make a man or wolf go crazy about her. She knew she would have her way with Lucian eventually. Or not. Lucian smirked. Davinia was more manipulative and scheming than he had imagined. She obviously had ulterior motives, but Davinia was waiting for him to feel sorry for her. In any other situation, Lucian might have considered showing her how much she disgusted him, but tonight he was going to use it to find out more about her.
Raphael is your alpha. How would I know? Lucian retorted.
But you are the one he talked to last,
Davinia squealed.
It was Jander, Lucian corrected.
Lucian, a war might fall on us at any moment. We need our alpha,
Davinia grumbled.
Do you know anything about the upcoming war? Did you get any news?
Lucian charged. He was positive she was hiding something.
No, but I saw how you wounded that wolf that day. I know it was silver. If you could wield it, so can other wolves. At least the silver-lit wolves can. It seems like our only chance,
Davinia muttered.
You killed the beast, and you're talking about my dagger?
Lucian scoffed.
The beast was already weak by your wound. That's why I could kill it,
Davinia stuttered.
We both know how it affected the beast. He went on to rampage mode after that,
Lucian scorned.
That's not true. I know that dagger is a secret of the Silverlits. Every pack has its secrets to keep, but it's the only way we can fight back. I don't ask what you are or who you are. Please, tell me how you can handle it,
Davinia nagged.
Davinia, I am not Raphael. It should rather be me asking you what you are, and how you killed the beast. That dagger is simply a family heirloom.
Lucian pressed the matter. But Davinia scoffed. She was irritated at this point. How difficult was this man? She wondered if he was asexual or too ambitious. She decided not to badger him too much. She couldn't make him suspect her any further. So she had to lie low for just one more day. Her father would attack the moonlit city in less than 24 hours. She could take Lucian as her captive. Hell, she can enter the Silverlit territory without worrying about a loophole.
Lucian, let's not divide amongst ourselves. I thought it was a way to defeat those beasts, but if not, I respect that. I'm just too worried about Raphael. He had disappeared into thin air.
Davinia sighed. She tried to look guilty and broken. Lucian knew she was retreating. If he hounded her too much, he would give away that he was suspecting her, so he nodded his head in agreement.
What do you know about the opals?
Davinia asked, surprising Lucian. Wasn't that the pack name where Raphael intended to find his mate?
Not much more than that they fought the beasts and defeated them. That is the rumor, isn't it?
Lucian retorted, trying to hide his confusion.
Yes,
Davinia smiled, ignoring the topic altogether. Not long after, they left back to their respective packs, but it even bothered Lucian that Raphael had not contacted him or Jander ever since he left that day. Had he waited for a little longer, he could have got more information about the Opals. Their leader Noah and this girl Beatrice were far too famous. They had managed to defeat the beasts again in a fight in Cynthia. That was when an idea struck Lucian.
What if he contacted the Opals to help Moonlit City? And if Raphael was there with them, looking for his mate, he could also receive the information. Lucian wasted no more time. He quickly tried to find out the number of their alpha Neil from the Werewolf Council. When he called the Nighthawk's pack of Cynthia, Neil confirmed it was indeed the Opals who had helped win their battle. Lucian felt dejected to know that Raphael never reached them, but there was a small ray of hope when Neil assured him that he would talk to Noah to stand with them in their fight against the beasts. Lucian sighed with hope. He was definite that something terrible had happened with Raphael, but in that case Lucian knew he should not leave the city unprotected. He couldn't simply put his trust in Davinia or others. So if Raphael believed that his mate was a part of the Opals, Lucian would put his faith in them. Once the city was in able hands, he might start his search for Raphael.
You are insane,
Elsa groaned. It worked, didn't it? Noah chuckled.
How could you break into my room in the middle of the night dressed like that?
Elsa fumed, looking at the clothes that gave him such a creepy look. Look at what you did to them. I'm dripping wet. Noah smirked at his victory.
What if it was fire, not water, Noah? For all I know, they could be icicles,
Elsa grumbled, getting out of her bed to go for a run and clear her head. But it wasn't. And I was prepared this time. The costume is tough enough to protect me, and I carried a fire extinguisher. Noah tried to calm her down, but she gave him a death glare and shifted to her humongous wolf and ran deep into the forest. Noah didn't follow her. He knew she could handle herself, and lately she was getting a better hold of her powers. For the first few days they were going in rounds and rounds, and nothing happened. They spent their days mostly learning combat and shooting. She lacked primary education, even though she was tough. But it was that one night when she felt a screeching pain through her. She knew it belonged to Raphael and not to her, but it lasted for a few seconds before it subsided. By the end, her eyes were glowing with a blue ring around them. She had burst through the water system of the cabin. It took them a few days to repair it, but it was the first time her powers emerged after that night. Ever since then, it was easy for her to control the water element. She practiced for long hours by the sea and was getting better at it. Recently, she even created a fire. But it was more of a random thing, and she didn't have any control over it. Maya had come up with a strange theory of her own. She staunchly believed that the day Elsa fell off the cliff, she somehow triggered her powers and it protected her till Noah found her. Elsa, too, was considering if this was possible. She knew it was impossible to survive that fall. Elsa crossed the woods and went to the seaside. The cool breeze calmed her nerves. She laid there in the sand, wondering where Raphael disappeared to. She could feel his emptiness and conviction when he'd asked for her location. She doubted if she was again deceiving herself by trusting this man, but there was part of her that feared that Raphael was in some danger. Elsa also wondered if there was any way she could connect with Raphael or seek more answers. She had no friend, or even a proper acquaintance in the moonlit city with whom she could associate and ask. Elsa had tried to Google them, but there was nothing new that would suggest otherwise. She wondered if she should call him, but then what if he would reject her all over again? Her fear of rejection was getting the better of her other senses. Elsa laid there for a few hours before Noah finally joined her. She'd gotten accustomed to his presence, so she made no sound and kept lying. Sometimes she felt like she was a greedy woman who was using Noah for her selfish reasons. "We have to leave," Noah whispered, breaking the deafening silence.
Where?
Elsa asked. She knew it must be another fight somewhere that needed her presence. "Moonlit City," Noah murmured. He was speaking so quietly that any regular human would have missed it. No one knew how she felt about that place. But Neil had already promised them, and also how could he deny someone who needed help? It startled Elsa. She recoiled and sat up. She wondered if that was the reason she couldn't connect with Raphael. Was he in some kind of danger?
What happened? Elsa demanded.
I don't know. One of the pack's alphas, Lucian, asked for our help. He said the other more powerful alpha was away from the city looking for something. Noah muttered. He wondered if this alpha was Raphael, and the something was Elsa. When he saw her sad expression, he knew it was probably the case. Who's Lucian? Noah probed.
I know nothing more than that Lucian is Silverlit Pack's alpha. I was not socially active at the time, she answered.
Noah nodded his head without replying. He weighed down the pros and cons, wondering if he should go to Moonlit City or not. Noah feared he might lose Elsa forever, but he couldn't live knowing that he let a city get destroyed because of his own selfish reasons.
When do we leave?
Elsa asked. Sunrise, Noah replied as an uncomfortable silence settled between them. Chapter 36. Beast Slayer.
Opals, yet again we gather here before we fight evil. We will keep fighting till the beasts meet their end,
Kira growled. The fellow Opals hooted and hollered. The fighting spirit in the heart of the warriors of the Opals was so high it sometimes baffled Elsa. She felt proud of Noah and what he had built. Noah had worked hard to achieve this, his heart filled with satisfaction to see his pack's dedication. My dear Opals, this time we have a reckoning force alongside us, fighting in our battles. Let's cheer for none other than our own Beatrice! Noah shouted at the top of his voice to encourage the Opals and Elsa. More wolves hooted and hollered. A lot of them were screaming Beatrice's name.
With Beatrice fighting alongside us, there's no way we will lose this battle. Moon Goddess has shown us the path, and we shall see the end of it,
Kira continued. Yes, 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 the wolves growled in unison. My dear Opals, today we start our journey towards the Moonlit City. Alpha Lucian of the Silverlit Pack has reached my brother Neil for help. He promised them that the Opals would be there, and we shall keep that promise. Tell me, are you with me? Noah roared. Yes, some wolves howled. Let's kill some rogues, some others hooted. Kill the beasts, a small section growled. The enthusiastic behavior of the Opals surprised Elsa. She knew a firm determination to help the needy drove the Opals, but this newfound courage was coming from what they'd seen in the last battle in Cynthia. Some believed Elsa was the reincarnation of the Moon Goddess, and others assumed her to be a witch-werewolf hybrid. They were sailing on the sea of her courage and strength. Elsa was unsure if they would feel the same way if they learned how miserable she had been all of her life and how dubious she was about her powers. Elsa was standing behind Kira and Noah, wondering about her life, when a random wolf screamed that she wanted Elsa to address the crowd.
Let's hear Beatrice, the Beast Slayer!
More wolves joined in the cry, and in a few minutes, almost every wolf was chanting the same thing. Beast Slayer! Beast Slayer! Elsa cringed at that. She was no beast slayer. Hell, there was such a high chance that Elsa might chicken out the next time. She was on the verge of an anxiety attack when Ayla pulled her from the back of her mind. Ayla gave her some much-needed courage. Ayla fumed and hissed at Elsa for being weak. Ayla pleaded with Elsa to at least believe in herself. That was right. Elemental powers or not, Elsa knew Ayla was powerful, a daredevil. She thanked Ayla and sighed. Her truth was different now. She had to look strong for the Opals, and especially for Noah, who believed in her. Noah gave a questioning look, but when Elsa nodded her head, he left the stage for her.
Hi,
Elsa spoke in a gentle voice. She was nervous.
It was the first time she was addressing a crowd where people believed her to be some sort of leader. Well, many regarded her to be some sort of reincarnation. Lots of pressure. "Everyone silent! Beatrice is speaking!" some wolf shouted, loud enough for everyone to calm down. A crushing silence befell, making Elsa more nervous.
It was better with you screaming and hooting. This creepy silence is more demanding,
Elsa stuttered, smiling a bit. It earned her a loud cheer and some warm smiles. Werewolves were obnoxious creatures, but Elsa's previous pack pushed her into a life of silence.
Well,
Elsa huffed before continuing on to the next.
I am certainly not what you people wish me to be.
The crowd burst into a faint murmur, but the most surprised one was Noah. He couldn't help but wonder where her speech was going. "Are you certain you want to do it now?" Noah whispered. Kira noticed the tension between the two. Was Noah keeping a secret from everybody for Beatrice? Noah had been spending a lot of time with Beatrice. She knew Noah and Beatrice were close. Perhaps Beatrice might end up as her new Luna. It irked her that Noah preferred an unknown girl to her, but she couldn't ward off her unwanted feelings for Noah. She was jealous, but loyal.
I guess so. It just puts a lot of pressure on me when I see them putting their trust in me. In return, I'm lying to them for my selfish reasons,
Elsa sighed. The small conversation between Noah and her made more wolves discuss random things between themselves.
Hey, sorry for that,
Elsa addressed them, bringing back the crowd's attention to her.
You people have been nothing but warm to me ever since I met you, and there is nothing nearer to my heart than the love and affection the Opals has showered on me. To you, I was a broken girl who had lost the memories of her previous life.
Elsa took an infinitesimal pause. She was finding it hard to tell the rest. She was scared thinking about how everyone would receive the truth, but she was done lying.
Well, you made me believe as if I was an Opal from birth. I would want that for me. This pack is so warm and kind. It has an alpha who is nothing but fair and just. A beta, like Kira, is smashing the patriarchy in every form. The good you are doing to the werewolves is far beyond anything I've seen.
Elsa praised the Opals, earning a loud cheer from the crowd, but a few of them were more worried about where the speech was going.
And when I say I have seen, trust me, I have seen how mean and bad wolves can get. The system is so deep-rooted that it stops you from even telling a wrong is wrong. It's so crazy that it stops you from raising your voice against people who keep on abusing you, mistreating you. You want some false approvals of the society that treats you only as a dirty burden.
Elsa was sobbing now. The crowd had grown even more silent. The silence was disturbing and heart-wrenching.
What had you gone through, Beatrice?
Kira whispered, but the silence was so deep that it was audible to the wolf's ears.
I'm sorry if I lied to you all that I'd forgotten my past. The truth is, there is nothing to remember about it. It only brings me pain, a whole lot of pain that makes my heart squeeze. It's unbearable when I have to endure those painful recollections where everyone thought I was some untouchable abomination. I had such a lonely childhood that I never had a friend before coming to the Opals.
Elsa broke down into pearls of tears.
Kira was my first friend. She was the first one to ever show some genuine concern for my well-being. She was the first one to tell me I looked beautiful the way I am. Without her, maybe I would still be dyeing my hair amber to prove that I belonged.
Elsa looked at Kira, thanking her genuinely. It hurt Kira a little.
All Kira felt for Beatrice was envy for a while, but here Elsa was considering her to be the first friend Elsa had. It was she who distanced herself from Elsa ever since she saw the closeness between Noah and Beatrice in the Pearl Moon pack. Maybe she should have been there for Beatrice a little more.
In Noah, I found my support. He knew my truth and yet accepted me for who I was. He never feared me, nor did he make me feel like I was something repugnant. I can never thank him for his kindness enough.
Elsa was sobbing hard. She was gasping and crying. The werewolves of the opals felt the weight of her sorrow, and their hearts cried with her.
Beatrice, we are all here for you,
a wolf groaned. It baffled Elsa. There was still no resentment towards her. They still weren't judging her for lying to them all this while.
My name is...
Elsa sighed, wiping her tears.
Elsa.
Elsa was expecting judgmental looks, anger, rage, or anything, but she felt overwhelmed when she saw Opals looking at her with empathy. Kira walked to her side, and she embraced Elsa in a tight hug.
We don't care if you're Elsa or Beatrice. What you do defines you,
Kira appeased.
How are you not angry?
Elsa whispered.
Because we are opals. Everyone in this pack has a troubled past. Some have accepted it and shared it with others. Some are still struggling with their demons. But here, we ensure we give enough love and affection to everyone so that they can come out of their grief and embrace peace. We give them a purpose and motive. And nothing makes me happier than seeing that we as a pack have succeeded in your case, Elsa.
Kira stretched while saying Elsa's name, showing her acceptance towards Elsa. A random wolf called out from the crowd for Elsa, showing his support, and others joined him. And soon the entire pack was chanting her name again, trying to show her their support. It was indeed that the opals gave a second chance to every wolf at happiness. Elsa's heart felt light. It was like this lifted 1,000 imaginary boulders from her chest. Tears of joy stripped from her eyes as she smiled ear to ear, thanking the opals and Kira. She glanced at Noah, at Bliss. She was going to be forever indebted to them. Noah was glad to see how the event had turned out. He was beaming with pride for his pack. Noah was euphoric about how there was no more need for him to carry the burden of her secret. It would be easier to find out more about Elsa if he could speak freely of who she was.
There is one more thing I'd like to share,
Elsa muttered. The crowd fell mostly silent, with a few among them whispering a little.
The place where we are going, the moonlit city, is where my previous pack is situated. I know little about the Silvermoon's pack, except that there are a lot of aloof ones who never meddled in anyone's business. So, if their alpha has reached out for help, then the threat is far bigger than we are considering,
Elsa explained. But we have you! We will burn the beasts! Someone screamed. Elsa sighed. How would she explain to them that it was an outburst that day? Elsa had no control over those elements except for water. She could create fire, but it was more of a random thing. So how could she burn those rogues and beasts with something that came at its own will and not at her control?
Let's choke the rogues,
another ranted. Elsa gave Noah a worried look. Controlling the surrounding air was the hardest for her to achieve. She had no command over it. Every time she wanted to do something with it, it ended up creating water bubbles or icicles. Opals! This battle is ours. Let's not dump it on Elsa. Let's not forget that she is still learning her powers. So let's support her and not burden her. Raise your hand and howl for us if you're with me, Noah demanded. It did not go well with the wolves, who were waiting for some fire show or rain, but they believed their alpha. Power or no power, they would fight for their alpha, despite their dislike of the new equation. They raised their heads and howled to show their support. Noah walked beside Elsa and intertwined his fingers with hers. He pressed her hand a little to show his support and blinked once reassuringly. It vexed Kira, but she kept aside the negative emotions and held Elsa's other hand with hers. Elsa wasn't expecting anything from Kira, but this small action from Kira boosted her confidence 1,000-fold. Elsa smiled through her apprehensions, finding a new determination. She looked at the crowd in front of her with gratification. With such a pack to support her, Elsa felt invincible.
Moonlit City, here I come,
Elsa thought. Chapter 37. Pure Blood.
Anthony, this boy is too stubborn. It's been a week and he's not eating or drinking anything we give him. It's only because he's such a powerful wolf is he still alive,
Mantis mumbled.
Then force him. Are you telling me he will die of hunger and I will lose my chance at fulfilling my dream? That's ridiculous,
Anthony growled.
Raphael gets aggressive if someone even approaches him. All he did initially was keep looking for ways to escape, and now it's as if he's given up that thought as well. He's waiting to die or something,
Mantis informed.
What else does he want? Find out. He must understand that there is no escape,
Anthony ordered.
I will try one more time,
Mantis whispered. Mantis walked through the corridor and stopped near the empty frame. Anthony had kept it vacant for years for his Luna. Finally, the time seemed to have arrived. She sighed, and she walked to the room where Raphael was being kept. He wasn't locked up or chained. He was free to move anywhere he wanted inside the underground mansion. First few days, Raphael searched every place he could go, but when he could find nothing significant, he confined himself to his room.
Raphael,
Mantis called to him, putting a plate of food beside him.
I'm not eating that,
Raphael said in a low voice. He was weak.
Look how fragile you've become,
Mantis stressed.
Why do you want me strong? So that you can give me that pill and make me a puppet?
Raphael looked at her with a death glare. Mantis frowned. Despite being so weak, his wolf was still powerful. Raphael hissed and looked at the other side.
Eat it so you have the strength to escape when the time comes,
Mantis tried to reason, but Raphael scoffed.
What do you want to know?
Mantis asked him directly.
Will you tell me the truth?
You are just his puppet, Raphael sneered.
Get up. We're going out.
Mantis spoke a little loudly to stress the word. Raphael's eyes flickered at that. It had been days since he had seen the sunlight. The air inside this place was troubling him. He felt like they spied on him. So outside seemed like a miracle. He didn't fuss. He got up quickly and walked sloppily behind Mantis.
You should have at least drank the juice. If you walk like this, it'll be tomorrow before we make it out,
Mantis chuckled. Raphael didn't reply to her, but kept following her, trying to think of a way out. At first he tried to know more about Anthony, but he couldn't figure out anything. After that day, even Anthony wouldn't meet him. It was only Mantis who came here, and then to check on him. But most of the time it was random wolves who dropped by to give him food. They were already in a restricted section. He'd walked by that door several times, but he had missed its presence every time. This place was like a maze. Too easy to get lost and too ambitious to get out. Soon Mantis stopped in front of a gigantic wall, but if one would look at it properly, they could see that it was a large door. Mantis recited the same thing that she had on the day Anthony had brought him here for the first time.
Apurire ostium occultatum. Apurire ostitum occultatum. Apparire ostitum acutatum.
The large door became more prominent by the time the spell ended. Few golden lines ran across the door before a knob appeared. Mantis pushed the door open, and it led to a dark corridor lit by torches. Mantis walked inside. Raphael followed her, trying to figure out if this was the same tunnel.
Just remembering those words won't be enough, so don't try. And this path leads us to a deeper section of the forest.
Mantis seemed to have been reading his thoughts. How many doors do you have? Raphael asked.
A lot, depending on where you want to go. This place is massive, giving the wolves enough space to be themselves. Contrary to what you believe, the wolves do not stay inside all the time. They go for hunts and runs. The men go out partying inside the woods. But to achieve that, you need to accept Anthony's leadership,
Mantis replied. You mean become his pet? Raphael scoffed.
It's not that bad. Anthony takes care of his army,
Mantis smiled.
Don't praise a madman. Do you think the way he is siring the wolves and doing God only knows what with the humans is the right thing?
Raphael grunted, limping through the tunnel. Maybe he should have taken that juice.
I think you interpreted me that day a little wrong. Only humans can be sires. He cannot sire wolves,
Mantis replied, surprising Raphael. If he couldn't sire a wolf, then why had Anthony brought him here? There was no other way that Anthony could force him to do his bidding.
Then why am I here?
Raphael grumbled as they reached the other side of the tunnel. This time Mantis effortlessly pulled the door to open it. The world outside was greener and brighter. Raphael closed his eyes, unable to take in the brightness. He blinked a few too many times before opening his eyes slowly. He walked past Mantis, basking in the sunlight. Soon Raphael realized that it was probably a setup. Under a large tree, a small basket filled with food waited for him. His stomach grumbled in hunger while Mantis laughed. This time Raphael did not make a face and just sat down to eat. Mantis sat in front of him, waiting for him to finish the food.
Raphael, Anthony is a pureblood,
Mantis blurted out suddenly, startling Raphael. It was too much information. Lucian had said Ida was a pureblood. He couldn't remember exactly, but he remembered Lucian mentioning that Ida had elemental powers, so that explains why Anthony could control air.
Why does a pureblood need me? Isn't he too powerful already?
Raphael groaned.
He is, but it's not enough. He can only sire the men, but they can't hold him long enough. A normal wolf's body resists him, or they die in the process. And these rogues are only as strong as betas. Till now, we got an edge over the other packs because a pack can have only a few powerful warriors, while we have hundreds. But it's not enough to rule the world,
Mantis explained. Raphael looked at her in dismay. How could someone support a person who wanted something like that?
Why does he need me?
Raphael sighed.
You are the Midnight Wolf. You're the only one powerful enough who can accept the transformations,
Mantis explained. Raphael scoffed. So Anthony thought he could sire him? No way. He'd prefer death over becoming someone's puppet. He would never harm Elsa again. If he couldn't help her in life, then he would rather die to protect her. He would never let Anthony have Elsa.
What are you thinking? I thought you would throw a fit by now,
Mantis chuckled.
Why are you supporting him? Do you think what he's doing is right? Mantis, I can feel that you're not that bad. So why are we here? We can both escape together, Raphael proposed. Mantis's smile turned into a frown, and soon sorrow overtook any other emotion. There were countless nights she had debated over the same thing. She wanted to run away and stop this madness. The fact is, Mantis had a rough life.
She was not a powerful witch like the others in her coven. The only thing she could do was make potions. They belittled her. Her parents thought that she was a shame. But Anthony saw something in her. He took her out of that place and gave her a purpose. So who was Mantis without that purpose? Nothing. Even though she wanted Anthony to stop this madness and recognize her love for him, she was helpless. There was nothing she had not tried, and nothing that had succeeded.
He's not as bad as you think. This motive drives him. He thinks werewolves under purebloods are the most powerful. He should rule the world to make it a better place.
Mantis sighed. There was no conviction in Mantis's face. Raphael could say Mantis didn't agree with his ways, but she would not leave him. He wondered what kind of leverage Anthony had over her. Despite being capable of escaping from this place, she was still serving him.
Mantis, we can run away. With your help and my power, we can do this.
Raphael tried to persuade her again.
Enough of this childishness. Anthony is more powerful than how much you give him credit for. It's in our best interest that you just accept that there is no escape from here. For your satisfaction, understand this clearly, Raphael. Anthony has not kept me here by force. I choose to stand beside him till death,
Mantis declared nonchalantly. For the first time, Mantis did not have a pleasant demeanor and a smiling face while talking. She looked irritated and stubborn. It startled Raphael to see such affiliation. He wondered if Mantis was in love with Anthony, or if he had some powerful leverage on her. Either way, it was clear that Mantis would not leave his side, no matter how much she disapproved of his ways.
Why is he going after that girl? And why does he need me as his sire to get her? Isn't he all-powerful like you claim?
Raphael tried to find out the other thing that irked him ever since Anthony showed Elsa's photo.
You have too many questions, but it's your lucky day. Her name is Beatrice, or at least what they call her now. We know nothing about her other than her name, and that she belongs to a nomadic pack called the Opals. She was there when a group with Anthony had attacked the Pearl Moon pack. We were waiting for the perfect chance to attack them again. It baffled all of us when she showed up in our battle with Cynthia, and defeated us with little effort,
Mantis squealed. Mantis looked over the horizon, wondering if all this was worth it. In the end, she would still be the witch making potions when Anthony would rule beside Beatrice. But maybe her kind of love needed sacrifice. If Anthony had not saved her, she would be dead a long time ago.
What are you hiding?
Raphael could see her dilemma. Mantis looked at Raphael. He was wiser than anyone gave him credit for. No wonder the moon goddess bestowed him with these powers, Mantis thought. Anthony would often whine about how it would have been easier for him if he was the midnight wolf. He'd said how in centuries a midnight wolf is born, and so is the child of the moon. They can bring change. She let out a deep breath.
She has access to all the elements. Anthony is yet to find to what extent she can control each of them, but it's the second time in the entire history of purebloods when one could control all elements. They generally have authority over one element. I'm not sure how you fit into the picture, but it's only you who can help Anthony get her,
Mantis explained. This baffled Raphael. Elsa looked like the moon goddess when she connected with him. If she was that powerful, then he could never let Anthony have her. He still couldn't figure out why he fitted into all this. How can someone like him fight a powerful wolf who can control more than one element? He couldn't even stand up to Anthony's powers. But he would find out, Raphael thought. And when he does, he will do whatever it takes to spoil that plan.
Let's go inside. It's already dark. And save your energy. We start for Moonlit City soon,
Mantis said to him in a grave voice. Raphael knew what Mantis meant. They were probably going to lodge a war against the Moonlit City. He hoped that Davinia and Lucian would be able to protect the city in his absence. He hoped that his pack and Lucian were looking for him. Raphael didn't protest or grunt. He knew he couldn't escape. Raphael got up and followed Mantis inside sloppily. They were soon going to go out and leave this forest. Raphael was determined to try to escape. He wondered if there was any way he could connect with Elsa. She must know what Raphael had learned about her identity. It could help her in the coming war. It could help them figure out what role he had in all of this. There was one thing he was confident about without a doubt. The moon goddess had created him to protect Elsa and help her achieve extraordinary things. He was a fool not to realize it sooner and bring about all this upon them. But there was a far more pressing issue that kept rising in his head. The common factor between Ida and Anthony was that they were purebloods with powers. He couldn't help but wonder if Lucian had some abilities too. But the thought that Elsa was a pureblood sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 38. Silverlit.
Is the safe house ready?
Lucian queried his beta, Kieran. Almost. A week more and we should be ready to hold the weak ones, Kieran replied.
I am afraid we don't have a week,
Lucian muttered. Why? Kieran probed. Nothing suspicious was happening on the borders of the city. No unusual activities was going on around the city. The refugees from the Eastern Territory had also stopped flocking in. There was nothing that explained Lucian's trouble.
Believe me, Kieran, there is something off with the Black Moons. With Raphael gone, I am certain something terrible is about to happen,
Lucian besieged. Their Luna is quite capable. She killed the beast, Kieran replied.
It is their Luna that troubles me. She's evil, I know she is,
Lucian said in a heavy voice, confusing Kieran.
Is the archive room open? Call Mother. She must have some news. She's been there more than anyone in centuries,
Lucian ordered. Kieran nodded his head and left to look for the Alpha's mother. Lucian wanted to look through the books to know more about their history. The dagger, the sudden appearance of a single beast carrying Davinia's bracelet, Davinia herself and her powers, her interest with the dagger. Everything pointed at something bigger, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Raphael had also pointed out the similarities between Elsa and Ida. Lucian had some bedtime stories about how Ida could wield the Earth's magic. She was the one who created these dense woods and rocky hills beside their land. She was the one who made this territory a fortress. But as he grew up, he shrugged off those stories as just child's bedtime stories of a Luna so powerful that it was really impossible. But if beasts could be legitimate, then why can't her powers be? Lucian went to the archive section. It was vast for a pack that only got established a few centuries ago. They buried the history of their pack inside it, lost, waiting to get discovered.
Son, you wanted to see me?
Amalia, Lucian's mother, spoke.
I did, Mother. You're the only one who can help me find answers, Lucian besieged.
What's bothering you, Lucian? Amalia queried.
Ida, this dagger, our history,
Lucian mumbled. He was unsure what he was looking for in this chamber.
Lucian, you know everything about Ida. I used to read her stories when you were a child, Amalia reckoned.
You did, but is any of it true? How are we even to know?
Lucian countered.
I do. This place has hundreds of scrolls and stories of Ida's valor. Her love for your great-great-grandfather Oliver. It tells her story of how they built this territory from nothing. That dagger you hold is so special. She made everything by wielding it and harnessing its powers. But no one since could tame it. I have seen how your father loses control over its power as you took over the position. I have seen how you lost the fight to that midnight wolf.
Amalia illuminated, startling Lucian.
How is my losing a duel related to any of this?
Lucian gasped.
Only a midnight wolf can defeat the descendants of the moon. The moon goddess created them when her children became too selfish and power-hungry,
Amalia said in a loud, clear voice, as if it was something he should already know.
How do you know all this? Why did you not stop me from fighting then? Lucian grumbled.
We were not certain. It was in the scrolls, but there was nothing to prove it. A midnight wolf is only born once every century. Also, you started the duel. A silverlet never retreats.
Amalia spoke with pride.
Father was aware of it?
Lucian asked.
He was like you, but with time he started believing in these scrolls and our history. There's so many unexplainable things that happen to us,
Amalia explained.
Like?
Lucian never realized how different they were from the others.
You age slower than others. You're immune to silver and wolfsbane. You're stronger. You're psychic, even if you haven't realized it yet. And that is all I could explore with your father until now,
Amalia revealed.
Oliver had these abilities? Lucian queried.
No. It started with your great-grandfather, Lucas. His twin sister was stillborn. You're aware of his history?
Amalia stated.
What if she was not dead? What if they conspired a story to conceal her identity?
Lucian probed. If Elsa was related to them, then maybe she was a descendant of this child. Nothing else fit. Amalia pondered over this for some time while looking for something. She was unsure what she was looking for, but there was one scroll or a page in some book where there was a minor detail about this unborn child. Amalia never paid attention to it because the child was dead, and Amalia never thought knowing more about her would be significant. When Amalia explained what she was looking for, Lucian joined the quest. It took them several hours to find the forgotten piece of information. The book was more of a journal than anything that belonged to Oliver. It had so many small, big details about Ida and her time during pregnancy. Oliver had mentioned that Ida was worried about someone named Anthony. She was so scared that she wanted to run away. Her condition deteriorated, and Oliver wanted her to abort the babies, but Ida had them anyway. The journal mentions nothing after that, except for a single note that was made almost a decade or more after the birth. It was the most beautiful day of my life. Apart from that day, I had stumbled upon Ida. It was almost so similar that I couldn't believe my luck. I never imagined in my wildest dreams that I could live to see the day with my own eyes. The little princess looks exactly like her mother. She has blue eyes just like mine. It was amazing how she could wield Earth's power just like her mother. But she's not strong enough to face Anthony, and she must remain hidden. It pains me to live separated from her, but I'm glad life gave me another chance to steal a moment with my precious moon. It mentioned a secret meeting with a beautiful, blue-eyed girl with powers like Ida. But the description got ambiguous in the later parts. It could be two women he met, one could be a princess and the other the moon. Or it could be the same girl named Moon. Whatever it was Ida or the princess everyone assumed to be dead till now, or both. They were hiding from someone called Anthony.
Mother, I must tell you something. You cannot tell anyone of this, Lucian asked.
What is it? Amalia queried.
Raphael's mate looks like Ida. I'm not sure, but she could be a descendant of Ida, Lucian whispered.
What?
Amalia shrieked in surprise, but Lucian motioned for her to keep quiet. It had to stay between them.
I'm not sure. Raphael has said that the Red Moon Pack found Elsa abandoned near their borders during the last war. She was a small child, crying and looking for help. What if she and her parents were coming here? What if they finally found a way to defeat whatever it was they were hiding from for so long? Or what if they had warded it off? Even worse, what if they needed our help? I strongly believe Elsa is a descendant of Ida. She is a pureblood. Also, these beasts are after a pureblood. Something tells me it's her they want, Lucian grumbled.
Are you even sure of what you're speaking? How could this even be possible?
It startled Amalia.
I am, Mother. What Raphael describes of Elsa resembles Moon Goddess to me. Pale skin, silver eyes, silver long hair. I'm certain now that, just like Ida and her child, Elsa can wield elements. And that's why these beasts are after her, Lucian expressed.
It bewildered Amalia. It was too much information to process, and there was no way she was going to keep it from her husband, but if she tells him, she would betray her son's trust.
Can I tell your father, please?
Amalia begged. It would be too much of a burden to keep it to herself. Lucian nodded his head in agreement. He knew it would be a cruel thing to stop her from sharing all this with her husband. Also, her father was a wise alpha who couldn't help him in the challenging situation. Lucian stayed in the archive to find more information. He learned a little more about the dagger and its powers. Lucian was positive by now that the dagger must have destroyed the magical spell on Davinia's bracelet. He also found out that 3 more such daggers existed, each dagger representing one of the 4 elements: earth, air, water, fire. The one in Lucian's possession was the earth dagger. They were 4 parts of the sword of the moon goddess's first descent. It was too powerful together, so her 4 children, who had control over separate elements, broke it into 4 parts after their mother left it for them. Each dagger can counterattack the other. The daggers were only as strong as the person wielding them. It depended on the wielder who would win eventually. Only a midnight wolf or a blessed one could wield all of them together to make a weapon that could kill a pureblood. Divided, they could only injure the purebloods fatally. Lucian wanted to know more about his lineage. He was also a descendant of Ida, so it made him a pureblood technically. He craved to find more about him, or if he could wield any element. He was looking for more information when a battle horn was heard loud and clear. He'd been blocking everyone all this while. Lucian hissed under his breath as he ran toward the tower. The safe house was still not ready. His heart weighed seeing a lot of wolves running towards their territory. They were mostly from the packs of the northern borders. Perhaps their first line of defense had already fallen. He was unsure if he could save them all, but he had no choice. His territory was the safest. Also, he'd promised to help them in this battle. It's just that he hadn't expected it to be so soon.
What happened, Kieran?
Lucian reached his beta through the pack link.
I'm not sure, but a lot of distress calls were coming in from all the other packs of the northern border. Our patrols from the northern border are returning. They're so scared that whatever they're saying makes little sense. We're waiting for them near the northern borders, Kieran relayed.
Shit. What about Travis, Davinia, Riker, Seth, Manga, and all the others? All the alphas must fight together,
Lucian groaned. Lucian didn't wait for his beta's reply. He called up all the alphas. Everyone except Davinia responded. He always knew there was something odd about her, so instead of wasting time on her, he connected with Jander. But Jander too didn't pick up the phone. Nothing made sense. But he couldn't abandon the entire city for one pack and its internal messy affairs in such a dire situation. All the leaders agreed to meet at the end of the northern pack's borders. Lucian left, leaving the defense to the Silverlit borders to Kirian. No one could describe what happened to the surrounding city, but whatever it was, it made them flee from there in every direction, in the hope of survival and help. But they were so frightened that they couldn't explain a thing that made any sense. Finally, a Silverlit wolf made it into their territory. He was the single living one. He was trembling with fear, panting and gasping for air. It was as if he'd seen a ghost. He was pale, like something drew all the air from his chest. He took his sweet time before he could gather some strength to answer their questions.
What happened, Gab? Lucian demanded through the pack link.
Beasts. Hundreds and thousands of them. The rogues look demonic, and with them there's this man. He's sucking the air out of every living being. He's making crazy things like tornadoes or intoxicating the air that we're breathing. How do we fight this force? No one will be alive. He'll kill all of us. Gab cowered. It made many wolves squeal in fear.
Who is he? Did he say a name or what he is? Lucian probed.
Anthony, Gab spluttered, as if speaking the name would turn him into ashes. Lucian gawked at that. How could it be possible? Wasn't Anthony the person of whom Ida was hiding? Why was he here? Did this Anthony find out about Elsa? So many questions arose in Lucian's mind, but he had little time to find the answers. Lucian had an impending battle to fight, and his only hope remained with the opals. He must protect the city until then. The dagger shimmered in his hand, as invisible writing written in gold seemed to glitter into existence. Potestas terrae. Power of Earth. Lucian was unsure what he did to trigger this. He'd never seen the dagger awaken like this. It was as if it had a life of its own. It could be his overwhelming emotions because of all the information and everything happening, the need to fight, or his determination to save the city. But Lucian was finally wielding the Earth dagger, like a true descendant of Ida for the first time in centuries. Chapter 39. Power of Earth.
What the hell, Lucian?
Travis exclaimed while his eyes widened in surprise. He'd never seen anything like this before. It was straight from the storybooks he'd read. Lucian ignored Travis along with every other bewildered eye. It surprised him too. But it was like the dagger had established a weird connection with him somehow. He could feel it and its powers. As if he knew what he was doing, Lucian marched toward the northern side of the city. It baffled him that he was following something that might not be his instinct altogether. While hundreds of wolves fleeted to the south, Lucian kept marching through the crowds towards the invaders. Lucian stopped when he finally reached the borders of the last unclaimed pack at the northern side. He tried to gain some composure. The air not far from where he was standing was dusty and black, filled with smoke. Dead bodies laid everywhere his eyes reached. He wondered who was so powerful that they would be able to do this in such a short time. Honestly, the sight scared him. But he didn't have the luxury to panic and run away. He was the only one who was powerful enough to put on a fight, even though he still needed an army. Lucian sighed when more forces joined him. Gab, along with the Silverlet's best fighters, were the first to reach him, and soon other packs joined. It was only the Black Moon who were missing. It raised everyone's suspicion, but now was not the time to discuss it. For all they knew, the Black Moon could have already fallen against the attackers' powers. The Black Moons shared the borderline with the Eastern Territory. "What's the plan?" Manga asked. He had the heart of a hero, despite being an alpha of a relatively humbler pack.
"I don't know, but I am sure this dagger knows what to do," Lucian whispered. "That dagger has some old inscription on it," Travis spoke, coming forward. He was the one who was standing nearest to Lucian when it started glowing, showing off its earlier invisible texts.
"I don't understand it," Lucian replied. They were losing time, and he had no interest in satisfying Travis's curiosity.
"Show it to me,"
Travis demanded. Lucian sighed. Travis had always been a self-centered jerk. Travis would never let him get through this work, or even think through what he needed to do if he didn't first show him the dagger. "Here," Lucian forwarded it towards Travis. When Travis touched the dagger, he recoiled in pain. It burned his fingers because of the contact with the silver. He, and everyone else there except the Silverlets, couldn't understand what was happening. They all had one question in their mind. How was Lucian holding this magical silver knife without getting hurt?
"How?"
Travis murmured.
"I don't know, nor do I have time to find out. I'm going inside. Wait for me."
Lucian snarled.
Wait, that dagger carried the power of the earth. It will protect our land from evil if you can wield it wisely,
Travis retorted, gaining Lucian's interest. Who knew a selfish man like him could be so knowledgeable?
How do you know?
Lucian demanded.
The inscription is in Latin, meaning the power of the earth. Even though it's hard to believe, I am a history geek.
Travis snickered. Lucian scoffed. The information was useless because Travis didn't know about how to use it. He was again about to leave to confront the enemy beyond the borderline when Travis called out for him. Lucian fizzled this time.
Why don't you connect it with the earth and see what happens? I might be wrong, but it's worth trying,
Travis suggested. Lucian didn't want to waste any more time, but Travis's words made sense to him. Also, he felt like the dagger was asking him the same thing. Lucian looked at Travis for the second time before penetrating the dagger through the land in which they were standing. Nothing happened while everyone kept watching, waiting for some miracle to happen and save them all. But nothing. Lucian was getting impatient. He cursed something under his breath. He was about to lift the dagger and go back to implement his original plan when Manga stopped him. The dagger's sharp edges cut through Lucian as he howled in pain. It was nothing like a typical cut. It looked the same, but the pain was tenfolds more, and it differed from the pain he should get by touching silver. Ripples of trauma washed through his body as he screeched and screamed while writhing on the floor. Manga and the others got scared, unable to understand the thing that was happening right in front of them. A few even charged Manga for hurting Lucian. But then something even weirder happened. Lucian stopped screaming or yelling. He sat beside the dagger, appearing as calm as Mother Earth. His now red eyes looked as ferocious as Mother Earth's fury. A protective shield formed around the area, preventing anything and everything from crossing it.
What's happening to him?
Gab squealed.
I don't know. Maybe the dagger is drawing energy from him to shield us. Maybe this layer is as strong as him,
Travis stated. Had he seen nothing like that? Things happening right now inside Moonlit City were beyond logic or what anyone had ever seen. Stories of power, elemental daggers, and purebloods were so old that most people believed them to be children's stories. But it was happening right in front of them, while they stood there as mute spectators.
Lucian, it might kill you,
Travis proclaimed with fear. Lucian was turning a little paler. Probably creating that shield took half of his energy.
I will be fine. Someone check on the Black Moons. Something is terribly wrong with them, I can feel it,
Lucian said in an unusually calm voice. Lucian was determined to stand for his city, his people, even if it cost him his life. He hoped the opals reached here fast enough before he was dead. He probably could hold on a few more hours at max. But soon a loud thud echoed through the surroundings, grabbing everyone's attention. The enemy was trying to barge inside in large numbers. They were attacking it with brutal force. Even when they perished upon contact with the barrier, they kept coming for it like flies.
I can't hold them off for very long if they keep attacking like that,
Lucian grumbled, trying with all of his might to hold them off. Suddenly he felt like a rush of energy when a firm hand gripped his, then weaker ones. He looked back to see his father. Of course his father was the previous bearer of the sword. But soon, more and more strength soaked through him as more Silverlets joined forces. The other alphas and warriors present joined the link to form a wolf chain. It increased the stability of the wall while giving Lucian enough strength to hold it for the city. His hope now laid with the opals. Soon the alphas would spread word across the city. More and more wolves appeared to create a chain, linking their powers and strength, passing it to Lucian, until the threat emerged from inside, terrifying everyone to the core.
They form a shield protecting the city. If I understand it well, it's oozing from the essence of the Earth Dagger.
Mantis ran to Anthony's side. Raphael burst into a peal of laughter, irritating Anthony. Anthony had tried to sire Raphael after he'd taken food, but nothing happened. Anthony's fragile ego didn't allow him to accept that he failed miserably to sire the Midnight Wolf with no help from the girl with the opals. Only she was powerful enough to tame this wolf, while he was powerful enough to win against her. Mantis had tried to explain this several times to Anthony, but he denied its possibility every single time. He rallied that it was probably due to Mantis's inability. Mantis tried working on a potion for years, but she could not perfect it without that ingredient. Only a drop of blood from that special girl could help Mantis create the formula. They'd given Raphael Wolfsbane and tied him with silver chains. Anthony was hoping for Raphael to pass out, but he was stronger than that. Despite the pain, he was still standing on his legs, taunting him for his failures. When Anthony was able to barge inside the territory with ease, along with his large army of beasts and rogues, it startled Raphael. He got restless and tried to break free. If not for Wolfsbane and Silver, he would have probably escaped by now. Anthony didn't lose a single opportunity to admonish him. So when he was failing, it was natural for Raphael to taunt him back. Anthony knew he could topple down the wall in seconds. All he needed to do was ask Davinia to launch an attack from inside and weaken the barrier. But that would be against his actual plan. So he tried to send in his minions, beasts, and rogues to break the wall while he used his powers to crack through it. The wall was about to collapse, or at least crack, before it suddenly became stronger. The wall was never a part of the plan. Anthony couldn't understand how someone from Moonlit City could wield the Earth Dagger. It belonged to Ida, but he couldn't find it with her the day he had had to kill her. So he had assumed that Ida had either destroyed it or kept it hidden like the other missing daggers. It baffled Anthony that there was a successor of Ida in the Moonlit City all this while. It enraged him that it didn't come to his notice. He grumbled at Davinia's failures. What worried him was the strength of this person had to put into such a formidable defensive line. For a split second it occurred to him that it was probably the Opal girl protecting them. But if that was so, then he should be able to feel her. After all, blood now bonded them. Raphael was having a great time seeing Anthony's dilemma and struggling face. He was not sure himself how this wall had emerged from nowhere. The last time he'd left the city, he was utterly unaware of magical abilities. But now, it was becoming a routine affair. First with Anthony, then Mantis, and now this magical wall protecting his moonlit city. He too wondered if it was Elsa trying to save their city, but he brushed off that thought. If he could trace her leftover essence in Pearl Moon territory, then he should have picked it up by now if she was here.
"Who do you have inside wielding the Earth Dagger?" Anthony whined.
Raphael smirked. So it was Lucian and his dagger. He had doubts about Lucian, but if this shield was from some magical dagger, then it had to be Lucian. He was a descendant of Ida, so maybe he'd found more about his powers in his absence. Raphael's grin became even fuller with this understanding. That irked Anthony. He couldn't lose this battle when he was so close. Anthony tried to link Davinia while a vicious smile appeared upon his face, sending a chill down Raphael's spine. He frowned seeing Anthony's confident, vile smile. It hinted that he might know a way to break down the wall. It tore his insides to stand there helpless while Anthony tried to finish everything they built for this city.
"What took you so long?"
Anthony growled.
The Black Moon. They are not an easy pack to tame or defeat, but foolish enough to fall for my tricks. I've taken care of them, Everyone, including their beta, is now in dungeons.
Davinia smirked.
Stupid girl! There is something more powerful in your city. They have the Earth Dagger, and someone has wielded it to create a barrier preventing me from entering.
Anthony groaned.
What? You said all 4 daggers were lost and destroyed. It must be Lucian from the Silverlit pack. He had a strange silver dagger.
Davinia gasped.
You stupid girl! Why didn't you tell me this earlier?
Anthony snapped.
How would I know? I've never seen one,
Davinia rebuked. It should be her who should be angry. Her father had said to her that all 4 daggers were lost, so she never suspected it to be such a powerful dagger.
You foolish girl! Now you have to fight him from inside and weaken him,
Anthony ordered. Davinia was unwilling to follow those orders. She was not yet ready to reveal her true nature or her true identity. But if she did not use her powers now, there might never be a tomorrow to give them such an opportunity. Davinia rolled her eyes, walking outside the Black Moon cells. She marched, killing off anything and anyone that came before her. Chapter 40. Battle Cry.
What is happening? Why is the chain broken?
Travis groaned at Seth, who came running towards him, gasping for air. Lucian would have a hard time maintaining the shield all alone for long. It was almost dawn. He had to keep the shield on till the opals arrived. They should reach here any time now if they were on their way as planned. He wanted to ask more, but he was saving his energy. Even though the chain gave him strength, the dagger was mainly drawing its powers from him. If he had a single bit of remaining doubt about being a descendant from a pure-blood Ida, it was gone. He wondered if all Silverlit Alphas had this power hidden in their blood, and they ignored it for all these years.
It's Davinia. She's gone berserk. She's ripping out guts while we're trying to protect the city. It looks like the beast infected her, but she's just more powerful. 100 times more,
Seth panted. Seth had seen the beast up close and knew what it was capable of. But what Davinia was up to, even 10 beasts couldn't do together. She was making dead bodies rain as wolves died like insects. For some, their veins burst open, while others, the blood was being squeezed out of their hearts. From nowhere, water icicles and blades were appearing, piercing through the body of wolves. Davinia's eyes glistened with blue rings. One glimpse of her could shake you to the core. She looked like evil herself.
The Black Moons have gone mad. Raphael has abandoned us yet again, and his Luna has gone mad. Maybe it was their plan all along to defeat us all and take over Moonlit City,
Travis grumbled. The Black Moon pack was nowhere to be seen ever since the Moonlit City woke up to the battle cry. Every pack, no matter how big or how small, had sent their best heroes, while their Lunas were helping in the evacuation and safety of the weaker ones, except for Black Moon. And now Seth comes in with such a damning state of information, how Davinia had gone evil? It couldn't be a coincidence.
Where are the others of Black Moon pack? What about Jander?
Lucian growled, biting his teeth. They're nowhere to be seen. Maybe they all fled, or perhaps they're all dead. No one's seen them, Seth confirmed. Lucian let out a loud growl full of dominance and rage. He'd always doubted Davinia. That bracelet should have been enough for him to understand that she was not a hero that day. She was the villain. He was in a difficult situation. The anger was draining from him even faster, but he couldn't control it. Also, he could be there in one place, either ensuring the shield or fighting Davinia. More wolves came running towards them, while the chain rapidly became weaker and weaker. Blood oozed out of Lucian's nose as the pressure increased for him to hold the barrier. The way the battle was coming to where he was right now was enough of an alarm to notify him where Davinia was headed towards currently. Either way, death was approaching for him. Lucian growled one more time, giving up on the fear of death. If he was going to die today, he would rather die saving his city.
Fight her,
Lucian ordered.
The alphas, betas, and the first line of fighters were unsure, looking at each other. They were the last few partaking in that chain. Gammas, deltas, and omegas had already fallen. When Davinia finally made her way to where Lucian was present, she burst into a peal of evil laughter. Lucian looked at her with anger and frustration. Helplessness washed over him because he couldn't leave the dagger and fight her.
"What are you?" Lucian snarled.
"A wolf. A very, very, very powerful wolf," Davinia snickered wickedly. Lucian scoffed, pissing off Davinia. "You think otherwise?" Davinia clucked, killing off a nearby wolf. His veins burst as blood started oozing out from everywhere, until there was nothing but blood. It was gross to look at, even for a wolf. Davinia glared at Lucian to see his reactions. She would not get tired of killing a few more just to prove her point.
"You are an obnoxious, self-centered wolf," Lucian scorned.
It enraged Davinia so much that she lost the ability to think. She created hundreds of icicles and blades of water. She indeed wanted to keep Lucian alive for interrogation, to know more about the Earth Dagger, but all she could see at that time was red. All she could think and want was to kill Lucian. When the water weapons of Davinia moved towards Lucian with great speed, fighters of Silverlit rushed to his aid, but it passed through the ones who made it in time with ease. Everyone had lost hope when the icicles and water blades were a few inches away from Lucian. His father almost charged towards Davinia with fury. Suddenly, a substantial amount of light radiated from Lucian, throwing away anything and everything near him. The water weapons melted at its grandiosity. Davinia was thrown off meters away. No one could understand what happened for a second. "The wall!" Riker was the first to recover from the shock. The alphas, betas, warriors, and remaining wolves tried to come out of what was still happening and focus on the broken shield. Lucian was standing, holding the dagger. When they looked clearly, they knew that it was the dagger that was glowing, not Lucian. They didn't have the luxury to watch the event. The enemy outside the wall was far too great. Davinia spit a chunk of blood and groaned. The sudden outburst of energy hit her hard. She couldn't remember when was the last time that she'd felt this much pain. She chuckled at that. After so long, she was going to enjoy a fight. Clearly that dagger was protecting its bearer at all costs, above all. Lucian was unsure of what was happening. He should not have done that. Removing the dagger meant the wall was down. The opals were yet to reach them. Davinia had killed a lot of wolves, single-handedly, allowing the beasts outside to destroy the city entirely. But he had this tremendous urge to kill Davinia. It was like the dagger had a will of its own. It was not going to rest till Davinia was dead. The only thing that mattered to the dagger, hence to Lucian, was Davinia and her death. While the fighters of Moonlit City took the front line, Lucian walked towards Davinia, who was still struggling to stand. But that vile smile on her face seethed Lucian. He walked to her slowly, with every step the urge to kill her increasing tenfold. But before he could attack her, Davinia suddenly rushed at him with an insane speed, startling Lucian. She was holding a sword of ice. He was sure he was going to die when he couldn't dodge her attack, but it surprised him to find that he was able to hold her attack. Unbeknownst to him, the hand holding the dagger had moved and managed to slice off the sword protecting him. When the realization dawned on Davinia, it was already too late. Lucian kicked her knees, making her fall. He punched her back hard, making her spit more blood. Lucian grinned as Davinia groaned in pain. Seeing Lucian's strength, the nearby wolves hooted. The impulse drew Lucian to kill her, but when she burst into a loud, sinister laugh, pointing towards the wall, it startled him. When the wall completely broke, Anthony was the one standing in the front. He was curious to meet the one who could wield the Earth Dagger. Behind him, hundreds of beasts and rogues rallied. But what caught everyone's attention was a feeble-looking Raphael. They kept him inside a cage of silver walls. They tied him with strong silver chains. The smell of wolfsbane was pretty strong. Many couldn't even fathom how Raphael was able to handle all of that and still be alive. Raphael was looking with disappointment. He was unsure what was happening inside, but the wall had given him hope. But when their eyes landed on the glowing figure and an exhausted Davinia, surprise washed through them. Anthony couldn't understand what could have been powerful enough to put her in such a situation. Davinia was a prodigy, but clearly she was struggling to even breathe now. The one standing above her would have certainly killed her by now had the shield not vanished at that very moment. Raphael was unsure why someone would want to kill Davinia. He wondered if it was the glowing figure that was Lucian, and if it was the reason behind why the shield wall collapsed. He tried to find Jander or any Black Moon member, but there was no one except for Davinia, who was gravely wounded.
"Who are you?"
Anthony's voice echoed throughout the area.
"Get out of my land before I kill you all,"
Lucian growled. Anthony broke into a burst of loud demonic laughter, as if Lucian had cracked some child's joke. He pulled out his dagger from his pocket. It was a similar-looking dagger, but it wasn't as fancy as Lucian's.
"If you think you are invincible because of that, then you're wrong,"
Anthony boomed. Davinia's eyes widened at that. Her father had hidden such an important fact from her.
"Then fight,"
Lucian boasted. Anthony scoffed at that. He rocked his head as he charged towards Lucian. Lucian, unaware of what he was heading towards, ran to meet Anthony in the midway. But before Lucian could even reach for Anthony, he fell with a thud like a lifeless body. When only a few meters were left, Anthony could suck out the air out of Lucian's lungs with no difficulty. The only protection the boy had was the dagger. No magic ran in the boy's body to shield him or fight with Anthony's magic. It was a piece of cake, unlike what Anthony had originally thought. Honestly, Anthony was disappointed at this. The fight was over even before it had begun. The only thing he couldn't understand was why would Ida's dagger answer to someone so powerless like Lucian? He was not even worth Ida's kitchen knife. The valiant woman couldn't be so foolish. Davinia smirked at her father's victory. Even though her secret was out, it was only a matter of a few seconds now. The moonlit city had only one shot in the form of Lucian. But he was going to die any minute now, if not already. They all have to bow to her. She stole a glance at Raphael, who looked at her with confusion. It baffled Davinia to see that Raphael was not yet sired. Obviously they'd failed. His father was oh so good to keep her wishes before him. It dawned on Raphael that probably Davinia was the only one who was behind everything. The fear that appeared in the eyes of the moonlit wolves after Lucian's failure cleared any doubt Raphael had. They were depending on him. Raphael groaned at that. He couldn't let this vicious man take his city right before his eyes.
"Your leader is my captive. Your hope is under my feet. I have not given this opportunity to anyone before, but today I am happy. I have finally found the second dagger that belonged to my beloved once. So bow to me, and my daughter here. Promise me your allegiance, and I will spare you all,"
Anthony boomed. His voice had dominance and conviction. It was enough to demand respect, and it boasted of power and strength. Even though Raphael grunted, screamed, and yelled, he was helpless. Teardrops escaped from Lucian's eyes as he struggled to breathe. Their city was slipping away. Defeating them looked like a far impossible memory. The alphas and betas exchanged looks. They knew they didn't have any way out but to surrender if they wanted to live to see another day. Either they could die like a hero or live like a coward. "Over our dead bodies!" Manga protested. He was the first one to resist the idea of bowing. Soon others followed him, while Anthony looked on at them amusingly. They were all going to die like petty insects. The wolves of Moonlit accepted their fate, while Anthony chuckled. Before anyone could lodge the first attack, they heard a loud battle siren. It was the Opals. Chapter 41. He owed it to her to live. A rich scent of lavender and roses filled the air. The wolf inside Raphael growled. It was over 2 years since Jera had seen his mate. The fact that he'd never have time to connect with Ayla tore him apart. All these years Jera had to retreat and suppress himself in misery. His human, Raphael, was the one driving them both until now. But the presence of Elsa was enough to awaken the beast inside. Raphael shifted with no warning. It startled most of the wolves present there, including Anthony, to see the magnificent midnight wolf. Despite being under the influence of wolfsbane and the silver chains, he shifted, breaking all barriers.
"How is that possible? He's not a pureblood," Davinia rumbled, recovering from shock.
Distraction for Anthony to forget all about Lucian and his control over him. Lucian took advantage of the situation when he felt a lot better after he could breathe freely. With the help of Gab, Lucian left the war zone to recover so that he could come back for more. Lucian wanted to fight alongside the Moonlit Packs and the Opals, or perhaps check on the Midnight Wolf who broke the silver chains, but his life was more precious at the moment. Jera growled inside the cage. The only thing between him and Elsa was this silver cage. He had several bruises because of the effects of silver, but he didn't care. He wanted to be near his mate. Everyone looked at his magnificent wolf in awe. A lot of Moonlit people had seen the Midnight Black Wolf before, but today was different. He was bigger and ruthless. When the Opals finally reached the battle scene, the crowd from either side broke into murmurs and shootings. In the front line stood 3 wolves in their human form. A very handsome man stood in the middle with a biker's jacket. He could give a tough competition to the moonlit heartthrobs Raphael and Lucian, with his dirty blonde hair and intense light brown eyes. A small, petite woman with red hair stood on his left side. She looked like a badass with all of her weapons and the leather suit. And finally, a girl with silver eyes and long hair stood on the right side of the handsome man. The third girl was so pale that it puzzled the crowd if she was sick or glistening under the sunlight. Only vampires could have such pale skin. But one thing was obvious, that this girl had a powerful aura. Their presence was itself a game changer. Anthony stood there unfazed, soaking in Elsa's image in his memory. He'd waited centuries for this moment. Even though Anthony had not planned this, maybe it was for the best. He would have the Moonlit City and his Luna in one shot. This girl was dumb enough to walk up to him unprepared. Was she so arrogant and naive as to think only her powers could kill him? He wondered if she even knew what she was walking into madness. No one is born that strong. It's why he was looking for the Luna and the Midnight Wolf. Anthony had the power of air, plus the dagger of the moon goddess's descent. Anthony turned back, looking for Lucian. He'd completely forgotten about him and the Earth Dagger. Having both daggers would make it easy enough for him to win the battle. But when he found the ground empty where Lucian was lying a while ago, Anthony hissed. The predominant scent of citrus and musk engulfed Elsa. She knew it was Raphael. Her heart started pounding when she realized that Raphael was near. It was such a long wait. The feeling that they would finally meet face to face overwhelmed her. She didn't have a single moment when she didn't imagine this meeting ever since she left Cynthia. She thought she was prepared and ready to face him. But when it was about to come true, her heart was behaving frantically. Jera growled. He wanted to go near his mate, hold her, and bask in her fragrance. But these silver walls were not helping him. He let out a loud howl, summoning all the strength in his body. In a flash second, he broke the cage door and plunged towards the earth where Elsa was standing. "Is he your mate?" Noah whispered, He was in splits. Noah had foreseen this moment for a long time now. He was not a child and understood what Elsa's heart craved. No matter how much Noah tried, her heart always yearned for Raphael. When Elsa didn't answer but kept looking straight towards the midnight black wolf approaching in their direction, Noah understood he was right. Elsa's eyes watered. She didn't want to feel those tyrannical emotions that were choking her at her heart right now. She wanted to discuss this more privately, and not with everyone watching them. She needed to confront Raphael, but nothing was going as planned. Her body had a mind of its own, and it was dragging her to him. How could she forgive him like this? How can she forget everything he did because now he was attempting something like this? And in the middle of a battle? Anthony grumbled something unintelligible, trying to summon his powers. But Jero was fast enough to dodge his attacks, or maybe it didn't work as well. Whatever it was, he moved steadily towards Elsa. When Anthony's powers didn't work the way he wanted, he knew he must get closer. He disappeared into thin air before reappearing near Jera, but this time he was in his wolf form. Anthony's wolf was white like Elsa's, but it had light brown fur spread throughout its body. It was huge. It was either bigger or at least the same size as that of Raphael's wolf. Anthony plunged at the right moment, making Jera fall along with him. Both the wolves rolled to the ground, unclear who was winning over whom, until Jera started coughing for air, shifting to his human, while Anthony, in his human form, smirked at his victory. Raphael was bleeding from his abdomen. It angered Elsa in ways that she wasn't even sure was possible. It was one thing that she had some unresolved issues with Raphael, but no one, absolutely no one, should be able to hurt her mate. In a flash, she changed into her white, magnificent wolf, Ayla, in mid-air. Ayla growled, lunging an attack at Anthony. But Anthony was fast. He swiftly moved away, resulting in Ayla falling on her chest. Anthony quickly stabbed the dagger at Elsa, wounding her, but unlike how he'd assumed, Elsa's wound was healing rather fast. But how would anyone know under all that blood? When Anthony came near Elsa to check on her wolf, she flipped and bit his arm, mortally wounding him in the process. Anthony grumbled in pain. It was nothing he couldn't recover, but it was enough distraction for Ayla to carry Raphael's body and take him to a more secure place. Elsa wasn't sure if she could do this, but she needed to try to heal him. Raphael was bleeding, and it could be fatal if not stopped in time. The opals surrounded Elsa and Raphael, while Noah led them to the front. Beasts and rogues from Anthony's pack charged toward the moonlit packs and the opals in every direction. They were still in large numbers compared to Moonlit's warriors and the opals. Davinia took charge of the fight against the moonlit, while Anthony was leading the fight against the opals. For some reason, ever since Elsa appeared, Anthony's powers were not as effective as they were a while ago. "Mantis!" Anthony reached out to his witch. "Yes," Mantis replied, panicked. She was not expecting such a brutal fight.
"Why are my powers not working? I can only control the air nearby," Anthony queried.
"I don't know for sure, but it could be that girl Elsa's aura or essence in the surrounding air, which is more dominating than yours. You must knock her down or make her weak to win this war," Mantis suggested. While Anthony and his army penetrated through the layers of opals, Noah and Kira did everything in their ability to hold, but the biggest help came in the form of Lucian, who was feeling much better now. It was probably the earth dagger that had helped him recover faster. Elsa went into some sort of trance mode. She took Raphael's hand in her hand while trying to reach his wolf. His breathing was slowing down, but she was not ready to give up hope. It took her a while, but Ayla was finally able to recreate the illusion world. But this time, it was Jera and not Raphael.
"Is that you, my mate?"
Jera whispered. He was weak. "I am." Ayla nodded her head calmly.
"You are beautiful. Raphael was dumb to let go of this chance.
I wish I had more time. I have so much to tell you, Jera rumbled.
We still have time to talk, but you have to fight. I know you can, Ayla encouraged.
I want to, but it's so painful and dark here. Please help me.
Jera did not shy away from reaching for help. Hold my hands. Ayla transformed into Elsa. Elsa extended her hands towards Jera. She patted his dark fur while he purred. They stayed like that for a while, until Jera transformed into Raphael. He looked pale and weak, as if he could die at any moment. But despite that, his signature smirk rolled off of his ailing face. He was so fragile that he stumbled with that. Elsa held him on her lap and brushed his hair. There was no exchange of words, but there was a weird understanding between them. They'd not met for years, and how they separated was so ugly. But now that they were able to be close, it kind of gave both of them some peace.
I've dreamt of this so many times, in so many places and so many ways, but this was never one of them. But I don't have any regret. I can die in peace if you forgive me. I have seen you one last time.
Raphael struggled to speak. Elsa quickly changed the illusion from that white space to the waterfall where they had felt each other's presence for the first time, the very place where they kissed for the first time. She was unsure why she picked this particular place, but it was the only place in Moonlit City where she had some happy memories. I dare you to wake up and fight beside me. I promise I'll forgive you if you don't die on me today. A teardrop slipped from Elsa's eyes, and she didn't know what she was holding. Raphael had difficulty raising his hand, but he did it. How could he let her cry?
I want to live, Elsa. I want to live with you,
Raphael yelped. You are my mate. The powers I have are yours too. I'm sure we can figure this out, Elsa said with determination sparkling in her eyes. Elsa wasn't sure if it would work. They hadn't marked each other yet, so there should be no link. But their relationship had always been unique. They could sense each other before even meeting face to face. They felt the pull instantly. They could feel each other's pain when they were hundreds of miles apart. They could connect when they were in their lowest times, and now they were so close. So what could stop them? Why is she crying? Kira muttered, unsure of what was happening. Ever since Elsa went into that trance mode, she was illuminating strange lights. They tried to wake her up, but she was giving away electric shocks to whoever touched her or Raphael. So they had no other option but to stay close and let her do whatever she was trying to achieve. Kira just hoped Elsa was faster. I'm not sure, Noah grunted. He hated where he was right now. He had this feeling that he'd already lost Elsa. The way she looked at Raphael, she had never seen him like that. Then, suddenly, the lights stopped as Elsa came out of her trance. She coughed some blood as sweat beads formed on her forehead and neck. It drew Noah, Kira, Lucian, and a few wolves' attention towards her. They were close enough to miss it. Elsa shook Raphael's body aggressively as tears started to roll from her face. His heartbeat was fading, but she couldn't understand what went wrong. She only came out of it when she was sure he was going to make it. She growled and cried in pain for Raphael. She was shocked. There was no way she was going to lose her mate like that. He owed her explanations. He owed her for 2 years. He owed her love. He owed her to live. Chapter 42. The Descendant. No! Elsa cried her heart out as she rested on Raphael's chest, sobbing, grunting, and panting. Elsa's extreme emotions perplexed everyone who was around. Power surged through her as everything became white. The fight came to an abrupt halt as no one could see anything in the brightness. But things got more erratic when her powers got channeled in a more destructive manner. The earth cracked open from where she stood to a few 100 meters in a flash second. Whoever or whatever stood in its path fell, losing their lives. No one had a chance. They couldn't see anything, while the place echoed with loud cries for help. It was the first time Elsa displayed a power related to the earth, but it was too much for anyone to handle until Lucian penetrated the land, stopping it from wreaking more havoc. But it backfired when it only enraged Elsa more. She burst out, making a scream as the air became heavier and darker. She rose as her eyes became completely white, with blue and red and green rings flickering inside. The brightness disappeared as fast as it had appeared. Dark clouds evaded the area out of nowhere as lightning hit a tree near Lucian. A violent tornado developed from unstable air, along and ahead of cold fronts, touching the clouds above and the surface below. It was as brutal as Elsa's rage. It was not going to stop at anything. Anthony tried to fight it off by combining the powers of himself and the dagger, but it was still getting through to him. "Elsa, stop it!" A meek yet loud voice came below her. As if the world stood still, Elsa's body calmed. She was still floating above, her eyes still a shade of white, but she was calmer, unsure if what she had heard was true. She looked down as a single teardrop fell. It was Noah. The promise she'd made him flashed across her mind. What was she doing? Getting reckless was easy. She could kill everyone in a second and end the war. But they were not here to do that. She must fight against evil, and not everyone present. Elsa burst into tears as she fell with a thud. Noah rushed to her side, despite Kira's apprehensions. He could never be afraid of her. Noah embraced Elsa in a tight hug and let her sob. He knew the pain of losing a mate, even if it was a distant memory. But wasn't he still heartbroken, even now? "I can't lose him, Noah," Elsa sobbed. Noah had no words of solace for Elsa. He wasn't sure how he was feeling about all this amidst the battle that had already resumed as soon as Elsa stopped demonstrating her powers. At a certain level, he felt guilty, and at others, he felt relief. Lucian came running towards Elsa and Noah, killing off every beast and rogue in his path. He hissed, seeing Elsa in the arms of another man. She was Raphael's mate, dead or not, and his disappointment was enough to snap both of them back to reality.
"Noah and Elsa, I presume? Anthony is far away from us, and that's the only advantage we have as of now. I think Elsa has something to do with why he can't use his powers, and neither of us can use our daggers as effectively as we did before she arrived. But he is still brutal when nearby. After all, he managed to hurt Raphael. One of you has to take charge of the fight on this side. I must fight Davinia. The moonlit wolves need me," Lucian groused. Noah nodded his head. With Raphael out of the picture, they were one strong wolf short. He understood if Elsa needed some time to heal before fighting back. He looked at Elsa, who was staring back at him. They both were having overwhelming emotions, but Noah pushed it back and ran to put up a fight. Elsa wanted to join them, but she was feeling extremely weak. She was not even sure if she could control her powers if she let them out again. The grief and guilt were overbearing. She'd lost all hope. She checked again Raphael's pulse, but there was nothing. She laid beside him, her head over his chest, as if they were not in the middle of a fight. She was not afraid to die any more. Elsa was lost, imagining a future that was not possible anymore. The pain inside her was soul-scarring. She was not prepared when Anthony appeared beside them out of the blue from thin air. He had a wide, evil grin. He looked more powerful than he had a while ago. It could be because of how Elsa's aura had weakened, or could be because of how low she was feeling. It was like she'd lost all faith. "We met many times. but it is the first time we are in such proximity. I am Anthony, a pureblood."
Anthony sniffed to absorb her faint essence of lavenders. Elsa didn't flinch from her place.
"If it makes you happy, I spared your opal friends. My army of rogues and sires are now attacking the moonlit side, leaving the fighting on this side. I already have you. I need the dagger that Lucian has," Anthony informed her, sitting beside her. "I always thought I would have to sire the Midnight Wolf to get you. Never had I imagined that it would be his death that could help me win you. Had I known that, I would have killed him long ago," Anthony mocked, creating a shield around them with the help of his dagger. Elsa sat up, looking at Anthony blankly. If he was here to kill her, she didn't care. Maybe it would relieve her of the pain she was feeling. Death would be easier, perhaps. She was stone cold now. There were no tears, rage, or fight left inside her. All she felt was a great loss of losing her mate. "I assumed you were his mate, but Davinia said you died. Of course you survived. From what I see, you can control all the elements. I'm sure that pretty boy hurt your feelings pretty badly. You left him for such a long time only to meet him dead," Anthony mocked.
"Why are you telling me this? Kill me and get it over with," Elsa whisper yelled.
"Kill you?"
Anthony burst out into a peal of wild laughter. That perplexed Elsa. If he didn't want to kill her, then what did he want?
"You are my Luna. You will help me achieve my dream of centuries. What Ida could not give me, you will give me. A chance to rule."
Anthony revealed his big plan in front of Elsa, but she scoffed at it like it was a child's joke, annoying Anthony.
"What makes you think I would do anything you say?"
Elsa grunted.
"You won't have a choice after I mark you. We will share our powers and fate. You're not a regular wolf, Elsa. You are a descendant of Ida, who was a direct scion from the first descendant of the moon goddess. You don't understand your powers and abilities," Anthony chuckled. The grief and pain of losing a mate would be there for days, and this would be a perfect opportunity for Anthony to mark Elsa. Elsa scoffed. Who was Ida? What was this man even talking about? It was true that she was weird with all these overflowing powers, but it could be because she was from some alpha blood or something in her blood like the sires, not her blood itself. But an idea formed in her head from that statement of Anthony's.
"How have I never heard of Ida if she was so powerful? If she was what you claim, why is she dead?"
Elsa jeered.
"Ida was mad to reject me for wanting to rule the world. Together we could have achieved so much. After all, we were true mates. But she had to run away right after rejecting me and fall into the arms of some normal wolf. It only weakened her as she created a line of powerful wolves and a line of dormant ones. She ran for years, trying to hide. I tried to find her and her descendants, but she'd given away her child to some foster home after masking their aura and powers so that they lived like pathetic wolves. She had given away her dagger to someone to meet her needs. What a life we could have built, and what life she chose. I gave her another chance when we met after almost a half-century, but she was too stubborn. I was angry. I had to kill her with my own hands."
Anthony narrated a story he had never told to anyone. The truth is, Anthony had loved only once. Even after Ida rejected him and left him, he could never think of another woman other than her. When she was alive, he yearned to have her. He had killed her, but it didn't diminish his love for her. It only made him more ruthless. He was left with nothing but one aim. A desire to claim Ida's descendant drove him. He knew one day someone from her clan would be powerful enough to break the mask Ida cast on her lineage. He was patiently waiting for this day. While it engulfed Anthony in his storytelling of the past,
Elsa got a perfect opportunity to try something reckless. She moved on top of Raphael and bit the side of his neck, the marking spot of mates, with her extended wolf's fangs. Power surged through her, and she could feel it passing down to Raphael. Anthony realized what Elsa was up to too soon. He put all his might to pull her from Raphael, but Elsa put all her strength to complete the marking from her side. She wasn't sure if it would work on someone dead or almost dead, but she had to try. Didn't Anthony say wolves of her lineage were special and their mates shared powers and fate? When she could feel that the marking was over and there was no response for Raphael, she sighed. It was worth trying. Anthony gloated, dragging Elsa away from Raphael. Elsa didn't know she still had some tears left in her before 2 trails of tears escaped her eyes when she realized it could probably be the last time she would ever see Raphael. She looked around to ask for help, but they were in some bluish shield that prevented anyone from getting inside. She submitted to her fate. Anthony was on the verge of disappearing from the city to go somewhere he could deal with Elsa when a loud thud gained his and Elsa's attention. Boom! In front of them stood a perfectly healthy and alive Raphael. He looked stronger and smarter. He smirked as he ripped the daggers from Anthony's hand before Anthony disappeared, leaving Elsa behind. Elsa's eyes widened with shock. The marking worked. She could see her mark glistening just above his collarbone. She walked near to him and traced her fingers over his handsome face. She needed to make sure this wasn't some horrible figment of her imagination. But when Raphael's rough skin felt real under her fingers, she hugged him in a tight embrace. Dream or not, she was not going to leave him ever again. The Opals, who were standing in a protective fighting stance around the shield, gaped. Noah was speechless as he crumbled from inside. Nothing was making any sense. The shield, Raphael, or the mark he bore? What happened? No one could tell, but the fight was again looking in the favor of the Opals in the moonlit city. Raphael leaned, reaching for Elsa's marking spot. It was not a place to do something like that, but all he could feel was a powerful urge to complete the process that was not going to go soon. Elsa's eyes widened as Raphael's sharp teeth pierced her soft skin. She wanted to pull away from him. She wasn't sure if she wanted this now. But soon, feel-good hormones washed all over her entire body as fireworks erupted inside of her. She could feel their powers intertwine and felt everything Raphael had felt for years. She could understand his yearning and need for her. She could see how sorry he was. Elsa closed her eyes, embracing her fate, and Raphael as her mate. Not too far from where the Opals stood in shock and awe, Anthony reappeared amidst bushes and trees. He again could not use his powers full-fledged. Their powers have awoken, and now that the Midnight Wolf was back, his chances today looked bleak. At least, he needed the Earth Dagger before he could flee to live for another day. Anthony linked Davinia. Chapter 43. Death is a Distant Rumor. On the other side of the battleground, Lucian pierced through the rogues and beasts. He could see many dead bodies, and the ones left to die were already infected like Seth's pack from the other night. More than the war itself, the infection was going to kill the wolves of the moonlit. Lucian targeted the beasts specifically. He killed every beast and rogue that crossed his path. The Earth Dagger had awoken, so it not only wounded the beasts but swiftly killed them. Lucian could feel the power surging in him. He'd almost died trying to keep up the shield while awakening the Earth Dagger. The dagger was returning the favor by boosting his strength and stamina. He didn't need to shift to his wolf to counteract his enemies. He could leap, glide, move, and jump with great ease. Lucian's eyes kept dancing through the arena, searching for Davinia. He knew it would not be easy to fight her. He had already realized that Davinia was related to Anthony by blood, or at least that they are the same group of wolves. He must kill her before she does anything more gruesome. When Lucian finally saw the fighters of his pack, he rushed to their aid, even though they were a little far away. One beast had the strength of 6 or 7 warriors. He could tell it had already injured 2, infecting them. At least the silverlet wolves didn't abandon their friends. They safeguarded and wounded while trying to dodge the beast's attacks, and also trying to kill it using years of training and tactics. The beast growled at a charging Lucian. Lucian swiftly ducked the beast's attacks as the beast clawed the tree nearby after missing its target and losing its balance. Lucian turned quickly, grabbing the beast's outstretched hand. He stabbed the beast with a small opening, killing him instantly. The beast dropped dead, shifting back to its human form. The silverlets cheered for their alpha while the infected ones recovered immediately.
"Where is Davinia?"
Lucian queried. "Someone last saw Davinia moving towards silverlet border. We're on our way there when the beast attacked us," one of the fighters responded.
"Did anyone get any news about the Black Moon pack?"
Lucian implored. Their complete absence was still bothering him. With Raphael dead, he was worried about what Davinia could have done to them. The fighters exchanged an exhausted look before Gab took it upon himself to explain. "Jander, and everyone who could fight, was found heavily drugged in the dungeons. Davinia locked the rest of the pack members up in their safe house."
"That bitch! She wanted to save the Black Moon so that they could serve her after the war. Has someone given them antidotes of wolfsbane?" Lucian probed.
"No, our runner informed us of this, but with this attack it skipped our minds," Gab admitted.
"Maybe it's better for them."
Lucian shook his head, leaping to move towards his pack. When he reached there, he saw the dead bodies of several of his wolves. It boiled him to see that Davinia had killed them so ruthlessly. He charged towards her, following her scent. Kieran, his mother, and his father were trying to defend Davinia. They were exhausted and heavily wounded, still alive because of their skills. Lucian growled at that. It was loud enough to stop her from darting the ice daggers as they instantly melted and dropped to the ground. Davinia was looking ferocious and inhumanly strong. She was glowing with blue sparks emitting from her while her eyes had a ring around them. Davinia smirked. Finally, the alpha.
"I was always curious about that thing."
Davinia unfolded a malicious grin as she tilted her head slightly and looked towards the dagger in Lucian's hand.
"And I always knew something was off about you."
Lucian grumbled as he jumped towards her to attack, but Davinia let out an invisible power blast that knocked him a few meters away. Lucian grumbled as he could hear his bones cracking. Davinia grinned at that.
"How did you do that? Awaken the dagger? You're not a pureblood like me, else you would have superpowers like me. I smell no magic in your blood,"
Davinia questioned as she gaped at him. She looked evil. Lucian's father, Vincent, fired a silver bullet at Davinia. She was quick to move from the spot, but it managed to scrape her arms. It only annoyed her. She glared through Vincent while blood started oozing from his nose and ears.
"Stop! What do you want?"
Lucian cried, but his pleas fell on deaf ears of Davinia. She let out a sinister smile as she tried to squeeze the blood out of Vincent through her magic. Over many years, she had mastered controlling anything liquid. Amalia tried to defend, but Davinia raised her hand, forming an ice blade that moved towards Amalia with great speed. Lucian attacked Davinia from the back, ignoring the pain in his lower body. Light emitted from the earth dagger, making him look like a glowing figure. It was enough to distract Davinia and allow Amalia to dodge the attack. Kieran used the opportunity to move Vincent inside. Amalia had to follow her husband, even though she felt torn between her duties as a mother, wife, and Luna. Davinia was expecting an attack from the top as Lucian jumped to reach her. She smiled as she created an ice spear prepared to pierce him through the heart, but it baffled her when creepers and roots emerged from the ground, tying her up.
"How?"
Davinia squealed. The roots and creepers binding her kept getting tighter and tighter, making it difficult for her to breathe. She couldn't concentrate even to use her powers on Lucian.
"Look over there. You're so lost in your ego and that you feel everyone is below you."
Lucian smirked, moving his wrist, flashing the dagger. Lucian could not utter a word as tears escaped her eyes from pain and suffocation. Lucian scoffed, doing something that made the branches and twigs around her neck loosen a bit. Davinia coughed.
I might not be a pureblood the way you think, but I am still a descendant of Ida, Lucian said with pride.
Mother! Davinia's eyes watered at that, confusing Lucian.
What did you say?
Lucian grunted, sitting in front of Davinia to be able to hear her more clearly.
My mother's name is Ida. She was my father, Anthony's mate.
Davinia broke down into tears.
Ida married my great-great-grandfather, Oliver. It's impossible, Lucian whispered.
But when he looked at Davinia's face, they did share some features. He was confused for a second. It didn't matter who her mother was when she was pure evil.
I wish you were like Ida, but you are more like Anthony, Lucian mumbled, raising the dagger.
Wait! I realize how my father has manipulated me. I was wrong and forced into this line. If you don't listen to me, he'll kill me.
Davinia broke into tears, making Lucian soften. It was not in Silverlitz to feel emotions, but this dagger must have corrupted him. Lucian sighed.
How can I trust you?
My father. He's hiding behind a large oak tree, waiting for me to get him the earth dagger. He's weak now. You can tell your friends,
Davinia blurted out.
Why would I trust someone who just sold her father for her life? Lucian groaned.
Because my father is not like yours. He would kill me 1,000 times to get what he wants. I'm more scared of him than anyone. If you kill him, I can be free. I don't want to follow this path. Didn't I protect my pack from the ruthless attack by drugging them?
Davinia tried to convince Lucian. Lucian shook his head, trying to figure out how things changed so suddenly. He linked Gab and asked him to verify the information. When he confirmed that Anthony was indeed exhausted and hiding behind a large oak tree with a woman tending him, he sighed.
You failed to tell me about this other woman with him, Lucian scoffed.
It must be Mantis. She's a harmless witch who can only make potions,
Davinia replied. Lucian loosened the surrounding grip, allowing her to sit in place.
How do we kill Anthony? Silver can't kill him, Lucian queried.
The dagger.
Davinia pointed at Lucian's dagger. Lucian had a conflict of interests, as he found it difficult to decide if he should kill Davinia or take her as a hostage. She'd been helpful. If her father made her do such evil things, then she still had a chance at redemption. Of course, not as a Silverlit, but elsewhere. While he was pondering about his decision, he felt a sudden punch in his chest. Davinia was loose. She snatched the earth dagger, using the surprise element in her favor. Small ice blades were lying on the ground. She must have used them all this while to cut the roots, branches, and creepers. Lucian snickered at his foolishness. Davinia was evil. Davinia, now recovered and in possession of the earth dagger, ran, changing into her wolf. Lucian groaned, shifting into a larger amber-brown mix wolf, following her in tow. Davinia was having a hard time carrying the dagger. Having it somewhere prevented her from using her magic. It was as if it had a mind of its own, and it wanted to go back to Lucian. The dagger was challenging her. Lucian pounced at Davinia's wolf, strangling her. He clawed her shoulder and broke her front leg in the process. Davinia shifted immediately, trying to use the dagger and kill Lucian, but his wolf was smart enough to rip her hand from her body. Blood oozed out from her ripped hand. She still struggled to reach her detached hand that was still holding the dagger. Lucian shifted into his human form. He moved swiftly and pulled the dagger from Davinia's ripped hand. He placed it near her throat, revealing a sinister smile.
Tell the truth, at least before you die, Lucian demanded, cutting her skin a little.
My father is a direct scion like Ida. He killed her in cold blood when she was his mate. I wish Ida was my mother. Death would have been a distant rumor.
The dagger could have been useless today. My only regret is that I can't see my father kill you all when—" Lucian didn't let Davinia complete her sentence. He sliced her throat open, damaging her vocal cords as blood spurt from the cut. Lucian wiped some of her blood from her face. He sighed, getting up and looking over Davinia's dead body. He looked over the horizon before turning into his wolf and returning to the war scene. Chapter 44. The Loss. Noah shifted to his gray wolf instantly. He couldn't bear standing there and seeing Elsa getting marked by another wolf. After the marking, he knew he had no chance. It would be insane even to think of Elsa anymore. His heart pounded. He felt rage, but he had a better way of directing them. Without waiting for anyone, Noah pierced through the war, getting deeper. He killed every rogue on his way. Left and right, he ripped out their hearts. The beasts who had moved to the other side of the war were now returning with more ferocity. Probably they could feel the loss of their leader. Kira could feel Noah's helplessness. She knew he was heading straight for death. Fighting the rogues has always been handy for Noah, but he was targeting the beasts alone. It was not that they were unaware of the infections they impart or their fighting skills. They always had to deal with one or two beasts at max, and the most they could do was exhaust it until the effect wore down. Once it shifted back to its human form, they could kill it, but in doing so, they lose more warriors than they intended every time. The only time they saw several beasts was during the battle at Cynthia. They were losing it, if not for Elsa's outburst. But now, Elsa had her things to deal with, that handsome midnight black wolf. Kira could tell from their body language that they were fated mates. It was weird, but she could understand why Noah allowed himself to fall for a woman who already had a fated mate. It was similar to her position. He should have stopped his feelings when there was still time. Kira was not only Noah's beta, but his friend as well. On top of that, she loved him like crazy enough to follow him anywhere. So when Noah moved recklessly towards the incoming fleet of beasts, Kira shifted immediately to follow him to his reckless destination. Noah was faster, stronger, and angry, but he had also cleared a path for Kira. He'd killed every rogue wolf left in that part of the war. It made it easy for Kira to decrease the distance between them. But a sudden punch out of nowhere on her belly made her roll over a few meters away, hitting a large tree trunk. She screamed in pain, shifting to her human self. She looked for who had punched her, but there was no one. She knew it had to be Anthony, the maniac. He was the only one powerful enough to vanish and reappear. She got up, trying to be more vigilant this time. When Anthony did not reappear, she groaned. She looked for Noah, who had gone out of sight by now. She tried to connect with him with the mind link, but Noah blocked her. The only other thing she could think of doing was reaching out to Elsa. She'd barely managed to reach Elsa when Anthony appeared out of nowhere. A loud blow landed on her chest, making her fall to the ground. Anthony grinned. He was turning out to be the weak link of the war. Without making it obvious, Kira swiftly flipped, swiping up towards Anthony, making him land on his face. The surprise move benefited her, but the victory was not long-lasting. Anthony spit blood from his mouth as he bit his lips. It pissed him off to take a blow from a beta of some unknown pack. Had she been unnecessary, he would have already ripped her heart out. But with Davinia dead and Lucian out loose with the Earth Dagger, and Raphael in possession of his Air Dagger, he had only one chance: Noah. When Anthony saw the gray wolf with the moon-shaped black mark on its forehead, gone berserk on his path towards the beasts, it baffled him. It changed the equation. Anthony was clear that Elsa was not only the descendant of Ida, she was the blessed child of the moon goddess, making her a direct descendant. Anthony realized he didn't have a chance against Elsa now that her true mate, the Alpha King, was already marking her. Their destiny, along with their strength and life, was intertwined, making them practically impossible to defeat. He should have been the one to mark her first, but he missed that chance. So his only option was to make it out of here alive so that he could live for another day. Everyone is born with weaknesses. The Grey Blessed can wield the 4 elemental daggers to make it one, just like Elsa, making him Elsa's royal guard. Only the marking process had empowered Raphael with these special abilities. No wonder he couldn't sire Raphael, Anthony thought. Even if somehow he and Mantis had managed it, Raphael could not have been able to wield the dagger to defeat her. Anthony must make Noah a sire. It was the only way he would get the opportunity in the future to fulfill his dreams. Anthony was wrong to perceive prophecy. The Midnight Black Wolf was supposed to be dead, creating an opportunity for him to be the chosen mate. He should have sired the Grey-Blessed Wolf to defeat Elsa when she tried to intertwine her fate with Raphael, giving him a second chance. Even if it's impossible to kill Elsa without the sword, even with just one dagger and the Grey Wolf, he could defeat Elsa. He even had a favorable situation with 2 daggers in the fight scene, but it was too late now to enact any of that. His only way to sire Noah and escape was with his help. Anthony was still struggling to devise a method to capture the Grey Wolf or defeat him without getting too much attention when he saw a brown wolf following his toe. He could tell it was an opal following his alpha. So Anthony attacked the weak wolf. He would capture this wolf and make Noah surrender to his wishes. Anthony let out a vicious, cunning half-smile when he kicked Kira in the stomach. He quickly squeezed the air out of Kira's lungs, only letting her breathe a little so that she would not die. "Call your alpha, now!" Anthony groaned, his eyes red with madness. He could not lose this battle entirely.
"I tried. Noah's blocked everyone," Kira stuttered.
"Then try harder!" Anthony choked her a little to show his strength. Kira knew Anthony must have found some weakness. He was only asking for Noah so that he could use him. She'd prefer death over letting Noah get hurt by any means. "I can tell you're not trying enough. The way his name rolls from your sultry mouth, Wolf, I can tell he's more than just an alpha to you. He will listen to you, kitten. Try harder before I kill you. You're not the only opal in this battleground," Anthony threatened, his eyes piercing her soul naked. Kira sighed. Anthony doesn't need to know her love for Noah. Even when Noah couldn't understand them, it was useless to expect others to understand it. She had no obligation to explain what Noah was to her, but the threat was real. She was not the only opal. How far had she understood this maniac? He would not rest till every opal was dead. Being a beta, she couldn't let that happen to her pack, but the alpha gone berserk with heartbreak? She couldn't let down her pack at such critical times. Even if it killed Kira from inside to ask Noah for help and put him in this situation, she had no choice. Her duty towards her pack was the utmost priority. She used all of her strength to reach Noah until he had to let her in. "Kira, not now! I beg you!" Noah whined.
"Help me,"
Kira said feebly over the pack link. "What happened to you? Where are you now?" Noah blurted out in a panic-filled voice.
"Come back.
Kira was being strangled before she could speak another word. It startled Noah. Elsa was on the other part. Also, he'd killed every rogue in his path, so what could have happened to Kira? She sure sounded like she was in trouble. No choice left, Noah turned towards the northern borders. Kira coughed when Anthony released the invisible shackles around her neck as air gasped in. She was panting, almost on the verge of life and death. "You think I cannot understand what you're trying to communicate in your pack link? Did you forget I can control the air and the waves it generates?" Anthony burst into a peal of laughter. Anthony grabbed Kira. He picked her up against her will, carrying her to a more secluded place, where Mantis was waiting for them. Anthony was counting on Noah to track her smell. Once Noah was there, Anthony would mask their smells. But Noah was fast. He didn't waste any time in arriving there. He let out a loud growl to see Kira in a dreadful state, fighting for her life. It pissed him off even more. Had it not been for this crazy maniac, he wouldn't be at the losing end.
Shift, so that we can have a meaningful talk, Wolf, or else your little friend of yours is going to suffer.
Anthony let out an evil smirk while tightening his grip, making Kira suffocate and then cough for air. Noah groaned, but adhered to Anthony's demands. "Leave her. I'm here. Don't you want me?" Noah looked into Anthony's eyes with no fear. What does he have to lose in this life? Nothing.
"It seems she is important to you. If I leave her, what leverage have I on you, Wolf?"
Anthony chuckled.
"Noah, no, run!"
Kira struggled to finish her warning.
"Run? Didn't you just call him to rescue your little ass?"
Anthony said, amused. He released some air so that he could speak to her.
"Noah, run, save our pack!"
Kira was able to say more clearly and loudly this time. All she wanted was for Noah to get the message of what Anthony was up to now. Kira didn't fear death for her pack, or Noah. She pledged her life for this pack.
"Kitten, your life is too precious to him, even if not to you."
Anthony burst into evil laugh. "You bastard!" Noah charged towards Anthony while Mantis hid behind Anthony. But Anthony was quick enough to raise his hand and stop him from moving. Invisible shackles of air barred him from moving even an inch. Noah grunted, protesting and fighting against the invisible force.
"I will give you a choice. Either you can have the pills and be my sire, or she can die."
Anthony released some pills into the air that floated towards Noah. Noah knew what that meant, but he had little choice. To make it clear to him, Anthony even started strangling Kira. Noah grabbed the pill to take them while Anthony let out a grim smile, releasing her enough to breathe. Despite Kira's protests, Noah had made his final decision. But just then, energy washed up through the place. Anthony's hold over Kira and Noah loosened as they struggled to escape. Loud cries of rogues and beasts were audible as they burned, choked, froze, and were strangled. Creepers, roots, and branches emerged from everywhere, killing the enemy. Noah and Kira knew it was Elsa. She had finally recovered from her despair and had taken charge of the battle. They both had a chance at survival without surrendering to Anthony's wishes. Anthony had to run behind them, as his powers didn't work under this energy surge. When finally the surge stopped, practically killing 90% of all the rogues and all beasts, they could hear a loud growl. They could see Elsa and Raphael behind her in his wolf form approaching towards them. Raphael let out a loud growl, blood dripping out of the corners of his mouth from a fresh kill. Anthony knew it was the end. The knife in his pocket wouldn't even prick Elsa and Raphael, but he was not willing to let it be a win for them. He must inflict some damage and be able to die in peace. Anthony disappeared into thin air, only to reappear before Noah and Kira. He aimed at Noah to finish him, but Kira stepped in front of him. The blade pierced through Kira's soft abdomen skin as blood spurted out. She gasped as her eyes became red with pain, and tears trailed down her cheeks. She was finally going to die, but at least in the arms of Noah. She slipped down as Noah held her in his arms, grunting and complaining about her taking the blow. It should have been him. Why did everyone need to die saving him? Anthony disappeared into thin air. He felt terrified that he'd even failed to finish the royal guard. Ida was right all along. The moon goddess did not mean for him to rule the world. Kira tried to smile through her pain and tears. She dreaded to be this close to Noah, to be in his warm embrace. If she had known only death could make her wish come true, she would have died a long time ago.
"I love you, stupid."
Kira accepted her true feelings. She had to confess them now that she was about to die. "Why didn't you tell me this earlier? But nothing has changed even now. Let me take you to the doctor. We can finish this conversation later. Noah tried to lift her, but Kira grunted in pain. I'm okay. I am going to die, Noah. I'm happy I could tell you the truth. Will you kiss me? Kira stuttered and struggled to express her last desire. Elsa's eyes watered as she felt guilty for snatching Kira's opportunity to be with Noah. Raphael, now in his human form, tried to coax her, but it was not about them at this point. They knew they were too late. Noah cried hard. He was a fool not to realize Kira's love for him. He leaned in to fulfill his friend's last wish. When their mouths touched, no mate sparks erupted, nor did it feel like the way Noah had felt while kissing Elsa. That was a forbidden kiss. This kiss with Kira was full of remorse and guilt. Kira deserved his attention and love when she was alive. Kira felt happy for once. She felt fulfilled with that kiss from Noah. Her longing heart had finally found some peace and warmth. She sighed. She knew she could die in peace. She closed her eyes, tired of everything. She wanted to sleep in Noah's warm embrace. Despite everyone's protests, Kira closed her eyes, only to never open them again. Noah tightened that hug as the loss weighed down his heart for the rest of his life. Chapter 45. Evil Born, Evil Dead.
Anthony, we have to leave. I can sense her power field's gone. It could be grief because of the dead girl. Surely she mattered to Elsa.
Mantis shook Anthony, who was still recovering from the loss. He lost his dagger to the midnight black wolf, his daughter, couldn't recover the earth dagger, his beasts and rogues were all dead or succumbing to death, and the chance to kill the gray blessed wolf? The only thing he managed to kill was a beta who was of no value. Why was fate so unfair to him?
Now!
Mantis created a sigil on the trunk of a tree and chanted something in ancient Latin. A door opened. Even though Anthony had already lost the battle, and dying was the only thing left, his ego was too hurt to leave. Mantis had to drag him through the door before the sigil and the door disappeared. It was a dark tunnel. The only lights were coming from the torches that were too far apart, but as they traversed through it, a large door appeared at the other end. Anthony scoffed at that. He had to run from the war scene again? What was it with Ida that even her descendants were so powerful? All he wanted was a life with her while they ruled side by side. Was it too much to ask from your fated mate?
Mantis, what do you even see in me to stick beside me all these years?
Anthony whispered from behind. Mantis sighed. Didn't he already know it? She adored him, loved him for giving her a second meaning to her otherwise useless life. She would be dead now if not for him. Does she really have to answer that now?
Anthony, let's get to a safe place. The tunnels are nowhere safe. Once Elsa recovers, she will track us.
Mantis faltered, trying to avoid the topic.
I wish I could return your feelings, but it's impossible. No matter how hard I try, Ida is engraved in my heart.
Anthony mumbled from behind. Mantis's eyes watered with that as a tear droplet escaped. It was not something she didn't already know, but hearing it out loud was heartbreaking.
Why did you kill her then?
Mantis asked. She'd always meant to ask this. She knew how much Anthony loved her. So what could be the reason behind him killing her?
I had to. Ida had masked her lineage. Only her death could uplift the curse slowly. Elsa is that blessed child. I was still reconsidering my options, but she wanted to kill me. I had to kill her in my defense. She had made it so difficult.
Anthony expressed, as the death of Ida in his arms flashed through his eyes.
Here we are. We must pick what we need and create another base before it's too late.
Mantis wiped her tears and made the suggestion. Anthony nodded his head. He was glad at least Mantis was with him. When they opened the door, it led them to a large hall of their hideout. It had been his home for years, so abandoning it like that was too much. Anthony wanted one thing now: revenge. He no longer cared if he couldn't have Elsa. All he wanted was to kill everyone responsible for his downfall. Everything he'd built over the years shattered in a flash second. Anthony and Mantis had only gotten inside after closing the sigil when they could sense another presence. At first they thought it was Elsa, Lucian, or Raphael. They could sense the presence of an elemental dagger, but Anthony shrugged off its possibility. It was too wicked.
"Who are you?"
Anthony growled. He was too worn out to try to use his powers, but when they could not hear any reply, it panicked them. It was time to leave this place too. They paced toward an invisible door, hiding a door outside. But a booming, loud laugh echoed through the place. Mantis had just put a sigil when someone, or something, crashed into her opposite wall. She lost her consciousness then and there. Anthony doubted that Mantis had already died from that blow. He ran towards the elevator. It was a long way out, but now the only way left. By now he knew the water dagger, and something powerful, who owned it. He wanted to see who it was, but he was clearly exhausted, drained, and less of an elemental dagger. When he reached near the elevator, another loud laugh echoed throughout the place. Water started to fill inside the elevator, short-circuiting it and the entire underground house.
"Who are you? What do you want from me?"
Anthony grumbled, using his power to sniff the person. He could smell a powerful aura. Even if it was not as powerful as Elsa, but it was certainly powerful enough with that dagger. It must be a witch. But before Anthony could do something about the witch, he could feel his powers weakening. It had to be Elsa. Before he could run or do something, he could sense the witch abandoning him. Fear started to creep inside him.
"Elsa, I know there's a lot to deal with now, but we must hurry before Anthony escapes."
Raphael snapped Elsa out of her haze. She didn't realize when she was sucked into grief by Kira's death. Knowing her powers made her powerful, but it also gave her heightened emotions. She could feel everyone's grief, and it was beginning to surmount, making her cringe. Elsa looked at everyone standing near them. Too many recognizable and new faces. Among them was Riker, oblivious to her new identity. He found it odd that they called her Elsa, but with her new and original appearance, it was hard to recognize someone who you never really cared about knowing. Noah was still holding Kira by his chest, his eyes red with fury. The Opals, her new family, were mourning beside them. Kira was dead. A few of them looked with hope towards Elsa. She had revived Raphael, so maybe she could heal Kira, or bring her back from the dead. But how could she tell them that it was different with Raphael? She had sealed her fate and powers. They shared a unique link, blessed by the moon goddess herself. Every cell in her body wanted to bring back Kira, but it was beyond her. Even though the moon goddess had made her powerful, she still had limitations. Elsa was getting submerged under the pressure of expectations and need. She was still figuring out herself. The only person who didn't look at her with expectation was Noah. He was determined to avenge Kira.
"Take this. Davinia said you could kill a pureblood with it, but I also found that he is a scion of the direct descendant of the moon goddess. So it must just hurt him fatally enough for you to do the rest."
Lucian handed over the earth dagger without hesitation. He could feel the dagger wanted to go with her.
What is this?
Elsa spoke, confused, while Raphael flashed out the dagger he carried with him. They were identical. Lucian's dagger was more beautiful, with a beautiful handle, but that was it. Strangely, Raphael was no more affected by the silver after the marking.
I guess there are 4 of them. Here, take the earth dagger. I don't know how, but I feel like the dagger can talk back to me. I know it's strange.
Lucian handed over the dagger to Elsa, but she was unsure what to do with it. Suddenly, a hand snatched both of the daggers, wielding them as one. No one knew what happened or how it happened, but it just happened. Noah could do it. His eyes were fierce with determination as his eyes changed to that of his wolf. It baffled both Raphael and Lucian, who knew they could trust Noah.
Find him,
Noah begged Elsa. The more they delayed the revenge, the more uncomfortable the guilt he felt. Elsa tried using her powers, and soon a road of branches and twigs were formed that led them to the tree. But when Elsa stopped near a large oak tree, Noah and Lucian got confused. But Raphael knew exactly what it meant.
It ends here,
Noah frowned.
As if they entered through that tree trunk?
Raphael queried. Elsa nodded her head in agreement. Raphael was right.
Follow me.
Raphael was glad he remembered and paid attention during his captivity by Anthony and Mantis. He drew the sigil and enchanted the same ancient chant 3 times.
Aperire ostium occultatum. Aperire ostium occultatum. Aperire ostium occultatum.
A door appeared on the tree trunk, surprising everyone. He'd tried doing it before, but it had never worked. But something had definitely changed after the marking. He felt more powerful, more invincible. They followed the scent of Mantis and Anthony through the tunnel, but at some point the scent was gone. The tunnel split into several directions.
What's next?
Lucian grumbled. But as if she knew what she was doing, Elsa closed her eyes and did something. A gush of wind blew out the torches in the unwanted directions, all except one. The torches in the correct path were brighter than ever, making it easy for them to move.
That was a badass move, Elsa. No wonder he thinks you are the blessed child.
Raphael chuckled, confusing everyone.
How do you know that?
Lucian probed. Elsa and Noah were still recovering from their loss.
They kidnapped me. All they did was talk on our way here.
Raphael groaned, remembering about everything he had to suffer. That reminded Elsa of how Anthony had almost killed Raphael. Her blood boiled with that as the aura got stronger. Not far away another door appeared. She knew Anthony was behind the door.
I wonder why they did not use the sigil to bring everyone there, and instead used the road,
Lucian queried.
Perhaps it was not powerful enough to facilitate numerous wolves, or perhaps the beasts were huge. How would I know?
Raphael clucked, opening the door for everyone. As soon as they entered through the door, Raphael and Elsa could sense the presence of another powerful entity. At the same time, the half-sword in Noah's hand glowed brighter for a brief second before returning to its normal state.
What was that?
Lucian muttered as Raphael ran towards the corridor that hid the invisible door. He saw Mantis's body lying there, her heartbeat too slow for her to live long.
Perhaps a friend of his,
Elsa suggested.
I doubt it. Anthony would never hurt Mantis. Someone else was here,
Raphael cautioned.
Another one?
Lucian scoffed. I can tell whoever it was. It had another elemental dagger. I can sense it. Noah spoke for the first time in a while. While it baffled the majority to find that another dagger was nearby, Elsa felt relieved to hear Noah speak. Let's find him, Noah groaned. Elsa nodded her head. She closed her eyes. For a long second, nothing happened, while the 3 men looked at each other and Elsa. But soon she rose from the ground. Sparks began flying from her body everywhere before she slowly went back to normal.
Anthony is moving towards the top floor,
Elsa informed, flying away, leaving the three men confused. Raphael looked toward the elevator, but it was not in any condition to run. While Lucian and Noah took the stairs, he had other ideas. He tried to fly like Elsa a couple of times, but when he couldn't, he grunted and followed them up the stairs. When they reached the floor, Raphael behind both Lucian and Noah, it shocked them to see Elsa looking at Ida's photo. The resemblance was too much. In fact, she looked like many of the members of the frames. Now that she looked at Davinia's photo from near, she had a few similar structures, but she looked most like the lady in white. She had similar eyes, hair, and posture. She was curvier and more graceful, while Elsa was leaner.
They are your ancestors. You're a pureblood like them, and so is Lucian.
Raphael took it as his responsibility to inform her of the truth. Elsa scoffed. She had doubted that for a while now.
So why does he not have powers like me?
Elsa probed.
When the twins were born for Ida, my grandfather did not get the magical abilities,
Lucian confirmed. Elsa's heart was overwhelmed. Even if it was too distant to call Lucian her family, he was the only one that shared her blood.
Are you sad about Davinia?
Elsa asked as they crossed Davinia's frame.
It would have been easier if I had seen her portrait before. I feel like a fool.
Raphael scoffed, ignoring the portrait and not wanting to say any more. They had more pressing matters to deal with now. Noah opened the door with a thud when Anthony was almost about to escape. He threw the half-sword at Anthony that pierced through him. He grunted in pain as blood oozed out of his wound.
Don't you want to know about your father?
Anthony asked, hoping to live by bringing up this sensitive matter now.
How can I believe that you're telling the truth?
Elsa grunted. Her eyes were heavy, tears threatening to roll down any minute.
Because I believe he died in front of my eyes, making a fool of me, but saving you. How pathetic of you that your father had to die for you,
Anthony grimaced. He was bluffing. It could have been any man, but the more he thought, the more he believed his bluff.
You're lying,
Elsa wailed. Energy balls formed in both of her hands.
Drop down your hands and give me your word that you won't kill me in exchange for this information,
Anthony bargained. It was his only way. Elsa was too powerful, and his powers didn't work in her presence. Plus, he was exhausted. Elsa glared at Anthony, but had to restrain her urge to kill him then and there. He was probably the last being who could tell her more about her parents. She nodded her head in agreement. It baffled Noah the most. He ignored her, trying to stab him in the stomach, but Raphael pushed Noah away. Lucian and Raphael tried hard to stop Noah while he punched Lucian and kicked Raphael out of anger. He didn't mean to hurt them, but he was not going to let go of Kira's killer.
Noah, please, just let me hear him,
Elsa begged, falling to her knees. Noah's heart ached to see Elsa in such a condition. It hurt him to choose between Kira and Elsa. But he nodded his head, drawing back while Anthony burst into a peal of evil laughter.
Your father was a historian who believed in the supernatural only to discover he was one of them. Your father was too afraid when he figured out what you are and who he was. When you were still a toddler, it was easy to tell what you are. Those eyes and hair could easily betray your true identity. But your father was smart. He even hid in human cities, trying to protect you. But when we found out that he was hiding in Moonlit City, we attacked them. That time they fell to our wrath. But your father escaped on the battlefield and ran towards the cliff. He was carrying you in his back. He jumped at the cliff, looking straight into my eyes. I knew he was mocking me for my defeat. What I couldn't figure out was that he faked your death all along so that you could live. Anthony gloated. Elsa's eyes were puffy and red, partly from grief and partly from anger. She blamed herself for her father's death, but he knew it was because of Anthony he had to endure it.
She looked at Noah and Raphael with begging eyes again, and that's when it clicked to Anthony. Noah, for once, smiled that day. He pierced the sword through Anthony's heart while Raphael decapitated Anthony. Anthony's end was as abrupt as his life was long. His life flashed through his eyes for a brief second before he took his final breath. "Hi," a young Anthony spoke to a mischievous girl hiding behind a sack of grains.
Shh! You can't tell them I'm here,
The girl giggled. "You're the noisy one." Anthony rolled his eyes, hiding along with the young girl. When the guard's step was now no longer audible, the young girl came out laughing from her hiding place. She had the brightest smile and the most beautiful eyes. She started pouring the grains from the sack into her small bag. "What do you think you're doing stealing the royal treasure?" Anthony scoffed. He was frightened to get caught.
I'm going to feed the poor. It's so cold out there,
The little girl explained. "Why? My mother is taking care of it. She's the queen of this part of the land," Anthony boasted. The little girl rolled her eyes.
She is, but we need to do what we can. She can't produce more plants like me. Does she have the earth magic?
Anthony's eyes widened at that. That's right. Like his adoptive mother, he had air magic too. "Who are you?" "I am Anthony, scion of the Blessed One and son of the Queen," Anthony introduced.
Ida, scion of the Blessed One and daughter of the farmer who brought these grains for you.
Ida was more proud of her heritage. Farmer? A peasant? Anthony was confused. Why would a scion be given to a farmer by the Blessed One?
No, my father is the king of our village in the woods. I need to be close to the environment to understand my powers.
Ida giggled, running with her small bag. She sowed the grains on the barren, icy lands. But soon saplings sprouted from it as they became full-fledged plants. Ida looked at Anthony with pride. "I like you," Anthony declared. He knew it from the first time he saw her.
I like you too. One day I will be queen of the jungle. I will protect everyone. Will you help me?
Ida offered. She stretched her hand to seal their deal. "We will rule the world together to make it a better place, I promise," a young Anthony promised her. Hand in hand, they went back to steal more grains, taking their first steps toward their unique journey. Chapter 46. Wicca. Elsa broke down into tears as the sun was going down towards the horizon. The purple, orange, red colors in the sky were like her emotions, all over the place. Noah was feeling better after killing Anthony, but he still could not stop feeling guilty. He considered himself responsible for her death. Noah tried to detach the swords, but he couldn't. So he just dropped them where he stood, and walked away through the opening Anthony was trying to use to escape. Anyway, everything was darkening here with the dusk. Raphael held Elsa as long as she wanted. He was still new to the powers that he could feel inside of him, but it was like he had no access to them. But he managed to create a small flame. Once Elsa felt better, Lucian strolled towards the sword, picking it up. Even though he wanted it, he knew he couldn't leave it there. He tried to separate the daggers, but it seemed impossible. So he just passed it to Raphael to try his luck. But when he couldn't do it, Elsa took it. As soon as she touched it, she could separate the daggers easily. "You are the Blessed One, so probably only you can separate them," Lucian whispered. They were still figuring it all out. Elsa sighed. She had no energy left to have a debate over that. Nor did she want the daggers. She handed the air dagger to Raphael and the earth one to Lucian before coming out. Elsa wanted to burn down this place to dust. So once they were out, Elsa did exactly that. They stayed there until some of the rage in their hearts died down. Raphael created the sigil on a large oak tree, but this time it didn't work. They were unsure how to get out of the forest. No one was sure of the way out. They had given away all hopes. By road it would take them at least a day to reach, and Elsa was unsure if she could teleport. Plus, there were 4 of them now. They were still discussing whether to spend the night in the forest or find a way out, when a glowing figure appeared. Before anyone could respond, the figure knocked them out in just one swift move. Except Elsa.
Who are you?
Elsa took a protective stance. She wouldn't mind ripping her heart out. She could tell it was the same presence she had felt when they'd entered the hideout for the first time. The figure turned out to be a woman. She was elder to Elsa, but they shared too many striking similarities. It baffled Elsa to see her there. Who could this woman be? She was definitely powerful enough to knock out 3 alphas.
If you have not figured it out yet, I am your aunt, Wicca.
Wicca played with the water dagger as she introduced herself. A creepy smile was plastered on her face.
Aunt?
Elsa was unsure if she should be happy or angry. If she knew her, then why had she not come for her all these years?
Child, I wish I had come to get you earlier, but I just couldn't do it. You see, your mother died preventing me from finding you. She cast a spell on our coven, making me and everyone, including myself, forget about you. While your father had to run away with you. The poor wolf couldn't hide from his own kind, but once you embraced your true self, all the magic started wearing out.
Wicca chuckled.
You're a monster,
Elsa screamed. What was it with today?
Call us what you can, but you are a witch too. So your powers belong to all of us. Don't be greedy like your mother.
Wicca blinked her eyes too many times, trying to look like a victim. But Wicca couldn't keep up the act. She burst into a vile smile.
It's not hard to figure out why she wouldn't share her powers with you,
Elsa shrugged.
You are mean for a child,
Wicca winced.
Call me that again, and I will rip out your tongue. I just killed one villain. I wouldn't mind killing another.
Elsa grunted.
We will see who wins in the end. Don't consider me to be Anthony. He was weak. He had lived long with a broken heart. It tainted his spirit. But I have no weaknesses, and if it makes you think that those wolves and that dagger can help you win against me, I warn you that you must get a lot better hold of reality,
Wicca boasted, playing with the tip of her knife.
I don't know why you're so proud, but I don't see anyone with you, just one dagger. You should be glad you're alive after taking on all that nonsense.
Elsa groaned.
If this is nonsense, then, honey, what would you say when you learned I killed your mother? You know, revenge runs in our blood.
Wicca had a twisted grin. It enraged Elsa to find out about that. She blasted into a ball of energy as she tried to choke her. Wicca acted as if she was in pain, before bursting into a peal of sinister laughter. It confused Elsa why her powers didn't reach Wicca. It was like Wicca was immune to them. But before Wicca could say anything else, Raphael woke up. He growled as he protectively stood beside Elsa. She knew she must leave before it was too late, so she did something smart.
That's your ticket out. You can use it or follow me, Elsa.
Wicca stabbed Noah with the water icicles and created a sigil on the oak tree, creating a passage for them to escape while vanishing into thin air. Elsa could tell Wicca was still nearby, probably watching them, but it was a battle for another day. Epilogue.
No!
Elsa screamed at the top of her lungs as she woke from the nightmare. She was scared to find her bedside empty. Where was Raphael? Suddenly the door creaked open with a thud. Elsa sighed to see the silhouette of Raphael. He hurried to her side, pouring some water in a glass for her. Another one? Raphael whispered. When Elsa didn't reply, he knew what it was. Ever since they returned from the forest after meeting Wicca and killing Anthony, Elsa was having nightmares. Sometimes it made sense, and other times it was complete rubbish.
Yes, this time it made no sense. But I think whatever my mother did to make me forget is coming back ever since that night. And I think she's alive.
Elsa sighed. Raphael didn't know what to say. Elsa believed that her mother was alive, and he was going to support her.
Where have you been?
Elsa probed. If Raphael was not with her at this hour, then it must be Noah or Lucian. Elsa was happy that they could become friends, but she knew Raphael had a hard time in the beginning, when she revealed how close she had been with Noah. Noah wanted to leave, so Lucian and I needed to talk some sense into him, Raphael mumbled. As soon as Noah had recovered from his injury, he wanted to leave the place. Raphael couldn't blame him for wanting that. Noah lost his friend, and Raphael took away Elsa in front of his eyes. It bothered Raphael that Elsa and Noah had been close, but who else could he blame for all of it other than himself? Had he not been reckless, and not kept a snake in his pack, then they wouldn't be facing such dreadful things. All he could do as repentance was accept the past for the sake of Elsa, and he obliged towards Noah for saving her and taking care of Elsa when he didn't.
Noah is still angry with me.
Elsa scowled. No. Yes, he is heartbroken, but how much I could understand him. He's not the only one to hold grudges. He still cares for you and understands what we share, Raphael assured.
Did you discuss this with him?
Elsa pondered. I did. Raphael kissed Elsa's forehead to reassure her.
Thank God. I didn't know how to explain it to him. I hope he stays. The war's not over,
Elsa whispered. Let him go. He needs to seek love and warmth. He's leaving the Opals with us for a while, Raphael explained.
He's disbanding the Opals?
Elsa frowned. No, he just needs to rediscover himself and life. Needs some time for himself. We owe him that, Raphael insinuated. Elsa let out a deep sigh. Raphael was right. Noah had been anything but selfish. He deserved his share of happiness. Moon Goddess must have created someone for him too.
We must train our wolves. Jander and the other wolves have already recovered from the side effects of the wolfsbane and silver. We must begin training for everyone in the moonlit city,
Elsa suggested. It's the middle of the night and a little late to discuss such things. Plus, Lucian and I have already been taking care of it. Jander is especially disturbed by what happened. He was hell-bent to step down, but he needed a lot of convincing. But before you take your responsibilities as the Luna of Black Moon, you must go and stay at Lucian's pack. Understand your family, and in process yourself a little more, Raphael suggested.
I don't want to leave you.
Elsa clung to Raphael's chest. They'd been separated for so long that it made her afraid to lose him again. She should hate him for everything he inflicted on her, but she couldn't help but love him. When they marked each other, they kind of shared every emotion and memory. I will visit you every day. Lucian and his family are very persistent. He wants you to call him Big Brother. They've even arranged a ceremony to induct you as one of the Silverlit. You know how rare that is? You should be very proud of yourself. Raphael smirked.
That is never happening. I'll never call him Big Brother. He's a stubborn asshole like you.
Elsa burst into a smile, and Raphael's heart skipped a beat. Raphael looked at Elsa intently. He'd missed her more than words could express. Finally, his life had meaning. He would stand by her forever. Nothing and no one would be able to separate them. He swallowed some saliva as he looked at her plump lips. Before Elsa could utter another word, Raphael crushed his lips on hers. It was the best feeling to kiss his soulmate. They were one and together. Once he was fully satisfied, he undressed Elsa as quickly as possible. Elsa flustered at that. She'd waited for years and had always imagined how to make him feel sorry for everything he'd put into her. But now that they were together, she craved him. Raphael positioned himself at Elsa's entrance. He looked at her intently, his eyes overwhelmed with so many emotions. Elsa could see his eyes changing. Probably Jera was taking over like their first time. But Raphael regained his composure. He smiled at Elsa lovingly before pushing inside of her. It was the best feeling in the entire world.
Ah, ah.
Her voice echoed the entire floor, probably the whole mansion. Who knew she could be that loud? But those were the cries of her desire, her need, her weight, and mostly her broken heart that was finally healing. It was nothing like Elsa had dreamed of. It was breaking her heart, yet making her feel unnaturally good. She was puzzled. How could she feel so complete when he was buried inside of her? She should be hating him for what he did when they first met, yet he was the only one who made her heart flutter while making her knees go weak like jelly. He kept pouncing on her from behind, putting all of his strength into it. His fingers were buried into her plump ass cheeks. He never felt so complete. She was so tight, her inner walls wrapped up completely around his long and thick member. It was like she was made for him. Her breasts were the exact size he liked, not too big, not too small. Her pink core was tight. Her red butt cheeks clearly screamed that he was too rough. The feeling of being buried deep inside her was itself so fulfilling. A sense of pride ran through him. He never knew it was possible to feel so deeply for someone while having sex. The hunger for her, her body, only kept increasing. He didn't doubt his manhood or charms, but yet it felt like he was finally a man to his woman at that point. How can this petite figure make him feel this crazy? Was she a witch? No. She was more. She was someone his heart yearned for. Tears rolled down her eyes. She was thankful he couldn't see her face. It was too pleasurable and painful. She couldn't hide her need and show her anger for everything he had put her through. Not only her sex, but her heart was tearing apart.
Fuck. I am never going to let you go.
And he pumped harder inside of her, shooting his load deep inside her for the 10th time that night. The end. This has been The Claiming His Mate. Written by Jennifer Knight. Narrated by Darren Draper. Produced by Darren Draper.